The story begins in the year 2624. At Dingyi Academy in Lijiang City, a grand profession awakening ceremony is being held for all students. This is a monumental milestone for everyone, but for this young man, its importance outweighs everything else in the world. A year ago, he accidentally transmigrated into this world as Chuni. Before he could even adjust to this strange new life, his mother passed away forever. Shortly after, his younger sister, Chu Van, was struck by a mysterious and bizarre illness. Medical expenses have been piling up day by day. Therefore, during this profession change, Chu Yi is forced to choose a combat path. Only by entering dungeons to earn money can he hope to afford a high-level priest to save his sister. Heaven does not fail those with a strong will. During the ritual, Chu Yi suddenly activates a system. Along with it, he receives a beginner's gift pack and a hidden profession, a super VIP class in this world. As he receives the blessing from the goddess, 3 different paths appear before his eyes. First is the light mage, a saint priest with explosive energy but very limited self-defense. In a world where alien races run rampant, this choice often leads to severe injury or death. Next is the saint priest, possessing incredible protection and resurrection abilities, but his combat power is weak and entirely dependent on teammates, not a good fit. Finally, the holy knight, a profession that balances offense and defense, capable of taking hits and leading the charge when necessary. While not excelling in any single skill, this class is blessed by divine light and possesses incredibly stable talent. Considering everything, this is the best choice. Chuni successfully transitions into a level 10 Holy Knight. As the ceremony ends, his classmates immediately swarm him with flattery. Our class rep is incredible. Let me join your college entrance exam team. I'm a summoner. Our team will definitely get a high score. I'm a mage. Take me too. Stop crowding around here. Disperse. A senior student steps forward to clear the crowd. He looks at Chu Yi with glowing eyes and says, "Your performance is quite impressive. Go home and rest today, and report to the principal's office tomorrow." Back in his private room, Chu Yi finally has time to check his stats. Agility 17, Intelligence 15, and 10 unallocated points. After the profession change, not only did his stats surge, but he also gained free points. He prioritizes strength, then constitution. He knows only powerful strikes can effectively eliminate demonic beasts. Acting on his thoughts, Chu Yi operates the system, adding 6 points to strength, 2 to constitution, and 2 to agility. A surge of energy rolls through his entire body, the exhilarating sensation of rising attributes. Upon checking, he finds that his first point distribution has triggered a Holy Knight quest. The reward is a random piece of Holy Knight equipment. Chu Yi naturally accepts. The system begins matching him to a random trial field, suitable for his level. Match successful. The trial objective is to eliminate an E-rank Garabi beast. Please complete the trial seriously. If you die in the trial, you will also cease to exist in the real world. Immediately after the announcement, Chuni is teleported to another dimension. He instantly goes on high alert, observing his surroundings. It is a star mine. This makes sense. According to textbooks, while Gorobus aren't carnivores, they are extremely dangerous. Once they spot a human, they become bloodthirsty and violent. Sensing danger from behind, Chuni leaps into the air, narrowly dodging a Garabi's ambush. Since this is his first time facing a beast head-on, Chungi decides not to use his skills yet. He wants to see if he can handle it in close quarters combat. His body feels significantly more agile, and his explosive power is noticeably stronger, all thanks to his enhanced attributes. Just as Chuni begins to feel smug about dodging several consecutive attacks, the Garabi's razor-sharp claws suddenly graze his shoulder. He immediately activates a skill, level 1. Recovery is triggered. It creates a healing zone for up to 2 teammates for 30 seconds. Even against low-level beasts, its effectiveness cannot be underestimated. The beast roars again and charges. Chumi unleashes 2 counter-attacking skills, Holy Light Blade and Guard. Level 1 Holy Light Blade. Power condenses as his hands draw across, forming a blade of light that slashes nearby enemies. Those hit take light element damage, fall into a stunned state, and are sent flying backward. Finally, under Chuni's relentless barrage of attacks, the Garabi beast is completely destroyed. Garabi eliminated. Trial complete. Evaluation. A. Please select your reward. Reward 1. 10 additional attribute points. Reward 2. A Holy Knight skill. Reward 3. Random Holy Knight equipment. Attribute points and skill points are the very source of a professional's power. There is no rush to upgrade skills right now. Free attributes are the best choice. Luckily, the system gave him a weapon. Otherwise, with his current finances, he could never afford one. After receiving 10 free points and a crude, one-handed sword, Chu Yi returns to his room. Right at that moment, in battlefield, his phone vibrates. A notification appears on the screen, a scheduled appointment at the hospital for 1700 hours. Elsewhere, Chu Van is sitting on her hospital bed watching the news when the television suddenly cuts to black. The head nurse stands there with the remote, looking annoyed. She shoves a bill toward Chu Van. The girl receives it with trembling hands, unable to understand why it's so expensive. Wasn't it only 5,000 before? Is there a mistake? My brother works 3 jobs a month just to earn 5,000. Where will we find the rest of the money? The head nurse replies irritably, "You used more medication this month, inhibitors, stabilizers, and even a priest visit. You had 3 episodes mid-month, making the night shift nurses work themselves to the bone. And you're still talking back? If you have a problem, go check the records yourself." Chu Van quickly explains, "I didn't mean that. Please don't misunderstand. If you don't have a single cent, then you'd better face reality." Before the head nurse can finish her sentence, a hand drops heavily onto her shoulder, making her jump in shock. "Nurse, I believe I heard you raising your voice at a patient with a tongue that sharp. I wonder if you'll still be so talkative in the director's office?" A middle-aged man says with a cold smile. Beside him stands a towering bodyguard, making the nurse's heart sink. Realizing these people are not to be trifled with, the head nurse tactfully retreats. Before leaving, she doesn't forget to remind Chu Van that today's medical fees must be paid. "Who are you people?" Chu Van asks warily, wondering if they've come to collect a debt. The man replies, "You are Miss Chu Van, correct? I am a friend of your brother." At that exact moment, Chu Yi pushes the door open, holding a receipt for the hospital fees. "Chu Van, I just finished the payment. The system shows 100,000 in the account. Do you know what's going on?" Chu Yi looks up from the bill. Seeing the 2 strangers, he immediately goes on the defensive. "Who are you two?" The man introduces himself politely. "Greetings, Mr. Chuni. I am Triu Van Ban, the mayor's secretary. I'd like to discuss a few things with you." He extends his hand. "The mayor? The mayor is the most powerful person in the city. For someone like that to come looking for him," Chuni shakes Triu Van Ban's hand and suggests that the hospital room isn't suitable, so they move elsewhere. Triu Van Ban happily agrees and instructs his bodyguard to stay and look after Chu Van. News of Chu Yi awakening a hidden profession has been plastered all over the media, making it impossible to ignore. Nearby, 3 girls at a cafe are chatting excitedly. "Did you see the hot search? Dingyi Academy produced a hidden profession. I think his name is Chuni. Look, here's his photo. He's actually quite handsome." Hearing this, Triu Van Ban speaks up, "The protection of the divine angel, the holy knight transition. You call it luck, but an S-rank talent cannot be achieved by luck alone. The mayor values you greatly and has ordered the media not to disturb you." He then takes out a box containing a key. This is a cultivation resource prepared for the college entrance exam, kept in the city's bank vault. "This is the only key. If you have any other requests, just say the word," the mayor tells him. Chu Yi realizes that the mayor recognizes his massive potential and is ready to go all in with this investment. This deal is clearly a win-win, but he knows there's no such thing as a free lunch. Zhao Wenbin plays his trump card. Starting today, a professional medical team will be on standby 24/7 for his sister, Zhou Yun. It turns out the mayor has already contacted a level 36 second awakened bishop, who will personally travel to Guangxi in 1 month to treat Zhou Yun. Hearing this, Chuni immediately agrees to accept the subsidy. Back at the hospital room, he fills her in on everything. Zhou Yun's eyes go wide with shock. "So you've basically ascended to heaven in 1 step? Can I just be a lucky charm by your side?" Chuni playfully taps her forehead and scolds her with a smile. "What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Your only job is to recover," he tells her. As he speaks, Chun-gi remembers that after his class change, he gained 3 paladin skills: the offensive Holy Light Blade, the healing Slow Recovery, and the support skill, Weapon Blessing. The Slow Recovery skill restores vitality, making it the perfect test for his sister. Chuni places his hand on Zhou Yun's head and activates the skill. A wave of warmth spreads through her, feeling like she's soaking in a hot spring while getting a full-body massage. "How do you feel, Xiao Yun?" Chun-yi asks. Zhou Yun, who had been drifting off in pure bliss, suddenly snaps back to reality. She exclaims with excitement, "The pain is gone, and my hands feel warm." He chose the paladin class not just for power, but for her. Even if he can't cure her completely, easing her suffering is enough for now. The next day, Principal Luo Hang personally escorts Chung-yi to the office. On the way, he chats happily. "Dozens of universities called yesterday for direct admission. My phone almost exploded. 4 top 10 schools reached out this morning. Give it your best shot and grab the best resources possible, the principal adds. These professors are all level 35 or higher, second awakened. Getting recruited by them means a guaranteed future. Chu Yi asks about the top 3 schools, but they only look at college entrance exam scores, ignoring innate talent or class, so they don't offer direct admission. As they reach the door, they hear a heated argument inside. Old Zhao, it's over 4,000 kilometers from Chuanzhou to Guangxi. You're not actually using a fighter jet, are you? One voice shouts. A jet is nothing, the other fires back. I'm using a long-range teleportation array. Each activation costs a level 30 mana core. You'd really dare to use that? For a genius, anything is worth it. We at Chuannam University definitely want Chuni. Then let's see who has the better offer. Luo Hang pushes the door open and announces proudly. The recruiters have arrived. He introduces them one by one. Mr. Zhao Tianfu from Vin Duong University, Mr. Li Peng from Chuannam University, Miss Zhou Yu from Hantan University, and Mr. Yu Yuan from Encat University. Chu Yi thinks they immediately bows in greeting. His humble attitude impresses the professors. He isn't arrogant despite his hidden class. He's calm and mature, a truly good kid. Zhao Tianfu speaks first, laying out Vin Duong's offer. A 2 million credit sign-on bonus plus 3 professional paladin skill sets. Chu Yi is stunned. A normal family only earns a few thousand credits a month. Even the mayor didn't offer something this massive. Is that all? Li Peng scoffs mockingly. Come to Chuannam University and get 3 million credits, plus 3 paladin skill sets every single year. Furthermore, you'll be personally taught by a level 56 third awakened paladin. A level 56 is nearly a peak existence on Planet Blue. Being their student would mean a limitless future. While Luo Hang is still reeling from the shock, Zhou Yu speaks up. You gentlemen aren't showing enough sincerity, she says. Join Hantan University for 2 million credits, but I will immediately gift you a set of Grade B cultivation resources. At the mention of Grade B resources, Luo Hang almost gasps, looking at Chu Yi with pure anticipation. These resources can't be bought with money. With the right application, even a pig could be raised into a powerful demonic beast. Faced with these tempting invitations from 4 prestigious universities, Chu Yi thinks for a moment before delivering his decision. I decline all of them. I want to test into the top 3 universities myself. Among the top 10, the 3 at the very peak are Suhang, Qingjing, and Madu, the legendary 8 great academies of Central Xia. They only admit 1,000 freshmen a year, with no race restrictions. Elves and giants can all compete. Other races are naturally stronger than humans and have more resources, making it nearly impossible for a human to squeeze into the top 3. Zhao Tianfu explodes in anger, his aura erupting as he snarls. I thought you were a good prospect, but you're just delusional. I've seen your file. You missed too much in the last 18 years. You lack resources, your strength is weak, and your stats are low. Even if you try now, your chances of getting into the top 3 are slim, and even if you do, you'll be at the bottom. Without proper training, you'll be stuck there for life. Chu Yi struggles to stand his ground, thinking that his old self would have collapsed under this pressure. Luo Hang steps in front of him, releasing his own aura to counter the professor. Mr. Zhao, are you planning to bully my student? The principal growls. But seeing the boy withstand the pressure for more than 3 breaths, Zhao realizes he's special. He knows he overstepped, pulls back his aura, and prepares to leave. Recruitment isn't just about potential, it's about character. With an attitude like that, he'll never succeed even with a direct admission. I'll take my leave. See you around, Principal Luo. The other 2 professors follow him out. Only Chuni and Zhou Yu remain in the room. She says, you have courage, but Mr. Zhao isn't entirely wrong. Central Xia is full of geniuses, not to mention the powerful non-human races. Trying for the top 3 will be a brutal struggle. Chuni smiles. I understand. Thank you for the warning, ma'am. There is 1 month left until the exam. With his system support, his strength is bound to skyrocket. By then, even the top 3 universities will just be another choice. His determined gaze makes her feel like she's looking at a veteran from the front lines. Living in peace for too long really has created a gap between the generations. Zhou Yu watches him for a long moment before turning to leave, laughing softly. Fine then. I'll be waiting to see your performance at the entrance exam. See you later, Chuni. Time flies like a galloping horse, and in the blink of an eye, a month has passed. The great Devil Yang is the one setting the exam. This time we're in for a nightmare. A few years ago, his exam caused the average provincial score to hit a record low. Did you hear? Chu Yi turned down the direct admissions. He wants to aim for the top 3. No way, right? He's too arrogant. Even city or provincial geniuses aren't sure they'll get in. What's he relying on? He just has a rare hidden class, and it went to his head. He's going to crash and burn. He threw away hundreds of thousands in tuition. If it were me, I would have taken the deal instantly. Right then, Chuni appears. His appearance has changed slightly. Why does it feel like he's a completely different person? He radiates the aura of a true powerhouse. Open the dungeon portal. After a loud command, the information flickers to life. The gloomy forest abyss. Required level, 10 to 13. Difficulties, normal, easy, hard, and nightmare. Party size, 1 to 5 people. Warning. The interior is home to cat demons and bull-headed monsters, vicious creatures with a taste for human flesh. Damn it, the gloomy forest again? Is there a swamp too? Cat demons are lightning fast, and those bull monsters have hides like armor. This year, the Great Devil Yang is allowing parties of up to 5 people, a huge change from the 3-person limit of previous years. While the students are still complaining, Li Huangduang steps forward and shouts a warning. Stay within your limits. If you face lethal danger, use your retreat scroll immediately. Dying in the dungeon means dying in real life. It's better to fail the exam than to lose your life. It's time. All candidates, prepare to enter. As soon as he finishes, the students turn into beams of light and are teleported into the dungeon. At the same time, the giant screens begin broadcasting the live action from inside. Class 1, Mucam, Class, Assassin, Difficulty, Hard, Party, Solo. Class 1, Ling Fei, Wang Fang, Sun Jian. Classes, Elementalist, Archer, Nether Mage. Difficulty, Hard, Party, 3 people. Class 5, Chu Yi, Class Paladin. Difficulty, Nightmare, Party, Solo. Class 2, Zhang Wei, Wang Li, Zhao Tianhong, Yuer Lan. Classes, Archer, Fire Mage, Swordsman, Alchemist. Difficulty, Hard, Party, 4 people. It's the Rocket Team formation. Aside from a few 2-person teams aiming for high scores despite the risk of death, only the Rocket Team dares to push it. As everyone discusses the odds, a girl with heavy makeup points at the screen and screams, "Look, everyone, that's Chu Yi. He's soloing a nightmare dungeon." Meanwhile, in the VIP section, Education Director Jia Dao stares at the screen, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. This is insane. He slams his fist onto the table, spinning toward Lahang with a roar. A paladin is a powerful support class meant for a team, so why is Chu Yi soloing? And why a nightmare difficulty with a death rate over 40%? The city has poured massive resources into Chu Yi over the past month. If he dies in that dungeon, the reputation of the Li Jiang government will be dragged through the mud. This move is a blatant insult to the state's investment. Lahang quickly flashes a reassuring smile. Director, please calm down. Chu Yi isn't reckless. He definitely has an ace up his sleeve. Back in the dungeon, Chu Yi's eyes narrow as he spots a dark shadow darting through the high canopy. His face hardens as he draws his weapon, settling into a combat stance. It's a bronze, single-blade axe, a long-handled beast designed to amplify raw power. Die! With a thunderous roar, Chu Yi swings the axe in a brutal arc, splitting the monster clean in half. His stats flash: Strength 45, Constitution 50, 1, Agility 43, and Intelligence 52. Chu Yi closes his status window with a satisfied smirk. In just 1 month, despite being only level 10, his average stats have hit 47. That's on par with a level 13 professional in the entire Suhang province. He's officially a top-tier contender. Too scared to come out? Fine, then I'll come to you, Chu Yi says with a cold grin. He charges headfirst into the dense forest where the monsters are lurking. His weapon begins to glow with a brilliant golden aura. This is the blessing of holy light, a skill that imbues a teammate's weapon with sacred energy, boosting physical attack power and critical hit rates. Chu Yi tears through them like a tiger in a flock of sheep, every swing claiming a life. Thanks to his triple S rank talent, Holy Angel's protection, the effects of his weapon blessing are massively amplified. The strength of his single-blade axe surges by an additional 21 points. Such a terrifying buff would make any other candidate burn with envy. After all, the university entrance exam limits gear to 3-star bronze or lower. Yet Chu Yi's axe possesses overwhelming power. Suddenly, a pack of monsters ambushes him from behind. Chu Yi sheathes his weapon, spins around, and mutters a low chant. Holy chosen blade. Cross-shaped beams of light erupt from his palms, shredding the monsters into bloody chunks that rain onto the forest floor. His holy chosen blade has reached level 5, dealing massive light damage, and combined with his talent buff, it instantly obliterates low-level mobs. Reaching out, Chu Yi grabs a severed, clawed tail and hurls it like a spear at a surviving monster in the distance. The jagged claw pierces the beast's stomach, pinning it dead against a massive tree trunk. Outside the dungeon, the audience watching the giant screen erupts into chaos. That's disgusting. He looks totally OP, it's so satisfying to watch. Senior Chu is a beast. I saw that axe at the mall once. It's incredibly heavy. How is he swinging it like it's a toy? Did he put every single point into strength? Duong Thianquan frowns, his eyes sharp. As a teacher, he sees what the students miss. No, that's not it. Chuni's speed is even faster than a lynx. It wasn't just physical speed. His skill casting speed was exceptionally high. With such high mana, his intelligence stat definitely wasn't low. His axe angles, distance control, and impact force were all flawless. Duong Tianquan glances at Li Huang Duong with pure jealousy, wondering why such a prime specimen was stuck in Class 5. Elsewhere, Jiadao remarks sternly, Chu Yi has incredible combat instincts, but this approach is far from wise. Dealing with that first wave of lynxes only drains his stamina. A nightmare dungeon doesn't just have stronger monsters, it has them in overwhelming numbers. Even a master mage could collapse from mana exhaustion here. A battle axe that heavy is a massive burden. You don't feel it after a few swings, but after hundreds, eventually, he won't even be able to lift his arms. On the screen, a fresh wave of monsters lunges toward Chu Yi, sending a ripple of anxiety through the crowd. Another wave already? It's not giving him a second to breathe. This is brutal. There are at least 100 lynxes. Can Senior Chu actually hold them off? Everyone holds their breath, waiting. Inside the dungeon, Chu Yi doesn't disappoint. He moves with fluid grace, alternating between weapon strikes and skills to systematically dismantle every monster. As the final beast falls, a small vortex appears before him, slowly expanding. That's the entrance to the next stage. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Yi steps through. Waiting for him on the other side is a dense, suffocating horde of monsters. Outside, the host KKK points to the screen for a live update. Welcome back to the Alpha livestream. I'm KKK, and we are currently watching the performance of the top student, possessor of a triple S talent, the Radiant Paladin, Chu Yi. He has cleared the first stage of a nightmare dungeon in just 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Folks, do you realize what this means? 3 minutes and 17 seconds. That is 29 seconds faster than last year's provincial champion. This is exhilarating. KKK gets so close to the lens that the cameraman has to pull back. Nearby, audience member Tong Fai Fai lets out a shaky breath. He was sprinting and slashing until the very last one. Just how high is Senior Chu's constitution? Tong Fai Fai wags a finger. Director Jia said draining stamina early was unwise. Now, it looks like he might be wrong. Li Huang Duong interjects quietly. Just watch the exam in silence. Director Jia might not be right about this one. Tong Fai Fai chirps with a grin. Teacher Lai, I think you're actually smiling wider than I am. Despite his words, Li Huang Duong hesitates, wondering if his excitement was really that obvious. Chun He has entered the next stage, someone screams, and the entire hall instantly falls into a deathly silence. Focus. Monster data flashes before Chun Yi's eyes. Minotaur, level 14, silver tier, skills, berserk, savage charge, war stomp, and super armor. Fluorescent cat demon, level 12, bronze tier, skills, light magic mastery, healing. Flame cat demon, level 13, bronze tier, skills, fire magic mastery, fireball, fire breath. Cursed cat demon, level 11, bronze tier, skills, dark magic mastery, curse. Chu Yi falls into deep thought. Cat demons are usually support mobs. Paired with the high damage silver minotaur, this is a textbook tank healer mage composition. If the first stage was just a bunch of scouts, the second stage is a disciplined army. The danger level has just skyrocketed. Before he can strategize, the monsters launch a coordinated assault. The melee units charge instantly, while the mages in the back begin chanting their spells. Suddenly, dozens of pitch-black hands erupt from the ground, wrapping tightly around Chu Yi's body. The crowd gasps he's completely immobilized. He is forced to face the charging horde head-on. Senior Chu was hit by a curse. This is bad. But inside the dungeon, Chu Yi simply smiles, looking entirely unbothered. Vanguard warriors, buffs from the priests, and long-range support from the mages. Their coordination is actually quite decent. Chu Yi waits patiently until the lead monster's claws are inches from his throat. Only then does he throw his hands up and roar, Holy Light Cross. Instantly, a gargantuan cross of light explodes outward, a blinding golden radiance that swallows the entire monster horde. This is an S-rank skill. It sears enemies within range with continuous light attribute damage for several seconds. Agonized screams echo through the clearing, and as the light fades, nothing remains but a field of scorched monster corpses. Outside, Jia Dao's jaw drops. That's too powerful. Every single low-level monster was wiped out in a blink. Who the hell said paladins were just a support class? This was clearly an S-rank area of effect offensive skill. Talents and skills are ranked into 7 tiers. The higher the tier, the more devastating the effect. They are also incredibly rare. Where did Chu Yi get an S-rank skill? This kid is a complete enigma. Back in the dungeon, the battlefield is a graveyard. Only one creature remains standing. The Minotaur. Chu Yi points his weapon directly at it, his voice dripping with provocation. Just you left. Come on. In response, the Minotaur instantly triggers 2 skills at once, Berserk and Super Armor. It slams its massive hoof down for a war stomp, creating a jagged fissure that tears through the earth straight toward Chu Yi. He reacts with lightning speed. The Minotaur activates Savage Charge, barreling forward like a freight train. In its super armor state, no attack can interrupt its momentum. And Chu Yi, he doesn't even try to dodge. He unleashes an air slash, meeting brute force with force and successfully blasting the bull-headed beast away. Instantly, Chu Yi crosses his arms, activating the white selection blades to carve a brilliant crosslight toward the target. At the same time, he bursts forward with explosive speed. The strike lands true, sending the monster reeling back with a pained howl as its massive frame collapses. With a cold mumble, Chu Yi brings his blade down without hesitation, cleaving the beast's body in half, yet it still clings to life. It lies in a pool of blood, its wide eyes glaring venomously at him. His expression remains stone cold as he steps forward, slamming his foot down hard on the monster's head. This time, he confirms it's truly dead. The familiar whirlpool portal begins to swirl beside him. Staring at the vortex, Chu Yi realizes the next stage is the boss room. Outside the dungeon, the audience has completely exploded with excitement. Everyone is buzzing, don't forget. The monster was still in its berserk state. This kind of power is unbelievable. That attack combo was so cool. Senior Chu Yi, I love you. People glance at the clock and scream in disbelief. He cleared the second stage in exactly 59 seconds. Even Jia Dao stands up to applaud. Well done, absolutely brilliant. Such precise skill execution and perfect power control. It is hard to believe he is just a student who changed classes less than a month ago. Jia Dao turns to Luo Heng with a wide grin. Principal Luo, congratulations. The academy has found a true prodigy. Luo Heng smiles back, his heart swelling with pride. Every dog has its day. Since the school's founding, Luo Heng has been waiting for a moment like this. The highest provincial ranking the academy ever achieved was only 72nd. Perhaps this time, Chu Yi will lead the academy to a new peak. Suddenly, someone points at the screen and shouts, "Why isn't Senior Chu Yi resting?" He's heading straight into the boss stage. All eyes instantly lock onto the monitor. Seeing Chu Yi enter the vortex without a moment's rest, Jia Dao curses in frustration. Foolish! If he hasn't recovered his peak condition and loses his edge against the boss, he's in deep trouble. Luo Heng quickly tries to calm him down. Su Hang province is teeming with geniuses. To break into the top 100, most candidates must solo nightmare-level dungeons. At the same difficulty, the only way to claim the championship is to finish with the fastest time. Back in the dungeon, Chu Yi enters the third stage and sees the boss sitting not far away. He immediately uses his appraisal skill. Minotaur King, level 16, gold rank, skills unknown. The level gap is too wide for a detailed scan. Note, the sovereign of the bull-headed tribe. Lowly mortal, you dare trespass into my palace? Prepare to die. The Minotaur King roars, swinging its massive weapon. Chu Yi instantly triggers courage and divine grace, stacking a series of buffs. A split second later, he appears behind the boss in full armor, waving mockingly. Hey brat, I'm over here. His knight state is fully amplified. The activation of his junior knight form sends the boss into a blind rage as it whips its head around. Chuni lunges forward to attack, but the Minotaur King carelessly raises a hand to block. Even with the boost from 4 different skills, his strike fails to pierce the opponent's thick hide. Refusing to believe his eyes, Chu Yi dodges to the front. Sparks fly as the Minotaur King roars in fury. It slams its weapon into the earth, triggering a violent earthquake. As thick dust billows into the air, Chuni narrowly evades the lethal blow. Just as he escapes the dust cloud, a flash of purple light flickers. In a heartbeat, The Minotaur King teleports in front of him and swings. Chu Yi can't react in time, his body is sent flying. He smashes through 5 massive stone pillars before finally coming to a stop. Only the protection of his paladin armor saved him. Without it, his bones would have been pulverized. Chu Yi slowly raises his right hand and bellows. Spear of Victory, manifest. Golden ripples swirl around him as radiant spears begin to emerge one by one. The spears launch toward the Minotaur King. Rank C Spear of Victory. Level 3, it condenses holy power to deal massive damage. The boss swings its weapon frantically to intercept them. No matter how many spears are fired, the beast remains unscathed. Shortly after, a warning flashes before Chu Yi's eyes. Mana nearly depleted. Please replenish. Chuni realizes the boss's constitution and strength far exceed his own. Brute force is a losing game. Normally, players would kite the boss to wear it down, but that offers no chance for a top-tier victory. The examiners wouldn't send students into certain death, so there must be a way to break this. During the exchange, he notices the Minotaur King's agility is surprisingly low. If he attacks continuously from multiple angles, the beast will struggle to defend. Seizing the idea, he commands the spears to strike from all directions. The effect is immediate. Several spears plunge into the Minotaur King's knees. The force of the mana causes the boss to collapse onto one knee. Beyond its low agility, the Minotaur King is highly susceptible to debuffs. Despite its high health and endurance, it takes immense damage when hit by a concentrated burst. He has to dump all his high damage skills in a short window. However, this requires perfect timing. If he fails to kill the boss before his mana runs dry, he's disqualified. After a quick calculation, Chu Yi knows the moment is now. He strikes while the Minotaur King is still struggling to stand. Mana exhausted, please replenish. There is no time left for another grand skill. With a loud roar, Chu Yi charges forward, draws his weapon, and delivers a final, desperate blow that cleaves the Minotaur King's body in two. Congratulations, you have cleared the Deep Forest, Yudong Secret Realm at Nightmare difficulty. Completion time, 9 minutes and 24 seconds. Results recorded. Clear grade, SS. Congratulations, you are ranked first in this dungeon run. Hearing the announcement, Chu Yi stands stunned, whispering to himself. First place? Does this mean I'm officially the top scorer of the Su-Hang District exam? A moment later, it sinks in. I actually did it. Chu Yi reflects on his life. In the year since he was transported to this world, his mother passed away from illness, his sister fell gravely ill, and he was buried in debt. The cost of Xiao Yun's treatment was a mountain of pressure that nearly suffocated him. Yet, even in those harsh conditions, he never chose to give up. Since he couldn't increase his attributes, he trained his skills and forged his fighting spirit with everything he had. The system gave him a chance to change his fate, but whether he could grasp it or not was entirely up to him. He had to work harder than anyone else. His resolve is set. He deactivates his armor and walks toward the exit. The system chimes. Congratulations, you have gained 5,121 experience points, 20 free attribute points, and 20 skill points. His level jumps to 11, then 12, finally reaching 13. Congratulations, you have received the Rainforest Belt. Constitution plus 10, Strength plus 7. Required level 10. Set effect. When fighting in forests, receive a continuous blessing based on Constitution. Health regeneration tripled, stamina recovery tripled, and mana recovery tripled. Congratulations, you have received the Rainforest Boots. Same set effect. You have received a gold-grade Minotaur King enchantment stone. Successful enchantment increases equipment strength by 20. As Chuni steps out of the portal, a thunderous cheer erupts. Welcome back, Senior Chu. I love you, Senior Chu. You are my god. He's too strong. God Ni. God Ni. Chu Yi is startled, barely having time to adjust before the sound of shutters clicking fills the air. He turns to find a swarm of reporters pointing lenses at him, flashes going off incessantly. Simultaneously, Principal Luo Hang and Education Director Jia Dao approach him. A solo nightmare clear in under 10 minutes. This is a glory the Academy hasn't seen in 100 years. With this performance, Chu Yi has a real shot at becoming the top scorer of the entire Su-Hang district. Your future is limitless, Jia Dao praises. Chu Yi smiles modestly and replies, You flatter me, sir. Just then, a luxury vehicle pulls in, causing a stir. Whose car dares to drive straight onto the testing grounds? Isn't that an S400A that can switch to flight mode? That car alone is worth a mansion in the capital. The car stops near Chu Yi. Jia Dao personally opens the door and says, Mr. Chu Yi, thank you. He and Luo Hang walk toward the vehicle. Luo Hang tells him to go home and rest. to wait for the good news. Not long after, Chuni arrives at the hospital to visit Xiaoyun. Following their last arrangement, Chu Ban wasted no time in fulfilling his promise, and Tu Van was immediately moved into the highest-tier VIP ward. A professional medical team was now on standby 24 hours a day to monitor her. As Chuni stepped out of the elevator, a nurse greeted him with a warm, respectful smile. "Mr. Chu, you've arrived." Chu Yi gave a brief nod. "I've come to see Tu Van. I have some good news I want to share with her." The nurse beamed at him. "Your exams must have gone incredibly well today for you to look so confident." As she spoke, the nurse pressed the button for the 26th floor. Suddenly, they both felt the temperature plummet. The nurse shivered, her voice trembling. "That's strange. Why is it so cold all of a sudden? Did they set the air conditioning too low?" Chumi's eyes narrowed as he noticed frigid wisps of frost seeping through the gaps in the elevator door, and his expression turned grim. The moment the doors slid open on the 26th floor, the nurse let out a blood-curdling scream at the sight before them. What happened here? The entire hallway was encased in thick, jagged ice. Even the staff members had been frozen into solid statues, their faces contorted in expressions of pure terror. "Tu Van!" Chu Yi cried out. Heart hammering against his ribs, he sprinted desperately toward his sister's room. He left the nurse behind before she could even draw another breath. The creeping frost claimed her too, turning her into a lifeless ice sculpture. Chu Yi smashed through the frozen barrier blocking the door and burst inside, his voice a frantic roar. "Tu Van!" A split second later, the scene inside left him paralyzed. Tu Van was writhing in agony on her bed, a terrifying frost radiating from her body and coiling together to form a massive, shimmering ice dragon hovering in the air. Beside the bed, a young woman was desperately channeling healing magic to keep the girl stable. Chuni instinctively prepared to strike the dragon, but the woman screamed out in panic. "Ni, stop. Don't attack it, you'll only make it worse." Hearing her plea, Chuni was forced to kill his momentum and stand down. He rushed toward her, his breath hitching. "Sister Tin, why is there a Dralbago in here?" she gasped, struggling to maintain her spell. Tu Van's cold poison flared up without warning. The frost leaked out and froze everyone in the hall. "Right now, I can only barely suppress the chill on this one floor. You have to get out of here," she urged. Chu Yi's voice cracked with worry. "But what about Tu Van?" Sister Tin gritted her teeth in frustration. "Without a high-level priest, there is only so much I can do for her." Chun-gi took a deep, shaky breath, forcing his mind to go cold and analytical. "I understand." He issued a silent, urgent command to his mind. Asterisk system, use every single skill point to max out slow heal immediately. Asterisk. This skill would provide a massive boost to stamina and vitality within a fixed radius. Without wasting a second, Chung-hee unleashed the maxed out slow heal directly onto Tu Van's shivering form. Sister Tin's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. The holy power within a paladin's healing skill. It's this potent? It actually surpasses my own power, and I'm a level 23 priest. Chuni kept his focus locked on his sister while he spoke. "Sister Tin, I need you to contact Secretary True. Tell him he must bring a high-level priest here, no matter what." She shook her head sadly. "The high-level priests are all fully booked. The earliest Secretary True could get someone is next week. Tell him if he brings one now, I will fulfill any request he has in the future unconditionally. I give my word." Sister Tin stared at the boy for a heartbeat, seeing the iron resolve in his eyes, before she turned and sprinted off to find the secretary. Chu-Yi poured everything he had into Tu Van's treatment. This freezing agony was a burden she had been forced to endure for an entire year. Lately, the frost had grown more aggressive, but he never dreamed it would grow powerful enough to consume the entire ward. He gritted his teeth, refusing to let his concentration break even as the biting chill began to numb his own fingers and creep up his arms. The minutes felt like hours as the sun began to set and darkness claimed the city. Suddenly, a brilliant, glowing orb of light manifested in the room. It bounced around like a frantic rubber ball, slamming into the ice dragon repeatedly and causing deep cracks to spiderweb across its frozen body. Seeing the pain flare on Tu Van's face, Chu-Yi roared, "Stop! Don't you dare touch her." Without warning, the orb ricocheted and slammed into Chu-Yi, sending him tumbling backward. A moment later, a girl carrying a brush as large as a staff appeared, a mocking smirk on her face. "Illusion," she commanded. The ice dragon let out a deafening roar and lunged at her. She swung the massive brush with surprising grace, slamming it into the dragon's head. With a series of rapid, fluid strokes, she flicked the brush tip, painting strange, glowing runes directly onto the beast's frozen hide. The girl's eyes suddenly flared with an intense light, and a massive magic circle erupted beneath them. The ice dragon was blasted back toward Tuvan, its enormous form shrinking rapidly until it condensed into a single sphere of ice that merged back into her body. Tuvan's features finally softened as the agonizing pain ebbed away. The girl looked thoughtful, whispering to herself, "That should hold things together for now." She then turned her gaze toward Chu Yi. "So, you're the famous Chu Yi, aren't you? I've heard quite a bit about you. I am Thoi Liat Na, a level 35, second advancement priest from Van City." Chu Yi gave a brief, polite response, though his mind was still racing. Though Liat Na sized him up, her mind whirring with calculations. Asterisk. If the director hadn't been so insistent that this kid might be the provincial top scorer, I never would have come. But to hold out against that frost for this long, maybe the old man wasn't exaggerating after all. Asterisk. Chu Yi didn't care for small talk. What is actually wrong with my sister? Can she be cured? Though Liat Na crossed her arms, the frost manifesting into a physical form like that, it's a definitive sign of a bloodline awakening. Chu Yi was stunned. He knew that ever since the eternal game became reality, many people had begun to manifest non-human bloodlines, like the elves or the giants. For example, those with elven blood developed striking blue eyes and pointed ears. Those with giant blood could grow to be 3 or even 4 meters tall. However, after 200 years of interbreeding with regular humans, these ancient bloodlines had become incredibly diluted. Their unique traits and powers had mostly vanished from the world, except in rare cases where a bloodline suddenly and violently awakened. An awakening, Thoi Liat Na explained solemnly, is both a miraculous opportunity and a deadly curse. If you succeed, you gain the power of ancient races, making it easy to level up and master skills. If you fail, you're lucky if you're only paralyzed. Most of the time, it's a death sentence. Your sister's body is far too weak. From what I know, only a legendary treasure like the extreme cold ice lotuses can stabilize her constitution, but those are mythically rare. The last one appeared at an auction 30 years ago and sold for 13 billion. In 3 months, the frost inside her will reach its breaking point and become impossible to control. Your only other option is to use a great sealing art to lock her bloodline away forever. Once you've made your choice, use this token to contact me. But be warned, if we seal it, she will never be able to level up for the rest of her life. After Thoi Liat Na departed, Chu Yi stared at the token in his hand, lost in thought. 5 days passed. Chu Yi completed his daily quest and prepared to select his reward. He chose to focus on attribute points, as he had been dumping almost everything into his free attributes lately. For a paladin, constitution and wisdom were the lifeblood of the class, but he knew he couldn't afford to neglect his other stats. Just as he was finishing his calculations, a golden system notification flared to life. He had officially taken the top rank in the entire province. Asterisk. Congratulations! You have been named the provincial top scorer for this examination cycle. Your rewards include a god-tier item and a god-tier skill. Asterisk. He received the divine artifact, Cross of Resurrection, the A-rank rare skill Field of Light, and a massive total of 60 free attribute points. Since the moment the exams ended, Chu Yi's name had been the only thing the news talked about. On a televised interview, a local official bragged to the cameras, "The moment Chuni chose the paladin class, I knew he was destined for greatness. That's why I insisted the city put extra resources into his training. It all comes down to my eye for talent, really." A group of students watching the broadcast was left in a state of total shock. The provincial top scorer is actually a paladin? Are you kidding me? Isn't that just a support role? How does a level 10 clear a nightmare tier dungeon? He had to have cheated. One girl immediately pulled out her phone to defend him. I have the video right here. I saw it with my own eyes. Even the most cynical skeptics were silenced as they watched his raw power on screen. The sheer destructive force of his holy light cross felt even more overwhelming than high-level fire magic. With weapon blessing, divine grace, and guardian courage, everyone was left wondering just how many more secret trump cards this top scorer was hiding. Elsewhere, in a lavish penthouse apartment, a red-haired youth sat in the dark, his eyes glued to the footage of Chu Yi's performance. Clear time, 9 minutes and 24 seconds. The red-haired youth pointed a finger at a vase, causing it to shatter into 1,000 pieces. A sinister grin spread across his face. Anyone who thinks they can steal my glory has only one path left to them, and that's a grave. The next morning, as Chu Yi was on his way to visit his sister, his phone buzzed with a notification. An astronomical sum of money had just been deposited into his account. He called Secretary True and learned he had been awarded 5 million in cash and a private villa. Do you want to choose the neighborhood yourself, or should we handle the arrangements? It was clear the authorities were now eager to please their new champion. I'll let you choose for me, Chu Yi replied. Very well. Shall I send a car to pick you up? No need. They're already here, Chuni said, looking up at the man standing directly in his path. The man offered a polished smile and handed over a business card. I am the head of admissions for Van Duong University. We would be honored to have you. While Chu Yi was still in shock, another voice chimed in, reminding everyone how Vin Duong had once called him arrogant, saying the boy had no idea how the world truly worked. So why was this happening? Recruiter Vin Duong looked up at the brawny man descending from a helicopter ladder. Apparently, Chu Fu had once made a similar misjudgment and was promptly fired from his position. Vin Duong was left speechless. Whatever terms Chu Yi asks for, the Magic University will double it, the muscular man declared, landing with absolute confidence. He belongs to us. You should all just go home. His words left teacher Vin Duong fuming. Just then, a woman's voice whispered in Chu Yi's ear. Have you asked what Confronting University can offer? In the next instant, a purple-haired girl with angel wings swept him off his feet and soared into the sky. Before the muscular teacher could stop her, the purple-haired recruiter had him all to herself, whispering that Thankin had an endless supply of cultivation resources. But just as she finished her sentence, a magic circle flared to life behind her, sucking her right into it. In her place, a female teacher dressed in black appeared before Chuni, her voice cold as she warned. The fight for the top scorer is a battle of resources, funding, and prestige. Anything Thankin has, Suhang University has as well. This blatant poaching is absurd. Let him go, or you'll regret it. The muscular teacher flew up to join them, adding, an S rank isn't just some sweet promise. Chuni, Suhang University will not only give you A rank resources every year, but will also gift you a full set of golden equipment. Hearing this, the purple-haired teacher, though furious, cleverly released Chu Yi. She laughed it off, saying she just wanted a friendly chat. Our school values strength above all. As long as you make it onto the Earth or Heaven rankings, you'll get not just A rank, but even S rank resources. Furthermore, Suhang University has placed first in the freshman exchange tournament for 4 consecutive years, which proves we have the #1 student training program. The purple-haired teacher scoffed, retorting that Tamai was getting arrogant over a few competitions. It's true Suhang University won, but Thankin needs to try harder. While the two argued, Chuni seriously weighed his options. The offers from all 3 schools were nearly identical, and any choice would lead to a bright future. But what he wanted most was an environment that would push him to grow stronger. So Chuni made his decision. He would attend Suhang University. Hearing his choice, Tamai immediately produced a scroll. This is Suhang's special admission contract. If there are no issues, sign it. The muscular teacher was furious at losing such a talent, while Teacher Tan hadn't given up yet, adding, if it's not a good fit, you can always transfer to Thankin. Tamai shot Teacher Tan a look that could kill, silently cursing her for not giving up. Upon reading the contract, Chu Yi was stunned by a particular skill listed as spell that should only be usable by high-level mages. He looked up at Tamai in shock and asked about her professional rank. She replied that she was F rank, but reminded him that the world was vast, and at Suhang, he would meet many powerful young people. That's great. Chu Ng was thrilled. He hadn't faced a worthy opponent his own age in a long time. At Suhang, if he found someone worth fighting, he could improve much faster. After he signed, Tamai collected the contract and told him he had 1 week to pack. 1 week from now, I will come to pick you up for enrollment. Chu Yi was surprised by the early registration date. Tamai winked, explaining, special admission students arrive early to receive advanced training. This would accelerate his growth. After Chunagi and Chu Van moved into their new villa, the day of his enrollment finally arrived. Before leaving, he instructed his secretary to take good care of his sister while he was away. He then gave Chu Van a long list of instructions for every little thing before finally getting into Tamai's car. Seeing Chuni constantly looking back at his sister, Tamai smiled and asked, is this your first time leaving home? Chuni nodded in admission. Then you'd better prepare yourself. Before Chuni could even guess the hidden meaning in her words, the car drove straight through a spatial gate. There's no need to be in such a hurry that we have to use a teleportation array, Chuni said. He looked around in amazement as car after car emerged from the magic circle. Teleportation arrays were managed by the military. Even using a small, low-level one required government permission. Suhang University collaborates with the military district, So we were able to build a large-scale teleportation array near the school. It's both safe and convenient, Tumaini explained. Then announced softly, "We've arrived." As the scenery gradually materialized before him, Chu Yi couldn't help but gasp in awe. This scale, it's just too extravagant. "Let's go," Tumaini said. As Chu Yi was curiously observing his new surroundings, he suddenly felt something rush past him. It turned out to be a young man who had just been kicked through the air by a girl. The white-haired girl warned her opponent with icy eyes, "I told you I don't want to know you. That kick was just a reminder. Don't keep provoking me. I won't hold back again." After speaking, the white-haired girl turned and walked away. A crowd immediately gathered around the unfortunate young man, laughing and mocking him. "Looks like young Master Dang picked the wrong target this time. He tries to flirt with the freshmen every year. Serves him right." Chu Yi's eyes followed the white-haired girl's retreating figure as he thought to himself, "Asterisk, those are demonic crests. She has a demon bloodline, asterisk." Remembering Chu Yi's background, Tumaini noticed his expression and gently reminded him, "In University City, there are many students and teachers with non-human bloodlines. When you meet them, try not to act differently." He reassured her, "Don't worry. Even if they're from another race, as long as they stand with humanity, I won't hate them. I'm not so blind as to hate the entire demon race because of my parents' deaths." "That's good to hear. Here is your student ID card," Tumaini said, handing it to Chu Yi. "I'll give you a brief overview of the school's rules. First is the ranking system. Each school year has its own ranking. The stronger you are, the higher your rank. The rankings for new students are based on the college entrance exam results. Since you placed first, you're temporarily number one, but this is short-lived. In 1 month, there will be a freshman tournament, and the rankings will be reset based on those results. Starting today, you will be the center of everyone's attention. They will all want to drag you down from that top spot. If I'm the valedictorian, then I won't let myself lose this position." As they walked, she explained the credit system. All students receive basic credits based on their rank. Credits are used for food, equipment, potions, skill books, and more. With enough credits, you can even buy S-rank skills or resources. Besides the rankings, there are 2 other ways to get credits. The first is through credit missions. You can log into the system with your student ID, choose a suitable mission, and upon completion, you'll receive the corresponding credits. The second way is to earn a fixed number of credits based on your monthly ranking on the Earth and Heaven leaderboards. You can't afford to be complacent. The school also has 3 secret dungeons. The first is the ruined underground city, with a level restriction of 17 to 21. The second dungeon is the Twisted Forest, for levels 23 to 26. The third is Purgatory, requiring levels 28 to 31. To enter these dungeons, you not only need to meet the level requirement but also pay a certain amount of credits. Before you reach the required levels, you can train in the mixed training area. Your opponents can be real people or combat robots. Here, the strong hold all the power and claim the most resources. That is the law of survival. A group of students walked past Chuni and Tumaini. The young man in the lead greeted Tumaini before continuing on his way. As they passed, a few students stared at Chuni and whispered amongst themselves, "Who is that? Why is a teacher personally escorting him? That's strange. We all followed upperclassmen in groups of 10. Did he get in through connections?" One person in the group, seemingly in the know, explained, "The valedictorian of the entrance exam always gets a personal tour from a teacher. It helps them acclimate faster and also builds hype for the school." Even the white-haired girl listened with curiosity. Chu Yi, the top scorer from Suhang Province, a level 13 Azure Knight. Just like the others, hearing Chu Yi's profession for the first time left everyone stunned. "You're not mistaken, are you? An Azure Knight is just a support class. I remember the second-place student was Shen Lingfeng, a level 14 berserker. How could a support possibly beat a berserker?" "What? You don't believe me? My reputation as an information broker isn't just for show." A fangirl couldn't hide her admiration, exclaiming, "He's so handsome, he could be a celebrity." Hearing Chuni's profile, the white-haired girl also found herself sizing him up. Asterisk. So this is the top scorer of the new batch. Asterisk. Just then, Liu Jing caught the white-haired girl staring intently at Chuni, and a wave of annoyance washed over her. She sneered loudly. "That top position is just an empty title." Hearing this, Chuni turned his head toward the source of the voice. Liu Jing stepped out in front of everyone and declared a challenge. "I am Liu Jing, a level 13 punishment knight, ranked 38th. I doubt you're qualified to be number 1. I challenge you." The student guide cursed the challenger under his breath. What an idiot. Guiding new students earned him credits, and this guy was just making trouble. Liu Jing brushed the guide's hand away, apologizing and promising he would know his limits. The guide grew even more frustrated. The rankings were decided by the principal and the academy's teachers. They couldn't be wrong. But when the new students heard the challenge, they buzzed with excitement, eager for a show. Liu Jing wanted to use this challenge against the top student as a stepping stone to boost his own reputation. A holy knight wasn't an especially strong class, so it was no surprise he wanted to fight for a higher position. Arms crossed, Chu Yi casually asked, "So, what do I get for accepting this challenge?" Liu Jing answered, 100 credits. Chu Yi gave a faint smile and made a counteroffer. "If I win, you give me 300 credits. Liu Jing froze when he heard that. 300 credits was no small sum for a new student. Could it be that this guy was no ordinary person? Liu Jing hesitated for a moment, but when he saw everyone's eyes still fixed on Chu Yi, jealousy instantly overpowered his reason. Gritting his teeth, he finally accepted the bet. 300 it is. To the arena. You've got guts, but we don't need to go to the arena. If you can stay on your feet for 3 moves without kneeling, I'll consider it my loss." In the end, the group still flocked to the arena. Su Mei stepped in to act as the referee. After a 3-second countdown, Liu Jing immediately charged forward to strike. In his mind, he calculated that punishment knights excelled at explosive power. All he needed was a swift, decisive victory before the Holy Knight could activate any buffs, and he'd easily take him down. When that happened, the white-haired girl below the stage would definitely be looking at him. Liu Jing took a deep breath to compose himself, then swung his sword, unleashing a void slash straight at Chu Yi. But Chu Yi effortlessly sidestepped the attack. In the next instant, he delivered a swift kick straight to Liu Jing's stomach, sending him sprawling to the floor. "Too bland," Chu Yi said, shaking his head in disappointment. He thought his opponent might have some interesting tricks, but he went down in a single blow. The student guide rushed over to check the injuries, then reported to Su Mei. "Ma'am, Liu Jing has 5 broken ribs, internal bleeding, and he's unconscious." "All right, call a priest for healing," Su Mei said, using both students' ID cards to process the transaction on the system. She then returned the card to Chu Yi and confirmed that the 300 credits had been transferred. The lightning-fast match was an eye-opener for the new students. So this was the power of the number 1 student. The power difference between them was at least 20 points. The white-haired girl couldn't sit still any longer. She stood up and offered to fight Chu Yi herself. When she appeared before the arena, Chu Yi realized she not only possessed a demon clan bloodline, but also had heirloom equipment. It was his first time seeing heirloom gear, and he was curious to test its power. He used an appraisal skill to examine her Dark Moon Ancient Sword, a 3-star heirloom. This opponent was clearly not someone to be taken lightly, so Chu Yi decided to fight back with his Mystic Light Warhammer. The Mystic Light Warhammer was a 3-star gold quality weapon that added 18 to Constitution and 24 to Intelligence, while also boosting all light-based skills by 1 level. Even upperclassmen started gathering to watch. A conflict right after school starts. It's nothing more than chicks pecking at each other. The comment came from Li Dongsheng, a student council minister and level 29 archer who happened to be passing by. The moment the signal to begin sounded, both fighters charged. The white-haired girl unleashed extreme shadow slash, lunging forward like a bolt of lightning. Chu Yi countered with berserk pursuit, slamming his warhammer into the ground to create an area of effect attack that pushed his opponent back. The 2 attacks collided head-on with a deafening explosion. The shockwave forced them both to retreat. Asterisk, so strong. Truly a monster, asterisk, the white-haired girl thought as she intensified her assault, using demonic chi slash to imbue her weapon with the shadow attribute, creating a powerful dark slash. Asterisk, finally, someone who can face me head-on, asterisk, Chu Yi thought. He used one-stick strike, an upward attack designed to launch the enemy into the air. After reinforcing it, he activated a second combo as he charged forward. Heart-rending slash delivered a devastating blow, followed by a flurry of consecutive attacks that sent his opponent flying. Then, Ice Mountain Strike allowed him to leap forward and slam his weapon down, causing his foe to stumble. The 2 fighters expertly traded skills, each trying to overwhelm the other, with no clear winner emerging. The audience below was stunned. Were these really just 2 freshmen? Li Dongsheng watched thoughtfully before speaking up. If that spirit language swordswoman doesn't have a trump card, she'll lose sooner or later. Hearing this, the student guide asked doubtfully, "Really? They seem evenly matched to me." Li Dongsheng analyzed. She's using enhancements and parries to absorb the attacks. At first, she only needed to block 1 out of every 3 hits. But now that Chu Yi is attacking relentlessly, she's been forced onto the defensive. You usually have to conserve stamina when using a heavy weapon, but Chu Yi shows no sign of holding back. He's either reckless or supremely confident. Chu Yi swung his hammer with precision, forcing his opponent to retreat again. Someone in the crowd whistled. His opponent is a total beauty, but he's not holding back at all. This holy knight is ruthless. Chu Yi activated a series of divine seals: courage, weapon blessing, thunder blessing, and guardian. Instantly, a massive aura enveloped his entire body. This pressure is terrifying. Is this his strongest state? While the white-haired girl was still reeling from the shock, Chu Yi cast Victory Spear, pointing his hand straight ahead. The white-haired girl seized the moment Chu Yi needed to channel his skill, unleashing Ghost Shadow Slash to close the distance and deliver a finishing blow. To her surprise, Chu Yi just smiled confidently and said, "I knew you'd use that move." As he spoke, he swung the warhammer straight at her. The white-haired girl could only shut her eyes and brace for impact, but nothing happened. She heard a low voice ask, "Do you want to continue?" The white-haired girl slowly opened her eyes. Standing before her was Chu Yi, who had retracted his skill and was now smiling at her. Fighting more won't change the outcome. Chu Yi pointed out that she hadn't used her full power, holding back her strongest skills and shadow abilities. The white-haired girl beamed and admitted she just wanted to test her own limits. Besides, you weren't going all out either. "I've seen the video of your exam," she said. "Let's be friends. We'll have more chances to spar in the future." After they exchanged contact information, Su Mayer continued guiding Chu Yi on the school tour. She couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. He had already earned 600 credits on his very first day. The freshman dorms were located on Little Mountain Peak. Regular students lived on the mountain behind the school, while special admission students were housed on the summit with the best conditions. The special admission dorms were private villas, their luxury varying based on rank. "You'll be living here from now on," Su Mayer said, gesturing with her chin towards a massive villa before swiping her card to enter. Su Mayer suddenly remembered something and told Chu Yi, "I heard you're looking for the extreme cold lotus flower. A squad once spotted it in the Gale Mountain Range, but there's no guarantee it's still there." Following the lead Su Mayer provided, Chu Yi spent the next few days pouring all his energy into researching the Gale Mountain Range. This was a colossal mountain range that appeared after the game Eternity merged with Blue Star, a place filled with countless rare treasures and dangerous magical beasts. Even those who had undergone their third job advancement wouldn't dare venture too deep. If he encountered a high-level beast, his only option would be to flee for his life. Fortunately, his rewards from the college entrance exam had given him plenty of useful items. He upgraded his skills and equipment, then set out. As Chu Yi searched for suitable skills on his computer, the system alerted him that as the #1 special admission student, he was entitled to additional privileges. All paladin skills below A rank are free to learn. Complete immunity to physical damage? That's way too good to pass up. I'll take it. The long-range spear skill, too. Man, getting stuff for free is the best. Seeing all these powerful free skills, Chu Yi snatched every single one. Unfortunately, his jungle-clearing equipment set still required exam points. Without a moment to lose, Chu Yi headed straight for the Tempest Mountain Range to find the Arctic Ice Lotus and save his sister. While wandering through the mountains on his search, he was suddenly rocked by a deafening explosion that erupted not far away. His curiosity piqued. Chu Yi immediately rushed over to investigate. Elsewhere, after adding Chu Yi as a friend, Jiang Churan had eagerly sent him a message to get to know him. But ever since he said he was going to the Tempest Mountain Range, he'd gone completely silent, leaving Jiang Churan feeling dejected enough to call her best friend to vent. "I met this incredibly special guy. During our fight, I accidentally unleashed my succubus powers, but he was totally unaffected. His gaze didn't even waver for a second." Her friend was stunned. Then his willpower must be terrifyingly strong. Jiang Churan gave a half-hearted reply, then made a decision. She was also going to the Tempest Mountain Range. Meanwhile, in another part of the mountains, a fierce battle was raging against a horde of demons. Facing them was a 4-person squad: the mechanic Chu Rao, the summoner Wen Tianhen, and the master gunslinger Chu Dan. As the demons charged, a series of landmines detonated in a spectacular chain reaction. The few survivors continued their mad rush toward the vehicle, but Wen Tianhen summoned an ice spirit, erecting a massive wall of ice to block their path. But no one noticed another demon leaping with incredible speed through the nearby trees, closing in on the vehicle from their 9 o'clock position. Hearing Chu Rao's warning, Chu Dan instantly opened fire, directly taking down the monster from behind. With the threat handled, she swept her gun barrel forward and shouted, "Now's the time." Instantly, Chu Rao let out an excited laugh, but as Wen Tianhen turned to celebrate, her face suddenly went pale. She shoved Chu Rao aside and threw up an ice shield in front of the cockpit, but the blast of fire magic that erupted from the forest was just too powerful. Wen Tianhen's ice shield shattered in an instant, and the force of the blast sent their vehicle flying, flipping it over completely. "Are you guys okay?" Su Qinglian ran over in a panic, but Wen Tianhen screamed urgently, "Watch your back!" The three of them whipped their heads around, only to see another swarm of demons charging like furious gods, ready to incinerate them with fire magic. Is this really how we die today? Just as the four of them were sinking into despair, Chu Yi burst from the forest riding a white wolf, unleashing holy windstorm to pull all the demons into one spot. Light converges, the storm descends, brilliant surges, the tempest arrives. The moment Chu Yi finished his chant, a colossal sword plummeted from the sky, plunging straight into the heart of the vortex. It instantly annihilated the demons, engulfing the area in a sea of flames. Chu Yi gently patted the white wolf. Understanding its master's intent, the wolf opened its mouth and exhaled a blast of frigid air, extinguishing the entire inferno. Only then did Chu Yi approach. Su Qinglian was supporting the still unconscious Wen Tianhen. She looked up and smiled. "Thank you, junior brother Chu. I'm surprised you know who I am. The Azure Phoenix squad is ranked second in the entire school." "Of course I know you. That just makes this even more embarrassing," Su Qinglian replied with a wry smile. Then, she spoke seriously, "Junior brother Chu, your skills are perfect against demons, but this place is too dangerous. Why don't you return to the base with us first? We've been exploring the outer region for a whole month and still haven't seen any sign of the Arctic ice lotus. The freshman competition is in 3 days. We can only wait until after it's over." Chu Yi nodded in agreement. Su Qinglian then turned to look at Chu Rao. Chu Rao immediately understood and nodded. She began to chant. Metal screams, souls accelerate, a ghostly roar echoes, the fierce mechanical spider assembles. As the incantation ended, a gigantic robot spider emerged from Chu Rao's magic circle, leaving both Chu Yi and his white wolf completely in awe. "No time to explain. Get on!" Chu Rao urged them. Seeing her teammates' incredible display, Su Qinglian could only marvel in silence. On the way back, Su Qinglian admitted that they had been in the mountains for over 2 months, and this was their first encounter with demons. Chu Yi speculated that the demons had either come from a deeper region or from a newly opened dimensional rift. "Exactly. We need to report this to the military district immediately." Chu Yi was startled to hear this, assuming the area was always under surveillance. The Tempest Mountain Range is full of magic beasts, so the army built a forward base at the entrance to defend the city. There are also mages stationed here to monitor the beasts' movements. As Su Qinglian explained, Chu Yi only grew more confused. Level 30 silver-rank demonic beasts weren't exactly weak. As if reading his mind, Su Qinglian added that the mages primarily watch the deeper regions, where epic and legendary beasts appear. Since the demonic energy concentration of this horde was below the warning threshold, they slipped past the surveillance. Thinking about this, Su Qinglian started having her own doubts, like if it really was a dimensional rift, why did it only release low-level demons? The army base would annihilate any demons on sight. This approach was practically suicide, and it would needlessly expose the rift's location. Well, no point overthinking it. We just need to get this information back, she thought. Just then, the group heard the roars of countless demons. "Food! Food!" At the same time, a beam of light shot down from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a massive explosion not far from their vehicle. Someone surrounded by those demons from before. Sensing a familiar aura, Chu Yi's thoughts raced. "You guys go on ahead. I'll be right back," he said urgently, ignoring everyone's protests. He charged alone toward the explosion. Why is she times here? It wasn't just Chu Yi's group. Another squad also noticed someone was in trouble. One of them spoke hesitantly. "Level 20, silver-rank demonic beasts. That girl won't last long. Should we help?" After a long silence, someone finally spoke. "Don't risk it. We can barely handle ourselves. If she manages to escape this, she's destined to be a true prodigy." Despite their words, all their worried eyes remained fixed on the site of the explosion. There, Jiang Churan was already covered in wounds, desperately fighting off the horde of monsters as she gritted her teeth. She realized the demons had figured out her succubus state had a time limit, so they were just surrounding her without an all-out assault, planning to wear her down and finish her off. The demons were split into groups of 10, spread out across the entire plain. Even if she killed the 8 in front of her, the others would just swarm in immediately. There was absolutely no chance of breaking through to the base. If her succubus power faded before she could escape the encirclement, Jiang Churan's eyes turned ice cold. Just as she was preparing to risk everything and activate her final skill, bolts of lightning rained down from the sky. They struck the silver-rank demonic beasts surrounding her, felling them instantly. Jiang Churan immediately spun around toward the sound of approaching footsteps. Riding his white wolf, Chu Yi charged in like an avenging angel. As he shouted, "Jiang Churan, get back!" The demon behind her let out a piercing shriek. The razor-sharp sound sent a wave of pain through her head, forcing her to clap her hands over her ears. The demons all activated their flame body skill and charged forward with a furious roar. Jiang Churan screamed a warning. "Chu Yi, dodge!" That's the demon race's berserk state. Her heart pounded with worry. With their power surging like that, she knew Chu Yi would have a hard time facing them. But in that instant, Chu Yi was already behind her, pulling her onto the back of the white wolf. Jiang Churan cried out his name in shock. At that exact moment, a demon lunged forward, throwing a powerful punch. The white wolf leaped away in a flash, dodging the attack. Sitting on its back, Chu Yi turned and raised his hand, shouting, "Light's punishment!" A dense barrage of lightning rained down from the heavens, completely obliterating the entire area in front of them. Chu Yi chuckled. No wonder everyone wants to be a mage. Wiping out monsters from a distance really is satisfying. Unfortunately, that last move made way too much noise, immediately drawing the attention of every single demon on the plane. A total of 180 demons. If they were clumped together, I could wipe them out with a wide area skill. But now they're all spread out. Thinking this, Chu Yi placed 2 fingers on Jiang Churan's forehead and told her, "Lure the monsters to the left. Don't be reckless." Jiang Churan just stared at him blankly and called his name. Chu Yi didn't answer. Instead, he began casting a series of buffs on her. Slow recovery, Thunder's blessing, weapon blessing, and God's grace model. Jiang Churan gasps in shock as she realizes this is a Paladin's Legion buff. She quickly opens her status window to check. Level 16 Swordsman, under the effect of the Righteous Demon Shield. As she stands there, frozen in utter disbelief, Chu Yi completely ignores her reaction, leaps off the white wolf's back, and charges headfirst into the nearest horde of monsters with his weapon drawn. Dismounting behind him, Jiang Churan feels a wave of terror wash over her as she realizes a 25% attribute boost practically doubles her combat power. From what she knows, even a level 20 paladin cannot possibly provide a buff this insane. By now, a fraction of the monster horde has already closed in on Jiang Churan's position. Sensing an unspoken command, the white wolf lunges forward, sinking its fangs into a monster and tearing it to shreds. Realizing there is no time to be distracted, Jiang Churan forces herself to focus and seriously enters the fray. Meanwhile, Chu Yi moves at extreme speed, each thunderous swing of his hammer obliterating multiple monsters at once. Suddenly, a rogue monster manages to sneak up right behind Chu Yi. Just as it swings its weapon down toward his head, a vibrant purple whip cracks through the air, striking the beast's arm and sending its weapon flying, saving Chu Yi just in time. Chu Yi glances back to see Jiang Churan unleashing a flurry of whip strikes into the horde. Her shadow whip art condenses pure demonic energy into a deadly lash, inflicting massive dark attribute damage on the enemy. Impressed by her fighting spirit, Chu Yi casually casts Guardian Holy Light toward her. A radiant protective barrier instantly envelops Jiang Churan and the white wolf as Chu Yi orders her to stay put. The B-rank Guardian Holy Light creates a holy zone that grants total immunity to all physical damage for a limited time. Immediately after, Chu Yi roars out his next skill, Holy Light Cross, summoning a massive crucifix right behind him. The skill deals continuous light damage every single second within a 200-meter radius. The colossal cross erupts in a brilliant golden glow, unleashing holy flames that incinerate the advancing enemies. As the devastating attack ends, the vast majority of the horde has been completely wiped out. Only a few giant monsters with exceptionally high defense manage to survive the onslaught. All darkness vanishes before the blinding light. Gathering the holy elements, a storm descends. Divine Light Storm is activated, summoning a tempest of pure radiance to deal massive area of effect damage. Beams of holy light rain down, forming a massive circle that traps the remaining monsters. Within a single second, a raging vortex of light forms at the center, shredding every last enemy to pieces. Watching from a distance, a hidden group mutters among themselves, asking if they should go over and say hello. The captain replies grimly, noting that aside from himself at level 26, the other 5 members of their squad are only level 24. Forget a one-on-one fight, even if they all join forces, they will not stand a chance. This guy is simply too terrifying and incredibly young to boot. After a moment of hesitation, the captain decides to lead his team out to meet Chu Yi, firmly resolved to establish a good relationship with such a powerhouse. However, before they can even take a step, a mechanical vehicle comes hurtling out of the distance towards Chu Yi. As it screeches to a halt, Zhou Dan, Zhou Yao, Wen Tianhen, and Su Qinglian step down. Zhou Dan waves his hand and laughs heartily, shouting, "Hey, Junior, we're here to back you up!" But the moment they take in the devastation before them, all four of them freeze completely, standing paralyzed in sheer shock for several long seconds. Chu Yi merely spares them a brief glance over his shoulder. He then pulls out a recovery potion and downs it in one gulp, as the system chimes with a notification that he has reached level 17, granting him 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points. Right after, another chime announces his promotion to level 18 with identical rewards. His stats update: name, Chu Yi, level 18, rank 1,324 out of 42,000 participants, strength 160, constitution 162, intelligence 172, agility 180, total demons slain 180, accumulated experience 60,000 points. Unfortunately, his class limits prevent him from gaining anything more from this battle. Staring at the empty potion vial in his hand, Chu Yi thinks to himself, "My mana pool has grown significantly, but these high-tier skills still drain way too much energy. I'll definitely have to ask the instructor when I get back to school. She should have a solution." Just then, Zhou Dan and the others finally snap out of their daze, hopping off their vehicle and approaching him. Su Qinglian asks in utter bewilderment, "Did you really do all of this by yourself?" Zhou Dan also marvels that the boy's strength far exceeds anything they had imagined. Before Chu Yi can even reply, Jiang Shuran suddenly collapses onto the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Chu Yi figures she is completely exhausted and has entered a weakened state. The other girls rush over to support Jiang Shuran. Meanwhile, Su Qinglian keeps her eyes locked on Chu Yi, asking seriously, "While you were clearing out these demons, did you encounter any that were extremely difficult to handle?" Chu Yi pauses for a moment before responding. "The strongest one I ran into was a gold tier level 23. It wasn't that tough. Is something wrong?" Su Qinglian furrows her brows, explaining that both factions actually have field commanders. "If they are deployed here, we need to retreat to the base immediately." Chu Yi nods and agrees. Hiding in the bushes nearby, seeing that Chu Yi's group is preparing to leave, one of the scouts whispers, "Captain, should we show ourselves now?" While the captain is still hesitating, an invisible, crushing pressure suddenly bears down on the entire group, causing their hearts to tremble with primal fear. Peering out, the captain's face turns stark white as he gasps, "The demonic energy here. It's suffocatingly dense. That's a high demon." The sky above is suddenly dyed a blood-red hue as a massive, eerie barrier envelops the entire area. Seconds later, a rift tears open across the barrier, allowing a colossal dragon to crawl through. The system data materializes, revealing a level 34 legendary-grade demon riding a level 24 gold-tier fire dragon equipped with the skill, Blazing Bombardment. At that exact moment in the military command center, every single monitor flashes a violent crimson. Emergency alarms blare across the facility as otherworldly energy levels breach maximum thresholds, confirming a Tier 4 interdimensional invasion at east longitude 111.454 and north latitude 15.375. The monitoring staff immediately broadcasts a red alert across the entire military zone to prepare for immediate combat. Urgent orders ripple through the ranks as soldiers scramble to assemble and activate a massive teleportation array. A soldier salutes and reports to Commander Shu Yuzhou that the entire army is ready for deployment. He unsheathes his blade and roars out their battle cry, answered by a deafening roar from the soldiers below. Just minutes prior in the demon lair, their commander sat upon his throne, looking down at his subordinates to declare that this specific legion was handpicked by him alone. Throughout their 6 months on the blue planet, they had lost fewer than 10 soldiers. Hearing this, the demonic horde below erupted into bloodthirsty cheers. Returning to the present, the demon commander astride his fire dragon stares down coldly at Chu Yi and declares that there will be no mercy, vowing to seize everyone's souls to burn them eternally. Immediately after, he begins summoning his dark army. Silver tier and gold tier demons manifest one after another under the summons of Olanis, the son of the devil. Su Qinglian quickly uses her appraisal skill to scan the enemy formation, discovering a terrifying array of high-ranking demons. Her face turns deadly serious as she draws her weapon, stepping forward to shield Chu Yi while whispering urgently, "If you see an opening, you must break through and run." Zhou Dan voices his agreement. In their hearts, they all know that Chu Yi is the rarest genius they have ever encountered, someone well worth protecting even at the cost of their own lives. Right at that critical moment, a colossal golden magic circle materializes in the sky above. It is the Snow Dragon Legion, comprised entirely of elite powerhouses above level 30. Their commander is a level 51 warrior, making everyone feel as though salvation has arrived. Yet contrary to their relief, Chu Yi frowns, questioning why they haven't teleported directly inside the zone. The grim answer quickly presents itself. The demon commander erupts in mocking laughter, declaring that his active barrier seals the area, completely preventing the human army from stepping foot inside. Su Qinglian gasps in horror. Outside the barrier, Shu Yuzhou urgently demands to know what is happening from Wang Liang. After touching the crimson barrier, Wang Liang explains that this is the forbidden spell, Dark Flame Wall, which completely locks down the space, requiring the combined might of at least 2 more legions to break it. When Shu Yuzhou presses for a timeline, Wang Liang replies grimly that it will take at least 5 minutes. Hearing this, he closes his eyes with a heavy sigh and issues a tragic command to record all information of those trapped inside, so their families can be notified to collect their bodies once the battle ends. Wang Liang acknowledges the order with a somber tone. Just then, the system detects the legendary demon and issues a quest to eliminate it, carrying no penalty for failure. The rewards are listed as an S+ rank talent and a fortune elixir. Staring at the quest interface, Chu Yi lets out a confident smile. His entire body begins to radiate a magnificent golden glow as he takes a bold step forward. Su Qinglian frantically grabs his hand, crying out his name. The demon commander glares down at Chu Yi and sneers, stating that this specific aura proves he was the one who slaughtered his kin, vowing to tear him limb from limb with his own hands. The demon commander roared, drawing his weapon to meet the challenge. Just then, the fire dragon opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of magic. In a panic, Su Cheng screamed Chu Yi's name, but Chu Yi remained perfectly calm. With a single swing of his warhammer, he sent a searing beam of golden light hurtling into the sky. The 2 attacks clashed with explosive force. Chu Yi's beam sliced clean through the dragon's magic, continuing onward to sever one of its massive wings. Crippled, the fire dragon plummeted from the sky, dragging the demon commander down with it in a thunderous crash. The colossal beast slammed into the ground and lay motionless. Reacting instantly, the commander lashed out with a counterattack, but his blade only managed to glance off Chu Yi's shoulder armor, sending it flying. A split second later, the demon commander saw a golden blur rocketing toward his face. He barely managed to parry with his weapon, using the impact to leap backward, just as the ground where he'd stood was shattered into a crater by Chu Yi's hammer. The demon commander couldn't believe his eyes, his mind screaming in protest. This human, he's only level 18! How in the world can he possibly face me head-on? Chu Yi didn't press the attack. He casually rested his hammer on his shoulder and cracked his neck. "Your defenses aren't half bad," he remarked. "And for what it's worth, you're the first legendary grade demon I've ever met." Enraged, the demon commander let out a guttural roar and charged, thrusting his sword straight at Chu Yi. In a flash, Chu Yi gripped his weapon again, leaping high to evade the blow, while simultaneously unleashing a massive, cross-shaped counterattack. The white paper effect triggered, successfully stunning his foe. Seizing the opening, Chu Yi raised his hand and roared, "Punishment of light." But the stun was fleeting. Just before the holy lightning could strike, the demon commander recovered, raising an inverted shield to block. He blocked the entire lightning strike. Chu Yi muttered to himself, even punishment of light couldn't finish him? It seemed ordinary tactics wouldn't work on a legendary grade demon. There was only one option left, the reward skill from his final exam. As for the demon commander, he turned to his legion and commanded in an icy tone, "My loyal warriors, kill him for me." With a guttural shriek, 7 demons charged forward. But Chu Yi ignored them completely. Instead, streams of azure light began to swirl around his body. Every eye was locked on the spectacle, no one daring to even breathe. Chu Yi raised both hands to the sky, and a colossal vortex instantly formed above him. From within its swirling depths, a gigantic hand emerged. It felt as if a being of unimaginable terror was about to descend. The moment the demon commander finished speaking, the entire space was bathed in a blinding golden light. The massive hand plummeted from the heavens, crashing down upon the demon commander and his minions. The ground buckled and split apart as a ferocious gale swept through the area. Watching the devastation, Su Cheng stammered, "Is that really a skill?" Outside the Crimson Barrier, Shu Yuzhou spoke in a low, grim voice. "That power is on par with a magic crystal cannon." When asked who was inside, Wang Liang replied that they were all students from Suhong University, and the one who had just cast the skill was this year's top student, Chu Yi. Shu Yuzhou sighed with regret over the massive level disparity. "If that kid had more time to grow," he said, "a single attack like that would have been enough to annihilate that demon." And just as Shu Yuzhou predicted, when the dust settled, the demon commander was still standing, his demonic aura now even more terrifying than before. The commander issued a new order: Flame Curse Legion, cast your spells. Instantly, demons from all directions began a coordinated assault on Chu Yi. The commander then turned to his healer demon, saying, "He's nothing but a level 18 Holy Knight." The healer agreed, asserting, "His mana has to be completely drained. With our army of 300, we can crush him with sheer numbers alone." The demon commander nodded in satisfaction, his gaze turning back to Chu Yi. Trapped in the encirclement, Chu Yi calmly assessed the situation. "The hand of God consumed nearly all my mana, and my recovery rate is too slow. I'll have to rely on myself." He had a skill that could drastically boost all his attributes and provide a short-term recovery, but it would leave him severely weakened afterward. The very next second, a pillar of brilliant light descended from the heavens, piercing the Crimson Barrier and enveloping Chu Yi completely. The demon commander stared upward in shock. He saw Chu Yi, floating within the golden pillar, held in the embrace of a goddess with 3 pairs of wings. Luminous feathers began to drift down from the sky. Wherever a feather touched a demon, the creature was instantly incinerated, turning to ash. Shu Yuzhou, touching one of the feathers, gasped in awe. "This is God's descent." When Wang Liang asked what that was, he explained it was a pinnacle skill of the divine system, allowing a user to channel the full power and faith of a god. He recounted once seeing a priest use God's descent to heal an entire army with a single spell. "It was because of God's descent that our forces held out against the siege of 3 demon legions until reinforcements arrived. Even without them, Chu Yi could still have defeated the enemy." Below, the demon commander and his minions stared, their eyes wide with disbelief. He roared, "How can a level 18 Holy Knight possibly wield this kind of divine energy?" The mage behind him screamed, "We have to break the ritual before it's complete, or the entire legion will be wiped out." And just like that, despite it being a single skill, the two sides were locked in a tense battle of offense and defense. "How long until the portal back to the valley is ready?" the demon commander demanded. "1 minute, the mage replied. "The time has come to prove your loyalty," he said coldly. The mage immediately raised his voice, calling for all demons to offer everything to their demon lord, Olina. Then, he himself became the first to willingly sacrifice his soul. "Great demon lord Olina, I offer you my soul." His spirit, and the souls of others who followed, were swiftly absorbed by the demon lord, whose dark power swelled, growing unimaginably vast and dense. The goddess spoke, her voice laced with contempt. "Pathetic, ugly, lower life forms. Holy Knight, I grant you the divine power of a legend." With that, she raised Chu Yi's hand, pointing it directly at the demon lord. Chu Yi's eyes blazed with light. A terrifying beam erupted from his hand, shooting straight toward the soul-devouring demon lord. The ground shook violently as a world-shattering explosion rocked the battlefield, striking fear into all who witnessed it. Yet, the demon lord stood firm. Even beginning to condense a massive sphere of fire, the power of flame was his greatest gift, and by compressing the fire element to its absolute limit, its surface temperature could reach 15 million degrees Celsius. Without the sacrifice of his kin, he could never have unleashed such a technique. "Die," the demon lord roared, hurling the fireball at Chu Yi. But the outcome left him utterly disappointed. When the dust cleared, Chu Yi was still standing there, completely unharmed, without a single scratch on him. The demon lord finally understood. He and Chu Yi were not even on the same level of power. Panic set in, and he turned to flee toward the magic portal. But Chu Yi obviously wasn't going to give him that chance. "You heretic," he declared, his voice booming with divine authority. "In the name of the gods, I sentence you to death." With a wave of his hand, a pillar of pure light descended from the heavens, striking the demon lord. His life force was instantly and utterly erased. "My duty is done. Time to return. My glory." The demon lord mumbled a few words before his breathing stopped completely. The sight struck terror into the hearts of the remaining demons. With the return portal destroyed, how would they ever get back to the demon realm? It's finally over, Chu Yi whispered, before his body finally gave in to absolute exhaustion. His consciousness faded as his body went limp, falling from the sky. In that instant, Jiang Churan and the Azure Phoenix squad rushed toward him in a panic. The vice captain of the Snow Dragon Legion immediately began shouting orders. Healer, check on Chu Yi's condition, now. Squad 1, Squad 2, search the mountain for any surviving professionals. The rest of you, with me. Charge, so heavy. I can't breathe. That thought jolted Chu Yi back to consciousness. He slowly realized he was in a hospital room. Furthermore, the heavy weight on top of him was, in fact, a person weighing about 50 kilograms. Jiang Churan rubbed her sleepy eyes. Chu Yi, you're awake, she said softly. You've been unconscious for 2 whole days and nights. I'll go let everyone know, and thank you for saving me. Then, completely unexpectedly, she leaned in and gave him a light kiss on the cheek before turning away, her face bright red. This girl. Chu Yi could only shake his head, exasperated. Just then, the system panel flashed to life. The daily quest, 200 push-ups and 200 squats. He wondered if the achievement rewards would make up for the grind. The Demon Slayer achievement was complete, and the corresponding rewards were being distributed. Congratulations! You have received the S+ rank talent, Death Resistance. Your body can now resist death and recover from any injury at an incredible speed. Congratulations! You have received the S rank magic potion, Felix Felicis. After consumption, your luck will be greatly increased for 12 hours. Recovery talents weren't rare, but their effectiveness varied wildly. An S+ rank talent, named Death Resistance, was bound to be extraordinary. With that thought, Chu Yi excitedly summoned a knife. Without a moment's hesitation, he cut his arm. The wound closed just as quickly as before, leaving him amazed. A full recovery in just 2 seconds, it was perfect. In battle, this would make him nearly immune to conventional damage, skyrocketing his survivability. But what about a more severe injury? Pondering this, Chu Yi even summoned a spear, but after a long moment of consideration, he decided not to risk it and put the weapon away. He turned his attention to the Felix Felicis potion, which promised to boost his luck. But to what extent? Would he find a legendary weapon lying on the street? Or would he run into an old lady who turned out to be a secret 3rd advancement class holder? Or accidentally buy a top-tier piece of equipment from a roadside stall? Just as Chu Yi was about to close the system, another notification caught his eye. A. Rank, Holy Flame Light Wheel. It condensed a Holy Flame Light Wheel around the user's body, granting control over the fire element and increasing the fire and light type damage of the user and their allies by 20%. And it lasted for a set period of time. What kind of skill was this? A Divine Codex skill. Chu Yi suddenly recalled his battle with the Demon Lord. He had the S+ rank Holy Angel's Protection. The angel was bound to the user, massively boosting their light-based abilities. Since the Holy Flame Light Wheel was a light-type skill, the Holy Angel amplified it. When activated, it could add a full 40% bonus to both light and fire damage. If he combined that with the Punishment of Light, wouldn't he essentially be a dual-element fire and light mage? His thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the door. The sound pulled Chu Yi back to reality. A young man he didn't recognize walked in to see him. After sitting down, the man introduced himself. I am Wang Liang, Vice Commander of the Snow Dragon Legion. Mage, because you eliminated the demonic creature and destroyed the teleportation circle in time, we were able to capture many prisoners. Chu Yi replied humbly, I was just doing what needed to be done. He then asked the man why he had come. Our commander was supposed to thank you personally, but he's occupied, so I've come on his behalf. Although half of the Dark Egg's route was destroyed, the traces of the demon's descent were preserved. The Legion has uncovered a secret, and the commander has already reported it to his superiors. After speaking, he took out an orb. The moment he activated it, the entire room transformed into a virtual space. Countless items materialized before Chu Yi's eyes. The resources the Snow Dragon Legion has accumulated over hundreds of years are all here. Don't be shy, just tell me what you want. We even have high-grade S-rank Earth treasures. After searching for a moment, Chu Yi asked, Does the Legion's warehouse have an S-rank Extreme Cold Ice Lotus? Hold on, let me check. Wang Liang tapped a few times before pointing to the screen and asking, Is this it? That's it. Chu Yi was so excited he nearly jumped out of his seat. All right, Wang Liang said, appearing calm on the surface while weeping on the inside. 100 million contribution points had just vanished. That's 3 years of my salary. I'll have to get the commander to cover it. The Extreme Cold Ice Lotus is at our main headquarters, so you'll have to wait a few days. If you get bored, I can arrange for some people to go monster hunting with you. But when Chu Yi wasn't looking, a sly smile spread across his face. Letting the young members of the Legion hunt with him would build goodwill. When Chu Yi became a powerhouse in the future, the Snow Dragon Legion would also benefit. It was the perfect move. But just as he was congratulating himself, Chu Yi's next words were like a bucket of cold water. My apologies, I have to return to school tomorrow for the freshman tournament. Please send the extreme cold ice lotus to my dormitory. He'd completely forgotten the kid was still a student. Wang Liang sighed and replied, It will be delivered to Dormitory 1 at Suhang University in 2 days. If you ever run into trouble in the Fengshan mountain range, remember to contact the Snow Dragon Legion. With that, he left. His luck was already turning around. He really had that demon to thank. Without it, he never would have gotten the chance to obtain the extreme cold ice lotus. Looking at the clock, Chu Yi realized it was almost midnight. He had to complete his daily quest first. Meanwhile, in the Qingluan squad's quarters, Su Qinglian had just stepped out of the shower when her female teammates surrounded her, pleading, Captain, we want to invite Chu Yi to join Qingluan. Su Qinglian replied nonchalantly, I doubt he'd agree. With his strength, he's more effective solo. The girls laughed. How will we know if we don't try? Wen Tianran chimed in, We're just waiting for you, Captain. In fact, she had already asked him to join her team, but he had politely declined. Though disappointed, Su Qinglian didn't press the issue. Before leaving, she had told him, This is a special thank you for saving us in the Fengshan mountain range. Then, she placed a light kiss on Chu Yi's cheek before turning to leave. A radiant smile remained on her lips. Thinking about Jiang Churan's similar gesture made her blush slightly. A special reward. A special thank you. Girls these days were so bold. In another scene, Yuju was reporting to his superiors that this demon invasion was different from the one 3 years ago. They are appearing intermittently in the Fengshan mountain range and have mastered how to travel through medium-sized rifts. Are you certain? Do you understand the implications of this report? Yuju affirmed, previously, otherworldly creatures could only invade Blue Star through large spatial rifts, so the threat was low. But there are countless medium-sized rifts on Blue Star. If the otherworld can use them to invade, Blue Star will face the threat of annihilation. That's why the investigation results were checked over and over again. We've confirmed that only otherworldly creatures at level 30 can cross medium-sized spatial rifts. The man with a pair of horns on his head listened, then gave an order. If that's true, we must quickly develop a suitable countermeasure. Counselor Yang, you will immediately notify all legions across the country to inspect every medium-sized spatial rift. Counselor Zhang, you will attend the International Joint Council to report this discovery and gauge the attitudes of other nations. Just then, Wang Yi, the principal of Suhang University, spoke up. An image of Chu Yi appeared on the screen. This young hero's name is Chu Yi, a newly emerged paladin, the top scorer on the university entrance exam for Suhang province, and also our university's top-ranked freshman. He used a divine advent technique to defeat the demon and simultaneously destroyed the teleportation array, bringing us an immense advantage. The listeners couldn't help but be astonished. A paladin who is also the provincial top scorer is a rare sight indeed, and he comes from Suhang and Hu Prefecture. Could he be the descendant of some major family? One of the leaders joked. If he's truly that talented, remember to report it. Don't try to hide him away. Yuzu silently admired Chu Yi. Everyone here was one of the nation's top powerhouses. If Chu Yi could win their favor, his future prospects would be limitless. 2 days later, the freshman grand tournament officially began. A robot flew across the Suhang University campus, announcing, Attention all students, the grand tournament will begin at 10 a.m. Everyone, please gather at the stadium immediately. As the time approached, the Dean of the War Academy and the Dean of the Logistics Academy stepped up to speak. I am Engu Meng, Dean of the War Academy. Welcome to Suhang University. This year's freshman competition is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is a Secret Realm copy challenge, with rankings based on difficulty and completion time. The second stage is free-for-all challenges. Each person will have 3 opportunities to challenge someone ranked higher to change their standing. While Engu Meng was speaking, Su Meier, standing beside him, couldn't help but worry. Chu Yi and Jiang Churan still hadn't appeared. If they didn't arrive in time, they would be disqualified. It was already too late. Su Meier wasn't the only one who noticed Chu Yi's absence. Other students also began to murmur amongst themselves when they couldn't spot him. Hey, have you guys seen Chu Yi anywhere? Nope, maybe he forgot about the competition. Hearing this, Shen Lingfeng smirked to himself. Instead of training at the academy, Chu Mir wasted an entire month. Now, He doesn't even have the right to compete. An opportunity was right in front of him, and he didn't even know how to seize it. Just then, the first stage of the new student competition officially began as the challenge dungeon, the Silver Secret Realm, opened. The moment Ngo finished speaking, the gateway to the secret realm roared to life. The dark flames of chaos enveloped the vast space. The scale and quality of this year's freshmen were considered the strongest in history, enough for everyone to unleash their full potential. This time, in addition to easy, hard, and nightmare modes, the dungeon Fubern specifically added an abyss difficulty. Hearing this, one student got excited. They even opened abyss difficulty? I heard abyss is 10 times more terrifying than nightmare. Looks like we're in for a good show. After saying that, everyone began checking their equipment, bringing their best weapons and potions before setting off one by one. As soon as Ngo finished speaking, the detailed information about the secret realm immediately appeared. Dungeon instance, Devourer's Lair, level 12 to 19. Difficulties, simple, hard, nightmare, and abyss. Party size, 1 to 6. A warning stated that this gloomy forest was inhabited by ferocious devourers. It was said that even a small devourer was enough to swallow a person whole. All the new students were then teleported inside the secret realm. Ngo looked at the monitor and saw most students had chosen nightmare or abyss difficulty. He nodded in satisfaction. They were all kids full of passion. But just then, he noticed something unusual. Why can't I see numbers 1 and 3? To Mirni reported hesitantly, those two went to the windy mountain range to train and haven't returned yet. Hearing this, Ngo roared in anger. The new student competition determines their future cultivation path. How dare they be late for something so important? These kids are getting cocky just because of their high rankings. Chu Yi isn't like that. He was. Mirni tried to explain, but Ngo cut her off with a wave of his hand. A student like that needs their attitude adjusted. Since he didn't show up, he gets last place. Just at that moment, Chu Yi rushed over, carrying Kung Sonyan on his back. Sorry, teacher, we're late. After speaking, the two immediately chose abyss difficulty and were quickly teleported into the dungeon instance. You have entered the Devourer's Lair and selected abyss difficulty. Note, the monsters on this difficulty are extremely ferocious. Pay attention to your timing. As Chuni spoke, he activated a series of buffs like Blessing of Dawn, Gift of Courage, Grace of God, and Guardian Shield, while drawing his weapon, ready for battle. The monsters that appeared were level 17 silver quality Devourer warriors with the skills Speed Aura and Battle Standard, along with level 18 silver quality Devourer warriors possessing Strengthening Aura and War Treads. Chu Yi quickly scanned the information of the howling beasts that were charging toward him. I hope this time I can push myself to my absolute limit. He continuously spun his weapon, launching sword-like energy waves that formed a powerful piercing attack. At the same time, Thumb Lin Fong gathered flames around his body and unleashed an ultimate fire fist. It dealt massive single-target damage to handle the swarm of monsters. Another student used the skill Whirlwind Heart Piercer, spinning and leaping to kick an enemy to the ground, stunning it briefly. But with 16 Devourers attacking at once, he was still struggling to defend himself. The judges watching the match on screen began their evaluation. In the past, new students who entered here were usually crushed, but this year, they're actually holding their ground. Ngo immediately ordered the technical team, show me window number 1. I want to see how much progress he made after a month in the windy mountain range. On the screen, Chu Yi was surrounded by smoke and fire, and a system notification popped up. Congratulations on passing the first stage, defeating 16 Devourers. Time, 5 seconds. The result was so shocking that Chu Huadong, the dean of the Elemental Academy, exclaimed in disbelief, 5 seconds? Why did Chu Yi only use that one skill? The dean of the Weaponry Academy speculated, unless. Chu Yi's intelligence score is ridiculously high. It was the first time Ngo had seen a situation like this, so he didn't dare to jump to conclusions. After all, high damage could come from many factors, like attributes, buffs, or rare treasures. Even with my years of combat experience, I can't see through that strange aura to figure out what that skill is or what it does. Clearly, Chu Yi didn't waste that month. This kid is really interesting. Chu Yi had no idea he was causing such a stir among the judges. He remained completely focused on the fight. The light of punishment instantly turned them all to dust. Immediately after, a notification appeared. Congratulations on passing the second stage, defeating 200 Devourers. Time, 1 minute and 23 seconds. Without stopping, Chu Yi unleashed the Spear of Victory. completing the third stage in 3 minutes and 29 seconds. He completed the Abyss-level instance in 4 minutes and 57 seconds, earning an SSS rating. You have set a new record. Rewards include a B-rank skill book, the Hammer of Repentance, and 13,212 experience points. You have received 25 free attribute points and 25 skill points. The Hammer of Repentance carries divine power, dealing immense damage. As the first person to clear the stage, you have unlocked a talent achievement. Please choose one of the three. Focus Aura. Increases nerve reflexes by 30% and provides 30% resistance to skill interruption. Swiftness gradually increases movement speed up to a maximum of 50% during combat. Steadfast Defense increases damage resistance by 30% when using a shield. This notification took Chu Yi by complete surprise. Clearing a dungeon could unlock a new talent. A class user's strength is heavily dependent on their talents. It was his SSS rank talent that allowed him to class change into a Holy Knight in the first place. This must be a special privilege, because the previous bronze-level dungeon never offered such a reward. The choose one of three mechanic was quite reasonable, preventing him from picking a useless talent by mistake. Thinking it over, Steadfast Defense suited a Holy Knight's playstyle but had limited use. Swiftness wasn't bad either, but it was still slightly inferior to Focus Aura. In a real battle, there's always a delay between spotting an enemy and counterattacking. The stronger and faster the enemy, the more precious nerve reflexes become. On an ever-changing battlefield, Focus Aura could reduce the risk of having his skills interrupted and play a crucial role. Just then, a notification appeared stating that the Abyss instance was complete and asking if he wanted to activate the hidden stage. The cold notification sent a shiver down his spine. I hope the hidden stage can offer a little surprise. Filled with anticipation, Chuni walked straight through the gate without a second's hesitation. Outside, Chu Yi's performance had once again left the judges in awe. Each offered their expert opinion. His combat techniques are decisive, his elemental control is flawless, his thinking is quick, and his reactions are flexible. Opening the Abyss difficulty was truly an excellent move. However, a Holy Knight's skills are too well-rounded, which means the upgrade costs are enormous. In the long run, this could affect his performance. Ingomang nodded in agreement as he listened to the analysis from the Dean of Strategy, Trung Lang. That is indeed a problem. I'll talk to him personally after the competition ends. Hearing this, Tong Qi and Chu Hua Dung chimed in. Dean Ingo, Chu Yi hasn't chosen an academy yet. This matter should be left for the headmaster to decide. That would be more appropriate. That's right. We must wait for him to make a choice. With his outstanding elemental magic abilities, Chu Yi is a perfect fit for our academy. Headmaster Vung Hui smiled and said, "It seems everyone is very pleased with Chu Yi. It's a shame I arrived late and didn't get to see his full performance." Back with Chu Yi, as soon as he stepped through the hidden gate, a gloomy, deathly scene appeared before him. Looking at the mountain of bones piled up in the distance, he couldn't help but wonder, was some kind of evil god ritual held here? His gaze fell upon a skeleton sitting on a throne, and he answered his own question. If a god of light exists, then naturally, a corresponding evil god must exist as well. Evil gods weren't just dark gods, they also represented chaotic beings. To worship an evil god, one had to sacrifice pure life and souls. The Blood Mist incident from a few years ago was caused by a deranged class user who worshipped an evil god. He secretly sacrificed an entire mid-tier city, causing tens of thousands of lives to vanish in a single night. His level skyrocketed from 54 to 89. Although he was eventually defeated, the souls devoured by the evil god could never be revived. From that day on, the Central Xia Kingdom strictly forbade the worship of evil gods, with any discovery punishable by immediate execution. But this force continued to spread in the shadows. Countless individuals, even those bearing the bloodlines of elves or angels, could easily fall to its temptation, Chu Yi thought to himself. He then stepped into the crimson ritual circle on the ground. In an instant, billowing purple smoke erupted, enveloping the skeleton on the throne. A moment later, the terrifying creature's eyes snapped open. A level 19 Wraith boss, the leader of the Wraith clan, the spirit entity, evolved through the evil god's ritual, let out a cold laugh, such rare, pure flesh and blood. Human, your scent makes the evil god hunger. Facing an undead creature immune to physical damage was unexpected. Chu Yi taunted the boss. Come on, little guy, over here. Then, he immediately activated Holy Light Storm. The skill called down a vortex of holy light at a designated location. It was a wide-area magic attack he often used as a greeting. He figured it would be a good way to test the waters. The boss had barely opened its mouth before it was sucked into the heart of the vortex and torn to shreds. But just moments later, it revived completely unharmed and even offered praise. Human, your holy light is truly formidable. But before the power of immortality granted by my lord, it is useless. With holy light this dense, you must be planning to use your ultimate skill. It's pointless, all your efforts are in vain. After you've used all your ultimate moves, how much power will you have left? The next time I revive will be the moment you die. Oh, is that so? Chu Yi smirked and pointed a hand directly at the boss. Immediately, a colossal sphere of light shot toward the boss, making it howl in agony. Before disintegrating, it defiantly screamed, "I told you, you can't kill me." Nonsense, Chu Yi replied coldly. Standing his ground, he continuously fired light spheres, completely obliterating the boss. Clear time, 1 minute and 12 seconds. Stage clear bonus awarded. You have received 7,113 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 19. You have also received the gold quality ghostly soul armor. As expected, the so-called infinite resurrection was a sham. All I had to do was drain its power completely. Before leaving the secret realm, Chu Yi glanced back, deep in thought. From the moment he entered, he had sensed a faint, mysterious power. It wasn't elemental, yet it felt similar when he used his divine arts. He deduced it had to be the remnants of the evil god's power. From that, he confirmed its revivals were limited. The correct way to clear the stage was to continuously destroy the Wraith boss, forcing it to draw on the evil god's energy in the space until it was completely depleted. While Chu Yi had already finished his task, the other students were still struggling through their exams. Some were defeated by the boss, but others, like Shen Lingfeng, succeeded. The bonus stage was clearly the toughest challenge. I had to kill the Wraith boss 10 times to finally end it. Luckily, I had just leveled up twice, so I managed to clear it in under 8 minutes. Thinking this, Shen Lingfeng considered that he might now be able to use his S-rank skill. Elsewhere, the Dean of Logistics couldn't hide his surprised and joyful smile. The other teachers saw Chu Yi emerge and began to whisper amongst themselves, assuming he'd just gotten lucky and found a shortcut. Let's see another freshman try that shortcut. True, this holy knight must have his own secrets. An S-rank skill isn't something a student from a poor region can easily get his hands on. Before the teacher could finish, he heard the headmaster let out a meaningful cough. He immediately understood and fell silent, feeling conflicted that the headmaster was once again protecting the boy. Just then, Su Miney, who had been staring intently at Chu Yi, let out a small cry. Something's not right with his level. Why is he level 19? The crowd immediately buzzed with discussion. Is he really level 19? He was only level 13 when the rankings were first announced. Not even an abyss-level dungeon could grant 6 levels like that. That's terrifying. I know a little about this, Wang Hui spoke up to explain. After reporting in, Chu Yi left the school to hunt monsters and level up. His trip with the Fengshan Guild was incredibly fruitful. He was already level 18 when he entered the dungeon. He can single-handedly wipe out the entire Flame Tiger Legion. To him, this freshman tournament is just child's play. If this wasn't the main hub for resource allocation, he probably wouldn't have even bothered to participate. The moment Shen Lingfeng stepped out of the dungeon, he saw Chu Yi already waiting outside, and he couldn't help but be startled. Why is he here? Did he actually finish before me? He quickly tried to reassure himself. Impossible. He must have failed the bonus stage and retreated early. Carrying the glory of the 8 great families of Jiangling, I cannot lose to some pauper from the north. After psyching himself up, Shen Lingfeng maintained a condescending air. Oh, couldn't clear the dungeon? Just then, Chu Yi heard a scream from a distance. He whipped his head around to see Jiang Shanyan falling straight out of the dungeon portal. Watch out, Chu Yi shouted, rushing forward to catch Jiang Shanyan. Brother Chu Yi, you really did clear the stage faster than me, Jiang Shanyan said, immediately throwing her arms around him in a hug. Brother? Chu Yi looked at her, bewildered. I'm only a few months older than you. Jiang Shanyan replied nonchalantly. It's a minor detail. Chu Yi could only go along with it. Soon after, a wave of other students emerged. Most of them looked like they'd been through hell, crying out in pain and begging for help the moment they returned to the real world. Healing team, we need help! Sumaini rushed over, urgently giving orders as she immediately began treating a severely injured male student. An hour later, all the students had finally made it out safely. Wu Meng retracted the secret realm portal and announced, Phase 1 has officially concluded. We will now announce the rankings and clear times. Finally, I've been getting impatient. Shen Lingfeng was smirking triumphantly, but when he saw the achievement board, his expression instantly twisted into a grimace. First place, Chu Yi. Second place, Shen Lingfeng. Dungeon time 13 minutes and 35 seconds. Bonus stage, 7 minutes and 42 seconds. Third place went to Jiang Shanyan, fourth to Song Xialan, and fifth to Qin Feng. He really did clear the Abyss dungeon before me, and he was nearly 15 minutes faster. Unable to accept reality, Shen Lingfeng climbed onto the neck of a dragon statue, his mind screaming in rage. Chu Yi, you stole my top spot in the grand examination, and now you've taken first place among the freshmen. No matter what it takes, in the next phase, I will absolutely crush you under my heel. Chu Yi was completely oblivious, merely thinking the guy's actions were over the top. Why is he climbing so high? Then, Wu Mang clapped his hands once, and a series of floating arenas materialized in the air. Each person gets 3 challenges, with a 5-minute rest between matches. Phase 2 had finally begun. I want to challenge rank 754. My class isn't great for monster hunting, but I'm good at fighting people. I want to challenge rank 86. I want to challenge Chu Yi. Shen Lingfeng roared, leaping directly onto an arena. His eyes, full of provocation, were fixed on Chu Yi. Get up here, and let's see who's stronger. Jiang Shanyan quickly whispered to Chu Yi, that's Shen Lingfeng, ranked 2nd, from the Jiangling aristocratic family. He possesses the extremely rare flame dragon bloodline. Because of you, his dream of being number 1 was shattered, which is why he hates you so much. His strength is far inferior to mine, yet he doesn't realize it. He's truly been blinded by hatred, Chu Yi thought as he leaped onto the stage. I hope my opponent can use his full strength. Let's go. Chu Yi, a holy knight versus a berserker. Let's see who is truly the strongest, Shen Lingfeng declared arrogantly. The moment the referee yelled begin, he unleashed his full power, activating Crimson Flame Fist and Blood Fury as he charged his opponent. Wu Mang nodded in approval. He's opening with Blood Fury and Crimson Flame Fist to shut down Chu Yi's ability to buff himself. Zhou Huayang added with admiration. As expected of a scion from a great family, decisive tactics, but despite his good strategy, Shen Lingfeng was a step too slow. He realized his attack had no effect on Chu Yi whatsoever. Shen Lingfeng gasped in horror, Aegis of Holy Light. When did you learn that? It was a B-rank skill that could mitigate a portion of incoming damage. This is a move I really didn't want to see. Your attacks are fast, I'll admit, but it takes me less than a second to activate my Holy Light protection. Chu Yi smirked confidently, drawing a penance talisman. I was hoping you'd give me a real fight, which is why I held back. I'm sorry, but you're still not interesting enough to make me try. With that, Chu Yi raised his hammer and brought it crashing down. The crushing blow sent Shen Lingfeng plummeting from the sky, his head slamming into the arena floor. My flame shield was shattered in an instant. How does he possess such terrifying strength? Just then, his opponent's hammer was already poised to strike again. There's no time to dodge. No, I absolutely cannot lose. As Chu Yi's hammer descended once more, Shen Lingfeng was blasted off the stage. But this time was different. He activated his Flame Dragon's domain. Catching the hammer with one hand, he instantly closed the distance, unleashing a lightning-fast barrage of punches at Chu Yi. The Flame Dragon's domain. So this is the power hidden deep within your bloodline. Chu Yi spoke as he moved like the wind, light on his feet. He effortlessly dodged all of Shen Lingfeng's high-speed attacks, thinking to himself, people with bloodline powers always have some enviable trump card up their sleeve. But even with your bloodline awakened, you're still no match for me. Chu Yi grabbed his frantically attacking arm and raised his hammer again, but unlike before, Shen Lingfeng dodged the blow, surprising even Chu Yi. My Flame Dragon bloodline isn't restricted in close combat. Today, I'll let you witness the true power of the Flame Dragon's domain. With that, Shen Lingfeng opened his mouth and unleashed a ferocious torrent of fire directly at Chu Yi. Meanwhile, Chu Yi, lacking any special bloodline, seemed to be at a disadvantage. This is bad. Jiang Churan watched with worry, her anxiety growing as she heard the murmurs from the crowd. On the stage, Chu Yi instantly deployed his Holy Flame Light Wheel, completely absorbing the energy from his opponent's dragon breath. The sight gave Shen Lingfeng a sudden, terrible premonition. The look in Chu Yi's eyes made him feel like a mere subject before a king, unable to accept the reality unfolding before him. Shen Lingfeng stubbornly continued to spew dragon breath, but Chu Yi simply raised a hand and absorbed all of it. A moment later, he swung his hammer, sending the flames hurtling back. This match should be over now. Using my own fire to defeat me? In your dreams! Let me reclaim control of these flames. Shen Lingfeng immediately tried to execute a counter skill, but to his shock, the flames pierced right through his defense, crashing directly into him. The impact sent him collapsing to the ground. Shen Lingfeng was unconscious. Chu Yi was victorious. When the referee announced the result, it was clear the prodigy of Frost on Ridge had been utterly dominated from start to finish. What's more, Chu Yi clearly hadn't even revealed his full strength. How terrifying would he be if he went all out? His higher level and superior combat experience made defeating Shen Lingfeng seem almost mundane. Then again, who would have guessed he'd jump 5 levels in just 1 month? While the crowd was still buzzing, Wu Mang jutted his chin toward the stage, his voice filled with excitement. Look, another decisive battle is about to begin. A level 17 Spirit Taoist, I hope to receive your guidance. The Spirit Taoist is a unique and extremely rare class in the Xia Kingdom, specializing in talismans and seals. After confirming that Xiao Yun's strange illness was due to a bloodline awakening, the pastor had suggested using seals to control it. To think I'd run into a specialist right here. Chu Yi sized up his opponent and replied calmly, level 19 Holy Knight. Chu Yi, you weren't fighting at full strength just now, were you? During our match, would you be willing to let me experience your power when you're going all out? Many students were stunned to hear this. It was unbelievable. Since when was Chu Yi level 19? No wonder my appraisal skill didn't work. He's 3 levels higher than me. He didn't use a single buffing skill against Shen Lingfeng. And isn't that Song Halan, the young lady of the Song family from Giyun province? The only family outside the capital with officially recognized Han ancestry? Hearing her request, Chu Yi smiled. No need to hold back. Do as you wish. Then it's settled. Song Halan clasped her hands and gave a slight smile. A moment later, the match between the two officially began. Guardian's Mark. 4th state. The sight left Song Halan wide-eyed with shock. This is me at my peak. Now, let's enjoy this battle together. With a flick of his wrist, Chu Yi sent a beam of light hurtling toward her. If that's the case, I'll have to get serious, too. Song Halan's gentle expression vanished as she began to activate the Penance Hammer talisman. A flurry of talismans hovered in the air, forming a circular barrier between her and Chu Yi's light beam. She then drew another talisman, chanting an incantation that caused the beam of light to explode. But she quickly realized Chu Yi was no longer in his original position. As she scanned her surroundings vigilantly, Chu Yi's voice suddenly echoed from right behind her. Did you think changing positions would be enough to escape me? As he spoke, Chu Yi swung his hammer down. Song Halan reacted with incredible speed, spinning around and throwing up a talisman shield, barely managing to block the surprise attack. Still, she couldn't help but wonder, when did he get so close? It was clear that even with all her passive defenses activated, they would only hold for a moment. Time for a gamble. She then chanted an incantation to summon her scattered bean soldiers. Seeing this, Chu Yi smiled with interest. How amusing. I never expected to see the Taoist art of scatter beans to create soldiers. On Song Halan's command, the legion of bean soldiers charged forward. Chu Yi dispatched them with just a few swings, but they quickly reformed and continued their assault. Their regenerative ability is similar to that of wraiths. This is a bit annoying. It seems I'll have to cut off the source of her magical power to destroy them for good. Chu Yi continued to fight. My army of Taoist soldiers is strong enough to hold back a level 30 professional. And yet, Chu Yi was handling them with such ease. While Song Halan was lost in thought, Chu Yi moved like a phantom, appearing behind her and swinging his hammer down once more. Song Halan immediately raised her hands in surrender. I concede. Chu Yi is the winner. Chu Yi stopped, confused. Didn't you want a real fight? Our strengths are on completely different levels. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Song Halan replied with a smile, thinking to herself, are you kidding me? There's more than one free challenge round. I'll ask for your guidance again when I have another chance. With that, she leaped off the stage. Chu Yi casually spun the hammer in his hand, looking down at the crowd with a cool indifference. Anyone else have a problem? I'll stand right here and wait for your challenge. Of course, no one wanted to humiliate themselves, so all sorts of excuses were made to avoid facing Chu Yi. Jiang Churan gazed at Chu Yi in a daze, the corners of her lips curling into a soft smile as she whispered, that's my Chu Yi, all right. Su Mei also watched Chu Yi intently. The more she looked, the more she liked what she saw, pure, overwhelming power. At that moment, a teacher turned to a colleague in disbelief. Is he really from a common family in the resource-scarce north? Not some descendant of a great house? He's at the top of the freshman rankings. The word genius is no longer enough to describe him. He's a monster. At the same time, Wu Mang watched the tense expressions on the academy deans' faces and thought, the second round is about to end and the academies are about to fight over the new students. You didn't need to be a psychic to know that Chu Yi would be their top target. Su Mei understood this as well, leaning in to whisper in her dean's ear. Dean, we have to get him. Elsewhere, taking advantage of Shen Lingfeng's injured state after his loss to Chu Yi, numerous students began challenging him one after another. Many of them successfully climbed the ranks, while Shen Lingfeng's own ranking plummeted. Though he was grinding his teeth in fury, there was nothing Shen Lingfeng could do but curse them silently in his heart. Just you wait. When my injuries heal, I'll teach every last one of you the meaning of regret. Half an hour later, the second round of free challenges officially concluded. The top 3 spots were held by Chu Yi, Jiang Churan, and Song Holland, bringing the new student tournament to a close. Afterwards, all students were re-ranked. Housing and accumulated points would also be redistributed according to the new order. But there was no need to worry, even for those with low ranks or few points. The school offers countless ways to earn points. All it takes is effort. Next up was the introduction of the academies. First, Dean Nam V would briefly present the educational philosophies of the 5 institutions. Wu Mang was the first to speak, introducing the War Academy. He declared that even though the era of large-scale otherworldly invasions was over, the War Academy's goal remained unchanged, to hone a student's combat abilities to their absolute limit. Enhancing survival skills, practicality, and brutality is our creed, he stated. Next came the Elemental Academy, which only recruits those who specialize in elemental magic, guiding students to seek the true nature of elemental power. The Weapon Academy focuses on training students to master their weapons, rather than relying too heavily on skills. Come to the Weapon Academy, the dean proclaimed, and with just your physique and a weapon, you too can grasp ultimate power. Everyone understood the importance of the Tactical Academy. On the battlefield, a single brilliant strategist could drastically reduce the casualty rate of an entire army. A strong logistics system is the foundation of every victory. Lifestyle professionals should consider our Logistics Academy, the next dean announced. While we may not be famous for combat, you'll learn in-depth knowledge of your chosen profession. Who knows? Maybe one day, those mighty warriors will have to rely on us. The logistics dean slapped his belly and laughed, causing the other deans to just shake their heads. Wu Mang cleared his throat and concluded. That concludes the introductions for the academies. So, which academy are you going to choose? Kung So Nian asked curiously. Chu Yi didn't answer, his eyes fixed on his phone screen. Just then, Wu Mang took the initiative to speak. Chu Yi, if you join the War Academy, I will be your personal tutor. A personal tutor? Chu Yi asked, surprised. Wu Mang explained that each tutor could select one outstanding student for private instruction. All of the tutor's resources would be prioritized for that student. On top of that, he added, I have a welcoming gift for you. 3 A-rank skill books and 1 A-rank resource exchange token. The other deans immediately jumped in. You should think carefully. If you come to the Elemental Academy, I promise to provide you with a full set of legendary equipment. The dean of the Weapon Academy even used instant teleportation to appear before them. As long as you join the Weapon Academy, any resource that can enhance your strength is yours for the taking. From the floor above, an indignant Wu Mang protested, Hey, I was clearly here first. This isn't about first come, first served. It's about sincerity, the Weapon Dean shot back. Chu Yi scratched his chin, a strange sense of déjà vu washing over him, as if this exact scene had happened somewhere before. The other students watched in awe as 3 deans personally vied for one person. This was the treatment reserved for a champion. A personal tutor was like a true disciple, with priority access to all resources. But the offers were just too generous. A-rank skill books were already rare, yet the Elemental Academy was offering a whole set of legendary gear. Old Chu and Old Song are really going all out, someone muttered. But what's a Holy Knight going to do in the Elemental Academy? While Wu Mang was fuming, the principal suddenly spoke. Chu Yi, become my true disciple. At his words, every head in the room snapped toward Principal Wang Hui. The principal asked, Do you know what the Bloodline fusion technique is? It's a forbidden art that requires fusing the blood of another race into your own. It can grant the user a special bloodline. This technique will massively enhance your physical constitution, and you'll even gain extra free attribute points and skill points with every level up. The principal's desire to take Chu Yi as his student sent a shockwave through the crowd. He opened with a forbidden technique. It was just too much. Everyone knew the principal's strongest disciple was the guildmaster of the Tianwu Guild. That was one of the top guilds in the entire Jiangxia kingdom. If Chu Yi became his disciple, it would be like ascending to the heavens in a single step. Shen Huayang knew he couldn't compete with Wang Hui and could only smile bitterly. He never imagined Chu Yi's appeal would be this immense. After speaking, Wang Hui took out an object and handed it to Chu Yi. This is a reward that the Grand Marshal of the Snow Dragon Corps specifically asked me to deliver to you. Shen Lingfeng recognized it at a glance. It was a gold medallion. How is that possible? Even the Shen family, one of the 8 great families of Ning'an, didn't possess one. Song Xia and Lan Jinghai both cried out in shock. That's an honor medallion. Kung So Nin was also thrilled, and it's a gold contribution medallion at that? Wow. I've fought on the front lines for years and only managed to earn a silver one. Since when did I perform such a great service for the Zhongxia kingdom? As if reading his mind, Wang Hui explained, everyone knows what you did in the Gale Mountain Range. You fully deserve this medallion. The Gale Mountain Range? But wiping out the Silkworm Demon Army shouldn't be enough to earn this medal. Could there be another secret? Despite his thoughts, Chu Yi accepted it and offered his thanks. Chu Huayang chuckled teasingly. Chu Yi, are you still going to address the principal so formally? Chu Yi understood. He bowed his head and said, Master, I would be honored to become your student. We shouldn't delay. I'll take you there now. With that, Wang Hui used his spirit energy to whisk Chu Yi away from the scene. A smiling Wu Mang approached Kung So Nian, but before he could say a word, Song Qi cut him off. Kung So Nian, if you agree to be my private disciple, I will treat you with the same favor I would have shown Chu Yi. Old Song, are you deliberately trying to sabotage me? Chu Yi is already gone. I'm not letting you snatch Kung So Nian too. Back with our protagonist, Chu Yi was brought to Wang Hui's private villa, a place where the principal stored his most priceless items. From now on, if you ever need anything, just come find me here. First, I will take you to choose the materials for the Bloodline fusion technique. Chu Yi thought to himself that this villa must be the principal's private treasury, requiring teleportation just to enter and exit. It might not even be in Suhong, perhaps not even within the Zhongxia kingdom. Just then, a magic circle appeared before Chu Yi. Wang Hui began to gather elemental energy and reminded him, once performed, the Bloodline fusion technique will fundamentally alter your bloodline. Most people only focus on the forbidden art itself and overlook the crucial element, the fusion material. That's why many who hit a wall in their advancement choose to fuse with the blood of other races to grow stronger. Hearing this, Chu Yi was startled. What? Even at your level, you still worry about leveling up? Of course. After the 3rd class advancement, every level requires a colossal amount of experience. I'm currently level 64. Otherworldly creatures of the same level are usually Lord-class monsters, not easy to deal with at all. I have prepared 3 types of primal blood for you: Angel, Titan, and Dragon, all from divine races. Fusing with one will grant you a divine-grade bloodline of the light. Fusing with it will give you high-level light affinity. Titans are a race tied to the god of thunder. Fusing with their blood will dramatically increase the power of all your lightning skills. Dragons are direct descendants of the dragon god, possessing the purest bloodline. After fusion, you'll be able to suppress all beast-type creatures. Angel, Titan, and Dragon are all high-level races, at least level 60. Even with the system's help, Chu Engi felt his knowledge was insufficient and didn't dare to make a hasty decision. With that in mind, he turned to Wang Hui for more advice. A normal person might have just followed their gut and picked one, but the fact that Chu Engi remained rational enough to ask for guidance at such a critical moment earned Wang Hui's silent approval. He then offered his assessment. The primal blood of Titans and Dragons are both incredibly powerful, but they mainly enhance energy and magic. Considering your strong connection to the god of light, the Angel primal blood would be the optimal choice. It might even bring about progress far beyond your imagination. After careful consideration, Chu Yi finally followed Wang Hui's recommendation and chose the Angel primal blood. Master, I have one more question. Why did you give me the outstanding contribution medallion? Just eliminating the Silkworm Demon Army doesn't seem to meet the criteria for such a precious reward. Wang Hui's expression turned serious. In that case, there's no need to hide it from you any longer. By single-handedly wiping out the Silkworm Demon Army in the Gale Mountain Range, you exposed their entire plan. The military discovered that these otherworldly creatures can invade through medium-sized spatial rifts. Hearing this, Chu Yi immediately understood the gravity of the situation. A preliminary investigation across the Zhongxia kingdom has already uncovered over 100 otherworldly creatures that came from various spatial rifts. Fortunately, these creatures were all low-level, so the army can still handle them. Right now, units from all over the country have been dispatched to eliminate them. Soon, the Academy's mission system will also start issuing related quests. As my student, I hope you can mature like those before you and dedicate your strength to our country. Chu Yi clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination as he answered. Yes, teacher. Wang Hu handed Chu Yi a device. Go get some rest for now. Take this teleportation device. Use it to come see me tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock sharp. The next morning, Chu Yi opened his system panel, scanning his rewards and pondering which to choose. His teacher had mentioned that the effectiveness of bloodline fusion depended on one's physical constitution and a good deal of luck. With that in mind, Chu Yi decisively chose the luck potion, an S-rank luck potion, which increased his luck for 12 hours after consumption. He hoped this boost would help him get an S-rank treasure. A luck potion was a sure bet. Chu Yi immediately drank it and proceeded to open the random treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received an S-rank heavenly treasure, the dragon condensation fruit. This was a rare spiritual fruit nurtured by the essence blood of an ancient dragon. Consuming it could strengthen one's constitution and increase magical damage. Chu Yi was so thrilled he nearly jumped for joy. He couldn't believe he'd gotten an S-rank treasure. He'd only ever gotten useless junk from treasure chests before. But after drinking the potion, he hit the absolute jackpot. Just as it was time for his meeting with Wang Hui, Chu Yi quickly activated the teleportation device and arrived at his teacher's house right on schedule. As soon as he arrived, he heard Chu Huayang speaking to Wang Hui, "Headmaster, are you truly certain about this decision? The blood of the angelic race is exceedingly rare. Creating pure angelic blood is next to impossible. We only have enough for one person, and Chu Yi is our choice. I am very satisfied with him, and there is absolutely no coercion involved." Pretending he hadn't heard anything, Chu Yi stepped forward and greeted them. "Teacher, Dean Chu." Wang Hui observed him for a moment, then smiled. "Very good. It seems you've adjusted your body to its optimal state. Come here. This is the bloodline fusion ritual I've prepared for you. Take off your shirt and sit in the center of the magic circle." Chu Yi immediately complied. Wang Hui then turned to Chu Huayang. "Dean Chu, if you would please activate the formation. I will stand guard." Understood. The bloodline fusion ritual began instantly. A brilliant light of elemental power enveloped Chu Yi. But moments later, that golden light was suppressed by an oppressive, frosty blue aura. Witnessing this, Chu Huayang couldn't hide his astonishment. Such overwhelming ice power. And it seems there's another special bloodline within Chu Yi's body. Before long, the entire villa was covered in a thick layer of frost. Seeing his own spell-casting arm begin to freeze over, Chu Huayang was filled with even more awe. "I know Chu Yi's sister is awakening an ice bloodline. Perhaps he carries a similar one. The angelic bloodline is one of the supreme bloodlines. During fusion, it should suppress any of lower quality. That's why I didn't pay it much mind at first. But now, the angelic and ice bloodlines are interacting, even fighting against each other. For an ice bloodline to be of such high quality, I fear Chu Yi's origins are anything but ordinary." Wang Hui frowned thoughtfully, knowing that those with higher-tier professions could more easily inherit a bloodline in its entirety. The ice power in Chu Yi's body could rival the angelic bloodline. In other words, his ancestors were very likely high-level players. They must have joined the eternal world in its earliest days. If not for the interference of the ice bloodline, the angelic bloodline would have already fused completely with Chu Yi's body. But now, the two bloodlines are in direct conflict. Even if the ice bloodline were to gradually fade, the angelic bloodline would still be severely depleted. At this point, they could only leave it to fate. Forcibly interfering with the ritual could cause Chu Yi to lose control and die. All they could do was hope his luck would see him through. Chu Huayang sighed. As Chu Yi struggled to endure the excruciating pain of the angelic and ice bloodlines tearing him apart, something unexpected happened. "The door of consciousness has been activated. Do you wish to enter the spiritual zone?" In his subconscious, Chu Yi found himself in a completely different space. In the distance, an angel smiled at him and said, "My son, you finally come." While Chu Yi was still reeling in confusion, the angel spoke again. "My child, congratulations on receiving God's blessing. God has sent me to bestow upon you true power. You will not be bound by morals or principles. You need only follow your own will and desires. So, are you ready to accept this power?" But beneath that hood was not a pure face, but a cruel smile worthy of a demon. How disgusting. Why is it that the moment I saw her, I felt this overwhelming urge to summon my holy light and obliterate her? You will possess a power unlike any you've ever known. The false angel spoke as she reached a hand toward Chu Yi, but in a flash, a mace slammed directly into her face. Chu Yi slung the mace over his shoulder, feeling an incredible sense of satisfaction. Much better. Looks like trusting my gut was the right call. Somewhere else, a top-ranking female angel observing Chu Yi chuckled at the scene. Her female subordinate glanced at her with a questioning look. It was nothing. She was just witnessing someone incredibly interesting. With that, she waved her hand dismissively. Don't disappoint me. Back to the main event. After being met with Chu Yi's violent response, the false angel shrieked in fury. What do you think you're doing? You dare to insult a deity. God will bring down a punishment so severe you'll have nowhere to hide. Kneel and beg for mercy now. I can consider asking God to forgive your transgression. No need. Chu Yi aimed his weapon at the false angel, a clear declaration of war. You ungrateful fool. The vicious smile returned to the false angel's lips. Immediately, she thrust her hand forward. Sharp claws extended. Thousands of chains erupted, surrounding and binding Chu Yi tightly as several glowing red eyes appeared in the darkness. The false angel let out a satisfied laugh. Such an enchanting sound. This is the price for disrespecting Lord Essier. Essier? You're just a puppet of an evil god. The moment Chu Yi's response left his lips, a sharp slap struck his face. How insolent. Little brat, you've successfully caught my master's attention. My master specifically sent me to purify you. So be a good boy and accept this blessing. Lord Essier will guide you to the correct path. In that instant, a torrent of evil power surged into Chu Yi's body. Simultaneously, a dark aura coiled around his physical form outside. Wang Hui recognized it as the power of an evil god. Wang Hui immediately channeled his own power to protect the magic circle from shattering. He was baffled. How could the power of an evil god exist here and invade a worldly bloodline, unless the remains of that angel had been killed by an evil god? When he realized the energy he was channeling was being repelled by the formation, Chu Huayang's face went pale. This is bad. Chu Yi is in grave danger. The evil god's power is merciless. Wait. The angelic power in Chu Yi's body isn't weakening. It's growing stronger. In his subconscious, the ice and angelic bloodlines were gradually overpowering the dark aura. These two very bloodlines shattered the false angel's chains, leaving her utterly stunned. I was just about to devour this brat's soul. How could such a powerful divine force suddenly appear? At that moment, Chu Yi had transformed into a warrior of light, with a pair of icy wings sprouting from his back. He drew a weapon from his back and charged forward. What appeared next was the true form of the evil god's servant. He cackled with contempt. Brat, are you just trying to tickle me? Your resistance is nothing more than a minor annoyance to my plan. With that, the evil god's servant hurled more chains at Chu Yi, but the attack only managed to shatter an ice wall. Before he could even process the shock, a magic circle erupted beneath his feet. From within, countless sharp ice spikes shot up, piercing straight through his body. Ha! I'll remember this grand welcome. What you humans call energy is nothing more than a flicker of light gifted by a god. I am the most loyal disciple of the great SGC. What I command is true power, something a mere mortal like you could never comprehend. The evil god's minion swelled in size, the thousands of eyes on its body firing destructive beams straight at Chu Yi. And yet, Chu Yi effortlessly dodged every single deadly ray. Pathetic. Just an insect that only knows how to run. With that, the evil god's servant bound Chu Yi in chains, catching him off guard. But it never expected Chu Yi to shatter them instantly and erect a shield. He had successfully evaded the lethal blow. What is this? The servant couldn't hide his astonishment, but he quickly composed himself. Once again, his thousands of eyes fired a barrage of light beams at Chu Yi. Just like before, Chu Yi moved with fluid grace, dodging and closing the distance to his main body. He then unleashed a single, powerful finger strike, completely obliterating the evil god's servant. At that exact moment, a sphere of light descended from the sky. Chu Yi retracted his power and reached out to catch it, leaving Chu Huayang and Wang Hui both stunned and ecstatic. This was the power of an angel, completely erasing the evil god's energy. The fusion of an angel's bloodline with the ice bloodline. It was truly a magnificent combination. An angelic figure materialized, embracing Chu Yi from behind before slowly fading away. This marked the official end of his bloodline fusion. Chu Huayang stroked his long beard and chuckled, Chu Yi's luck is truly rare. To receive the blessing of the god of light at such a critical moment, it feels like my strength just skyrocketed, Chu Yi replied. Just then, a series of system notifications popped up before him. Special bloodline. 6-winged angel. With the divine light runes, you have extremely high affinity with the light and ice elements. As the bloodline continues to evolve, your compatibility with other elements will gradually increase. Bloodline talent, magic immunity, grants a certain probability of being immune to spells and skills cast by enemies, including debuffs, purges, and other non-direct damage abilities. A 6-winged angel, and I even awakened 2 bloodline talents? Chu Yi exclaimed. Hearing this, Chu Huayang's eyes went wide with shock. A six-winged angel. It seems your bloodline fusion and evolution were absolutely perfect. And you even reached the pinnacle, the six-winged angel bloodline. As my level increases, this talent can even evolve to S rank. Master, I also awakened an S rank secret bloodline art called Divine Angelic Form. Chu Yi released a portion of the bloodline power stored in his body, transforming into the six-winged divine angelic form. The higher his level, the more power he could unleash. Warning: before level 50, the angel bloodline is not fully absorbed. Using this skill will result in a weakened state afterward. Go on, try using the secret art now. Let me see just how strong you've become. Following Wang Hui's words, Chu Yi began to channel his power, activating the secret bloodline art, Divine Angelic Form. An immense angelic power erupted from him. After using the secret art, my strength has increased by at least 5 times. Chu Yi, how do you feel right now? It's unbelievable. My entire body is filled with an unprecedented amount of energy. The light and ice elements now feel like my most loyal companions. I can command them at will. The overwhelming power surge triggered the security system in Wang Hui's villa, blaring an alarm. Warning: high-level elemental energy detected. Activating level 3 defense mode. The six-winged angel truly is a child of the elements. Quick, Chu Yi, retract your power. Chu Yi immediately reined in his power, and the villa's system quickly returned to normal. But a moment later, he felt a wave of discomfort. He instinctively used a healing skill, causing the nearby Chu Huayang to worry. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Although the secret art significantly boosted my strength, my body isn't used to prolonged combat, so I'm feeling aches all over. Wang Hui explained that while the secret bloodline art could indeed unleash immense combat power, the energy of a six-winged angel was currently too much for his body to handle. Chu Huayang watched Wang Hui and Chu Yi talk, feeling a sense of awe. A six-winged angel bloodline with dual evolving talents. And on top of that, an S-rank secret art, the Divine Angelic Form. For the other new students, trying to catch up to Chu Yi is now nothing but a distant dream. Based on your bloodline's reaction when it activated, I suspect the ice bloodline in your sister's body is just as potent. If you want her awakening to be as effective as possible, you should refine the profound ice lotus into a profound ice pill for her to consume, Wang Hui said, patting Chu Yi's shoulder. As soon as Chu Yi left, Chu Huayang's smile vanished. But, Headmaster, why was Chu Yi targeted by the evil god's energy? If anything were to happen to him, it would be a colossal loss not just for Suheng University, but for the entire nation of Zhongxia. Luckily, he was saved by the grace of the God of Light this time. I will launch a thorough investigation and leave no stone unturned. Back in his dorm, Chu Yi couldn't stop thinking about refining the profound ice pill for his sister. Besides the main ingredient, the profound ice lotus, he also needed profound ice lotus wax. The Snow Dragon Corps sent that over, so now I'm just missing the ice wolf grass. Chu Yi calculated his rewards. A bronze medal was worth 500 credits. Silver is 1,000 credits, and gold is the highest at 2,000. With my current credits, buying ice wolf grass from the academy store shouldn't be a problem. Just then, Su Minor, following the dean's orders, arrived to deliver the promised resources from the war academy. She couldn't understand why, after just one day, Chu Yi's aura had become so much stronger. This sense of pressure didn't come from his level, but from a noble quality radiating from his very soul. These training robots have combat modes ranging from level 1 to level 10. In its level 10 combat mode, a Zobot can defeat a level 20 master. Your entire trial will be recorded, and the system will monitor your combat data to generate a detailed report when you're finished. Although you can pause at any time, I still recommend starting at a lower difficulty. I have to go teach now, so just take it one step at a time. Know your limits, and don't force it. All you have to do now is give the command to the Vision Orb. The moment she left, Chu Yi gave the order, Vision Orb, begin. Activate level 7 combat mode. 5 training robots deployed. Attention, level 7 combat mode has officially begun. The Vision Orb had barely finished speaking when a storm of attacks rained down on Chu Yi, but with his agile evasion, the assault was meaningless. After dodging the Zobot's volley, Chu Yi immediately countered with the frost power he had just awakened after fusing with the bloodline. A single punch shattered a massive Zobot. Looks like this frost power works pretty well, Chu Yi thought, pleased with himself, before unleashing a frost storm. A single move wiped them all out. A total of 50 level 7 robots were defeated in 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Overall assessment, excellent. The frost power was truly devastating for controlling opponents. If level 7 was this easy, I wonder if the highest level will even force me to go all out. After a moment's thought, Chu Yi decided to push himself further. Vision Orb, activate level 10 combat mode directly. Level 10 combat mode preparation protocol activated. Zobot is beginning reconstruction and upgrade to level 10 combat form. A transcendent level training Zobot is assuming combat authority. The transcendent Zobot stats are equivalent to an average level 25 professional. Activating supreme intelligence protocols. If the battle threatens your safety, please issue a stop command immediately. Hearing this only made Chu Yi more excited. This was exactly what he wanted, a chance to finally fight at full power. After a 3-second countdown, a Zobot immediately unleashed frost power in an attack. Chu Yi was caught off guard, but he instantly leaped back to dodge and activated his phantom ice body, a technique combining light and ice particles. At the same time, he used a light spike to try and destroy the Zobot's weapon, but unexpectedly, the Zobot perfectly copied his move and launched the exact same counterattack. The weapon in Chu Yi's hand was sent flying. How could it copy my skills? Did the vision orb synchronize my combat data? Attack system synchronized. Combat effectiveness has surged. Weapon module optimization complete. System returning to online status. Is that? Chu Yi stared in shock as the Zobot's cannon transformed into a mechanical wolf. Did it even copy the Swiftwind wolf? With a single, clean punch, he sent the Zobot wolf flying. Activate Angel God Body. Let's see if you can copy this. Meanwhile, in another part of the story, after becoming Headmaster Song's direct disciple, Jiang Churan received a massive amount of rare resources. Her cultivation had progressed by leaps and bounds. Having failed the level 7 combat challenge repeatedly before, she decided to try again today. After confirming her handprint, she stepped into the Zobot training room and immediately received a notification. We sincerely apologize. The training Zobot is currently severely damaged. Please return later. Most students only challenged up to level 6. Even for someone like Chu Yi, challenging level 10 was no easy feat. Just who in the world was fighting in there? Back with Chu Yi, after activating his angel god body, he immediately unleashed the chains of holy light, creating sacred chains to bind and control his target. Next, he used the true sight of light to probe for all the enemy's weaknesses and hidden abilities, formulating the optimal attack plan for his next strike. He quickly discovered that the energy core in the Zobot's chest was its fatal weakness. Chu Yi ended up destroying the entire training area along with it. Level 10 combat mode defeated. Access authorization has been reactivated due to severe damage to the training facility. We recommend you reschedule your challenge for next week. He completed the level 10 combat challenge. Just what master was inside? Stunned, Jiang Churan cautiously stepped forward and called out, "Student Chu Yi, congratulations. You have passed the level 10 combat mode test with a time of 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Overall assessment. Exceptionally outstanding. Highest single physical damage. Highest combined skill damage. 166,021. If I hadn't been ambushed by that robot wolf, this fight would have ended even more easily. It seems I need to form a contract with a mana beast that can fight alongside me soon." As he was thinking, Chu Yi heard a voice call out from behind him. "Senior Chu Yi." Jiang Churan ran over, asking excitedly, "Have you finished your bloodline fusion? How did you get so much stronger in just one day?" Chu Yi smiled and replied, "I just finished the fusion this morning. I'm a 6-winged angel now." Jiang Churan's eyes filled with admiration. "That's amazing. My ghostly charm bloodline is only considered high grade." Chu Yi chuckled and asked Jiang Churan to take him to the Mana Beast market to find a creature to form a contract with and boost his combat power. Jiang Churan happily agreed. An hour later, at the Mana Beast market, a silver-rank Swiftwind wolf cub that could grow to level 20 was priced at only 110 study points. A horned dragon rhino that could reach level 19 was 210 points. There's only one. First come, first served. Jiang Churan led Chu Yi on a tour and asked if any of the mana beasts had caught his eye. Chu Yi said pensively that he had once tamed a Swiftwind wolf on Stormwind Mountain, but missed the chance to form a contract. He wanted to find a Swiftwind wolf cub with a natural talent for wind-type magic. The moment he finished speaking, someone approached them with an offer. A Swiftwind wolf cub right here. A young man with glasses stepped out and greeted them. "Hello, you two. I'm Lu Ji Shui from the Nanba Logistics Academy, specializing in healing arts, and I'm also a level 22 breeder. I have a Swiftwind wolf cub that I raised myself. Would you like to see it?" Jiang Churan whispered that since this person was from a non-combat profession and a Suhong University student, the mana beasts he offered were generally more reliable than those from the outdoor stalls. Lu Ji Shui held up a small beast with 2 different colored eyes and began his pitch. This cub was born just about 10 days ago. Its mother was a silver-rank swift-wind wolf, and I've appraised its potential as silver. The price is only 60 points. Chu Yi looked slightly disappointed and asked, "Do you have any gold rank?" Lu Ji Shui shook his head. Gold rank swift-wind wolves are extremely rare. You won't find many in this entire market. If I get any news, I'll let you know, but the price will definitely be very high. He acted friendly, patting Chu Yi's arm. Jiang Churan whispered that the cub seemed a bit small, as if its development was stunted. Hearing this, Lu Ji Shui's tone shifted slightly as he quickly explained. Swiftwind wolves are naturally small-bodied. A cub this size is perfectly normal. Chu Yi picked up the cub and smiled. "It's fine. I'll take this one. There are no useless mana beasts, only useless masters." The transaction was completed. Lu Ji Shui beamed, handing Chu Yi a free mana beast contract scroll. The total was only 60 points. From now on, you can form the contract and carry it with you in your contract space. Inside, Lu Ji Shui was ecstatic. In the entire litter, this was the cub in the worst condition. He'd been worried he wouldn't be able to sell it, but he'd stumbled upon a reckless buyer. Good thing he got the points up front. It would be a huge problem later if the cub's poor development caused its potential to drop. All right, I believe you'll grow stronger. Chu Yi began to form the contract with the little Swiftwind wolf. The effects of the Fortune Spirit Potion were still active. The Swiftwind wolf cub, once considered a reject, suddenly transformed into a supreme-class mana beast, stunning everyone. To buy an epic-tier mana beast in this market was simply heaven-defying luck. "Hey, sir, are you selling any more Swiftwind wolves? I'll pay 1,000 points." Chu Yi's eye for talent was like a torch. It turned out this cub was a devolved epic mana beast. Once supplied with mana, it immediately recovered its true potential. Chu Yi scratched his head and laughed, thinking to himself that the Fortune Spirit Potion was truly terrifying. The murmurs of amazement made Lu Ji Shui grind his teeth in fury. He had mistakenly sold an epic mana beast to a freshman for a dirt-cheap price. "Oh, that's right, Senior Chu Yi, you haven't named it yet," Jiang Churan reminded him. Chu Yi thought for a moment. As the two were playing with the newly named Xiaohui, Lu Ji Shui's tone suddenly changed completely. "Excuse me, student. Due to my carelessness, I mistakenly sold it to you at the silver rank price. If you want to keep it, you'll need to pay an additional 1,000 points, 500 credits, or you can void the contract and return the magical pet. I'll refund you 300. Make your choice, and make it quick. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens next." The crowd instantly erupted into a flurry of whispers. Lu Treehawk clearly didn't check its potential properly. He's got the Lu family backing him, and they're a long-standing partner of the university. Looks like that freshman is about to lose his epic-grade pet. You want back what you already sold? Keep dreaming. Get out of my sight, now. With a single, chilling glare, Chung Ni made Lu Treehawk tremble in terror. He was only a freshman, yet his killing intent was absolutely terrifying. Seeing Chung Ni advance, a shaken Lu Treehawk stammered an apology. I was wrong. It was all a misunderstanding. Please, just keep the cub. It's good you know your place. Don't let me see you ever again." With that, Chung Ni and Kwang So Nian turned to leave. The feeling of the soft fur in her hands delighted Kwang So Nian. "Brother Chung Ni, can I come visit and pet Xiaohui later?" "Wait a minute. Wasn't that Chung Ni, the top-ranked freshman? He's Principal Wang Hui's exclusive disciple and was even awarded the Gold Contribution Medal." Lu Treehawk didn't just step on a landmine. He kicked a nuke. "Make way. Let us through." "Oh, Lu Vo Thon is here. Is he coming to back his little brother up?" Lu Vo Thon shoved his way through the crowd to Lu Treehawk, who immediately began to wail his grievances. "Big brother, you have to get justice for me." Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Treehawk was sent flying by a kick straight to the face. "You useless piece of trash. Do you have any idea what it means for a freshman to receive the Gold Contribution Medal? You're damn lucky he let you go. Now get lost." Deep in his heart, he was filled with utter regret for provoking such a terrifying figure. So it really is a newborn Gale Wolf with epic potential. So young, yet it could already instinctively wield the power of the wind. Just as Chung Yi was testing Xiao Hui's abilities, members of the Snow Wiping Legion arrived to personally deliver the Extreme Cold Ice Lotus. This brought a smile to his face that he couldn't hide. The Snow Wiping Legion's efficiency was truly incredible. All he needed to do was refine the extreme cold pill, and the danger of Xiao Yun's bloodline awakening would be completely resolved. Remembering what he was told, Chu Yi immediately booked an appointment with an alchemist. We have arranged a meeting for you with Master He Tian, a level 9 alchemist. The refining process will require rare materials. Please come to the alchemy department to discuss the details. Upon receiving the notice, Chu Yi headed over right away. Unfortunately, Master He Tian was in the middle of a lecture and wasn't available. Only his apprentice, Lin Yi, was on duty. What kind of pill are you looking to refine? If you have any questions, just ask me. Chu Yi took out the ingredients, leaving Lin Yi completely stunned. It was the S-rank natural treasure, the extreme cold ice lotus, alongside the A-rank ice wolf grass. You're a freshman. How do you possess so many rare treasures? Chu Yi just smiled and said he got lucky. Since you have the extreme cold ice lotus and the ice wolf grass, the refining fee will be 800 credits. We'll notify you when it's ready for pickup. After exchanging contact information, Chu Yi left the alchemy department and headed for his class. There, he happened to overhear a conversation between two students. I heard that many legions and guilds have been recalled from the front lines. A friend of mine said that traces of otherworldly creatures have been spotted all over the Jiangxia nation. I guess the news of the invasion is out. Tongha Lan, you're in this class too? That's right. My advisor is Dean Wu Min. Looks like we're classmates. Tongha Lan took the initiative to greet him. Student Chu Yi, I look forward to learning from you. Chu Yi smiled back. I'm the one who'll be needing your help. Just then, the instructor for the magical beasts course walked in. It was none other than Su Mai. Before beginning the lesson, she announced that otherworldly creatures had begun appearing throughout the Jiangxia nation. Though they weren't overwhelmingly powerful yet, the nation was treating this threat with the utmost seriousness. The legions had been placed on level 3 alert, and all major universities were being granted additional resources. Because of this, Suhang University will be increasing the monthly resource allocation for all students by 70%. Completing school missions will also grant significantly higher credits than before. Furthermore, the school's 3 major dungeons will now feature an abyss mode, though entry will require credits. The nation is going all in on cultivating powerful individuals. They've finally opened abyss mode. More resources and more credits. It's obvious the school is gearing up for something big. Everyone, settle down. Su Mai snapped her fingers, releasing a ripple of spiritual power that instantly silenced the room. Your mission has not changed. You must focus on constantly increasing your own strength. Looks like I'm not the only one who's gotten stronger. The teacher is way more powerful than the first time we met, Chu Yi thought to himself. All right, let's begin today's lesson. Open your books. Several hours later, class was over. I'm already level 19. The abyss mode of the prison dungeon is the perfect place to grind for experience. As he mulled this over, he spotted Kuang Nian. Xiao Nian, what are you doing here? I heard the rewards for the 3 school dungeons have increased, so I wanted to ask if you'd run one with me. What a coincidence. I was thinking the exact same thing. After teleporting to the dungeon lobby, Kuang Nian asked, Brother Chu Yi, what difficulty are you planning to challenge? Abyss mode. You? Kuang Nian quickly waved her hands in refusal. No way. Abyss mode is way too hard. There's a pretty big power gap between us. I'll just try my luck on hard difficulty. Once you've cleared abyss mode, we can party up again. All right, it's a plan. Good luck. Kuang Nian gave a small, hesitant nod before turning to leave. At that moment, a new figure appeared, sending a wave of excitement through the entire lobby. Ji Minhin, what's he doing here? It's been a long time since an expert of his caliber has come to challenge a dungeon. Setting a record for clearing an abyss dungeon can unlock a talent achievement. No wonder Ji Minhin showed up. A level 23 mage, ranked 86th on the Earth board. Chu Yi noted, glancing at his info. I don't have time for this. I need to get into the dungeon. He then selected the abyss mode for the prison dungeon and stepped through the portal, leaving the entire hall in stunned silence. The number 1 freshman is actually challenging abyss mode? For a level 19 holy knight, that's just suicidal. There goes 400 credits down the drain. Standing nearby, Ji Minhin sneered. This resource boost has made some people a little too confident in themselves. You have selected abyss difficulty. 400 credits have been automatically deducted from your account. You have been teleported to the Goblin Lower City. Warning. Crush the abyss magic stone to retreat. Why is this place in such ruins? The goblins must have occupied it and torn it apart. As he was contemplating this, a goblin launched a sneak attack from behind, but with a casual wave of his hand, Chu Yi sent it to its grave. Seconds later, an entire army of goblins had him surrounded. Goblin warrior, Level 22, silver quality. Skills, ambush and slash. There are certainly a lot of them this time. But the stronger the enemy, the more rewarding the challenge. With that said, Chu Yi hefted his mace. Another horde of goblins appeared, forcing him to recalculate. It seems this stage is designed to overwhelm players with sheer numbers. It's a massive mana drain. I need to conserve mana for the boss at the end. Thinking this, Chu Yi decided to use his radiant aura form. He swung his weapon with the speed of light, completely annihilating the monsters. Congratulations! You have received 11,236 experience points. Level 19, 20,743 out of 54,000. Leveling up is getting harder and harder. At this rate, I'll only make it to level 20 at most. Hopefully, defeating the boss will provide enough EXP to break through. Chu Yi pushed deeper into the dungeon and soon laid eyes on his target. Monster, Goblin Chieftain King. Level 24. Outstanding potential, epic quality. This creature once led the goblin tribes to conquer and control numerous human cities. A pathetic little human, willingly walking into the land of death I have prepared. You dare to slaughter my entire tribe? But as the Goblin King swung its massive axe straight down, Chu Yi had to launch himself into the air to dodge. This monster was a real handful despite its enormous size. Its speed was terrifyingly fast. Chu Yi quietly observed, biding his time and gathering power for the right counterattack. But in its spectral state, the creature was almost completely immune to physical damage, and could even activate a shield to reflect a portion of any harm it received. His last attack felt like scratching the boss with a piece of metal. Realizing the problem, Chu Yi immediately switched tactics, focusing on crowd control skills instead. The chains successfully bound the boss, completely immobilizing it for a moment. Immediately after, Chu Yi unleashed a clean finishing blow, instantly snatching the boss's life in a single flash. Congratulations, you have cleared the Abyss-level dungeon in 10 minutes and 56 seconds, setting a new speed record. You have defeated the boss and received 30 free attribute points, 30 skill points, and 23,200 experience points. Even Chu Yi was a bit surprised. To think a level 24 Abyss boss could be taken down in a single move, especially when he had intentionally conserved a large amount of his mana. Just then, a new notification popped up. The announcement revealed that by breaking the Abyss dungeon record, he had unlocked the A-rank talent, Rapid Casting. This talent dramatically increases spellcasting speed and allows low-level skills to be activated instantly. As expected, the reward for an Abyss record was incredibly generous. With this new talent, Chu Yi's power had ascended to another level. It was time to head back, though it was a shame his level had only just reached 20. Still, since he needed more academic credits, Chu Yi planned to bring Xiao Ran back to challenge the Abyss dungeon again. At the same time, countless others who had chosen the Abyss difficulty were forced to retreat, unable to withstand the pressure inside. Their eyes, along with players from other difficulties, were glued to the ranking board, buzzing with discussion. So far, no one had successfully cleared it. The Abyss dungeon was just too brutal. The moment I stepped inside, I was swarmed by hundreds of silver goblins. If I hadn't escaped in time, I'd be dead. Abyss difficulty is truly terrifying. It looks like our only hope rests on a top-ranked expert like Ji Mingxuan. Standing in the crowd, Hung Sonyan overheard this and thought to herself that she was glad she had only chosen medium difficulty. Now, she could only hope Chu Yi could do the same. I heard the Abyss dungeon is part of the freshman tournament this year. I wonder how many people will actually pass. Oh, right. Isn't there a level 19 freshman named Chu Yi in the lead? Didn't he set a new record or something? As the two were talking, a sudden shout announced that the dungeon record had just been refreshed again. The young man's eyes went wide with disbelief as he pointed toward the ranking board and asked, "Could it be that guy, Chu Yi, at the top?" Number 1 is Chu Yi. Difficulty, Abyss. Completion progress, 100%. Time, 10 minutes and 56 seconds. This record was confirmed as the fastest in the history of the Goblin Dungeon at the Abyss level. The crowd instantly erupted. Finally, someone had conquered this insane difficulty. Who is Chu Yi? I've never heard of him before. Is he a third-year senior? No. He's the top freshman of the new class, but no matter how strong he is, how could he possibly beat a level 24 epic Goblin King? And to have made this much progress in just a few days, just wait a bit longer. He probably entered the dungeon late, so it's only natural for Chu Yi to come out later. A young man laughed with full confidence. He secretly thought that as soon as Ji Mingxuan set a new record, Chu Yi's position on the leaderboard would surely be pushed down. But to his shock, at that very moment, a battered Ji Mingxuan stumbled out of the dungeon, causing the young man to rush over and catch him. This abyss dungeon is ridiculously difficult. I burned through countless pieces of gold-tier equipment and still failed. Ji Mingxuan let out a long sigh, then suddenly realized that hardly anyone around was paying attention to him. They were all gathered around the ranking board, chattering loudly. Though he was filled with questions, he didn't dwell on it and simply took out a potion to heal his wounds. It wasn't until his underling broke the news that Chu Yi had cleared the abyss dungeon in an unbelievable time that Ji Mingxuan froze, nearly crushing the potion vial in his hand. Look, Chu Yi's coming out. It's unbelievable. He's just a level 19 freshman. How in the world did he clear the abyss dungeon? How could I possibly lose to him? I have to ask him myself. With that thought, Ji Mingxuan threw the potion bottle down, forced a smile, and walked over to strike up a conversation with Chu Yi. But before he could even finish his sentence, Chu Yi calmly walked right past him, heading straight for Kung Sonian. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. As for me, I struggled just to get through high difficulty. I feel like you're leaving me further and further behind. Chuni stepped forward and patted her on the head reassuringly, telling her not to worry. The Goblin King isn't really that hard to deal with. I'll teach you all the tricks. Besides, we have plenty of academic credits now. I'll take you through a few more runs until you've mastered the key points. Then you can try the abyss difficulty. While the two of them chatted intimately, the crowd continued to sing Chu Yi's praises. Only Ji Mingxuan sat quietly in a corner, the very picture of defeat. Under Chu Yi's brilliant spotlight, he was forced to accept the truth. He had become yesterday's star. True to his word, Chu Yi led Kung Sonian into the abyss dungeon. He fought alongside her, helping her grow stronger while pointing out the goblin's weak spots so she could easily take them down. Everything went smoothly until they faced the final boss. The abyss boss was no ordinary opponent, but Chu Yi realized that despite its powerful appearance, it could likely be defeated quickly with sufficiently strong magic skills. Hearing this, Kung Sonian immediately charged forward to attack the boss, since it had low magic resistance. She decided to test her succubus bloodline's power with the Demon's Blade skill, unleashing a massive slashing attack. The demonic energy hidden within the slash was meant to explode on impact, dealing additional shadow damage to the enemy. But unexpectedly, not only did the skill fail to kill the boss, it actually fed it more mana, causing the monster's power to skyrocket. The boss slammed its fist into the ground. Chuni unleashed his own power to block the attack, anxiously calling out to ask if Xiao Ran was okay. I'm fine, Brother Ni. It's all my fault. My mana control wasn't good enough, and I let the boss absorb the energy and get stronger. Don't blame yourself. For now, let me see if I can find another effective way to control it. With that, Chunir cast Pool of Light's punishment, but the boss's shield easily blocked the attack. Clearly, it wasn't as effective as before. The creature's magic resistance had increased significantly. Chu Yi mused for a moment before saying, "This is indeed a bit tricky. Let me try one more time. If it doesn't work, you need to crush the escape crystal. Remember, this is just a trial run clone. Don't risk your life." After speaking, Chu Yi summoned magical chains to restrain the boss, but the monster shattered them in an instant. Witnessing this, Kung Sonian was overcome with guilt, blaming herself for everything. It was precisely these negative emotions that awakened the demoness hidden deep inside her. That's right, it's all because you're too weak. If you could fully master the demonic power in your bloodline, you wouldn't have to watch helplessly as Chu Yi falls into danger. Only by becoming stronger can you truly help Chu Yi. It's time to set it free. As if hypnotized, Kung Sonin muttered relentlessly, her eyes gradually turning a deadly shade of red after the string of failures. Just as Chu Yi was about to activate Angel's divine body to protect her, a surge of darkness suddenly shot past him from behind, slicing clean through the arm holding the boss's weapon. Xiao Ran? Chu Yi stared in shock at the girl behind him. Kung Sonian, now in her demoness form, gave a captivating smile and said, "Let me take care of this little monster. Why? Why can't I absorb this mana? On the contrary, it's corrupting my body?" Oh, that was just the appetizer. With a flick of her hand, Kung Sonian sent even more demonic energy into the boss. "I want more! Give it to me! The more mana, the better." "Your current form," Kung Sonian said, staring at the boss with pure contempt, "is utterly nauseating." In the next moment, a single, decisive blow sent the boss straight to the afterlife. Congratulations to student Kung Sonian for defeating the Goblin King. You have received 15 free attribute points, 15 skill points, and 23,200 experience points. Finally, that disgusting monster is dealt with. Jiang Churan retracted her power and approached Chu Yi with a seductive, intimate charm that left him stunned. It took him a moment to realize something was wrong. His eyes turned cold as he asked, "Oh, is that really you, Xiaoran?" Jiang Churan froze for a second before her expression slowly melted back into her usual, familiar self. Blushing, a flustered Hung So Nin tried to explain, "Brother Nier, what just happened?" That's right. It was all because of the demonic power in the Margeza bloodline. Chu Nier lifted her chin, studying her face for a moment before letting out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness! I was worried a demon had actually possessed you. But how could that even happen?" he said, then quickly changed the subject. "Anyway, little Nin, how about we team up and run a few more challenges? I'm sure that once you get used to this demonic power, you'll be able to clear the Abyss dungeon all on your own. Besides, the Goblin King and I go way back. I'm sure he'll understand. You know how students are. You only need to beat the boss, but we want to squeeze out every last possible reward." Chu Yi spoke with a sly grin, a look so menacing that even the Goblin King, in its distant realm, couldn't help but shudder. Outside the dungeon, the crowd was still reeling from Chu Yi's unbelievable record when the leaderboard suddenly flashed with a new time a full minute faster. The name on the record was still Chu Yi, sending another shockwave through the crowd. But before they could even process it, the leaderboard updated once again. First place, Jiang Churen. Difficulty, Abyss. Progress, 100%. Time, 9 minutes and 23 seconds. It was confirmed as the new fastest record for the Abyss dungeon. It wasn't entirely surprising that Jiang Churan, originally the second-ranked freshman, had soared past everyone else under Chu Yi's guidance. One of Zhao Mingxuan's underlings clutched his head in despair. "Brother Swan, now I finally understand how you feel. Realizing the gap between us and a true genius. It's completely crushing." Just like that, Chu Yi and Jiang Churan ran the Abyss dungeon one more time before heading back to the main hall. "Brother Chu Yi, I heard the Elemental Academy is putting on a fireworks show tonight for the new students. We should go see it together." Chu Yi smiled back. "That sounds perfect. It'll be a good chance to relax." Looking around, Chu Yi couldn't help but marvel. This academy really is incredible. Even the streetlights are powered by magic. I guess I lost track of time while we were grinding that dungeon. We got a huge haul from the Abyss this time. It's all thanks to your help. You did all the heavy lifting. I was just providing a little support, Chu Yi replied with a laugh. Then stopped in front of a giant statue. "Who is this?" "That's Mage Wei Yang, revered as the guardian god of mages. He single-handedly held back countless ferocious attacks from the otherworldly legions. Tragically, during the final Great War, he was ambushed by a lord-level demon and died a hero's death. His soul was completely obliterated, so there was no chance of bringing him back. He was a truly great hero. I don't know much about history. Could you tell me a little about the Dark Era?" "Of course," Jiang Churan began. "To understand that period, we have to go back to the Golden Age, 80 years ago. Starting in the year 2544, a wave of incredibly talented individuals appeared, an era that came to be known as the Golden Age. Heroes like the Gale Sword Saint and the Awakening Flameblade Saint are still bravely holding the front lines to this day. Just when humanity was filled with hope, ready to launch a counterattack against the otherworld, the Dark Era descended without warning. It unleashed the most savage invasion in history, and the heroes of the Golden Age fell one by one to the otherworldly threat. It took 30 years of brutal war, with hundreds of millions of lives lost, to achieve the peace we have today. But now, it feels like the otherworldly creatures are about to descend once more. I hope it's just a bad feeling I have. Don't be so tense," Chu Yi said, gently patting her head to reassure her. "This time, the invasion is happening through small spatial rifts, so their numbers and strength won't be that great. Besides, we aren't as weak as we were back then. If the darkness does return, the only ones who'll have bad luck are those invaders." Hearing this, Jiang Churan couldn't help but laugh. "You're right. After all this time to rest and prepare, we're ready to face the otherworld again." At that very moment, fireworks shot into the air, painting the night sky with a dazzling explosion of light. Jiang Churan excitedly grabbed Chu Yi's hand and pulled him into a run. Chu Yi smiled and let her lead the way. The next day, he boarded a train to go visit his younger sister. "Auntie Qing, why isn't my brother back yet?" "Don't worry, your brother just called. He said he's almost here." The words had barely left her lips when Chu Yi appeared in the doorway. "Brother, you're finally home," Xiao Yun cried out, running to throw her arms around him. Chu Yi quickly caught his sister, laughing. "I was worried about your condition the whole way here. Seeing you so full of energy really puts my mind at ease." "Xiao Yi, you're back?" Auntie Ching greeted him with a warm smile. Chu Yi replied, Auntie Ching, it's been a while. How long are you staying this time? About 3 or 4 days. I'm mainly here to complete the final stage of Xiao Yun's treatment. That's all. Xiao Yun's face fell. But a second later, she perked up and asked excitedly, Brother, did you bring me a present? Of course I did. I brought you a reward from the Abyss dungeon. With that, Chu Yi took a horn from his inventory. You just have to blow on this, and a gold-rank fierce beast spirit will appear to protect you. Xiao Yun clapped her hands with delight. You're the most amazing brother ever. Chu Yi patted her head gently. I believe that once you're all better, you'll be just as strong as I am. A few minutes later, Secretary Zhao arrived with Kui Liana. Miss Kui, you're here. Mr. Chu, I contacted Miss Kui yesterday, and she traveled here from the next city overnight. Kui Liana smiled. How could I possibly take an invitation from Chu Yi lightly? You're too kind, Chu Yi replied humbly. I'm the one who should be thanking you for coming all this way to help. By the way, congratulations on not only obtaining the extreme cold ice lotus, but also crafting the extreme cold pill. The extreme cold pill? Secretary Zhao couldn't hide his astonishment. An S-rank elixir. That's a priceless treasure you rarely see on the market. Chu Yi added, I was only able to make it thanks to a third advancement alchemist my teacher introduced me to. Now, we should get started on the final healing ritual for my sister. You're right. Let's focus on what's important. Xiao Yun nervously clutched the hem of her shirt. Brother, is it really going to be okay? Don't worry. There's no need to be so tense. Trust me. Once you take this pill, you will awaken your ice bloodline. That power won't be able to hurt you ever again. Saying this, Chu Yi handed the extreme cold pill to Xiao Yun. She took the elixir and stepped into the center of the magic formation. She nodded firmly. Brother, I'm ready. Chu Yi immediately cast Blessing of Protection and Blessing of Courage on her, creating the perfect conditions for Kui Liana to begin the treatment. Even as a second advancement priest himself, Chu Yi could sense that the purity of her holy light far surpassed his own. He called out, Miss Kui, if you would please activate the formation. Consider it done. With a word, Kui Liana unleashed her power, and the magic circle blazed to life. At the same time, she instructed Xiao Yun to channel her extreme cold energy. In an instant, a colossal wave of icy aura erupted, forcing everyone to stagger backward. I'll handle this, Chu Yi shouted, activating his holy flame light wheel to neutralize the chilling energy. With the extreme cold pill, I'm confident this will be the last time her power ever goes wild. Kui Liana observed her carefully, then smiled in delight. The hardest part is over. Now, we just need to wait for Xiao Yun to complete her bloodline awakening. Soon after, the treatment concluded, and Chu Yi rushed to his sister's side. How do you feel? I think. My illness is completely gone, Xiao Yun replied with a mischievous grin. Brother, quick, check my status window, my ice bloodline. It seems to have given me an innate talent for controlling the ice element. I'm totally in sync with it now. Does this mean I can control it however I want? Gaining a talent just from awakening a bloodline? Chu Yi said proudly. That doesn't normally happen, but you are Chu Yi's sister, and you possess an incredibly rare bloodline. He thought to himself that both of them had truly benefited from their lineage. Could our ancestors have been powerful figures from a family that has simply fallen into decline over time? Miss Kui, even though the awakening was a success, just to be safe, could you please perform one more full diagnostic? Mr. Chu, Miss Chu Yun has fully recovered and awakened her frost bloodline. The mayor places great importance on this and has prepared a batch of cultivation resources for you two. Chu Yi shook his hand in thanks. I'm about to head back to school. Please, take care of Yun for me. You're too kind, sir. It's my honor. Seeing how happily Yun was chatting with A Qing, Chu Yi asked her, have you thought about what profession you want to pursue in the future? A profession? A mage, of course. Chu Yi nodded. That suits you well. When you reach level 10, I'll help you find a class transfer scroll for some kind of mage. I can feel. The dark power inside my body is awakening, too. I believe the day I unleash it isn't far off. That mention of dark power, combined with the look in her eyes, sent a chill through the room and left everyone stunned. Kui Liana immediately rushed over to check on her. Did something go wrong? Why would dark power be appearing? Chu Yi was suddenly reminded of their childhood, when the two of them would play superheroes saving the world. Don't let the darkness seduce you. We must seal it for the sake of peace. Remembering his 3-year-old sister saying that, he snapped back to the present and pulled her outside. Come on, I'm going to show you what true frost power feels like. Qing, save me. My brother is about to sacrifice his own sister for the greater good. Judging by Miss Chu Yun's dramatic display, One could easily believe she would become an outstanding mage in the future. She's not normally this dramatic. While Secretary Zhou and Eiqing tried to downplay Yun's childish antics, Kui Liena fell into serious contemplation. Asterisk dark power? Asterisk. Just after her awakening was complete, Chu Yi challenged Chu Yun to a martial arts duel. I'll temporarily seal my entire domain and all my powers to give you a fair shot. All right then. Chu Yun hurled elemental ice straight toward Chu Yi. Based on this, I can arrange a suitable training plan for you, he said. But Chu Yun immediately started looking for an excuse. Oh, brother, I feel that cold energy in my body acting up again. I don't think I can continue training with you anymore. However, under Chu Yi's strict supervision, a very reluctant Chu Yun was dragged into the intense training session anyway. After it ended, she collapsed on the ground, completely exhausted, and began to whine. Is cultivation really this tiring? I guess the great mission of saving the world will have to be shouldered by you alone. I really don't know what to do with you. This is Xiao Kui, a demonic pet I just signed a contract with. For the next few days, he'll train with you. But if you can't even beat Xiao Kui by then, we'll forget the whole thing. No problem. With Xiao Kui by my side, I'll definitely train hard, Chu Yun said as she excitedly petted the creature. Xiao Kui, follow me. Let us sign a dark contract and become partners in crime. But Xiao Kui looked 30% reluctant and 70% unwilling. Chu Yi couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Kui, I'll remember the debt you owe me today. A few days later, as Chu Yi was holding Xiao Kui and preparing to return to the academy, Su Mani approached him. Why are you here? The National Freshman Exchange Tournament between universities and colleges is about to begin. The team event requires 5 members per team, and I'm here for you to confirm our academy's roster. You ranked first in the freshman competition, so the captain's position is naturally yours. Furthermore, the team's formation is entirely up to the captain to decide. No problem. Chu Yi replied with a smile. Here are the files for the top 10 freshmen on the ranking board. Excluding yourself, you need to choose 4 teammates. Chu Yi nodded. I plan to choose the 4 highest-ranking freshmen to form the team with me. Hearing this, Su Mani quickly interjected. That's a rather careless way to choose a team. In team battles, it's very common for matches to drag on into the later stages. It's a test of the entire team's combat endurance. Therefore, a priest who can provide healing is a key factor. Even though you're a holy knight with many support skills, your healing abilities can't compare to a dedicated priest. A 5-person team should ideally have one. We won't need one, Chu Yi replied confidently. If we crush our opponents fast enough, we won't have to worry about that. In a team battle, once I activate my angel bloodline, I can even take on an entire enemy team by myself. During the freshman competition, Chu Yi's strength had far surpassed everyone else's. Asterisk. With him on the team, we really don't need a priest. We can just crush the other schools head-on. Asterisk. Thinking this, Su Mani conceded. If you're that confident, I'll report the roster to Dean Wu. Oh, right. Has the matter of your sister's bloodline awakening been resolved? It has, and I have you to thank for telling me about the extreme cold, Miss Su. Su Mani smiled in return. Just then, Chu Yi remembered something and asked, Miss Su, do you know where I can find a hidden class transfer scroll? Is the hidden class scroll for your sister? Chu Yi answered honestly. After learning that otherworldly creatures are coming through spatial rifts, I felt a sense of pressure. So, I need to find a way for Yun to be able to protect herself quickly. That's very thoughtful of you. The school system does have hidden class transfer scrolls. However, obtaining one is not easy at all. Chu Yi opened his school system wallet to check and immediately understood. The conditions to purchase a hidden class transfer scroll were steep. The student had to be at least level 25 with a grade of A or higher. They also had to complete an A-rank academy mission and be in the top 10 of the Earth board or the top 100 of the Heaven board. No wonder these scrolls were so difficult to acquire. Even the cheapest hidden class transfer scroll cost a staggering 20,000 school credits. It seemed he couldn't get one for Yun anytime soon, but he was determined to achieve this goal in the coming years. Just then, Chu Yi received a new mission from the system. Exchange tournament detected. The system will grant corresponding rewards based on the host's overall performance in the tournament. Reading this, Chu Yi couldn't help but feel excited. The rewards from the last 2 times had given his strength a massive boost. It looked like he'd have to go all out to get the highest ranking this time and claim a hefty prize. Elsewhere, the academy deans were meeting to discuss the upcoming national freshman tournament. The roster for the team event, led by Chu Yi, had just been submitted. Let me briefly go over it for everyone. The captain is Holy Knight Chu Yi. The swordsmanship dean, Wu Keqin, immediately questioned why the team lacked a priest. Song Chi agreed, isn't a lineup like this too risky? Without a priest for support, the failure rate will be much higher. But while the other deans were worried, Chu Huayang held a completely different view. I see no problem with this plan. With Chu Yi's abilities, adding a priest would just be redundant. He thought to himself, asterisk, after seeing Chu Yi use his bloodline fusion, I probably understand his true power better than anyone, asterisk. Even without teammates, Chu Yi could likely wipe out the entire enemy team on his own. His defense was incredibly high. On top of that, he possessed numerous sharp offensive skills. He could essentially fill the roles of a swordsman, a tank, and a support all by himself. The tactical dean, Zhang Lang, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. I have no objections. With Chu Yi's strength, this lineup is completely dominant, and he himself is a brilliant tactician. Song Chi thought for a moment before deciding, then I approve as well. I hope Chu Yi can reveal a strength that will surprise everyone during this tournament. All right, it's settled then. Wu Ma made the final conclusion. I'll leave their training in your hands. Although this group of freshmen is strong, their coordination still needs to be polished. I'll have Su Miney inform them to assemble in 3 days. Back with Chu Yi, while he was engrossed in his missions, he received a message from his teacher, Wang Hui, about a private lesson. Asterisk. This is my first lesson since officially becoming his disciple. It's highly likely he'll teach me a new skill. Based on my calculations, I should choose the skill point reward today. Asterisk. Please select your reward. 15 skill points, a random skill book, or a random chest. Chu Yi chose the skill points and immediately felt a distinct change in his body. Asterisk. Just by completing daily missions, I can get attribute and skill points. With the system's help, leaving others in the dust is almost too easy. Asterisk. The very next day, Wang Hui took Chu Yi to a training zone. Looking at the pack of level 23 forest magic wolves before them, Chu Yi asked, Teacher, do you need me to drive these magic wolves away? This is their forest, after all. This is the Tianwu Guild, the one I founded. Suddenly, a massive bone dragon appeared overhead, its deafening roar sending the wolf pack below scattering in terror. Noticing Chu Yi's stunned expression, Wang Hui began to explain. That's a level 62 epic bone dragon. It belongs to Grandmaster Xuanyan, and its job is to keep all the magical beasts in this forest in check. If a creature like that was merely a subordinate, Chu Yi couldn't even begin to fathom the true power of Grandmaster Xuan. Wang Hui smiled with immense pride. Back in the day, Grandmaster Xuanyan was my equal at level 64, but his raw combat prowess far surpassed mine. That's why I entrusted the Tianwu Guild to him without a second thought. His talent is simply heaven-defying. Haha, in all my years, I've met countless class holders, but you, Chu Yi, possess the greatest talent I have ever seen. Keep pushing forward. I believe one day, your achievements could very well surpass even Grandmaster Xuan's. All right, Chu Yi, watch me carefully now. I am about to demonstrate a very special skill for you. With those words, Wang Hui began to combine Sacred Light and Imbuing Shield. 2 colossal shields of light materialized out of thin air. They slowly drifted towards each other until they touched, erupting in a violent, world-shaking explosion. The sheer spectacle left Chu Yi utterly speechless, completely in awe of the power wielded by a 3rd advancement class holder. When the dust settled, Wang Hui presented Chu Yi with a skill book. Chu Yi, he said, this is the first skill I will pass on to you. All you have to do is connect your consciousness to the book and spend the required skill points to learn it. Acknowledging his master, Chu Yi closed his eyes, followed the instructions, and successfully absorbed the new skill. A new window appeared in his mind. Sacred Light Imbuing Shield, rank A+, level 1, creates 2 shield walls in the area ahead. The shields slowly converge, causing a massive explosion upon impact. Allies can pass through the walls, but enemies are blocked. The description added a crucial note. This is an orthodox legacy skill of the Holy Knight. After reading this, Chu Yi couldn't contain his curiosity. A legacy skill of the Holy Knight? Master, how do you know it? This skill was created by your senior sister when she was a 3rd advancement Holy Knight. She passed it down to me all those years ago. Today, I am passing it to you. He paused. Have you learned it? Show me. Cast it now. Chu Yi immediately did as he was told. While the resulting explosion wasn't massive yet, Wang Hui nodded in satisfaction. I prepared this skill specifically for your upcoming team battles in the tournament. You can use those shield walls to split the battlefield, disrupting enemy formations and restricting their movements. Now that you've grasped the new skill, it's time for some real combat practice. The moment Wang Hui finished speaking, A massive dragon snake landed just behind him. This is Galen. He will command the surrounding magical beasts to attack you. The amount of experience you earn tonight will depend entirely on your own performance. No problem, Master, Chu Yi replied without hesitation. Hearing this, Wang Hui gave the signal to Galen. The beast let out a thunderous roar. All the magical creatures within range of the sound wave instantly went berserk, their eyes locking onto Chu Yi as their sole target. One monster, hidden in the tall grass, lunged from behind, aiming to bite his head clean off, but Chu Yi had already seen it coming. With a single basic strike, the creature was put down instantly. Chu Yi then unleashed his full arsenal, cycling through every skill and buff he possessed. He alternated between light and ice elemental attacks, swiftly clearing out the horde of monsters swarming him from all sides. The relentless battle raged throughout the entire night, until he had completely exhausted every last drop of his stamina and mana. Aren't you worried there are still monsters lurking about? Wang Hui asked. Chu Yi just grinned, uncorking a recovery potion. Why would I be when you're right here, Master? He replied, already calculating his gains in his head. This all-night experience grind felt incredible. A system window popped up. Congratulations, you have reached level 22. You have received 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. Chu Yi immediately dumped all his new skill points into Sacred Light Imbuing Shield, upgrading it from level 1 to level 3. Not bad at all, Wang Hui commented. I originally estimated you would only defeat about 100 beasts. You've far exceeded my expectations. It's all thanks to your guidance, Master, Chu Yi said, with genuine gratitude. If I had to do this alone, it would have taken me at least a month or two just to level up once. Wang Hui's tone turned serious. You took a huge risk by forming a team without a healer. As my student, you must remain level-headed in critical moments. Never, ever let your guard down. Don't worry, Master, Chu Yi declared with confidence. With me leading the team, this year's championship is as good as ours. Meanwhile, at the Berserk Forest rest stop, a broadcast echoed from the speakers. The National College Freshman Exchange Tournament is about to begin. With 218 schools competing, who will claim the ultimate victory? Someone in the crowd scoffed. Hey, look. Suhang University's team doesn't even have a healer. An extreme lineup like that? Isn't that something only a bottom-tier school would risk? Chu Rao and Chu Dan, who were just passing by, overheard the chatter and walked over to check the official roster. Sure enough, there was Chu Yi's name listed as team captain, with Jiang Churan as his vice captain. Reading some comments on a forum, Chu Dan burst out laughing. Get this, people are saying our university made a huge mistake by not including a healer. They're saying it's a guaranteed loss. How ridiculous, Chu Rao added, shaking her head. They have no idea just how terrifyingly strong Chu Yi really is. The two girls who had been gossiping stared at them suspiciously. And who are you two? Seeing an argument brewing, a young woman sitting nearby called out to a server. Excuse me, I'll cover the bill for today. Inwardly, she thought with a smile. With Chu Yi leading them, not having a healer won't make a bit of difference. This year's championship is definitely coming home to our school. Back with our protagonist, after his session with Wang Hui, Chu Yi spent the entire next day sparring against robots in the training grounds. But ever since hitting level 22, the robot's difficulty felt laughably low to him. The training was becoming far less effective. Just as he was about to ask Su Meiru for advice, his phone rang. It was her, calling to inform him that Dean Wu was ready to begin his special training. Starting today, all tournament participants must assemble at the War Academy's main hall. Alongside the familiar Kwang So Nian and Tong Ha Lan, two new faces join the roster. V. Thiet Tam, a level 18 warrior, and Duang Lin Hai, a level 18 mage. As the group gets acquainted, Ngo Mang discreetly uses his appraisal skill on Cheng Yi. He is absolutely blown away. The kid's leveling speed under Wang Hui's guidance is nothing short of terrifying. Kwang Sonian also made some solid progress thanks to the teacher's support. Ngo Mang announces, all right, time is short, so I'll keep this brief. To prepare you all for the National Exchange Tournament, I will be your head coach. I'll be leading your team battles, as well as putting you through intensive training for the solo and survival categories. Today's main goal is to test your teamwork and combat synergy. First up, you'll form a squad and challenge the Abyss-tier Goblin Dungeon. Don't worry about the entry credits. The Academy is covering all expenses. It finally clicks for Cheng Yi. Now he understands why Mai Ni was so incredibly confident. Everyone's power level is solid, and with a perfectly balanced lineup, clearing an Abyss-tier dungeon shouldn't be too hard. As he thinks this over, Duang Linhai steals a glance at him. Asterisk. Honestly, He could probably solo this entire dungeon. Asterisk, she thinks. Asterisk, with the four of us backing him up, failure is practically impossible. Asterisk, catching her gaze, Chung Yi flashes a bright, warm smile. Flustered, Duong Linhai turns beet red and quickly hides behind Thiet Tam. Chung Yi just blinks, completely bewildered. Asterisk, is my smile really that scary? Asterisk, he wonders. Briefing complete, the five-man squad marches straight into the dungeon portal. Chung Yi's expression turns dead serious. This won't be a problem. The rest of the team nods in unison. Chung Yi takes charge. Wei Thiet Tam, you're on defense and drawing aggro. Kwang So Nian and Duong Lin Hai handle the physical and magic DPS. Tong Ha Lan, you provide covering fire from the back. And I'll take care of the buffs and support. The moment their roles are set, a horde of goblins swarms in. Wei Thiet Tam charges forward instantly. She slams her fists into the ground, sending a massive shockwave that blows the monsters back. Even she is shocked by her own raw power. Asterisk, my skill effectiveness. It's up by over 40%. Is this our captain's support power? Asterisk, Duong Lin, Hai watches in pure awe. Asterisk, his casting speed is absolutely insane. He doesn't even need half a second to prep. 3 continuous buffs, cast back-to-back in the blink of an eye. Even a dedicated professional mage like her can barely fathom that speed. Shaking off her shock, Duong Linhai doesn't waste another second. She immediately unleashes destructive magic, crippling the goblin horde's advance. Seizing the opening, Kwang So Nian dashes into the fray. Her blade becomes a blur, slaughtering monsters by the dozen. So Nian, Thiet Tam, watch out for an ambush. The warning barely leaves Chung Yi's lips before a vicious rain of arrows rips through the air, hurtling straight toward them. Thanks to the timely heads-up, Thiet Tam instantly throws up her guard. Kwang So Nian finally notices something is very wrong. Asterisk, this isn't like before. Why are there goblin archers here? Asterisk, the monster stats flash, level 23 goblin archer. Silver, tier, skills, sneak attack, and marksmanship. Reading the data, Chung Yi chuckles. Looks like the spike in challengers forced these goblins to evolve their attack patterns. Without missing a beat, Chung Yi unleashes Holy Smite. A blinding pillar of light erupts, instantly obliterating the entire squad of goblin archers into dust. I'll clear out these annoying pests first. The rest are all yours. Got it. Kwang So Nian and Wei Thiet Tam shout in fierce agreement. Seeing her teammates fight with such blazing momentum fires up Tong Ha Lan. She unleashes a flurry of explosive talismans right into the goblin ranks. Meanwhile, watching the battle unfold on the surveillance monitors, Enjo Mang nods in deep approval. Compared to the freshman tournament, Chung Ji's casting speed has multiplied. He's practically firing off skills instantly. Tumaini speculates out loud. Maybe after clearing that abyss dungeon, his innate talent evolved to directly boost his casting speed. After all, Chung Yi's growth rate is downright terrifying. He literally carried Huang So Nian to the absolute top of the abyss dungeon leaderboards. Ngo Mang grins. That's exactly why I secretly cranked up the difficulty. I need to push his limits and see what he's truly capable of. Back inside the dungeon, the squad's flawless teamwork pays off. They tear through the massive goblin horde, leaving absolutely zero survivors in their wake. Facing down a pack of close-range monsters, Kwang So Nian scoffs coldly. She triggers Shadow Slash. Her blade unleashes a rapid-fire flurry of high-speed strikes, effortlessly shredding her enemies to pieces. The rest of the team doesn't hold back either. Everyone unleashes their full power. Duong Linhai summons a violent wind magic tornado, sweeping the monsters into the air. Thiet Tam, finish them off, she screams. You got it. Thiet Tam leaps high into the air, driving a brutal barrage of kicks straight down into the helpless swarm. By the time she lands, the entire mob is dead. Not a single monster is left standing. Thanks to those crazy buffs, utterly crushing these goblins feels incredibly satisfying. Still thirsting for more action, Wei Thiet Tam laughs and turns to Duong Lin. Hi, honestly, is that really all of them? Did we just wipe them out? Duong Lin, Hai nods. Yeah, but this is just the warm-up. The upcoming boss is the real deal. Nobody let your guard down. Rolling her wrists, Thiet Tam smirks with absolute confidence. What's there to be afraid of? We've got Brother Ni. Your buffs literally doubled my power. With your support, flattening this dungeon is a total breeze. Tong Ha Lan laughs and chimes in. Exactly. Chung Ni alone is enough to clear this place. Duong Lin Hai nods in strong agreement. Our captain's strength is genuinely awe-inspiring. Hearing all this praise, Chung Yi rubs his temples, groaning inwardly. Asterisk, you girls are raising the expectations way too high. Asterisk Huang, so Nian remains silent. The group finally arrives before a towering, massive door. Viet Tam points at it. The final boss has got to be in there, right? Chung Yi nods sharply. Spot on. Yet, the closer they get, the more Chung Yi feels a chilling sense of dread. Something is very wrong. After a brief pause, he decides to just charge in and deal with it later. He steps up and shoves the heavy doors wide open. As the squad steps inside, a colossal boss looms over them. It flashes a wicked grin. You finally made it, you pathetic fools. System warning. Second generation Goblin King. Level 25. Epic tier. Skills unknown. Note, after the death of the old king, it evolved into a level 25 epic boss. Ha ha ha. I knew I had VIP guests coming, so I prepared a little welcome gift just for you. With a twisted cackle, the boss raises its weapon. It condenses a massive, roaring fireball and hurls it straight at Duong Lin. Hi, asterisk, is this just a standard fireball? Why is the sheer power so terrifying? Asterisk, she whispers in pure horror. Before she can even react, the inferno is right on top of her. Lin Hai. Dodge! Viet Tam screams! She lunges forward, shoving the mage out of the way, and instantly summons her shield to block the blast. But it's utterly useless. The shield holds for barely a second before shattering into pieces. Viet Tam is thrown into deadly peril, facing the colossal fireball head-on. She grits her teeth, cursing inwardly. Asterisk, damn it. Even with the captain's buffs doubling my power. Asterisk. Asterisk. I still can't block a single basic attack from this thing. Asterisk. The boss laughs maniacally. This place is the graveyard I prepared for you. Now, burn to ashes. At the same time, it wildly swings its arms, conjuring a relentless barrage of fireballs and raining them down on the squad. Just one was enough to push them to the brink. A whole volley is a death sentence. Despair instantly chokes the room. Chung Yi's voice cuts through the chaos with a deep, commanding tone. He steps right to the front line. Tapping into his ice magic, he erects a massive, freezing glacial wall infinitely thicker than Viet Tam's shield. It violently intercepts the incoming inferno. Captain, watch out. Those aren't normal fireballs. The second Duong Lin Hai shouts her warning. She watches the blazing spheres drain their energy against the ice wall, rapidly shrinking down to the size of small baseballs. Chung Yi lets out a sharp grunt. He sucks a mini fireball right into his bare palm and violently crushes it into sparks. He dusts off his hand and mutters, "Okay, this guy's actually a pain to deal with. This boss's power is leagues beyond the last one we faced," Tong Ha-lan shouts. She rapidly forms hand seals. A storm of talismans flies out, swirling completely around the monster. Destiny reveals. Spirits, guide, divine talismans obey my command. Detonate. The moment she screams the word, the talismans combust simultaneously. A raging sea of hellfire erupts, engulfing the boss completely. But barely half a second later, the monster simply inhales, sucking the entire inferno right into its mouth. It crushes the burning talismans in its bare hands. When the smoke clears, it doesn't have a single scratch. Tong Ha-lan shrieks in pure disbelief. How did that do absolutely nothing? Duong Linhai's voice goes ice cold. Ha-lan, fall back. She immediately conjures a volley of flaming arrows, launching them directly at the beast. Let's see how it likes a taste of this. Jiang Shuran lets out a fierce cry, activating her dark demon blade as she swings, unleashing waves of obsidian sword energy. The twin strikes collide, slamming directly into the boss and triggering a violent explosion that sends shockwaves rippling through the air. But the smoke clears to reveal a grim reality. The boss remains unscathed, its body cloaked in a sinister, pulsing purple energy. How amusing! But the game ends here. The monster sneers. It opens its maw, condensing a tiny violet sphere that hungrily absorbs the surrounding light before launching a devastating beam of energy straight at the team. Tang Lingxi's voice trembles with despair as she watches the incoming attack. The level gap is just too massive. There's no way we can stand against a monster like this. Just as hope begins to flicker out, Zhang Yi steps firmly to the front once more. Don't panic, I've still got your backs. With those words, he instantly erects a shimmering golden barrier. The barrier holds firm, completely neutralizing the boss's lethal strike. As the boss prepares its next ultimate move, Zhang Yi effortlessly shuts it down again. Wei Tiexin shouts over the roar of battle. Brother Yi, let me try to get in close for some melee damage. Zhang Yi places a steady hand on Wei Tiexin's shoulder and offers a calm smile. A level 25 epic boss is still a bit much for you guys to handle right now. Leave the rest to me. In an instant, Zhang Yi casts omniscient insight on the beast. The skill strips away the boss's defenses, revealing every hidden weakness and ability to guide his next move. This Goblin King is only one level higher than the last, but its attributes have inexplicably doubled. He realizes that if he taps into his S-rank Bloodline secret technique, his true power will erupt with terrifying force. Seeing how this encounter is perfectly tailored to counter him, he suspects this might be a special trial orchestrated by Dean Wu. Fine then. Since you want to show, I'll show everyone the true power of the Divine Angel. With a surge of light, Chu Yi undergoes a magnificent transformation. His left hand grips the purity of holy light, while his right hand crackles with the biting chill of ancient ice. Outside the dungeon, Su Meyer asks anxiously, "Dean, isn't the difficulty of this boss set a little too high? Is this really necessary?" Wu Mang explains slowly. "They are strong, yes, but the other universities aren't lacking in geniuses. Especially Madu and Qingjing universities, they are incredibly dangerous rivals. They need a taste of defeat to understand how cruel the real world is." Su Meyer suddenly bursts into a soft laugh. "Dean, I think you might have seriously underestimated Chu Yi." Wu Mang smiles back, his eyes fixed on the screen. "I truly hope he can surpass my calculations." Back in the dungeon, the boss stares at Chu Yi's new form and chuckles. "Interesting. You've turned into a glowing bird. Little brat. Use whatever tricks you have left. I'll make sure your death is quick." Chu Yi doesn't waste words, firing a light stream impact directly at the monster's face. The boss sneers, "Big talk for such a small fly. Don't forget, I'm the one in control here." The monster retaliates instantly. The two powers collide with a deafening roar, creating a massive explosion that sends energy waves crashing through the chamber. Jiang Shuran quickly plunges her sword into the ground, channeling her mana to shield the rest of the team from the fallout. Song Xiaolan gasps in disbelief. Is this Chu Yi's true strength? Only now does she realize that she and Chu Yi exist in entirely different worlds. She turns to Jiang Shuran, her eyes wide. "Xiao Ran, has Chu Yi ever transformed like this before?" Jiang Shuran replies with a proud smile. "Actually, it's the first time I've seen it too." It looks like he's finally getting serious, the boss baring its teeth in a wicked grin. "Is this all you've got? No matter what form you take, you can't defeat me. Is that so?" Chu Yi replies coldly as he summons the holy light chains, which lash out and bind the boss's limbs in an unbreakable grip. Before the boss can even register the shock, Chu Yi unleashes the Spear of Victory. Countless light spears rain down from the heavens, skewering the monster's flesh. The tide of battle shifts in a heartbeat. Chu Yi follows up with a light flame storm, creating a localized hurricane of searing energy that swallows the boss whole. The relentless combo deals catastrophic damage, forcing a pathetic scream from the boss's throat. Chu Yi smirks. "Don't go anywhere. There's more." He lunges forward, thrusting his hand directly into the boss's screaming maw and activating thunderous light beam. As the onslaught ends, the boss collapses, black blood spilling from its mouth. It wheezes weakly, it seems. "You still haven't used your full power." How disappointing. Chu Yi smiles thinly. "You're right. It is a bit of a shame. I wanted to test the hand of God in my six-winged angel form, but I guess that'll have to wait. You're barely hanging on, so let me end your misery." Chu Yi raises two fingers. Outside, Wu Mang cries out in shock. "What a monster. I meticulously tuned that boss to challenge level 26 professionals, and yet he crushed it. Chu Yi's power is absolutely terrifying." Wu Mang turns to Su Meyer. "Miss Su, do you have Chu Yi's daily combat data from the training grounds?" Su Meyer smiles brightly. "I do. He just ran a test this morning before coming here. He cleared the level 10 combat simulation in just 6 minutes and 12 seconds. Wu Mang laughs heartily. "No wonder you and old Zhou have so much faith in him." Su Meyer just smiles back. As the boss dissolves into particles of light under Chu Yi's final blow, a notification screen flashes. "Congratulations on clearing the Abyss-level dungeon. Completion time, 21 minutes and 16 seconds. Rewards are being distributed at the exit." Moments later, the golden glow of a level up envelops Tang Lingxi. She gasps, "I just received 8,000 experience points." Wei Tiexin is equally stunned. "I got 8,000 too. That's more than a whole week of grinding outside." Meanwhile, Chu Yi deactivates his transformation, returning to his normal state. A congratulatory window hovers beside him. He thinks to himself, "If I keep this up, I'm going to level up again soon." Jiang Shuran rushes over, her face full of concern. "Chu Yi, are you okay? Are you hurt?" Chu Yi stands up and brushes the dust off his clothes. "I'm fine, just a little drained. Let's see what the boss dropped." Right. The team gathers around the spot where the boss fell, discovering a gleaming gold chest. They throw it open. The items shine brilliantly. A gold-grade flame wisdom staff, level 24 requirement. A gold-grade fire spirit shield, level 24 requirement. And a gold-grade ring. Wei Txin cheers. The rewards are insane. It's all gold gear. Brother Yi, your luck is off the charts. Zhong Yi laughs. Seems like Lady Luck is on our side today. Does anyone need these 3 items? The 4 of them shake their heads one after another. Wei Txin sighs. The level requirement is too high. I can't use them yet. Tang Lingxi adds, the fire attribute doesn't suit my build. Jiang Shuran speaks up next. These don't fit me or Halan either. Song Xiaolan suggests, Zhang Yi, you contributed the most. You should take them all. Zhang Yi nods and stores the items. I'll hold on to them for now. When we get back to school, I'll auction them for credits, and we can split the profit evenly. Wei Txin immediately protests, no way. You should take at least 70%. We wouldn't have made it through without you. Song Xiaolan adds bashfully, he's right. You were the key to defeating the boss. I barely helped at all. Zhong Yi just smiles. An even split is better. That way, no one has to worry about credits for a long time. Jiang Shuran smiles and advises the group, just take it. Zhong Yi is the last person who needs to worry about credits. Seeing his resolve, the others happily accept. With the loot distributed, Zhang Yi reminds them, our goal isn't just to win, it's to uphold the honor of our school. Wei Txin says seriously, don't worry, Brother Yi. I won't let you down. I'm going to double my efforts in the next training sessions. Song Xiaolan declares her stance as well. Since Zhang Yi is so determined, I'll give it everything I've got too. Captain, count me in. Zhang Yi nods in satisfaction. Excellent. Your hard work is the key to our success. I believe that in the upcoming exchange match, our squad will claim a glorious victory. As they exit the dungeon, a voice greets them. Congratulations on clearing the Abyss dungeon I personally designed. It's Dean Wu and Miss Su. Wu Mang continues to shower them with praise. Your performance exceeded all my expectations, especially you, Zhang Yi. You truly surprised me. Zhang Yi just scratches his head and gives a modest laugh. I only did what I had to do. Wu Mang then asks pointedly, Zhang Yi, what do you think about taking first place in the exchange match? Zhang Yi clenches his fist with conviction. First place? We're definitely taking it. Excellent. If we want that championship title, we need flawless preparation. Chu Yi's all-around combat and support capabilities mean we can build 2 completely different tactical blueprints. In the early stages, we'll slot Chu Yi into a support role to mask his true strength. Then, right at the critical moment, he unleashes everything, catching the enemy completely off guard. That skyrockets our chances of defending first place in the exchange tournament. No Mang let out a booming laugh in agreement. Brilliant idea. When the time comes, we'll let those old geezers witness Chu Yi's true power. Even among geniuses, there's a clear hierarchy. To my knee chimed in, exactly. Starting tomorrow, we're doing special training to heavily exploit this very blind spot. All right, let's call it a day. Everyone, head back and get some rest. Though, just to keep your motivation running high, we've prepared a few little punishments. Chu Yi flinched, instantly anxious. Punishments? Professor, mind giving us a little spoiler? Where's the fun in that? We've got business to attend to. Catch you later. With that, Tu Mai Ni and Ngomang turned on their heels. Chu Yi tried to call them back, but Tu Mai Ni played totally deaf. In just a few strides, they vanished from sight. Oh well. Chu Yi sighed, turning to his teammates to gear up for the upcoming tournament trials. Understood, the squad echoed in unison. Time quietly slipped by, bringing another ordinary day at the dungeon entrance. A random student let out a heavy sigh. The Nightmare Tier Snow Crystal Dungeon is just brutally hard. Another student nodded in absolute agreement. Tell me about it. I've tried twice and wiped both times. If Nightmare is this insane, I don't even want to imagine the sick, twisted difficulty of the Abyssal Tier. Right on cue, a confident voice cut through the chatter. Lin Hai, think we've got a solid shot at clearing the Abyssal Tier this time? The speaker was the black-haired girl of the group Chu Yi's squad. They had come to conquer the dungeon today. Hearing Wei Thiet Tam's question, Zhuang Lin Hai offered a bright smile. Come on, we've been training together for so long. Plus, with our captain calling the shots, clearing it in 10 minutes shouldn't be an issue. Wei Thiet Tam nodded, completely sold. True that, especially after Dean and Go gave us those extra pointers yesterday. Zhuang Lin Hai's smile widened. Then I can't wait to see what you pull off today. As Chuneg's team confidently strode into the portal, The first bystander's jaw dropped. Are they seriously walking into the abyssal tier? Wait, those are the reps for our academy's National Freshman Exchange Tournament. The guy gasped in sheer horror. Freshmen? Hold on. I remember our batch's starting lineup. Our highest was only level 19, yet their absolute lowest is already level 20. That's just absurd. And that guy leading them? His aura was no joke. The second guy pointed up at the massive glowing leaderboard, letting out a breathless sigh. It's not just no joke, man. Look up. That's Chuni, the absolute reigning champion of the clearance records. Another passerby caught the name, glancing up in pure awe to mutter, an anomaly that even the Earth rank elites can't touch. Meanwhile, roughly 7 minutes later inside the chaotic dungeon, Chu Yi barked an order for his imp summons to fall back. The colossal boss let out an earth-shattering roar, unleashing its apocalyptic hellfire blast straight at the squad. Thiet Tam flashed a feral, blood-pumping grin. Finally, took you long enough to make a move. Shatter for me, she screamed. Crimson energy erupted around her fists as she charged head-on, violently smashing the boss's attack into a shower of sparks. Thanks to the professor's guidance, I've finally got the raw power to clash with this thing, she thought, adrenaline surging. Suddenly, the boss's mocking, thunderous voice echoed. Do not mistake a pathetic leap in progress for the right to stand before me. Thiet Tam's eyes widened in horror. She whipped her head around, only to see a gargantuan fist blotting out her vision. Thiet Tam, fall back, Chu Yi roared. He blurred past her, stepping firmly into the line of fire. Without missing a beat, he threw a devastating punch straight into the monster's incoming strike. In a sickening crunch of bone and magic, the boss's entire arm twisted and shattered, drawing a blood-curdling shriek from the beast. Chuni glanced back over his shoulder, flashing her an easy smile. Taking that first hit solo, you did phenomenal. As for the rest, let's rip this thing apart together. Duong Lin chimed in with a soft, reassuring laugh. Catch your breath, Thiet Tam. We've got this. The boss was still thrashing blindly, howling in absolute fury. Curse you! I will slaughter every last one of. But before it could lash out, thick, glowing golden chains violently clamped down around its massive body. A blinding surge of high-voltage lightning immediately coursed through the metal, electrocuting the beast from the inside out. It shrieked in fresh, agonizing pain. Chuni gripped the end of the chain, his smile turning lethally cold. Starting to hurt, huh? Don't worry. You can scream until your throat tears. We're still not letting you live. Tong Ha Lan didn't waste a single second. Her face deadpan and intensely focused, her hands blurred through a rapid series of seals. Heaven and earth sealing ward, countless glowing talismans shot out, plastering themselves all over the paralyzed giant. Duong Lin Hai instantly followed up, her voice echoing with raw power. Lightning burst! Thunderfall! A titanic pillar of pure, destructive lightning crashed down from the sky, drowning the monster in blinding white light. Finally, it was Kwang So Nian's turn. She launched herself high into the air, screaming her war cry. It ends right here. With one flawlessly brutal slash, the boss's massive head was sent flying into the abyss. System notification. Congratulations. You have successfully cleared the abyssal tier dungeon. Clearance time. 8 minutes and 36 seconds. Rewards will be distributed shortly. Not long after, Chuni's battle-worn but victorious squad stepped out of the portal. Ngo Mang immediately closed the distance, beaming with pride. Phenomenal work. You actually dragged the clear time down to under 9 minutes. Your performance today was absolutely stellar. Chu Yi blinked, genuinely surprised. Dean Ngo, what brings you out here? Ngo Mang's expression shifted to complete seriousness. I'm here to give you the official word. The schedule for the exchange tournament is locked in. It kicks off in exactly 1 week, which means tomorrow, I'm personally escorting you all to the arena. Destination, Thon Kin University. Hearing the name, Tong Ha Lan literally jumped with excitement. Oh, hell yes. The tournament is finally happening. Kwang So Nian clenched her fists, her blood boiling with pure adrenaline. All those brutal months of training, it was all leading right up to this exact moment. Thiet Tam cracked a fierce grin. We've been grinding forever. It's about time we get to let loose. Chu Yi casually cracked his knuckles, a deeply predatory smile curling on his lips. I was honestly getting sick of beating up mindless dungeon bosses. Finally, a real chance to crush the top geniuses from the other academies. True to his word, bright and early the very next day, Ngo Mang gathered Chuni's team and prepared to deploy. But before they moved out, he threw out a firm warning. Listen up. For maximum security, we are strictly using the Academy's dedicated teleportation array. The squad was slated for a direct, non-stop jump to the host grounds, Thankin University. At the launch site, Principal Vuong Hui and the senior deans were already standing by. "Every single one of you represents the absolute peak of our freshman class," the principal declared, his voice heavy with expectation. "You carry the pride and honor of our entire academy on your shoulders. We have mercilessly dominated the championships for 4 consecutive years. I fully expect you to step up and bring home that 5th trophy." "Yes, sir," the team roared in absolute unison. Satisfied, Vuong Hui gave Chu Duang the green light to fire up the teleportation matrix. In the blink of an eye, a blinding flash swallowed Chu Yi's squad, alongside Ngomang and Tumai Ni, dropping them squarely in the heart of Thanking University. The sheer speed of the jump left Chu Yi totally staggered. "Wait, we're already here? Just like that? I swear they said the distance between the 2 academies was over 2 million kilometers." Tumai Ni flashed an amused smile. "If we didn't warp, you'd be rotting on a Magi train for days. The catch is, firing up an ultra-long-distance array like this requires an absolute minimum of a 3rd awakening mage." Just then, a warm, booming voice echoed across the platform. "Welcome, esteemed faculty and students of Tahang University, to the halls of Thankin. Your presence is a tremendous honor to us." No Mang's eyes lit up. "Old Trin, look at you. What are you doing out here playing the greeting committee?" Ngo Mang eagerly stepped up, shaking hands with Trin Vin Xuan, a legendary 3rd awakening mechanist. "When an old friend rolls into town, I'd be damned if I didn't personally roll out the red carpet." Trin Vin Xuan laughed. The mechanist cast a sharp, assessing look over Chuni's squad, offering a friendly but piercing smile. "Word on the street is that your current freshman roster is nothing short of monstrous. Looks like we're destined for a brutal clash in the arena." Ngo Mang smirked fiercely. "You can bet your life on that." With the pleasantries out of the way, Ngo Mang turned back to drill his students. Listen closely. The official opening ceremony kicks off on the 10th, and the bloodbath starts immediately after. You've endured a month of absolute hell in training, pushing your limits right to the edge. For the next few days, I want 0 extra training. Just unwind and let your nerves reset. But stay sharp. Thankin is flooded with tourists right now, and the odds of hostile alien races slipping through the cracks are never 0. These massive gatherings of prodigies always draw out the worst kind of vermin. That's all for today. You're free to explore the city for the next few days, but guard your backs at all times. Once the briefing wrapped up, a sleek, automated robot escorted Chu Yi's crew straight to their personalized VIP suites. "Welcome to the elite residential quarters of Thankin University." The robotic assistant chimed in with a smooth, metallic hum. "Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to call upon me 24/7. Chu Yi waved it off, simply remarking on how modern the service was. He stood by the window, gazing at the city for a moment before opening his system panel and pouring all his accumulated experience points into leveling up to 23. He received an additional 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. The gap to level 24 still seemed immense. Besides, many of his current skills were only C and B rank. After the 2nd class advancement, the minimum skill rank a Holy Knight could learn was B rank, with the potential to even access A rank skills, like the Iron Armor Aura. The Light Aura provided a comprehensive boost to his teammates, while the Dark Aura inflicted devastating damage on his enemies. As for the 3rd class advancement, that was still a distant dream. He decided to set that aside for now and focus on completing the system's achievement quest. The 157th National Freshman Exchange Tournament of the Zhongxia Nation officially began, with the opening match between Suhang University and Rongyang University. The electrifying atmosphere in the packed stadium left Chu Yi in awe. No wonder everyone wanted to compete in this tournament. The scene was truly breathtaking. Kung Sonyan, standing beside him, added, "And this is just the opening ceremony. By the finals, the crowd could easily double in size." While Chu Yi's group was buzzing with excitement, the team from Rongyang University on the opposite side was anything but happy. They were facing Suhang University, the previous year's champions, a matchup that almost guaranteed elimination. Listening to his teammates whine, a brown-haired young man scoffed, "What's there to be afraid of? We were in the top 30 last year. We can at least hold our own." At the same time, whispers rippled through the stands. "That Holy Knight in the back. I think he's already level 23. You're right. A level that high is completely overwhelming. Luckily, he's just a support role. If he were their main damage dealer, they'd be in even bigger trouble. It looks like Rongyang University's fate is sealed." The only question now is how many of Su Hang's tricks they can force them to reveal. The brown-haired captain had also noticed Chu Yi's level. Though fear gripped him, he put on a brave face, declaring that Su Hang University did indeed have some skill. But in the arena, level isn't everything. The two teams quickly moved into position, establishing their battle formations and raising defensive shields. A robot announced the start and began the countdown. As the final 3 seconds ticked away, the Rongyang students prepared to charge for a preemptive strike, but their brown-haired captain held up a hand, stopping them. It's better to be careful. We'll stick to a defensive strategy and see what they've got. But in that exact moment, the brown-haired captain saw their team's stats instantly skyrocket. The sight left the audience in utter disbelief. He unleashed a whole chain of buff skills in just a few seconds. Who would have believed it? That holy knight, Chu Yi, truly deserves his title as Su Hang's captain. Witnessing this, Zheng Yongchun commented intently, "Old Wu, this holy knight captain, Chu Yi, is no simple matter. If he continues to develop, your team's overall power will increase by at least 50%. Wu Mang smiled proudly in response. Holy Knight is a hidden class, after all. Its greatest advantage is support. Thankfully, our captain has a few trump cards of his own. Otherwise, the pressure from Chu Yi alone would be immense. Now, let's see how Rongyang University plans to deal with this. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the Rongyang team, Chu Yi's group looked like absolute monsters. One member was so terrified his hands trembled, causing him to drop his weapon. Captain, what do we do now? The brown-haired leader's face was deathly pale, but he struggled to maintain his composure. I think I can hold them off. After a quick observation of his opponents, Chu Yi gave a faint smile and said, their skills are quite ordinary. Let's use the simplest approach. Full team, advance. Hung Yin and Dong Halan replied in unison. Roger that. Upon receiving the order, a thrilled Tang Lingzi began to condense a magical orb. Captain, let me take the opening shot. Immediately after, Tang Lingxi launched a barrage of fire missiles toward the Rongyang team. The dense volley of fire magic was so sudden that the opposing team could only grit their teeth and erect a defensive barrier, holy light protection. As their captain held the line, he shouted, "We've got it defended! Looks like this is all they have." But just then, the students behind him screamed in terror, "Captain, there's more!" Before them, a relentless volley of fists completely shattered their defensive barrier. It didn't stop there. Hung Nian descended from above, unleashing countless sword shadows. Demon's Ring. Immediately after, a storm of lightning rained down, creating a massive explosion. The relentless chain of attacks left the Rongyang University team completely unable to fight back. Seeing the opponents were no longer capable of combat, the system immediately announced the end of the match. The winner is Su Hang University. The system's announcer floated up high and continued, "Thank you to both teams for delivering a spectacular match." Meanwhile, one of his teammates grumbled, "My opponent is a warrior, but my match is number 27. I have to wait forever." Song Halan sighed beside him. "I have it worse. I'm all the way at match 45. Who knows how long that'll take." Hearing this, Chu Yi chuckled and chimed in, "I'm in the 6th match, against a swordsman. Looks like my luck isn't too bad. I'll be up in the 2nd group." Kung Sonin and Tong Har Lan could only look on with envy. At that moment, in the stands, the audience began to murmur with anticipation. Chu Yi didn't even have to make a move in that last match. I really want to see what his true strength is. Can a pure support Holy Knight really fight in a solo match? I'm guessing Chu Yi is definitely hiding his true power. He's the captain, after all. Before long, it was Chu Yi's turn to compete, and the entire stadium erupted in cheers. Go Chu Yi. As the two contestants stepped onto the stage, the system announced 9th individual match. Chu Yi from Su Hang University versus Liu Chang from Chuanan University. Contestants, please prepare. The match is about to begin. Chu Yi's opponent this time was Liu Qiang, a level 18 swordsman from Chuanan University. Liu Qiang smirked inwardly, thinking, asterisk, just a support class. Asterisk. Asterisk. This is my lucky day. Asterisk. But his opponent is the captain of Su Hang University. That's right, this match is going to be fierce. Haha, a holy knight is just a support. Liu Qiang is going to crush him for sure, not wanting to keep the audience waiting. The system began its countdown. 3, 2, 1, begin. The moment the announcer finished, Liu Qiang lunged forward with a preemptive strike, a contemptuous look on his face as he said that if Chu Yi surrendered now, he would grant him a less humiliating defeat. In response, Chu Yi simply laughed calmly. Haha, you want me to surrender? How about you try to withstand 10 of my moves first? You're all talk, kid. Let's see how arrogant you are after this. Fire Control Blade. However, Chu Yi effortlessly dodged the entire flurry of attacks. His incredible speed made Liu Chang gasp in disbelief. So fast! The swordsman scoffed, preparing to end the match, only to discover his feet were frozen solid. He was stunned for a second, and when he looked up, Chu Yi was already rushing toward him with a raised fist. Liu Chang cursed under his breath. Damn it, resorting to dirty tricks like this. However, Liu Chang immediately channeled fire magic to shatter the ice around his feet and break free. You low-talent trash. To his shock, Chu Yi caught the blade with his bare hand. This sight sent a jolt of pure terror through Liu Chang. Asterisk. He blocked it? Asterisk. In the next instant, Chu Yi threw a powerful punch straight into his opponent's stomach, making him scream in horror. Impossible. That single punch sent Liu Chang flying back more than 10 meters. The audience below erupted in shocked questions. What just happened? Did their captain just get blown away like that? I didn't even see Chu Yi make his move. One of the instructors sighed. His opponent is the captain of Suhang University. But Chu Yi's actual combat prowess is absolutely not to be underestimated. As the smoke cleared, it revealed Liu Chang, his face covered in blood, his body completely unable to move. The system quickly performed a check and announced Liu Chang is no longer able to continue the battle. The winner is Chu Yi. He lowered his fist and spoke with a cold indifference. Too weak. You couldn't even take one of my C-rank skill punches. The stands exploded into an uproar. One punch was that terrifying? He completely dominated his opponent in just a few moves. That's unbelievable. Chu Yi, an instructor from Qingjing University, exclaimed in shock, "It's only been a few months since I saw him during the recruitment in Lijiang. How has Chu Yi's strength increased so rapidly?" The dean, Zheng, smiled beside her and said, "Miss Chu, does that mean Chu Yi almost became a student at our university?" Chu Yi replied with a hint of regret. "Indeed. If I had known then what I know now, I would have risked everything to secure this top-ranked student. If we had Chuni right now, we'd be unstoppable." Ha Lan, a level 19 archer, eyes Chuni with intense curiosity. This must be the special guy the captain mentioned mastering both melee and magic so flawlessly. Nearby, Chu Bak, a level 18 priest, notices something far more unsettling. Chuni's casting speed is abnormal. Even the elite ice mages of her clan could never dream of such speed. Suddenly, the bracelet on Hubok's wrist pulses with a blinding light. Her breath hitches as a realization strikes her. This is a reaction from the family treasure. Could he be an awakener of the ice bloodline? Noticing her strange silence, Halan turns to her. "Hubok, what's wrong?" Startled, Hubok clutches her bracelet tightly. "I have an emergency. I have to leave now?" Her abrupt departure leaves Halan suspicious. Hubok ducks into a secluded corner and frantically dials Chu Hang. The phone is picked up on the very first ring. "Hubok, isn't today your tournament day?" Chu Hang's voice crackles over the line. "Why are you calling me?" And from a public phone, no less? Hubok doesn't waste time on pleasantries. "Father, I've found an awakener of the ice bloodline, and his surname, it's Chu. His bloodline purity might exceed 70%, she adds, her voice trembling. Chu Hang gasps in shock. "I'd bet on 80%, but I need to get closer to be sure." Chu Hang pushes up his glasses, his tone turning sharp. "Understood. Find a way to bring him to me. We'll run a full check. We need to know if he truly belongs to our Chu clan." Hanging up, Chu Hang stares out the window, a rare spark of hope igniting in his chest. If that bloodline is real, the Tian Lanchu family might finally be saved. Meanwhile, at the right arena, the crowd erupts into a deafening roar. "Chung Yi! Chung Yi!" Inside the prep area, a student smirks at Li Ham. "Brother Ham, don't go easy on him." Li Ham scoffs, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Don't worry, I doubt he's even worth my full power." Beside them, Nui Hop warns sternly, "Ham, be careful. Chung Yi is dangerous. I can feel a lethal aura radiating from him." Lai Ham's smile fades, replaced by a grim nod. "Understood, Brother Ni. I'll watch myself." Without another word, Lai Ham activates his skill, his body glowing with power. As expected of Brother Ham, the students cheer. Tu Fuang laughs along, adding, "Yeah, let's see if Chung Yi starts crying when the real beating begins." As the match nears, the stands explode. "Chung Yi is the best! Go Chung Yi!" Milo University, Lai Ham, crush him. Just then, Chu Hang arrives, sighing in relief. Made it just in time. Beside him, Chu Dongni looks around excitedly. This scale is huge, just like our clan tournaments. Hugh Bak appears behind them, and Dongni immediately lights up. Sister, she cries, throwing her arms around Hugh Bok in a tight embrace. Father is only here to verify Chu Yi's identity, Hugh Bok explains. He's likely from a main branch that was scattered during the Dark Ages. The clan leader ordered this investigation personally. It's also a chance for you to see the top talent of Su Hang. Dong Ni pouts, clearly unimpressed. Humph. He's just a support paladin. What's there to see? Hugh Bok's expression hardens. Dong Ni, that's a dangerous mindset. If his purity is over 70%, he could easily switch to a combat class. Remember, our current top branch members only hit 40%. Is 70% really that big of a deal? Dong Ni mutters. Dong Ni, I told you to show respect, Chu Hang scolds. By blood, he is your older brother. Dong Ni huffs, crossing her arms. Fine, but if he wants to be my brother, he'd better have the strength to prove it. Let's just watch the match, Hugh Bok says, soothing the tension. Father is here now. The bloodline test will reveal everything soon enough. Dong Ni reluctantly agrees. Fine, whatever. At that moment, the system's voice booms over the arena. The first match of the single elimination round 3 is about to begin, featuring Li Ham of Milo University versus Chu Yi of Su Hang University. Clad in heavy, full-body armor, Li Ham speaks with arrogance. I plan to wear light gear to end this quickly, but my captain says you're tough, so I'm getting serious. Chu Yi remains unfazed. Then I wish you luck. Chu Yi studies his opponent for a moment. If their captain recognized my strength, then Milo University isn't just full of talk, he thinks to himself. However, he locks eyes with Li Ham. He's only level 18, 5 levels below me. One move should be enough. Li Ham flinches under that gaze, a cold sweat breaking out on his neck. To Chu Yi, this feels like a chore. The group matches against Thon King are tomorrow. I have to hold back and hide my true power. Melee only, then. Being restricted like this is such a pain. The system counts down, the tension reaching a breaking point. Begin. Li Ham's armor looks formidable, but to Chu Yi, it's just a hollow shell. Li Ham charges, a blur of motion as he unleashes a flurry of kicks from every angle, his face twisted in a smug grin. Chu Yi blocks every strike with casual ease. Is that all? He muses. He counters with a lightning-fast precision punch. Li Ham barely manages to raise his armored arms to intercept it. Damn it, that hurts. Li Ham gasps, realizing his high-tier gear is barely soaking up the impact. Before he can recover, another blow sends him flying. He hits the arena wall with a bone-shattering thud. The crowd gasps. This is unheard of. Chu Yi just bypassed the defense of a rank A steel bone talent. Li Ham's physical resistance should have been impenetrable. Li Ham staggers to his feet, coughing. Are you from a martial arts dynasty? How is your combat technique so far beyond mine? Chu Yi shrugs. Not really. I'm just a little bit stronger than average. Without warning, Chu Yi lunges. Holy fist barrage. A storm of punches rains down, leaving Li Ham no room to breathe, let alone counter. Li Ham grinds his teeth, forced into a desperate, cowering defense. The sheer aggression of the attack is suffocating. He is pushed back further and further toward the edge. It's over, Chuni says coldly. Seeing the final fist descending like a falling star, Li Ham's courage breaks. Stop! Chuni, I surrender, he screams in terror. Chu Yi instantly diverts the punch. Even so, the shockwave is so massive it sends Li Ham tumbling across the stone floor. Li Ham collapses in a heap of broken armor. Winner, Chuni, he advances to round 4. Chuni scratches his head, sighing. Hiding my strength is harder than I thought. I still went too far. The audience is stunned into silence. A support paladin. Did that in a fistfight? The murmurs turn into a roar of disbelief. He dominated a fighter with his bare hands. That's terrifying. Chu Yi walks over to the fallen Li Ham. Acting the part of the noble hero, he casts holy light to begin the healing. As the medical team arrives, Chu Yi apologizes. Sorry, I stepped in to stabilize him with a bit of healing magic before you got here. He's all yours now, he tells the nurses. They nod. As they examine Li Ham, their eyes widen. These injuries, they're severe. Li Ham can only groan in agony. He'll need at least 2 to 3 days to recover, the nurse whispers, stunned. How can a paladin cause this much destruction? As the crowd clears, Hugh Bok turns to her father. See? I told you he was a monster. Chu Hang nods slowly, one punch to shatter heavy armor. That's inhuman. Our ice bloodline seems to manifest a unique physical power in his class. Even Chu Dongni is forced to face the truth. She bites her lip and mutters, Fine. I admit it. He's actually pretty strong. That adorable display makes Chu Hung burst into laughter. Ha ha, it seems Chu Nier's sheer power has completely won over little Dong Ni. He turns to Chu Hyo-bark with a focused gaze and says, Hyo-bark, help your father arrange a private meeting with Chu Nier. Chu Hyo-bark nods in silent agreement. Meanwhile, the clash between Hung So-nin of Su-hung University and Tung Fern of Milo University has reached its fever pitch. A winner is about to emerge. From the sidelines, Chu Nier narrows his eyes, silently noting that Tung Fern's strength falls far short of Li Hum's. This match will likely end in the blink of an eye. And just as he predicted, Tung Fern begins to falter on the stage, her defense crumbling. Frustration boils over in her heart as she realizes Su-hang University's freshmen this year are terrifyingly powerful. She is pushed to her absolute limit. Kung So-nyen, showing no mercy, suffocates her opponent with a relentless assault, her mind set on a swift finish. So-nyen unleashes a flurry of sword phantoms that pierce straight through Tung Fern as her shadow slash skill explodes in a blur of steel. Finally, Tung Fern can no longer endure the pressure and collapse. The system's voice rings out, declaring Tung Fern of Mila University unfit for combat. Congratulations to Kung So-nyen for advancing to the 4th round of the individual tournament. The stands erupt once more, shaken by the overwhelming dominance of Su-hang University. Spectators whisper in awe that Tung Fern didn't even have a chance to strike back. It's not just Chuni Kung So-nyen is a monster in her own right. Everyone wonders just how explosive tomorrow's team match against the legendary Thonkin University will be. Below the stage, Kung So-nyen remains humble, replying that it was mostly luck and her opponent wasn't at her best. She adds with a playful wink, if I had to face brother Chu Nier, I'd probably just have to surrender on the spot. Chu Nier scratches his head in embarrassment, telling her not to joke around since he could never bring himself to raise a hand against her. Suddenly, a voice calls out from the crowd, Student Chu Nier, please wait a moment. Chu Nier turns back, surprised, and asks if there's something she needs. Chu Hyo-bark, slightly out of breath, introduces herself as Chu Hyo-bark from the prestigious Tianlan Chu family. I've come for you because you've awakened the Frost bloodline, she says. With such high purity, you are undoubtedly a member of the Chu family. So-nyen leans in and whispers, Brother Chu Nier, I know the Chu family. They are an ancient clan like mine, guardians of Tianlan for centuries. Their power is not to be trifled with. So-nyen continues, but word is that in recent years, fewer and fewer of them have awakened the Frost bloodline. Given the situation, you could stand to gain an incredible amount of cultivation resources. Hyo-bark nods, her expression a bit awkward at the blunt honesty. That is indeed the case. However, Chu Yi remains unmoved, calmly stating that he doesn't need their resources. He then asks, You claim I'm a Chu, but do you have any proof? Hyo-bark immediately produces an appraisal stone. This is a bloodline stone. If you belong to our house, it will resonate. Chu Nier reaches out to touch the cold surface and says, Fine, let's see. The moment his skin makes contact, the stone erupts with a massive surge of spiritual energy. Hyo-bark gasps in pure shock. Chu Nier, your Frost bloodline purity is over 90%. Chu Nier only offers a composed smile. I felt a strange sense of kinship the moment I saw you, he admits. I didn't expect this exchange to lead me to my roots. Hyo-bark seizes the moment to make her request. Brother Chu Nier, my father wishes to meet you. Chu Nier turns to So-nyen and tells her to head back first. So-nyen smiles warmly and tells him not to feel pressured after all. Even the mighty Chu family can't compare to her Kung family. Hyo-bark immediately snaps back in protest. Our Chu family isn't weak by any means. With that, Hyo-bark leads Chu Nier to meet Chu Hung. At the door of the private room, she pauses and tells him that her father and younger sister are waiting inside. A sudden pang of bitterness hits Chu Nier. Years ago, when his sister Tiu Van was deathly ill and they were at their most desperate, the Chu family was nowhere to be found. Now that his power has awakened, they suddenly come seeking him out. It's a complicated feeling to swallow. Finally, the two of you are here, a voice calls out. Chu Hung steps forward to face Chu Nier and introduces himself as Chu Hung. Chu Nier politely shakes his hand, identifying himself simply as Chu Nier. Chu Hung beams, saying he has heard much of the young Chu Nier's fame. Seeing him in person, his aura is truly extraordinary. When Chu Hung's own bracelet begins to glow, he speaks with visible excitement. It really is an ultra-high purity Frost bloodline. Realizing he's lost his composure, Chu Hung steadies himself and explains that Chu Nier's father and he share the same great-grandfather, making Hyo-bark his distant cousin. It would be a waste otherwise. Chu Hung cuts straight to the point. Chu Nier, if you return to the main branch and switch to a Frost-type hidden class, The family will provide every resource necessary to push you to rank 3 in record time. Chu Yi tilts his head. A hidden class? But I've already become a paladin. Is it even possible to change now? Chu Hung replies enthusiastically that he shouldn't worry, they've already prepared a top-tier class change artifact for him. Combined with your bloodline purity, a hidden class would allow you to reach your true, devastating potential. Chunir falls into a deep silence, the allure of the Chu family's hidden class failing to move him. He asks point blank, so if I don't switch classes, I won't receive the family's support? Chu Hung nods slowly, implying that is the reality. But if you do, our entire skill library and all our hoarded resources will be open to you. You'll never have to worry about leveling up again. Chu Yi shakes his head and declines, saying that while the resources sound tempting, he chooses to pass. Chu Hong refuses to give up. He frantically adds more conditions. After the class change, all your current skills will be compensated, and your attributes won't drop a single point. Stay with the main branch for less than 6 years, and we guarantee you'll hit level 50 and reach rank 3. Chunir's voice is firm as he states that those conditions hold no appeal for him. He has enough resources at the academy and isn't worried about his growth. More importantly, he truly enjoys being a paladin. Chu Hung is baffled, arguing that a paladin is just a support role, whereas their hidden class is the superior choice. Chunir, what could you possibly be hesitating for? Chunir's tone turns icy as he repeats, just a support role? That comment stings his pride. Anger flares as he retorts, so, in your eyes, a paladin is nothing more than support? Tomorrow, we face Thonkin University. I'll show you exactly what a real paladin is capable of. Without looking back, Chuni storms out of the room. Before disappearing, he gives a casual wave and tells student Hyubach he's taking his leave, and they'll see each other on the battlefield tomorrow. Hyubach tries to call him back, but he's already gone. Hyubach turns on Chu Hung, demanding to know why he didn't try harder to make him stay. Chu Hung replies sternly to let him go for now. Right now, he still doesn't understand the inherent limits of a paladin. Tomorrow, when he sees the true power of their opponents with his own eyes, it won't be too late to find him then. Just then, Chu Dongyi, who had been sitting quietly in the back, raises her hand. Wait a second, I have a different opinion. She looks up and tells her father that they are being far too indulgent with Chunir. Is it really worth all this effort just to convince him to join the main family? Chu Hyubach looks a bit conflicted. Chu Hung sighs and waves his hand, saying he will explain. He tells them solemnly that their Chu ancestor was the first person on Blue Star to ever awaken the Frost bloodline. Under the ancestor's guidance, the Chu family once reached the pinnacle of prosperity. They even boasted rank 3 powerhouses, but everything changed after the tragedy of the Dark Era. Chu Hong recounts how, when the demons from another realm invaded, the ancestor led the family's strongest warriors into the fray. But during an expedition deep into the alien battlefield, the ancestor vanished. The remaining rank 3 elders fell one by one. Though 5 were eventually resurrected through powerful magic, they were tainted by the eternal curse of the demon lord. Chu Hung sinks into his chair, silenced by the memory. From that point on, the success rate of awakening the Frost bloodline in the Chu family plummeted. They could only maintain the bloodline, never purify it. On the surface, the Chu family still looks powerful, but they are hollowed out. He smiles weakly, adding that if someone like Chunir, with such pure blood, returns to them, they will pour everything into his growth. In the future, it's not impossible for him to reach the same heights as their legendary ancestor. He finishes by saying that Chu Yi is at his peak of confidence after his individual wins. Once he hits the wall against the Thankin team, he'll realize the Chu family is his only key to true power. Dongni asks curiously, but Dad, what if Chunir actually wins? Hyubach nudges her, asking why she's suddenly on his side, when it's her turn to compete tomorrow too. Dong Nai whimpers, saying she was just considering the possibility. The next day, the arena is packed to the rafters with an eager audience. Tickets for this match were nearly impossible to find. A fan turns to his neighbor and asks if he's also here for the showdown between Su Hang and Thankin. Of course, this is the ultimate team battle. Unbelievable. Round 3 and the tension is already at a fever pitch, rivaling a grand final. The crowd is buzzing with a single question. Can Chu Yi keep his winning streak alive against the giants of Tingjing? Facing Tingjing is a nightmare for anyone, and while the odds favor the powerhouse, Chu Yi isn't backing down, he's here to win. Suddenly, the system's voice booms over the speakers. Will the representative teams from Tingjing University and Suhang University please take the stage? The moment they step out, the arena erupts into a deafening roar of cheers and chants. Suhang? Tingjing? Before his feet even settle on the floor, Chu Yi instantly triggers his skill, Mystic Pass Warhammer. A colossal warhammer materializes from thin air, smashing into the ground with bone-shaking force. The audience freezes in shock. A warhammer? It turns out Captain Chu Yi is packing serious heat. Even from a distance, that massive weapon radiates pure intimidation. Tai Dongni's eyes widen in disbelief. How is his aura this much stronger than before? Chu Hang mutters. Has he been holding back his true strength this entire time? Li Yuan, a level 22 warrior, narrows his eyes at the front line. Chu Yi is leading the charge? Does he actually think a paladin can handle being the main damage dealer? Ha Lan, a level 19 archer, scoffs. Given Chu Yi's solo performance yesterday, seeing him as a DPS isn't entirely shocking. Chu Xiaobai scowls. So what if his level is high? He's just a paladin with a bit of flash. Level doesn't mean everything. Wang Xian, a level 22 mechanic, lets out a cold, dismissive laugh. If that's all their captain's got, he's in for a very short match. Li Yuan's voice drops to a low, dangerous growl. We lost the championship to Su Hang in the team matches last year. Never again. He slams his sword into the floor. This year, the target is still Su Hang. Go all out. No mercy, no hesitation. Break them if you have to, the team shouts in unison. Understood. On the sidelines, Dean Trin frets. Can Chu Yi really handle being both the support and the main attacker? I hope he's not biting off more than he can chew. Ngomang just chuckles. Don't sweat it, Dean. On that stage, raw power decides everything, and I have total faith in that kid. Enjo Mang's confidence leaves Dean Trin even more skeptical. Freshmen usually have very limited skill points. Being a jack of all trades rarely beats specializing. Is Old Wu hiding a secret trump card? On the field, Chu Yi's voice is like steel. Stick to the training. I'm charging first. You guys back me up and adapt. His teammates grin. Finally, the weight is off our shoulders. Even if it's Tingjing, we've got this. Chu Yi turns back with a final warning. Stay sharp. They were last year's runners-up for a reason. If any of you get hit, get to me immediately for healing. His team shouts back their confirmation. The system starts the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Fight! Chu Yi vanishes into a sprint. I'm going in. Buffs erupt around him like fireworks. Divine grace, holy protection, stamina blessing, and courage. The announcer's voice booms. Facing the giants of Qingjing, Chu Yi of Su Hang launches a direct, fearless assault without a moment's hesitation. His mastery is terrifying, chanting high-level spells while moving at breakneck speeds. His skills are honed to a frightening degree. Li Yuan sneers with a sadistic grin. So, you're in a real hurry to die, aren't you? We've got a special gift for you. Behind him, Halan draws her bow and releases a slaying arrow that screams through the air, aimed straight for Chu Yi's heart. Facing the lethal projectile, Chu Yi doesn't even flinch. Halan's eyes gleam with excitement. Gotcha, a perfect slaying arrow. But as the tip nears his face, Chu Yi just sighs. Shh, this is getting annoying. He reaches out and crushes the arrow into splinters with his bare hand midair. Halan's heart nearly stops. What? He crushed a slaying arrow with his bare hand? That was an A-rank skill boosted to level 8. Li Yuan spits on the ground. A paladin's defense is one thing, but that's as far as you go. Once Lu Zhou finishes his chant, you're finished. Lu Zhou's staff erupts with violent, swirling energy. He roars at the top of his lungs. Witness true power. Blazing Phoenix. A massive firebird screeches toward Chu Yi, trailing a wave of destruction. He slides back in a blur, narrowly avoiding the direct explosion of the Phoenix's breath. Lu Zhou doesn't stop. Blazing Phoenix. Fire strike. As the inferno dives toward him, Chu Yi stands his ground. Is that it? Just a little fire? Lu Zhou screams, "Why aren't you running? Fine, I'll end you myself." The crowd is in awe. That's a top-tier player for you. Xingjing isn't playing around. Look at that blazing phoenix. Zhang Yu smirks. If Chu Yi were smart, he'd retreat now. He might still have a chance to hide behind his teammates. Su Mei just bursts out laughing. Run? Are you serious? What's so funny, Su Mei? Zhong Yu snaps. Su Mei shrugs. I'm sorry, it's just thinking an A-rank skill would make Chu Yi run is actually hilarious. Keep laughing until he's face down in the dirt, Zhang Yu snarls. But on the field, the audience gasps in horror as Chu Yi continues to walk straight into the flames. Suddenly, a surge of overwhelming power erupts from him. A golden ring of fire manifests the A-rank holy flame halo. He's not just resisting the heat, he's commanding the very elements of fire. The halo pulses, boosting light effects by 20% and supercharging fire damage for everyone nearby for a limited time. Chu Yi's voice is cold as ice. Holy Flame Halo. Consume! Lu Zhou's jaw drops as his own attack turns against him. No, that's impossible. How? The Fire Phoenix is forcibly seized, completely under Chu Yi's control. Tong Ha Lan laughs mockingly. Looks like Tingjing really did their homework on the wrong guy. Fang Chu Ran smirks. If the Flame Dragon's bloodline couldn't singe him, your little bird doesn't stand a chance. Chu Yi literally catches the phoenix in his palm. He offers a chilling smile. Sorry to disappoint, but I have the Holy Flame Halo. Fire doesn't hurt me, it obeys me. The crowd is stunned into silence. Then, a voice trembles. He's a god. The chants begin. Yi god. Zhong Yu is shaking with rage. A god-given skill? The Holy Flame Halo? Even third advancement elites can't get their hands on that. How did he get it? Su Mei just smiles. Maybe he's just lucky, or maybe geniuses just have a way of finding miracles. Don't get cocky. We have plenty of aces left. Zhong Yu barks. Su Mei just yawns. Then show me. I'm waiting to see if you can actually do something. Tai Dongni looks on in wonder. Dad, what's a god-given skill? Why is everyone losing their minds? Chu Hang's voice is heavy, because it's the rarest thing in existence. He explains that these skills can't be learned from books or inherited. They only come to those who have been directly blessed by the gods themselves. Chu Yi's Holy Flame Halo was a gift from the god of light. Chu Hang remembers their own family's ice bloodline. But this is different. Those blessed by the gods have potential that defies logic. The offers we made him. They might be too small for someone like him, Chu Hang whispers. Dong Ni's voice is small, so did we come all this way for nothing? Chu Hang's eyes burn with a new determination. No, there's still hope. After the match, I'll speak to him. He's the key to the Chu family's revival. I won't give up. On the field, Lu Zhou is spiraling. Where is it? My blazing phoenix. Where did it go? Seeing him falter, Li Yuan grips his shoulder. Snap out of it. Fire is useless against him. Switch to another element and hit him with everything you've got. Lu Zhou nods, regaining his focus. Right. Li Yuan raises his sword high. Halan, keep him back with long-range spells. Do not let him get within striking distance. Halan roars in response, unleashing a hail of arrows. That's not a problem. Lu Zhou roars, launching a fierce counterattack. A crafty smirk plays on his lips as he sneers. Chung Yi, don't get ahead of yourself. We've got the perfect way to shut you down. In an instant, a massive wall erupts from the ground, blocking his path. From the flank, Ha Lan's arrows rain down like a monsoon, the gale arrow rain. Chung Yi eyes the barrage, thinking to himself, you really think this can stop me? Nice try, but you're far too naive. Standing his ground, Chung Yi raises a hand and triggers his Holy Light Heart Shield. In a flash of radiance, a shimmering barrier manifests, sending every single arrow ricocheting harmlessly into the dirt. Xiao Bai's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. That's an A-rank Holy Light Heart Shield, and the level is insane. Even Ha Lan can't help but admire him. Chung Ni's defense is rock solid. For now, we can only hope to stall his advance. Chung Ni nods, his mind racing. Looks like I'll need a long-range skill to break their formation. Suddenly, Li Uyan senses a shift in the air. He lunges back, screaming a desperate warning. Something's wrong. Everyone, get back now. But it's too late. Chung Yi unleashes a colossal vortex of fire that incinerates everything in its path, the sacred flame tempest. Li Uyan barely leaps clear, howling, scatter, move it. The tornado is a force of pure annihilation, erasing everything it touches. Ha Lan dodges just in time, her heart hammering against her ribs. That sacred flame tempest is terrifying. If she gets caught in those flames, she's finished. Through the smoke, Li Uyan sees Lu Zhou desperately trying to hold his ground against the inferno. He snarls in pure frustration. Damn it, is he really a paladin? His elemental skills are more monstrous than a high-level sorcerer's. Seeing Lu Zhou still clinging to life, Chung Yi's lips curl into a cold smile. Still standing? Don't worry, I'll turn up the heat. Let's see you handle the ultimate fire phoenix. The flames explode with renewed fury, and Lu Zhou's barrier begins to shatter into 1,000 pieces. Chung Yi's voice drops to a lethal chill. Burn to ashes. Inside the firestorm, Lu Zhou lets out a blood-curdling scream of despair as his staff clatters to the floor. Chung Yi, fueled by the adrenaline of battle, sighs with mock regret. Tisk, a shame I couldn't end you in one hit. But don't count on being that lucky next time. That sheer arrogance pushes Li Uyan over the edge. You cocky bastard, he roars, his face flushed with rage. Xiao Bai, heal Lu Zhou, now. Xiao Bai doesn't hesitate, jumping straight into action. Chung Yi raises his mace high, the metal gleaming with lethal intent. Right on time, he fires a beam of golden energy straight at Li Uyen, the Lightwing Slash. But Li Uyen stands his ground with a contemptuous smirk. I'll take that head on. As the strike connects, Li Uyen slams his own Lightwing Slash into his shield, triggering a violent explosion. Afterward, he drops to one knee, gasping for air, his heart racing with dread. Chung Ying-Yi's raw power is horrifying. Even with his steel physique, he can barely withstand the impact. Suddenly, a spark of pure defiance ignites in Li Uyen's eyes. "I'm not done yet," he bellows, launching a ferocious counteroffensive. "Take this! Rage Slash!" Chung Yi effortlessly bats the attack aside with his mace. "Is that all you've got?" he asks, his tone bored. Li Uyen stares in shock, his voice trembling. "How? How is that possible? This blade has cut down high-tier monsters. I refuse to believe this." As Li Uyen lunges forward for another desperate strike, Chung Yi swings his mace to meet him, laughing. "Fine then, we'll keep going until you crawl." Their weapons collide with a bone-shaking shockwave that rattles the entire arena. Li Uyen's tenacity only fuels Chung Yi's excitement. He lets out a booming laugh. "Exhilarating. You truly deserve the title of Than King Captain. You're the first person in our year who's dared to look me in the eye." Meanwhile, Li Uyen is struggling just to keep his feet, his mind bitter with realization. Curse it! His attribute points are way beyond mine. If this turns into a war of attrition, my stamina will hit 0 in minutes. "What's the matter? Out of breath already?" Chung Yi roars, closing the distance in a heartbeat. "Get back!" Li Uyen panics, his guard wide open. Just as the finishing blow is about to land, a massive shield slams down, protecting him from the lethal strike. Having his ultimate move blocked sends a surge of irritation through Chung Yi. He didn't expect anyone to interfere, but before he can react, a shadow looms over him. A gargantuan mechanical centipede is hovering right above his head. He spins around instantly, deploying his Holy Light Guardian. But the centipede's horn is like a diamond drill, spider-webbing his barrier in a heartbeat. Within a fraction of a second, Chung Ying's ultimate defense is completely shattered. Chung Yi hits the ground running, his mind analyzing the threat. That robot's stealth attack is lethal. Breaking a level 9 Holy Light Guardian in a single blow is no small feat. Beside him, Li Uyen stands up, gasping for breath. Realizing Wang Hian stepped in just in time, Li Uyen breathes a sigh of relief. "Hian, thank you. You saved my life back there." Wang Hian remains stoic. "It's what I'm here for. If I hadn't moved, the match would be over by now. Leave Chung Yi to me, you go handle the rest of them." Wang Hian's aura begins to surge as he reveals his true strength. "I was planning to save my best cards for the Madu team, but you forced my hand." With a cold glare, Wang Hian begins summoning a new wave of machines. First out of the gate is the GX-100 Mechanical B level 21, silver rank. Then come the S rank light rocket drones, level 21, followed by the BT-200 Hussar bots, level 22. Seeing the mechanical army grow, Chung Yi's jaw nearly drops. Wang Hian is only level 19. So how are his machines already at level 21 and 22? Up in the VIP stands, Zhou Mang glances at Director Trin with a sly grin. "It seems your Thankin University has been hiding quite a few aces up its sleeve." Director Trin beams with pride. "We certainly have." He gestures toward the arena, his voice full of confidence. The boy possesses the S-rank mechanical heart talent. It allows him to craft and control robots far beyond his own level. Zhou Mang nods, genuinely impressed. An S-rank talent, eh? It looks like this team match will be decided by the clash between those two. Down on the field, Chung Yi suddenly bursts out laughing. "A mechanical swarm tactic? Seriously?" His eyes burn with the fire of battle. "Let's see just how much your swarm can handle," he shouts, his excitement peaking. Wang Hian gives the cold command, and the mechanical legion charges. "You think you can just walk through us?" He growls as a hail of bullets rains down on Chung Yi. Instantly, the aerial drones swarm the sky, diving like predators. Meanwhile, the heavy tanks in the rear open fire, providing a devastating wall of cover fire. Chung Yi snaps open his twin heart shield to tank the onslaught. His face is a mask of cold determination as he stares down the endless stream of lead. Then, in a low, commanding voice, he says, "Go." The shield surges forward like a battering ram, crushing every bullet and bot in its path. Without missing a beat, Chung Yi activates his Holy Light Cross, a massive glowing symbol erupting around him. One by one, the robots are torn apart, exploding into scrap metal. Seeing his creations trashed, Wang Hian snarls, "Damn it! Those were built with fire-resistant materials, and they still couldn't hold." He pulls out a tactical keyboard, his voice dripping with spite. I've got plenty more where those came from. He slams a command key, and a fresh wave of machines teleports onto the field. I don't believe for a second that your mana is bottomless. Swarm him. Attack. Tear him down. On the other side of the fray, Chung Yi's teammate, Vuong Thiet Tam, is having the time of his life smashing robots to pieces, laughing like a maniac. Haha, is this all you've got? Chung Yi glances at the match timer and smirks. The timing is perfect. A devastating skill begins to hum with power. Divine Storm. Vuong Hian's eyes go wide. Not that move again. Retreat. Pull back now. But it's too late. The Divine Storm erupts, a hurricane of holy energy that sweeps across the arena, vaporizing every robot in sight. On Vuong Hian's control screen, red warning lights blink frantically. Unit 74 connection lost. Vuong Hian grinds his teeth in a fury. We just started, and I've already lost a third of my forces. You're going to pay for that. Taking a deep breath, he decides to play his final trump card. With a roar of effort, he summons a gargantuan machine that dwarfs everything else on the field. Arise. Exjudicator. A titan of steel appears, its massive jaws lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth. It looks like a mechanical shark designed for total annihilation. As the armor plates begin to shift and lock, Vuong Hian screams at the top of his lungs. Exjudicator. Fusion! The machine opens up, pulling Vuong Hian into its core. The massive frame begins to expand and grow, its bulk slamming into the arena's emergency barriers, forcing them to jump to maximum power. The audience gasps in unison, several people leaping to their feet. This is insane! The national tournament has never seen an epic-tier mechanical creation before. The stats flash across the screen. Exjudicator, level 23, epic grade. A girl in the crowd stares at the screen, whispering in awe, this year's freshmen. They're all absolute monsters. On the battlefield, seeing Wang Xuan unleash his ultimate weapon, Li Yuan burst out laughing. Haha, Brother Swan's arbiter has finally appeared. He turned to Jiang Churan and sneered. This match is as good as lost for you, but Jiang Churan completely ignored him and charged forward, swinging her blade furiously at Li Yuan. Humph, she declared. Brother Chu Yi will never lose. Li Yuan hastily retreated to dodge the attack, then scoffed dismissively. Still fighting? Why be so stubborn? On Chu Yi's side of the fight, Wang Xuan roared from inside his cockpit. Chu Yi, let me give you a lesson on the Arbiter's true firepower. A barrage of shells erupted from the mech. Chu Yi watched the wall of fire race toward him, completely unfazed. Calculating his moves, Chu Yi grabbed chunks of rock and hurled them into the air. He moved with fluid agility, weaving through the incoming fire. As the shells zipped past his back, he thought to himself, Asterisk, is this all you've got? Asterisk, not realizing another shell was closing in from the front. Luckily, Chu Yi twisted his body just in time to evade it. The moment it passed him, the shell detonated with terrifying destructive force. Chu Yi couldn't help but feel a flash of relief that was far too close. Inside the cockpit, Wang Xuan laughed maniacally. Run, keep running. He relentlessly intensified the barrage, taunting his opponent. Chu Yi was forced to draw his mace, shattering every single shell that flew his way. In that exact moment, the Arbiter suddenly reached behind its back, drawing a massive sword. The cold steel flashed as it swung down, carving a deep gash straight into the ground. With just a single strike, the arena floor cracked and split into two distinct halves. From within the Arbiter, Wang Xuan's mocking voice echoed, Chu Yi, is running all you know how to do? He swung his sword again and again, unleashing a flurry of attacks as he sneered. Are all the students from Suhang University such cowards? Fine, then let's fight head-on. Seeing Chu Yi so easily provoked, Wang Xuan cursed inwardly. Asterisk, he couldn't even handle a little taunt. What an idiot. Asterisk, he quickly yanked the control stick. He thought with contempt. Asterisk, and they made someone with this little self-control the captain of Suhang University? They must be desperate. Asterisk, the Arbiter swung its massive sword down once more, but this time, Chu Yi didn't dodge. Instead, he met the blade head-on with his mace. The powerful impact sent the Arbiter's sword flying from its grasp. Immediately after, Chu Yi launched his counterattack, unleashing a skill that seemed to pull in everything around it. Even the Arbiter began to crackle with an electric aura. The match's monitoring system suddenly blared an alarm. What's happening? The protective barrier's energy is being absorbed. At that very moment, a system outside the stands issued a command, initiate emergency protocols. Support systems from below swiftly flew up and entered the barrier. Each arena was equipped with high-intensity light magic stones for regulation. used to restore and stabilize the match's protective shield. Over on her side, Jiang Churan saw Li Yuan charging straight for her. She quickly leaped back to dodge while shouting to Tang Lingxi, "Retreat!" At the same time, a volley of arrows sliced through the air from Xialan's position. Song Xialan and Wang Tiexin quickly fell back to avoid the attack. The moment Jiang Churan's shout ended, the two exchanged a look and retreated in unison. Li Yuan sensed something was wrong and ordered his team to halt their pursuit, but Lu Zhou angrily demanded to know why they weren't chasing. Li Yuan just stared at the source of the energy and said gravely, "There's something seriously wrong with that power." In that instant, a colossal hand began to materialize from within the swirling light. The entire audience screamed in terror, shouting, "What is that thing?" Wang Xuan saw it too, his heart pounding in his chest. An aura that terrifying could only belong to an S-rank skill or higher. His face went pale. Although it was only one rank higher than his A-rank arbiter, the difference in power was like heaven and earth. And yet, a surge of exhilaration washed over him. Wang Xuan gritted his teeth, believing that not even a god-tier skill could necessarily defeat him. Becoming one with the arbiter, Wang Xuan launched a frenzied assault. The engine on his sword roared, pushing its limits as he unleashed a dense storm of slashes. The expression on Wang Xuan's face twisted, losing all semblance of control. He poured all his strength into a continuous combo, sending countless sword waves hurtling toward the giant hand. For a fleeting moment, he thought he had defeated his opponent, but a flash of light, bright as lightning, struck down and shattered his energy attack. The resulting explosion was devastating. In the stands, people screamed in terror, stunned by the shockwave. Down in the arena, fragments of the robot floated slowly toward Chu Yi. Chu Yi coldly swatted them all away. After that single attack, the arbiter was utterly destroyed, and Wang Xuan was completely defeated. Xialan stood in a daze, her voice echoing through the silent arena. "We lost," she whispered, her voice laced with bitterness. As Wang Xuan groaned in pain, reaching a hand out and calling his name, Chu Yi. The entire stadium erupted. The crowd roared, praising the terrifying power of the holy light, which was like a nuclear explosion. In unison, the audience chanted Chu Yi's name. "Chu Yi! Chu Yi!" Amid the cheers, he smiled and left the stage. Dean Zheng remarked in a low voice that the divine hand skill was truly god-tier. Qingjing University's loss was not unjust. Still, his heart ached. He had truly believed that with Wang Xuan, the championship was theirs for the taking. After watching the match, Dean Zheng broke out in a cold sweat. He never imagined a monster as all-powerful as Chu Yi could exist. Melee, magic. He excelled at everything. Before leaving, he told Wu Mang that in over 30 years of teaching, Chu Yi was the most dazzling genius he had ever seen. He couldn't hide his regret as he added that among the countless prodigies he'd met, few could ever compare. Wu Mang simply chuckled at the high praise. In the stands, the cheers for Suhong University and Chu Yi thundered on endlessly. Jiang Churan was momentarily stunned by the sheer intensity of the crowd. As they walked, Wang Tiexin laughed and said, "That was too easy. So this is all Qingjing University has to offer." But Song Xialan was more skeptical, pointing out that without Chu Yi, Wang Xuan alone would have given them a tough fight. Tang Lingxi nodded in agreement. Against that level 23 epic-grade robot, they would have certainly lost without Chu Yi. Wang Tiexin just laughed heartily. "You're talking about a situation where Chu Yi times isn't times here." "But he is." Jiang Churan added cheerfully, "When they expand the stadium next year, the freshman exchange match could host up to 200,000 spectators." She continued excitedly, "Add in the live broadcast and the hype from this match, and Chu Yi's name will be famous all across the Zhongsha nation." Chu Yi chuckled, teasing her for getting bolder by the day. Meanwhile, in another room, a woman watching the live feed assessed his strength. She arrogantly thought to herself that a prodigy like him was exactly the kind of talent the Skyfall Guild needed. It was just a pity his level was still too low. They'd have to wait until after his second-class advancement to recruit him. A man stepped forward and suggested, "Skyfall is a top-tier guild, so our standards are naturally high. But after this match, Chu Yi's combat data will surely be sent to the higher-ups of every major guild. It might not be too late to make a move then." She immediately shot down the idea. The woman looked toward Chu Yi with fascinated eyes and said confidently, "With the old guildmaster backing me, it's only a matter of time before he belongs to Skyfall." At the hospital, in a patient room, recovery and spirit-calming spells cannot be interrupted. Report immediately if your mana is depleted. Everyone was pouring their efforts into healing Wang Xuan, with the second team's priest on standby. Someone cursed angrily, That holy light was too brutal. It even had a nullification effect. Chu Yi's attack was too heavy-handed. Li Yuan spoke up. If it weren't for the arena's barrier, it's hard to say if Brother Xuan would even be alive. We wouldn't have escaped unscathed either. The whole team bowed their heads in shame. On their behalf, Li Yuan apologized to the dean for failing to live up to the resources the university had provided. Dean Zheng waved his hand. Chu Yi is just too strong. The best Qingjing can do now is third place. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Why only third place? Even if we lost to Suhong, we can still beat Modu University. Dean Zheng looked at Wang Xuan. He's severely injured and his mech is completely destroyed. Qingjing has no one left who can face Modu University's full lineup. Lying in his hospital bed, Wang Xuan couldn't stop muttering Chu Yi's name, his heart filled with a silent, bitter refusal to accept his defeat. He had to admit Chu Yi was strong, but he was confident that after his second-class advancement, his own heart of machinery would finally unleash its true, devastating power. Wang Xuan was obviously certain of his victory. Meanwhile, Chu Heng bowed his head to Chu Yi, admitting he had misjudged him. He praised the Holy Knight for his rare talent, the ability to both support his team and unleash explosive power. He called Chu Yi a once-in-a-generation genius, but Chu Yi cut him off, telling him to skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. Chu Heng simply smiled, replying that powerful people always spoke directly. He stated plainly that he had already reported to the clan. The Patriarch and the Council of Elders had agreed. If Chu Yi returned, they would use the clan's full power to nurture him. This piqued Chu Yi's curiosity, prompting him to ask about them. Seeing his confusion, Chu Heng explained that in the vast Chu clan, the Council of Elders and the Patriarch were the ones who controlled the distribution of all major resources. Chu Heng added seriously that the two factions rarely cooperated, but they had reached a consensus specifically for Chu Yi. The revelation that all of this revolved around him left Chu Yi feeling a bit bewildered. While the Chu clan's promise meant a smooth return to the main branch without any disputes, his mentor was Headmaster Wang Hui. Even without the clan, he could still level up rapidly. After careful consideration, Chu Yi concluded that his greatest weapon was, and always would be, the system. And so, he made his decision refusing the class change, much to Chu Heng's profound disappointment. The refusal left Chu Heng devastated. Seeing the old man's sadness, Chu Yi tried to console him, saying he knew someone else with an ice bloodline. But Chu Heng just shook his head, explaining that a hidden class required an incredibly high bloodline concentration. A common ice bloodline would never qualify. That's when Chu Yi pointed directly at the old man and asked a blunt question. My little sister's ice bloodline concentration is at least 3 times higher than yours, he stated. That should be more than enough to qualify, shouldn't it? Hearing this, Chu Heng's eyes instantly lit up. Overjoyed, he grabbed Chu Yi's hands, firing off questions. Your sister, she's also awakened the ice bloodline? Suddenly, Chu Heng began to laugh, his body trembling with renewed excitement. Perhaps I haven't failed our ancestors after all. The heavens have blessed the Chu clan. Is it true? 3 times the concentration? He marveled. That means it's nearly 10 points. She can choose from all 3 of the great ice system hidden classes. His frenzied state made Chu Yi curse inwardly. The man had truly lost his mind. Trying to prevent him from getting too worked up, Chu Yi quickly tried to calm him down. First of all, don't get so excited yet. We still have to see if she's even willing to follow the Chu clan's development path. We have to ask for her opinion on the matter. Chu Heng nodded repeatedly. Right, whatever you say is right, so when can we go meet your sister? Hearing this, Chu Yi realized that joining the Chu clan held little meaning for him personally. He couldn't change his class, and he already had his system and Wang Hui's resources. But for his sister, Chu Yun, it was an entirely different story. He could help her cultivate, but it was nothing compared to a powerful clan pouring all its resources into her. And if something were to happen to their parents in the future, it made sense to have the Chu clan shoulder that burden. After careful consideration, Chu Yi decided to call Chu Yun. He felt a pang of worry, wondering if Xiao Kui, who had been with her before the match, had been bullied. The moment he called, Chu Yun answered. She was hugging Xiao Kui, excitedly spinning the little creature around as she gushed over his match. That was incredible. A total stomp, she cheered. So many girls at my school are your fans now. They even asked me for your contact info, she continued in a rush, but I'm not giving it to them. My future sister-in-law has to be strong, super strong. She needs broad shoulders, rock-solid arms, blue skin, and super muscular legs. Chu Yun continued excitedly, adding that this ideal partner should be able to carry a sword weighing hundreds of kilos, while also being skilled enough to embroider flowers for him. Chu Yi finally cut her off. Stop with the nonsense. I have something serious to tell you. He then slowly and seriously introduced the 3 hidden classes of the main Chu clan branch: the Icefall Archer, the Frost Swordsman, and the Ice Purity Mage. The Archer and Swordsman are physical damage classes, he explained, while the Ice Purity Mage is a magic user. With your bloodline concentration, you can choose any of the 3. Hearing this, Chu Yun's full attention was captured. She studied the 3 images carefully before making her choice, the Mage. She felt that ice-based attacks were the perfect fit for her. Chu Yi reminded her that following the Chu clan's plan meant moving to Tianlan province to train for at least 3 to 4 years, urging her to think it over carefully. I've already thought it through, she replied without a shred of hesitation. With her brother shining so brightly, she declared, his little sister couldn't afford to be left behind. In her heart, she thought that by using the Chu clan's resources, she wouldn't have to drain her brothers anymore. She wouldn't be a burden. With the decision made, Chu Yi promised that once he finished his business there, he would go with her to Tianlan province. After ending the call, he returned to the freshman tournament arena. Just as the system's voice boomed, welcome everyone to the 4th round of the National Freshman Exchange Tournament. Today, we will select the 8 prodigies who will advance to the 5th round of the singles tournament, the system continued. And now, we will announce the rewards for the top 8, provided by the Xiaoyan Professionist Alliance. A vial was presented, introduced as an S2 rank magic potion. The crowd erupted in cheers. An S2 rank potion was an incredibly generous prize. It was something even 3rd advancement professionals would kill for. Jiang Churan turned to him and remarked, last year's champion prize was only S2 rank. Chu Yi replied, because S3 is much rarer. Just then, the system announced the prize for those who reached the quarterfinals, an S rank resource. But that wasn't all. A new weapon was displayed, a legendary weapon forged by the Alliance's own Grandmaster Qijun, reserved for the tournament champion. Even Chu Yi was stunned by this reveal. It was the highest grade of weapon humanity was capable of forging. The prize was so tempting, it ignited a burning desire in every single competitor to become the champion. Once the announcements were complete, the system summoned all the competitors to the arena to prepare for battle. Jiang Churan stepped forward, smiled, and told Chu Yi to be careful. Then, Chu Yi and his opponent officially faced off. Feng Qiang, clad in heavy armor, stepped forward. Chu Yi, I know you're strong. He swung his sword, roaring, but I'm no weakling either. Inwardly, he smirked, proud that he had chosen his own path instead of the balanced build most people followed. Feng Qiang was confident. By pouring all his points into strength, he believed he held an absolute advantage. Just then, the system declared the start of the match. The words had barely faded when Chu Yi charged forward, mace in hand. Feng Qiang met his charge, a mocking grin on his face. Do you dare to face me head-on, Chu Yi? He taunted, striking first with a devastating violent slash. The 2 torrents of power collided with ferocious intensity. In a blink of an eye, cracks spider-webbed across Feng Qiang's sword before it was utterly shattered by Chu Yi's mace. The attack didn't stop there, slamming directly into Feng Qiang's body. He collapsed to his knees in agony, roaring in disbelief. How? How can this be? I put everything into strength. How are you completely overpowering me? Feng Qiang screamed. Chu Yi casually rested the mace on his shoulder. Is that all? He asked mockingly. The entire stadium exploded. To create such an overwhelming stomp with just a pure contest of strength was unbelievable. Just how monstrous was Chu Yi's strength? His stats were a complete mystery. Down below, his teammates from Demon Lord University were in an uproar. No way. How could Brother Qiang lose in a pure contest of strength? Dean Su, looking stunned, spoke up to explain. Feng Qiang's strength, including his equipment, should be around 370 points. To create this kind of crushing effect, Chu Yi's strength must be at least 450. He replayed the scene in his mind, still finding it hard to believe. And on top of that, Chu Yi's intelligence stat was also incredibly high. He's terrifying. Dean Su turned to Wei He, his voice laced with concern. Are you confident you can defeat him? Wei, he considered it for a few moments before answering, only about a 60% chance. Back in the arena, Feng Qiang was struggling to his feet. He gritted his teeth. I haven't lost yet. With a roar, he charged forward once more. A knight would rather die standing than surrender. Seeing Feng Qiang rush in, Chu Yi didn't hesitate for a second. He met the attack with a powerful counter, unleashing his mace of penances and slamming it directly into his opponent. Feng Qiang let out a final, agonized scream as he was sent flying out of the arena. Immediately, the students from Demon Lord University cried out, "We forfeit! End the match!" The system quickly confirmed the request, announcing, "Demon Lord University has surrendered. The winner is Chu Yi." The announcement was immediately drowned out by a deafening roar of cheers and fervent praise. As medics rushed to check on Feng Qiang, they sighed in exasperation. It was that incredibly stubborn holy light again, notoriously difficult to heal. 3 of them quickly carried Feng Qiang away for treatment, leaving Chu Yi alone in the arena. One day after the match, the Suhang University team gathered in a room to discuss strategy. Wu Mang began the meeting with praise. "Excellent work. We now have 2 members in the top 8. Wu Mang singled out Song Holland for special praise. "Your advancement was quite a surprise. Your chances of making it to the quarterfinals aren't high, but you must continue to strive for it." Song Holland smiled, replying that she understood. He then brought up Jiang Churan, noting that with her current strength, she should have reached the top 8. It was just a shame her luck was so poor, matching her against Wei He, the seeded favorite to win the championship. No Meng said sternly that only the last 2 spots in the top 8 would be taken from the loser's bracket, hoping she would seize the opportunity. He then turned to Chuni, telling him he had full confidence in him and entrusting him with the mission of winning the individual championship. Chuni accepted the task seriously and replied that he understood. No Meng then added that in tomorrow's team competition, both of their matches were against ordinary colleges. He looked at the reserve members behind them, saying this was a good chance for them to get some hands-on experience. After finalizing the decision, he immediately began explaining the next day's strategy, while Hung So Nian sat to the side, lost in thought about the second half of the 4th round's individual matches, a round known for its brutal elimination. Out of 70 contestants, only 2 would advance to the 5th round, and just by reaching the 6th round's top 4, one could obtain a rare S-rank resource. Kung So Nian secretly steeled her resolve. Even a major clan couldn't easily acquire S-rank resources. If she could win one, her power would undoubtedly skyrocket. Just then, a voice called out, "Chungir, your true power is out in the open now." Ingo Meng smiled. "With your strength, sweeping through teams from ordinary colleges is an easy task, but tomorrow is mainly for them to train, so you just need to protect them and hold back." Chuni nodded in agreement. At that moment, 2 female students walked into the room and gasped in shock when they saw him. "Wow, it's God Near!" That shout immediately drew a swarm of other female students who rushed over to surround him. "Student Chungir, it's really Chungir in person. Oh my God, he's so handsome. He's looking at me." Flustered, Chuni asked, "Is something wrong?" The girls replied in unison that they were his fans and asked for his autograph. He asked blankly, "An autograph?" Immediately after, they pulled out a slew of photos of Chunir, all clamoring for one. "Thank you, Godnir. You're just too handsome. Godnir, don't worry. We'll always support you. Keep it up." Oh my God, Chunir is even blushing. So cute. "You have to take care of yourself and don't get hurt." Looking at those photos, Chunir's face darkened. Asterisk. Is this really me? Asterisk. Tong Harlan, sitting beside him, chuckled softly and said, "Chunir, you really are popular." A thought echoed in Kung So Nian's mind. Asterisk. If I don't keep up with his pace, I'll be left behind. Asterisk. She silently hardened her resolve. 70 contestants, 2 spots. She had to claim one of them. She whispered in her heart, Asterisk Chunir, I will definitely do it. Asterisk. Sensing her determination, the spirit within her rejoiced. At the same time, a chill ran down Chunir's spine. He looked around, puzzled. For some reason, he felt like someone was staring intently at him. Elsewhere, the second half of the 4th round's individual matches officially began. The contestants were transported to a wild forest. Many wondered why it was a forest. One of the male contestants explained that the map was an AI simulation based on real battlefield data provided by the military and instructors. A girl holding a scepter looked around warily and added that to make it more like a real battlefield, the dungeon had random settings, so the terrain was different every year. She also mentioned the demonic beasts were different each year. Kung So Nian moved cautiously, observing the damp environment. Someone was still asking what they should do when their voice was abruptly cut off. A system notification appeared. This dungeon is the Phantom Forest Maze. Every 30 minutes, a mysterious demonic beast will attack. The 2 players with the most kills will advance to the 5th round. Before starting, the system reminded them that the dungeon was not life-threatening and had no revival mechanism. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, with some laughing that it was simple, all they had to do was kill monsters. But Hung So-nian watched silently, feeling a sense of unease since the demonic beasts hadn't yet appeared. The system announced the first wave of attacks was about to begin, and as soon as it finished, a purple mist materialized. Kung So-nian stared intently in that direction. Asterisk, here it comes. Asterisk. However, when the mist cleared, there were no demonic beasts in sight, only the rustling of leaves. Kung So-nian whispered, confused. Before she could finish, someone yelled in anger, "Why is it so itchy?" making her jump in alarm. Purple dots appeared on the man's body, causing him to scream endlessly from the intense itch. The more he scratched, the faster the purple dots spread, until all he could do was cry out in agony. In a panic, he rushed towards Kung So-nian for help, but was struck down by a monster moments later. The system announced, Lin Shu of Dan Than University, devoured by a demonic beast, defeated and removed from the dungeon. Kung So-nian suspected the monster had some kind of cloaking ability. Soon after, more people were hit. Screams echoed as everyone panicked, completely baffled. They couldn't see the monsters, yet people were being eliminated, one after another, throwing the crowd into chaos. Only Kung So-nian remained calm, thinking that the monster must have a weakness. It was either invisible or infectious. Just then, a small purple object attached itself to her hand. Watching the purple thing grow, Kung So-nian squinted, realizing it looked like bacteria or a fungus. She immediately summoned fire and incinerated the purple object. After dealing with it, Kung So-nian understood the problem. She transformed into her demon form and shouted to everyone, "There are spores in the air. If they land on you, you'll be infected by a parasitic fungus." The others immediately followed her lead, and a flurry of fire attacks erupted. But some who lacked fire-type skills were forced to beg for help, while others coldly replied that this was a competition, not a time for sentiment. Soon, those without fire skills were eliminated one by one, as the system repeatedly announced contestants leaving the dungeon. Kung So-nian thought seriously that just burning the spores wasn't enough. She had to find the source monster. At that moment, mushrooms growing on the tree trunks revealed sharp fangs and began spewing countless spores. With this, Kung So-nian quickly pinpointed the monster's locations. When one was defeated, the system immediately announced, Kung So-nian of Suhang University has eliminated a demonic beast. +1. The other monsters began to reveal themselves as well. Undaunted, Kung So-nian soared into the air to attack. Phantom flame dance. Black flames erupt. A series of system announcements rang out. Kung So-nian of Suhang University has eliminated a demonic beast. +1. Meanwhile, back at the freshman arena, the team battle had also begun. The system announced that both teams were in position. The battlefield was constructed, and the defensive field was active. The team match between Suhang University and Meigao University kicked off with a fierce, uncompromising clash. The opposing side pushed forward aggressively, and Suhang's team refused to back down. The red-haired guy immediately activated his skill, Flame Assault Storm. Raging cyclones of fire formed, roaring as they shot straight toward their opponents. Across from him, a man in white quickly countered. He directly deployed his water attribute. The two forces collided violently, and water blades sliced through the fire tornadoes. But just then, Damveer appeared, his claws shattering the water blades as he sneered that the attack's power had weakened. Chu Yi instantly raised a shield, allowing him to escape. Chu Yi sternly reminded Damveer not to let his emotions cloud his judgment on the battlefield and to watch his back. Then he turned to the blonde girl, Zhen Jing. Your job is to protect your teammates. You have to maintain full awareness. A mistake like that is not allowed to happen again. Reprimanded, Zhen Jing squeezed her eyes shut and cried out in panic. Here it comes! The red-haired girl on the opposing team glared at them, furious at being treated like a training dummy. The man in armor roared in indignation. Brothers, are we going to stand for this? He ordered them to charge, and the two sides clashed violently once again. Just as the fight reached its peak, Chu Yi's phone buzzed with a notification, causing everyone to instinctively freeze. Kung So-nian had cheerfully texted him that she had won and successfully advanced. Chu Yi could only think in exasperation. Asterisk. This girl is unbelievable. Asterisk. The man in white saw Chu Yi casually checking his phone mid-battle and fumed with rage. He roared that it was disrespectful to his opponent and swore to teach him a lesson. But a second later, he was lying on the ground, defeated. The system declared Suhang University the winner. Right after the fourth round's individual mid-bracket qualifiers ended, the fifth round began early the next morning. 8 contestants would be narrowed down to 4. On the afternoon of the second day was the 6th round, 4 down to 2. The two who advanced were Chu Yi and Weirn Herp. A famous streamer immediately posted a hot take analysis video, announcing that today was the championship decider. He spoke of Chu Yi with a tone of pity for his humble background. Both parents deceased, he climbed his way up step by step to become the strongest holy knight in the history of the university entrance exams. Then, his tone shifted as he spoke about Nguyen Herp, the prodigy of a prestigious legacy family, the streamer asked excitedly. Who will claim the champion's throne? He also announced he would be live streaming the entire match and reminded everyone to tune in and show their support. After the video, the community exploded with discussion. Some believed God Ni would crush him, while others argued that Nguyen Herp fought with extreme ferocity and wasn't to be underestimated, pointing out that Hung So Nin had faced him in the round of 4. It would be legendary if Tu Hang University swept both the crown and the runner-up spot. Right at that moment, the roar of a helicopter tears through the sky, and the crowd quickly scatters to make room for the landing. As the door slides open, the Tu Hang University delegation emerges. The moment the Tu Hang team steps down, they are showered with praise. Goddess Kwang is so beautiful. God Ni, I'll support you forever. Tong Ha Lan, don't be discouraged. You'll definitely get it next time. Fans rush forward, begging for photos and autographs. Wherever Chung Ni walks, the roar of his name follows. Chung Ni, Chung Ni. No one notices another helicopter approaching. Suddenly, someone shouts at the top of their lungs, Man Long University has arrived as well. The cheers instantly shift toward Man Long University. Shouts of Nguyen Hop ring out incessantly. Dean 2 steps forward to greet Ngo Mao. After the competition, we are still friends, he says. Ngo Mao returns the gesture politely, but thinks with internal disdain that given Nguyen Hop's true strength, wanting to challenge Chung Yi is nothing more than a pipe dream. From a distance, Nguyen Hop has already locked eyes on Chung Yi, silently resolving that this will be the final battle. He is determined to crush Chung Yi and seize the championship. Before stepping onto the arena floor, Chung Yi suddenly flashes a mysterious, meaningful smile. The system's voice echoes, introducing the two competitors, Chung Yi and Nguyen Hop, as they enter the ring. The match is about to begin, and the audience is urged to take their seats. Chu Hang and Elder Chu are also watching closely. Only 3 seconds remain. Elder Chu speaks up, asking if Chung Yi can actually win against a kid like Nguyen Hop, who has been raised with the full resources of the Nguyen family since childhood. Chu Hang responds with a serious expression, he can. After analyzing all of Chung Yingyi's combat data, his growth rate is terrifyingly fast, and his strength far exceeds anyone in his generation. He looks at the screen and adds, Nguyen Hop is indeed a genius of the Nguyen family, but in Chung Yi, I see the faint shadow of the ancestors. At that moment, the countdown hits 0, and the system screams, start. Chung Yi immediately activates his skills, while Nguyen Hop swings his blade and charges straight at him. Nguyen Hop leaps high into the air, his face twisted with rage as he unleashes his move. His entire body erupts in a blinding golden light. The two forces collide, triggering a shockwave that rattles the arena. Nguyen Hop glares at Chung Yi, who remains cold and expressionless. Chung Yi fires back a countermove, forcing Nguyen Hop to leap back in retreat. Nguyen Hop's eyes sharpen as he frowns and dives back down for a counterattack, his eyes turning blood red. An explosive aura bursts forth. His entire body glows with a fierce red light. He grips his warblade tightly. Just moments ago, Chung Yi had silently analyzed the warrior's berserk state, which massively boosts all 4 core attributes but only lasts for 3 minutes before leaving the user weakened. Furthermore, the blazing blade technique carries fire element magic damage, so he continues to evade. Nguyen Hop pours all his strength into the charge. Chung Yi stands ready for battle, thinking to himself that this guy truly deserves to be the freshman leader of Man Long University. With cold, sharp eyes and a fearless face, Chung Yi gracefully steps to the side. Enraged, Nguyen Hop lets out a primal scream, thunderous slash. The warblade in his hand is instantly enveloped in crackling lightning. The higher the level, the closer the power and speed get to actual lightning. With blood-red eyes, Nguyen Hop screams internally. He has polished this move through 10,000 repetitions to reach level 9. Without a shred of hesitation, he swings the blade down with devastating force. Chung Yi raises his weapon to block the strike, the clash of two massive powers creating a cinematic spectacle. Nguyen Hop grinds his teeth, forced to admit that his opponent's strength is absolutely terrifying. Nguyen Hop pours even more power into his blade, calculating the thousands of pounds of kinetic energy generated by the thunderous slash. However, even in a direct test of raw strength, Nguyen Hop finds himself completely overwhelmed. Chung Yi delivers a powerful shove, sending the man flying back. At the same time, Chung Yi's weapon erupts in a golden glow as he unleashes a level 9 holy light cross. Chung Yi forms hand seals, and a beam of golden light condenses into the shape of a massive sword. Nguyen Hop smiles confidently, claiming he had long prepared for this specific move. Nguyen Hop drops into a low stance, his face contorted as he roars. His war frenzy state explodes, causing his body to emit a deep red light mixed with an intense golden aura. The two powers collide violently, resulting in a massive explosion. Nguyen Hop is swallowed by the epicenter. His entire body seems to be encased in a layer of invisible armor. He stands back up with an even more vicious smile, his hand gripping the great blade tight. A system panel appears before Chung Yi, showing that Nguyen Hop's awakened talent is the Rank S War Frenzy. It extends his combat duration, drastically increases his core stats, and reduces incoming damage by 80%. However, once this state ends, all the accumulated damage will be reflected back onto him twofold. Nguyen Hop lunges forward. Chung Yi knows that War Frenzy only lasts for about 2 minutes, so the best strategy is to stall for time. Yet, even with an 80% damage reduction, he believes he can still take his opponent down. The two exchange a barrage of blows, their weapons clashing with thunderous booms. Nguyen Hop thinks to himself that stalling against a paladin with high recovery is suicide. That is why he activated Berserk and War Frenzy from the very start to push his strength to the absolute limit. A massive explosion rings out, causing the crowd in the stands to erupt in chatter. Someone asks in shock, why is Chung Yi choosing to fight head-on? But others believe that Godney is doing this out of absolute confidence. At that moment, Nguyen Hop slashes forward. Chung Yi tilts his body to dodge. Chung Yi raises his hand, and a bolt of golden light shoots out. His voice is calm as he says, "Spear of victory, come." A massive seal appears before him, and behind Chung Yi, a giant golden spear takes shape. Nguyen Hop is completely enveloped in red light. With a distorted face, he screams, "Bring it on." Immediately following is an earth-shattering explosion. Nguyen Hop laughs mockingly, shouting that the spear of victory is useless against him. Chung Yi remains unfazed. Bolts of holy light lightning strike down violently, assaulting Nguyen Hop, but they are blocked by his protective barrier. He frowns, admitting that this is a formidable offensive technique. Nguyen Hop uses his blade to withstand the lightning, thinking that even with 80% damage reduction, it still hurts this much. If he hadn't activated War Frenzy, he might have lost to a single strike. He looks up at the fading lightning, realizing that each summon of Divine Punishment requires over 1 second to recover. Nguyen Hop stomps the ground hard, intending to exploit the opening for a counterattack, but another bolt of lightning strikes down instantly. He had clearly studied every single one of Chung Yi's skills. There is only one possibility. Chung Yi's Divine Punishment has reached level 20. The lightning continues to rain down on Nguyen Hop. The fierce assault causes the commentator to scream in excitement, declaring this the peak of the National Freshman Finals. Audience members shield their eyes, crying out that it's too brutal. Someone screams in terror, while Wang Hian merely smirks. Nguyen Hop howls in agony. Why? Why is it like this? He looks at Chung Yi with eyes full of disbelief. The distance between them is barely 10 meters. With his eyes locked on Chung Yi, he screams in denial and activates a red light in the palm of his hand. Nguyen Hop mashes his teeth and lets out a deafening roar. The secret art, Heaven's Shadow Blade, erupts violently, sending thick clouds of dust swirling into the air. Amidst the haze, Chung Yi stands tall, his expression unchanged. A red streak grazes Chung Yi's face, and he glances at the minor wound. The red blade stabs deep into the earth, causing massive cracks to spread across the ground. Before Chung Ying's eyes, countless blade shadows begin to fall. He thinks back to the legends of the ancestors' soul-forming weapons. Even though Nguyen Hop hasn't reached that realm yet, this form is still terrifying. Chung Yi smiles and says, "Finally, I can stop playing around." In an instant, 10,000 blades and swords begin to move, descending at a terrifying speed. Chung Yi raises his hand to cast a spell, saying softly, "If I don't use a new move, the audience will be disappointed. So today, I will perform a self-created fusion skill." A violent wave of freezing air immediately sweeps across the arena. Eternal frost of 10,000 miles is unleashed. Chung Yi stands at the center of an icy blue vortex, his hand guiding the power. Each step he takes causes the entire stage to tremble. The commentator's voice echoes, stating that Chung Yi's skill has completely covered the arena, and nothing can be seen inside. The audience is in a frenzy, screaming and asking what is happening. Someone curses in frustration, and even the elders jump to their feet in shock. Chu Hang cries out to the elder in alarm. The elder points forward, his voice trembling as he asks Chu Hang if he can see it. The purity of this ice elemental force is staggering. Chu Yi extends his hand forward. 10,000 swords are slowly encased in ice, then bound tight by threads of golden light. Chu Yi clenches his fist shut. A chilling glare. The entire ice structure instantly shattered into 1,000 pieces. Chu Yi lunged, his hand clenching the pendant on his opponent's neck as a brilliant golden light erupted, blasting the remaining ice apart and sending Nguyen Hop flying backward. Nguyen Hop crashed heavily onto the ground, spitting out a mouthful of dark blood as the ice around him finally melted away. The referee's voice boomed across the arena, declaring contestant Nguyen Hop unconscious. The match was over, and the victory belonged to Chu Yi. The crowd erupted in a deafening roar. Chu Yi is #1! Our senior is incredible! Amidst a sky ablaze with fireworks, Chu Yi raised his hand, a triumphant smile on his face as congratulations rained down on him. An AI's voice echoed through the stadium, announcing, "The solo competition has now concluded. Next up are the team battles and the survival competition. We hope you all look forward to it." Wu Mang chuckled, remarking, "To be able to use a second stage secret skill, the Divine Fire Key, at such a young age. A few years ago, he would have easily taken first place. It's just his bad luck he ran into Chu Yi." Standing beside him, Jiang Churan playfully flipped her ponytail, a happy smile gracing her lips. Wu Mang watched Chu Yi walk off, stretching and yawning, and thought to himself, normally, to defeat Nguyen Hop, he should have had to use his angelic divine body. And yet, he won with just the lift of a hand. Suhang University has finally claimed the solo championship this time. Song Halan nodded. That's right. Our team has won the championship for 4 years straight, but we've never once touched the solo title, which is only held every 4 years. Brother Yi really made us proud this time, Wang Tiexin said confidently. Tomorrow, we face Moyen University in the team competition. With Nguyen Hop seriously injured, he's no longer a threat. First place is practically in the bag. Song Halan's voice turned stern. Remember to be humble. Don't get too arrogant. Nearby, Jiang Churan hugged Ling Shi and chirped, "Brother Chu Yi!" Blushing furiously, Ling Shi pulled her hood down to hide her face, stammering. "Classmate Chu, I just wanted to ask if everyone wanted to relax tonight," she mumbled. Chu Yi simply scratched his head with an awkward laugh. The scene shifts to the city's most bustling night street, a place where the game Eternal bleeds into reality, some 300 years after the first demonic beasts appeared. The birth of the chef profession led to a culinary explosion on Blue Star, creating tens of thousands of new dishes. In the East District of Manhwa City, there was a legendary food street where it was said that anything from the heavens or the earth could be turned into a delicacy, satisfying palates from all over. The calls of vendors echoed through the air. Grilled dragon meat, 20-year-old young dragon, so tender it melts in your mouth. Wolf King blood jelly, boosts your yin and yang, preserves your youth and beauty. Crispy and chewy deep-sea monster fish balls, a girl pointed. That looks delicious, Ling Shi smiled, holding a stick of candied fruit. Ahead of them, Jiang Churan and Chu Yi were chatting happily. From a distance, a man named A Liang watched Jiang Churan, licking his lips and muttering, "Now that's an absolute masterpiece." A Liang tossed 2 skewers to the person behind him, adjusting his hat. "A perfect 100 points." His companion was startled. "What are you doing?" A Liang replied, "A beauty like that is a once-in-a-lifetime sight. If I miss this chance, I'll regret it for the rest of my life." "But she's already got a boyfriend," his friend pointed out. A Liang scoffed. "So what if she has a boyfriend? That doesn't mean I can't make a move." Just then, Chu Yi turned his head, his face an icy mask. A Liang's gaze trembled as he pointed a shaky finger at Chu Yi, stammering, "Yi, God Yi." A short while later, Jiang Churan bent over, panting for breath. This food paradise really lives up to its name. We've been walking for over an hour, and we still haven't even seen half of the street. Song Halan, arm in arm with Wang Texan, explained, "This place is a junction of 6 different roads, so it's hard to see it all. You two go find a table and hold it for us. We'll go get the food." Wang Tiexin scratched his head. "I want to rest too." Song Halan shoved him along. "Go on, don't be a third wheel." As they left, Ling Shi's eyes landed on a 50-year-old shop called Wuliu Wine. The owner was promoting her product, claiming Wuliu wine could increase one's agility. "It's 800 yuan per flask," she announced. Hearing this, Jiang Churan pointed at a bottle and said, "We'll take one." The owner brought out a single flask and 2 small cups, saying, "That'll be 200,000 Zhongxia yuan for the Wuliu wine. Please pay up front." Instantly, a phone chimed, announcing a transfer of 200,000 had been completed. Jiang Churan raised her glass to Chu Yi. Congratulations on winning the solo championship. They clinked glasses, and Chu Yi replied, to our shared victory. With that, Jiang Churan tilted her head back and drained the cup in a single breath. After finishing, she looked puzzled. The alcohol content doesn't seem very high. 10 minutes later, her face was bright red as she swayed drunkenly, murmuring, Why? Why are there two of you, brother Chu Yi? Chu Yi raised an eyebrow. You're drunk already? Chu Yi sighed and explained, You're a level 19 professional, so regular alcohol has no effect on you. But Wuliu wine is brewed with low-grade heavenly treasures, so it's incredibly potent despite the low alcohol content. He then stood up, It's getting late, and Little Song and the others aren't back yet. Let's go find them. Jiang Churan reached out a hand, whining playfully, I don't want to go anywhere. Before she could finish, a voice purred, Hello, handsome. A woman holding an empty wine glass approached, her face a picture of seduction. My glass is empty. Would you be a gentleman and buy me a drink? She asked. Chu Yi gave her a cold, indifferent look, then gestured to the bottle on the table. There's still half a flask of Wuliu wine left. It's worth 100,000 Zhongxia yuan. You pay for it. The woman froze. Meanwhile, Jiang Churan flushed with embarrassment, her long hair hiding her eyes as her lips parted in a tempting pout. Suddenly, Jiang Churan angrily pushed the woman away, shouting, You're standing too close. The woman leaned in and whispered in Jiang Churan's ear, Little beauty, that's not the right way to act. You two aren't even lovers, so why are you blocking his romantic prospects? She taunted. In her mind, she was calculating. Chu Yi was this year's strongest rookie, and Jiang Churan was just a friend. Many people mistook them for a couple, but she knew better. They're just two naive kids who need more time. This is the perfect opportunity for me to step in. If she could wrap Chu Yi around her finger, all his resources would become hers. She moved closer to him, cooing, Big brother, don't you agree? Jiang Churan, blushing and fuming, could only stammer, You. Just then, Chu Yi took her hand. She froze, stunned, looking down at their intertwined fingers as Chu Yi said calmly, I don't mind Little Ran blocking my romantic prospects. Chu Yi pulled Jiang Churan with him as he began to walk away. He threw a final comment over his shoulder. Besides, I think you're pretty average. Hardly what I'd call a prospect. The woman was left standing there, her mouth hanging open in disbelief. As Chu Yi led her by the hand through the crowd, Jiang Churan suddenly stopped. Brother Chu Yi, he turned to look at her. Lifting her head, her face a deep crimson, she confessed, I like you. Her cheeks were flushed as she continued. I know I shouldn't be saying this before the team tournament, but I can't stand seeing all those other girls flocking around you. When I see them, I just want to sprout a clone behind my back to kill them all. She then threw herself into his arms. Can I be your girlfriend? She collapsed against his chest, her last words before passing out being, Is that okay? Nearby, Wang Tiexin froze, a half-eaten bun paused midair. Song Halan, Wang Tiexin, and Ling Shi all stared, buns in hand and eyes wide at the scene unfolding before them. Blue skies, white clouds, and the piercing sound of an alarm clock. In her dream, Jiang Churan remembered last night's confession, I like you, and shot upright in bed, her face burning. She peeked her head out to look around, and Wu Mang immediately called out, Little Ran, you're up late today. Come on, let's get breakfast. Wang Tiexin waved. Ling Shi, Song Halan, and Chu Yi all looked over at her. Chu Yi quickly averted his gaze and began shoveling food into his mouth. Jiang Churan wondered, was it all just a dream? She lowered her head, blushing, and quietly began to eat while Chu Yi continued to act as if nothing had happened. Ling Shi and Song Halan leaned close together, watching Jiang Churan with immense curiosity. They remembered last night when Chu Yi had carried the unconscious girl and told the three of them, Please, just pretend you didn't see anything. Song Halan had been confused. Why? Isn't it obvious you two like each other? Chu Yi looked down at the sleeping Jiang Churan and said softly, The Jiang family of Chuan province is an ancient clan. They existed even before the Eternal Game descended. And for the past 100 years, they have always been among the top-tier powers in China. Right now, I've managed to make a small name for myself. And I'm a direct disciple. So on the surface, things don't look too bad. Chu Yi looked up at the sky, his voice low and serious. But these achievements are nothing compared to the Jiang family. I don't want to put Little Ran in a difficult position. Once I have absolute power, every family and every faction will be ground to dust. It's only a matter of time. Munching on her bun, Song Halan thought, Brother Yi is a true god of war. I'll support you forever. From now on, I'm the president of the Yi and Sister Ran fan club. Chu Yi broke into a nervous sweat. Wu Mang put down his chopsticks. The National Freshman Exchange Team Finals consists of a total of 45 matches. The top 3 teams will be determined by the number of wins. Today is our 9th match. As long as we win this one, the team championship belongs to Suhang. Everyone, stay calm and defeat Moyan University. They all responded in unison. Understood. Wu Mang cheerfully raised his hand, then looked at Sun Chao. You're coming in as a substitute, so don't feel too much pressure. Jiang Feng, who was standing beside him, added, Sun Chao is a summoner. She can provide immense support on the field, so we must prioritize protecting her at all costs. Across the arena, Dean Su, the leader of the Moyan team, addressed his students. There's no need for a pep talk. Our team's strength has been severely weakened. On top of that, we're facing Chu Yi. Our chances of taking first place are practically zero. The dean thought to himself, in my entire life, I have never seen a freshman so completely all-powerful. If our entire school's total strength is a 1, then Chu Yi alone is a 2 or even a 3. He's absurdly powerful, a monster capable of single-handedly sweeping through every top university. Dean, to gripped Vu's hand tightly. No matter what, he said, his voice firm, you cannot lose today and disgrace Madu University. We can't let the other schools look down on us. I need all of you to give it everything you've got. Can you do that? Yes, the crowd roared in unison, their eyes following him as he walked onto the field. The 5 members of Mado University stepped forward, their spirits blazing. But Ton Kyo was lost in thought. Even if they merged their powers, defeat still seemed inevitable. Was Madu destined for 3rd place again? And yet, 7 years ago, their team captain was also injured and couldn't compete. Through superior teamwork and skill, they managed to turn the tables and seize victory. Coincidentally, that year it was also Ma Do versus Tahang. Tun Q touched her face, wondering, if she used that same strategy, could she recreate the miracle of the past? The referee hovered in the air, his voice booming. The 3rd place team, including substitutes, will receive a full set of pre-made 3-star gold tier equipment. 2nd place will receive a complete set of 4-star gold tier equipment, and the grand champions will have their entire prize pool sponsored by the Xiayan Professional Guild. An entire set of epic tier equipment for each person? The crowd erupted in a frenzy of shouts and cheers. The atmosphere was electric with envy. This year's rewards aren't just double last year's, they're absurdly generous, Chu Ying mused, resting his chin on his hand. It's enough to make anyone fight with their life on the line. The value of the solo champion's legendary weapon is still less than this total prize pool, Vuong Thiet Tam said with a loud laugh, crossing his arms confidently. Each team has 10 members including substitutes. That's 70 pieces of epic gear. Their combined value is enough to forge 2 legendary weapons. This is a massive haul. The rewards have been announced, the MC declared. Will the teams from Tahang and Madu please step forward? The stadium echoed with thunderous cheers. Go Tahang, go Chu Yi, go Madu. The competitors from both sides took their positions. Chu Yi radiated confidence. 3, 2, 1, begin. Tun Q's face turned ice cold, and the air instantly crackled with tension. Chu Yi's group charged forward first, a sphere of light condensing before them. Ton Q thrust her hands out, chanting an incantation. One by one, she summoned the European dragon spirit, a swarm of Ratsajian bees, the monstrous Hydra, and the guardian of hell itself, Cerberus. Kamala, the summoner, had appeared. 5 oppressive spirits materialized around Ton Q, their auras suffocating. The spirits roared and charged straight for Chungi as the Lion King Kamala unleashed a blinding blast of golden energy from its body. Lin Hai simply raised her scepter, effortlessly neutralizing the attack. Immediately after, Lin Hai launched a counterattack. Tong Ha Lan formed a seal with her fingers, casting a spell that sent a flurry of paper talismans flying. The talismans wrapped tightly around the tails of the bee swarm. With a wave of her hand, all the talismans exploded at once like a burst of fireworks. On the other side, Vuong Thiet Tam engaged the Hydra in battle. Kwang Sonyen spun her weapon and rushed in to assist, landing several sharp slashes on the serpent's body. Chung Yi weaved through the storm of attacks, his sharp eyes filled with approval. Asterisk. Not bad. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. Real combat really does accelerate growth. Their coordination has improved by at least 30%. Asterisk Tuang Fuang and the blonde-haired girl watched, their jaws agape, as Chuni effortlessly batted away every obstacle in his path. Chung Yi threw a punch at Tun Kyo, but she remained perfectly calm, her eyes still shut as she continued to cast her spell. Then, her eyes snapped open, her gaze, sharp and glowing, fixed on him as a colossal hand materialized from thin air, blocking his warhammer. A flicker of annoyance crossed Chu Yi's face. The giant hand had caught his hammer with overwhelming force. It was the blazing ape, its eyes glowing crimson, as it stopped his attack with its bare hand. It delivered a devastating punch that made Chu Yi grit his teeth to withstand, the ground shattering beneath his feet. A green halo of light surrounded him before unleashing a barrage of throwing stars. Horrified, Q gritted her teeth and continued to summon another hydra. The blazing ape's eyes glowed fiercely as it seized the hydra in one hand. With a burst of raw power, black blood splattered everywhere. The ape tore the hydra's head clean off, then turned to Q and snarled, "No need for these cheap tricks. Why did you summon me?" Q trembled, shielding herself as she stumbled backward in panic. Terrified, she pointed a shaking finger at Chu Yi and shrieked, "Defeat him!" A level 24 monster, the blazing ape of legendary aptitude. The notes described it as a tyrannical beast. Summoning it was either a stroke of luck or a complete disaster. The blazing ape let out a deafening roar. Chuni's expression turned serious as he recognized the creature. This was the legendary summoned beast, the blazing ape. It stared coldly at Q. "Fine," it said. "Prepare to die." Panicked, Q waved her hands frantically. "Wait! That's not what I..." Earth and rock flew through the air. Q shielded her face, only now realizing the consequences of her own actions. The blazing ape charged straight at them, causing Tam to cry out in shock. "Why is it a legendary level summoned beast?" Lin Hai held her scepter high and cast heavy water shield. A protective barrier instantly enveloped them. Tong Ha-lan waved her hand and chanted loudly, "Yellow Earth Foundation, Primal Earth Chi, Earth Spirits of the Four Directions, heed my command." A massive wall of rock erupted from the ground. Asterisk Heavy Water Shield is an A-rank defensive skill. Asterisk she thought desperately. Asterisk and Xiao Hai has upgraded it to level 8. It once blocked a full combo from Than Kin University's assassin, but now it can't even withstand a single blow from the blazing ape. Asterisk. The blazing ape's punch pulverized the rock wall, and Tam rushed forward to block its path. Tong Ha-lan immediately cast Shield Wall, a crimson barrier flaring to life just as the beast charged again. Tong Ha-lan glanced back. Thank goodness for Brother Enyi's guidance. The skill's effectiveness has more than doubled. If not for that, our defenses would have already been shattered. Legendary beasts are terrifying, she said. Brother Engi, what do we do now? Chu Engi raised his hand high and cast Holy Light Heart Shield. A glowing sigil appeared as the blazing ape swung its fists relentlessly. Chu Yi looked at his teammates, his voice low and serious. "Leave this fight to me, all of you. Get off the stage." Tong Ha-lan, Lin Hai, and Tam all cried out in shock. "What?" Tam tried to joke. "Brother Yi, stop playing around. That's a legendary level beast." Chu Yi looked at her, his expression dead serious. "Do I look like I'm joking? I have a way to deal with the blazing ape," he explained. "But I won't be able to protect you while I'm fighting it." Kwang So-nyen looked at him with worry. Lin Hai spoke up. "Even if my power is small, I still want to help." Tong Ha-lan's eyes widened. "Brother Ni, we're a team," she shouted. The blazing ape unleashed another ferocious punch. "Fighting a legendary beast, one mistake means death," Chu Yi explained. "Even if a priest revives you, you'll lose 30% of your strength and enter a weakened state for 3 months, unable to train. Have you considered those losses?" He gently ruffled her hair. "I know you're all worried about me, but having you here, it just makes me distracted." Chu Yi looked softly at Kwang So-nyen. "It's just one legendary beast, that's all." Below the stage, the entire stadium was in an uproar. Someone shouted in awe, "History is about to repeat itself." 7 years ago, a nearly identical situation had occurred when Q, then a substitute player for Ma Do University, had summoned a legendary level beast. The commentator gripped his microphone, his voice trembling with excitement. Can Chungi turn the situation around? Who will claim the team championship title? A man with black hair and red eyes let out a sinister laugh. Silver, gold, epic, and legendary. Even at the same level, the difference in aptitude creates a massive power gap. For example, a simple charge skill from a bronze tier beast is only equivalent to a human's F or E rank skill. But if that same skill is used by a legendary beast, its power is at least A rank, possibly even reaching S rank. What's even more frightening is that legendary beasts have extremely high resistance. They are incredibly durable and difficult to kill. Even the Tyrant Dragon King in the Hang Abyss dungeon is only epic tier. To have a legendary beast appear in a team match is just overkill. Chu Yi's undefeated legend is in jeopardy, the commentator exclaimed, then gasped. What's happening? Why are they forfeiting? Forfeit sigils appeared at the feet of Tong Ha Lan, Lin Hai, and Vuong Thiet Tam. By leaving the stage this way, they would suffer no harm. Chuni turned his head to look at Huang Sonyan, and she immediately understood. Biting her lip, Huang Sonyan said, I forfeit, too. Shards of rectangular light appeared around her body. Chu Yi remained standing in front of her, a steadfast shield. Huang Sonyan paused, looking back at him over her shoulder. Brother Chu Yi, she said, good luck. The blazing ape struck again. Its arms glowed with a furious red light as it smashed the ground, sending rock and debris flying. As the dust settled, 2 drops of red blood fell to the floor. The blazing ape stared at its own severed tail, its expression turning pitiful. I'm hurt, it whimpered. High above, Chu Yi stood transformed, a giant axe in his hand, a golden aura radiating from his body. Now that they've left the stage, he declared, his voice booming. I have nothing holding me back. He continued in a cold voice. Let's see just how powerful your legendary beast truly is. The crowd stared in disbelief, murmuring, are we dreaming? Sun Chao was horrified. The Langan Yuanxiao thought to itself, asterisk, I can sense a superior bloodline from him. I am a born legendary, a king from birth. Asterisk. In its memories, its mother had warned it about certain supreme bloodlines that must never be offended, and for the first time, it felt that very aura from this human. If he weren't so weak, it would have fled, even if it meant suffering the backlash from its own summoning. Fortunately, he's just a human who got lucky, fusing with a supreme bloodline. Langyan Yuanxiao clenched its fist. As energy swirled around it, it declared, I understand now. Then, it brought 2 fingers together, and a weapon materialized in its palm, a spiked head connected to a chain, the 2 parts linked as one. Langyan Yuanxiao whipped the weapon in a circle. Chu Yi said calmly, come on. Chu Yi raised his hand, and a burst of holy light erupted, a golden chain shooting straight forward. Langyan Yuanxiao raised its own hand, casting a spell and throwing its weapon to meet the chain. Chu Yi continuously unleashed his light stream rush, and a powerful surge of green energy erupted, blasting Langyan Yuanxiao backward. It dug its weapon into the ground, carving a long trench as it slid to a halt. Old Master Chu screamed in panic, stop the match! We can't let the hope of our family fall here! Chu Hang immediately turned and ran, saying he would find Wu Mang. Old Master Chu roared that even if it meant offending Suhang University, they had to stop the match to protect Chu Yi. Dean Zheng said worriedly, he should retreat if he's in danger. If Chu Yi dies, our nation will lose a pillar of strength. Others chimed in, agreeing that Chu Yi was destined to rule a region one day. Dying in a match would be a tragic waste. Chu Hang rushed in, begging Teacher Wu to forfeit. My Chu family is willing to compensate Suhang University 100 times over. Wu Mang waved his hand dismissively. What kind of person do you take me for? He recalled the past, wondering about the true extent of Chu Yi's power. The Dean of Suhang stood with his hands behind his back, saying, don't worry. As long as it's not a legendary beast level 26 or higher, Chu Yi can handle it. Wu Mang stared at the screen, lost in thought. After level 20, the power gap between each level is immense for both humans and beasts, assuming equal talent. A level 26 beast is far stronger than a level 24 one. Langyan Yuanxiao is still 2 levels below, so it'll be difficult for Chu Yi to secure a dominant victory. Chu Hang asked in a panic, aren't you scared? Langyan Yuanxiao raised its weapon high, its eyes glowing crimson as it brought it crashing down. Chu Yi instantly cast Judgment of Light. A blinding bolt of lightning tore through the air. The full force of the lightning slammed into Langyan Yuanxiao's body. It roared in agony, crying out, this divine power, it's paralyzing my limbs. Chu Yi said calmly, again, Judgment of Light. It let out a harrowing scream, hastily throwing up a defensive move to block the attack. Langyan Yuanxiao bellowed, human, let's see what you're really made of. Judgment of Light was already a level 14 A-rank skill, enhanced by light, holy, and angelic elements. After his angelic transformation, his 4 primary stats doubled, giving him enough power to one-shot an epic-grade leader in an abyss dungeon. Yet, the blow that landed on his opponent only caused temporary damage before it healed completely, as if it had never been injured. Chu Yi watched Langyan Yuanxiao, unfazed, and marveled at its terrifying regeneration. It charged forward, its long weapon instantly appearing right in front of Chu Yi. Longyan Yuan Xiao threw its head back and let out a furious, unsettling roar. Chu Yi thought back to the time he fought and defeated a legendary grade demon. But back then, his opponent was severely weakened by the light attribute, unable to use its full strength. It seemed he needed to study them more carefully to ensure a complete victory the next time he faced a legendary beast. Longyan Yuanxiao's attacks grew faster. Its resistance to light was clearly increasing. Its adaptability was terrifying. No wonder humanity sacrificed so much during the Dark Ages. The attacks were relentless. Asterisk blessing of agility. Blessing of courage. Asterisk. He thought to himself that he needed to apply buffs times before times transforming into an angel to reach his absolute peak state. Langyan Yuanxiao leaped high into the air, cracking the ground below as rocks flew everywhere. Li Xin said in amazement, Chu Yi can get even stronger. The person next to her sighed in relief. Good thing he's not attacking Sun Chao directly. If the summoner dies, the summoned creature vanishes too. Jiang Feng spoke up. You think he doesn't know that? A lion roared, and Jiang Feng immediately shouted, Don't let your guard down. Protect Sun Chao. Li Xin and the others quickly assumed a defensive stance. Just then, Chu Yi appeared, his body cloaked in golden energy, wielding the Thunder God's hammer. At the same time, Wu Kang also unleashed his power, his aura flaring as he materialized his full armor. He combined his two weapons into one, instantly forming a massive, towering staff like a giant pillar. Simultaneously, a colossal hand, dozens of times larger than a person, descended from the sky. Everything around them was pulverized by their combined power. A deafening explosion echoed through the arena, and the surrounding landscape was completely obliterated. A woman in the crowd opened a grimoire, and droplets of water swirled and gathered as she cried out, Water's protection. A few seconds later, the water formed a violently spinning defensive ring, finally solidifying into a sturdy barrier. The shield protected them from the searing heat. A man with his dark hair in a bun sighed in relief. We're saved. A girl with pink hair clapped happily. With a third job mage here, we're safe. The guy in a t-shirt next to them added, That scared me to death. I was just thinking, if I died in the stadium, could a priest even resurrect me in time? A third job mage from the Xiaoyan Alliance is strong enough to block a full-powered attack from a peak second job mage. But she suddenly froze, gripping her staff tightly as she watched one of Chu Yi's skills shatter her protection completely. A talent seen once in a century. It seems our nation has produced another supreme genius, an honor for all humanity. Just then, a heavy foot stomped down, and the four of them stood frozen in terror before a storm of violent lightning. Immediately after, Longyan Yuanxiao appeared, its ferocious face filled with killing intent. It gnashed its teeth, smoke and fire billowing from its nostrils as it cursed elemental magic. It slammed both hands on the ground, cracking it open, and roared. How can a king fall in a place like this? At that exact moment, Chu Yi unleashed a lightning fist straight into its face. His body was much smaller, but the punch landed with the weight of a mountain, sending Langyan Yuanxiao staggering backward. It howled in fury. In the next second, Chu Yi leaped forward with a powerful kick, yelling, Die! The mighty blow slammed directly into his opponent. The kick sent it tumbling backward, losing its balance. A blinding golden light descended, and rubble and dust flew everywhere. Recalling her lion war beast, Sun Chao closed her eyes, canceled her spell, and hesitantly said, We forfeit. Her voice echoed across the stadium. The Dean of Suhong sighed in relief, and Old Master Chu smiled with satisfaction. The camera panned to the commentator announcing the winning team, Suhong University. Congratulations to our champions. The entire stadium erupted in cheers. Chu Yi, God Yi. The MC continued announcing the top 10 schools. The 45 matches have concluded. The final rankings are, first place, Suhong University, with a perfect record. Second place, Madu University, with 1 loss. And third place, Qingjing University, with 2 losses. One commentator exclaimed, Chu Yi is only 18 and already possesses such combat power. The pinnacle of our nation's professional scene will definitely have a place for him. Afterwards, he reverted to his normal form, drenched in sweat from the immense exertion. Suddenly, a voice called out, Brother Chu Yi. It was Jiang Churan. She ran over and asked him how he felt after using his angel form. A guy with orange hair immediately dragged a cameraman over to film the couple. My viewership numbers depend on you two. The live stream showed over 50,000 viewers. He patted her head, softly apologizing for making her worry. Even though I'm still a little tired, the chat feed lit up. Please stop with the public displays of affection, but the fairy is so beautiful. Suddenly, a hand covered the screen, accompanied by a soft cough. The chat immediately exploded, asking who was blocking the camera. It was getting to the best part. Someone even demanded the streamer deal with the troublemaker, promising to donate a huge rocket. That person was Wu Mang. He crushed the camera in his hand, but still wore a smile as he said, "Private live streams are forbidden after the match ends. You don't understand the rules? Then allow me to teach you." At his words, the faces of the other two instantly went pale. He then turned to Chu Yi, first giving instructions about the villa. "The survival match will begin shortly." A moment later, a voice echoed from the villa. The survival match was the final event of the team competition, where contestants from 10 universities and colleges would be sent into a free roam instance to explore. With his hands clasped behind his back, Wu Mang explained in a grave tone, "Unlike the simulated instances in the individual rounds, this survival instance is semi-realistic. Countless unexpected situations can and will occur. Even the strongest contestant could be eliminated right at the start due to sheer bad luck." He gave an example. Killing a high number of magical beasts grants 100 points. The rules were simple. Killing magical beasts of different levels grants points, but defeating a contestant from another school allows you to steal half of their points. After 7 days, the school with the highest score wins. He then brought up the map of the secret realm, which was incredibly vast. Each day, contestants are restricted to searching within a specific area, and this zone will gradually shrink. Anyone who fails to enter the new zone in time will be eliminated. Furthermore, entry points into the instance are random, and if you encounter a void rift, you must retreat immediately. A shadow of grief crossed Wu Mang's eyes. The void zone is filled with spatial rifts. They can kill even a legendary class professional in the blink of an eye. Just then, a new figure appeared. It was Principal Su. He entered a command center. The automatic doors slid open. The atmosphere inside was heavy, so silent you could hear every breath. A voice rang out, "Principal Su, you finally arrived." Principal Su sat down and asked, "What was your intention in summoning all of Su Heng's team leaders?" Principal Cheng replied calmly, "Principal Su, if there are no major incidents, Su Heng University will once again win the survival championship." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Are you truly content with that?" The scene shifts. Elsewhere, a green-haired girl is casting a spell. A camera records the scene, signaling that the survival match is about to begin. The event would last for 7 days and 7 nights, so there would be no live audience, only a continuous broadcast. Then, a colossal, frost-covered stone gate slowly materialized. The MC introduced it as a relic from a beast tribe battlefield. As the gate opened, he shouted, "The myriad beast wasteland!" Seeing the gate, the contestants grew excited. The MC noted that the exact date of the beast tribe war was irrelevant. All that matters is that this place is filled with danger and ferocious magical beasts, whose claws and fangs are always waiting for any intruder. He continued, noting that some, upon hearing this, became overjoyed, lost in daydreams of glory. But the black-haired young man inwardly scoffed. An open-access instance like this must have already been swept clean by the military beforehand. As the gate opened fully, the MC declared, "Contestants, raise your weapons, hold fast to your beliefs, and bravely face the challenge. Your legend awaits." The black-haired man spotted Chu Yi and felt a pang of anxiety, hoping he wouldn't run into him too early in the instance. Just the sight of his broad shoulders in a t-shirt radiated an immense pressure. At the same time, another figure appeared, draped in a long cloak that nearly touched his ankles, exuding a noble aura. It seemed finding them would take some time. As he was thinking, he heard the sound of footsteps and turned to see Yuan Hao leaving. Yuan Hao immediately activated 1,000-mile step and vanished in a flash. "Idiot," Chu Yi said nonchalantly. "Your point total is 0. What would I gain from taking you out now?" He summoned his hammer, a savage look crossing his face. "You have to fatten up a rabbit before you slaughter it." Elsewhere in the forest, a faint green light flickered into existence. It was Xia Lan. She closed her eyes, concentrating her senses. A red shadow was moving through the treetops. She drew her bow, nocked an arrow, and took aim, thinking to herself, asterisk, "What if that's Chu Yi?" Asterisk. The arrow shot forward with a whoosh. The figure saw it and immediately recognized it as an elven arrow. In the next instant, Yuan Hao gracefully dodged it and called out, "Xia Lan, it's me, I'm friendly." His gaze was sharp as he looked straight at her. The arrow froze in midair. "Good thing you spoke up when you did," Xia Lan said. "Why were you in such a hurry?" Hearing this, he scratched his face and hesitantly asked if she had run into anyone from Su Heng. He couldn't possibly admit that he panicked and activated his defensive skill. The two began moving together. As they walked, Xiaolan mentioned, "My plant empathy skill could only detect a faint presence. In that case, it makes sense for us to check it out together." He nodded in reply. "All right," she agreed. Elsewhere, a black-haired boy watching the match on a tablet exclaimed in surprise, "It's true! Mi Lu and Qing Qing actually chose to team up." A man wearing glasses, leisurely reading a book, replied, "Their power levels aren't that different, so they're wary of each other. This instance is dangerous. Cooperating early is a wise move. The longer this goes on, the more dramatic the fight for survival will become. On the 7th day, our devices will reveal everyone's location. That's when the real carnage begins." After hearing this, the boy nodded in understanding. Just then, a horde of ferocious monsters from various species charged forward. Chu Yi took down 2 opponents, and his point total instantly increased by 100. In another location, green monsters shrieked as they charged, yelling, "Who dares trespass on our territory? Kill him!" Chu Yi's right hand glowed with green energy as he roared, "Frost Seal!" In a mere instant, all the monsters were frozen solid. He snapped his fingers and walked away as the ice behind him shattered into pieces. Next, he annihilated a giant spider, earning another 500 points, which was quickly followed by 50 more. With a single swing of his hammer from behind, Chu Yi effortlessly finished off the spider. The system announced that his point total had risen to 1,200. After clearing out the monsters with such efficiency, it was no wonder Principal Wu had said this survival match was a stage for mechanics and summoners. The leaderboard showed Chu Yi in first place with 15,092 points. In second place was Wang Xuan with 5,547 points. And third was Li Mengze with 2,547. Chu Yi scanned the rankings for Xiaoran, Xiaolan, Tixin, and Ling Shi. They were all performing as he had expected. The board showed Jiang Shanyan in 9th place with 2,049 points, Wang Tiexin in 10th with 2,017, and Xia Lan in 11th with 2,022. Suddenly, he paused, a look of doubt on his face. Chu Yi's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Dan Wei and Zhang Jie weren't as strong as Tixin, but they were still average. Why were their scores so shockingly low? The board showed Dan Wei in 72nd place with 540 points, and Zhang Jie in 81st with 470. His hand instinctively clenched into a fist, his expression one of utter astonishment. Dan Wei has been eliminated? The updated board confirmed it. 72nd place, Dan Wei, 540 points, eliminated. 81st place, Zhang Jie, 470 points, eliminated. He racked his brain. There were only 3 ways to get eliminated: the realm itself, a magical beast, or another contestant. The zone hadn't started shrinking yet, so it couldn't be a rule-based elimination. Chu Yi remembered Dan Wei's resilient expression while fighting the giant cockroach. Although he was a substitute, he was far from weak. He was in the upper middle tier. He was cautious and more than capable of escaping danger. A dark premonition washed over him. Could it be that other players ganged up on them? Chu Yi thought of the malicious smiles he'd seen. In a place like this, you had to be wary not only of beasts but also of alliances of convenience. Weaker teams might cooperate to eliminate stronger opponents, but this was rare in the early stages when everyone was still scattered. An announcement blared. The safe zone of the secret realm will begin shrinking in 3 hours. All contestants must enter the safe zone, or they will be considered to have failed the challenge. The sudden announcement left him stunned. A short while later, in another part of the realm, something shot through the mountains and forests at a terrifying speed, shaking the very ground. A witness exclaimed, "Talk about bad luck." That person was Chu Yi. He was sprinting with all his might in a specific direction, his mind racing as he ran. This zone shrinkage was happening far too early. The only way to reach the safe zone in time was to push himself to the absolute limit. Dan Wei's situation would have to wait. He immediately changed course, using an acceleration skill to charge straight up a mountain peak, where he could sense Tang Lingxi's presence. At that very moment, Tang Lingxi was casting a spell, attacking an orange-haired girl with a continuous barrage of water arrows. Suddenly, Wu Kang appeared out of nowhere, his weapon swinging in a surprise attack that forced Tang Lingxi to whip her head around in alarm. He unleashed a powerful blow, accompanied by a vicious taunt. She instantly created a barrier to block the attack, and a moment later, she counterattacked with her stone spire technique. A massive stone orb materialized above his head. He stared in terror, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. Tang Lingxi frowned in annoyance, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "What a pain. Did your master never teach you not to underestimate your opponent? Or did you just assume I have a poor memory? Just then, Luo Sheng leaped up, preparing to ambush her. Tang Lingxi immediately shifted into an offensive stance and said coldly, "Did you really think I'd forget there were two more of you?" With those words, she slammed her staff violently into the ground. Just as he prepares to strike, a swarm of boulders suddenly surrounds him. The stone spirit binding activates, crushing Lak Thung into a compact, rocky sphere. Ingo Kang sneers, "Surrender now, or I'll leave you too broken to even finish the game." Right then, a slow, mocking applause echoes through the air. Dunglin Hai's eyes widen as she spots Li Qian lurking in the shadows, thinking in shock. So, there was another rat hiding in the shadows. He catches her gaze and offers a cold compliment. "I didn't expect Su Hang University to have such a formidable elementalist. Your teammates certainly did a good job of keeping your talent hidden, young lady." Before the words even leave his mouth, his pack of hounds lunges at her. She shouts back, "Save your breath!" She unleashes a torrent of water arrows that wipes out most of the pack. But in a flash, one hound slips behind her and sinks its teeth deep into her arm. Li Qian lets out a gloating laugh. "This is it. Rip her arm off." He calculates her downfall, knowing that without her staff, her casting speed and power will plummet. To him, she is now a defenseless prey. Facing certain doom, Dunglin Hai remains eerily calm and smiles. A good opportunity is only useful if you're strong enough to seize it. As she speaks, a massive magic circle erupts around her, leaving Li Qian trembling in horror. "Casting without a staff? How is that possible?" he screams. A split second later, a violent explosion rips through the air. The sheer force of the blast obliterates his hounds, leaving nothing but dust. The system immediately announces that contestant Li Qian from Thon Thung University is critically injured and unconscious. Li Qian has been officially eliminated. Dunglin Hai gains 1,050 points for the takedown. However, she collapses to the ground, coughing up blood as her mana is completely drained. Sensing her weakness, a scavenger from the chaos moves in to deliver the killing blow. Ingo Kang hurls a jagged dagger straight at her throat. But just as the blade is about to strike, a foot slams down from out of nowhere. The sight leaves him paralyzed with fear. The raw power in that single movement is terrifying. With a thunderous stomp, a shockwave shatters the earth. Dunglin Hai manages to part her lips, whispering, "Brother, Yi." She uses the last of her strength to utter those words before falling unconscious. Senior Yi. The monitoring system blares a new update. Contestant Ingo Kang from Nyak Ki University is critically injured and eliminated. Chu Yi earns 1,240 points, while Chu Yi tends to Dunglin Hai's wounds. He catches Lak Thung trying to crawl away for a sneak attack. One cold, lethal glare from Chu Yi is enough to make the man freeze in his tracks, paralyzed by pure killing intent. Dunglin Hai's total points rise by 1,860. After hearing 3 consecutive announcements, Chu Yi realizes these attackers are from different schools. This wasn't a random encounter, it was a pre-planned conspiracy. He carries Dunglin Hai to a safe location to recover. Suddenly, his AI wristband buzzes with a grim update. Contestant Trin Truk, ranked 69 with 680 points, has been eliminated. Dunglin Hai sees the notification and grinds her teeth in rage. Trin Truk must have been ambushed by those cowards too. She turns to Chu Yi, her voice trembling with suspicion. "Senior Yi, this whole thing is wrong. How could they have regrouped and pinpointed our locations so perfectly on the very first day?" He narrows his eyes and voices his theory. "They must be using a specialized method to track everyone's position." She shouts in disbelief. "Isn't that just blatant cheating? How do they dare do this in a national tournament?" Chu Yi adds, "If it's a unique skill, it's hard to prove they're breaking the rules, unless they're using something truly forbidden." His eyes turn ice cold as he declares, "I'll make sure their reputations are dragged through the dirt before this is over." Dunglin Hai's voice fills with worry. "I'm terrified that our other teammates are being hunted down right now." Chu Yi tries to calm her, noting that 9 schools have formed an alliance. They spent the first 6 days slowly weakening the competition, saving the final strike for today. While his teammates are in danger, Chu Yi remains undeterred. Against absolute power, schemes are nothing but a joke. For everything they've done over the last 6 days, I'll make them pay double. His overwhelming confidence makes her face flush as she softly calls his name, Senior Yi. After ensuring she is safe, he shoulders his sword to leave, offering one last warning: "Stay calm and heal. Drink your potions and stay here. I'll clear out every beast in the area." The organizers then make a formal broadcast. November 20th, 2024 marks the final day of the National Freshman Survival Competition. Today, the remaining 74 contestants enter the final slaughter to determine the ultimate rankings. Every player's location is now visible on their AI wristbands. The audience watches with bated breath, waiting to see who will emerge as the true powerhouse. After 6 grueling days, Suhang University is down to only Chu Yi, Duanglin Hai, and Hung So-nian. Meanwhile, the 9-school alliance still has 71 members standing. The numbers are overwhelmingly against them. Everyone wonders if Chu Yi can survive the onslaught. Surveillance drones broadcast every position to the world. Deep in the endless desert, a group waits in ambush. One scout calls out, "Chu Yi and Dunglin Hai are heading straight for us." Nguyen Herp checks the map and immediately barks orders. Hung So-nian is to the northwest. She's talented, but she's no monster like Chu Yi. She's surrounded by over 10 people. Harlan, take 5 men and eliminate her immediately. We have 47 people left on our side. Nguyen Herp turns to the crowd, boosting their morale. Judging by Chu Yi's speed, he'll be here in 1 hour. This battle decides everything. Keep your guards up and be ready for blood. In another sector, a blade whistles through the air as Hung So-nian effortlessly repels her attackers. Anyone who dares to lunge at her is sent flying before they can even blink. Harlan steps forward, her voice devoid of emotion. It's been a long time since we've truly fought. She draws her bow, aiming it directly at Hung So-nian. After this tournament, I'll give you the fair duel you deserve. Hung So-nian responds with a mocking laugh. Lan, why wait? Her power begins to surge violently, shaking the ground. She declares with pride, "You only think I'm an easy target because Chu Yi usually handles the trash. Today, I'm going to show you what a real nightmare looks like." Harlan's heart sinks as she witnesses the transformation. It's the complete succubus awakening. She can't believe her eyes. So-nian has mastered the succubus bloodline to a terrifying degree. Even with 24 people, they will have to fight for their lives. Harlan fires a suppressive arrow and screams, "Attack now. Don't let her breathe." In the distance, 2 massive desert beasts are locked in a deathmatch. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura washes over the dunes, sending both monsters fleeing in pure terror. Nguyen Herp and Vung Hien wait with bated breath. Suddenly, the earth trembles under a massive weight. As the dust clouds billow, Nguyen Herp's eyes lock onto the approaching figure. Chu Yi! Out of the swirling sand, a towering giant emerges, carrying 2 figures on its massive shoulders. It's Chu Yi and Dunglin Hai. To deal with you, we've gathered the 47 elite contestants from every school, Nguyen Herp boasts. Chu Yi only gives a faint, dismissive smirk. 47? Is that all? He scoffs. You're nothing but a disorganized mob. The insult cuts deep, fueling their rage. How dare you be so arrogant, they scream. But Chu Yi doesn't flinch. He only leans forward with a cold smile. Am I wrong? Is there a single person here who hasn't already tasted defeat at my hands? He points a finger at the crowd. You used your numbers to take out half of Suhang, and now you're huddling together to face me. Without your numbers, you're just a bunch of weaklings playing soldier. His contempt pushes the alliance to the breaking point. He calmly declares, "A million ants still can't kill a dragon." He doesn't wait another second. The war begins as Vung Hien activates his S-rank skill, the Arbiter. Beside him, 2 teammates unleash their blazing blade techniques while the rest of the mob charges forward. Chu Yi leaps from the giant's shoulder, telling Dunglin Hai, "Stay back and watch the show." A barrage of system notifications floods his vision, granting him massive buffs. He swings his weapon, the skill interface glowing with divine blessings. With a single strike, a wave of force shatters their front line, sending groups of contestants crashing into the sand with every movement of his hand. That raw power made some gasp. His speed is terrifying, but others sneered, "So what if he's strong? He's just a freshman. 1 man against 47? Impossible." Suddenly, a tide of summoned beasts erupted in front of Chu Yi. Without a second's hesitation, he charged straight in. A massive beast swung its colossal arm, trying to snatch him out of the air. Their fists collided with a deafening boom as Chu Yi's power exploded. Meanwhile, the other contestants weren't idle, relentlessly raining down their skills on him. Angelic Sanctuary, Barrier active, Light's Protection, Mana Shield, layer upon layer of defenses stacked up like a fortress. Chu Yi's strike shattered the first wall, but it couldn't pierce the rest. The 3 pink-haired girls smirked. "We still have 6 layers left. We can take this." Chu Yi let out a cold laugh. "Take it? You think so?" He pointed at them with absolute confidence. "This is only the beginning." As the words left his lips, a giant hand descended from the heavens. The hand slammed down, but the crowd reacted instantly. "Run! Get out of the way or we're dead!" they screamed, scattering like ants. Yet, amidst the chaos, Wang Xuan stood his ground, preparing to face the impact head-on. "Ruan," he shouted at the top of his lungs. "Wang Xuan, what are you doing?" Despite the system blaring extreme danger warnings, Wang Xuan didn't budge. "Even if the success rate is near zero, I have to try," he gritted his teeth. "This is the plan I came up with after studying our last match." He began rapidly assembling iron plates based on his calculations. "I've fought you before, Chu Yi. I know how you move. I've been watching." As he pieced the metal together, he explained, "The divine hand looks solid, but its force is actually dispersed. If I concentrate all these machines into a strategic defense, I can absorb a fatal blow." Just as Wang Xuan finished the iron shield, Chu Yi's divine hand crushed down. The massive palm loomed inches from his face. Facing certain doom, Wang Xuan roared with everything he had. "Bring it on!" The divine hand slammed into the defense, effortlessly pulverizing the protective layers. The sheer pressure was so intense it crushed the very earth beneath them. "Your lives are in my hands. Surrender or die," Chu Yi declared. But Ruan, he wasn't ready to quit. Screaming Chu Yi's name as he launched a desperate counter. "Flame Seal Cyclone," he roared, unleashing a torrent of fire. After that strike, Ruan, he slumped over, gasping for air. He calculated his odds in silence. If Chu Yi could withstand this, there would be nothing left to stop him. In an instant, the other players swarmed forward. Gale Slash, Silverleaf Blade. Swords unsheathed one after another as the mob ganged up on Chu Yi. Ruan, he thought with grim satisfaction, even if this doesn't eliminate him, it'll leave him crippled. Watching the horde close in, Chu Yi sighed softly. "Finally, you're here." He blocked the strikes with one hand, his voice booming. "You lot are being far too kind to me." Without a shred of hesitation, he struck back with Light's judgment. As Wang Xuan fell, a wave of regret washed over him. Chu Yi was leagues stronger than the last time they met. They expected a brutal war, but it turned into a one-sided slaughter. If they had known, they wouldn't have bothered forming a 9-school alliance. The system interface flickered before his eyes. "Do you wish to surrender?" He thought bitterly that he was about to become a national laughingstock. Meanwhile, Wu Mang burst into laughter while watching the broadcast. A 9-school alliance? Dean Cheng must have put in a lot of effort to take down Suhang University. Dean Cheng feigned ignorance. "I have no idea what you're talking about, Dean Wu." Wu Mang snorted in annoyance. "There's no one else here. Stop playing the saint." He began rattling off the names of the participants. Ruan He from Matong, Halan from Qingjing, Li Jian from Qing'ai. You'd have to be blind not to see your intentions. He spoke with absolute certainty. Ordinary schools wouldn't have the guts for this. And Madu, being ranked second, wouldn't need to get their hands dirty. Unless Qingjing University is the mastermind, who else could unite 9 schools? Inside, Dean Cheng was sweating. Qingjing had every advantage, yet they were getting humiliated. To save face, he had to resort to desperate measures. He remembered the meeting to deal with Chu Yi. He had challenged Dean Su. If Suhang takes first place in all 3 major categories, where does that leave the reputation of the other schools? Dean Su had responded nonchalantly, saying Madu wasn't interested in chasing first place. Seizing the moment, Dean Cheng laid out his terms. Join the alliance, and Qingjing will share S-rank resources as a sign of good faith. Sensing an opportunity, Dean Su demanded 2 shares, nothing less. Caught in a corner, Dean Cheng had no choice but to nod and seal the deal. He then outlined the strategy. The schools were not to eliminate each other. They had to cooperate and wipe out every Suhang student except Chu Yi within the first 6 days. If they encountered Chu Yi, they were to retreat immediately and wait for reinforcements. Back in the present, Wu Mang turned to Dean Fenghe. When the man responded, Wu Mang's voice dripped with sarcasm. "With your reputation and morals, aren't you afraid this shameful scheme will ruin your name?" Feng, he didn't blink. "You're exaggerating, Dean Wu. Cooperation in a tournament is just sound strategy. We haven't broken a single rule." Wu Mang could only let out a cold, frustrated grunt. Wu Mang's voice turned razor sharp. "You really think these petty tricks can stop Chu Yi from becoming champion? How pathetic." "A true powerhouse doesn't fear challenges," he said confidently. "Even when targeted, Suhang University is strong enough to take first place." Elsewhere, a player slammed the teleport button, but a red warning flashed. Teleportation failed. "Please wait patiently," the system droned, sending Wang Xuan into a panic. "What is this?" Outside, the contestants Chu Yi had defeated were groaning in agony. "I surrender. Let me back. I need a healer," they cried. "Why won't it teleport us?" Wang Xuan could feel it deep in his gut. Something was horribly wrong. It was over. At that moment, a bizarre rift tore through the void. Behind Chu Yi, a pair of terrifying, giant eyes materialized. The deans watching the screen gasped. Wu Mang frowned, wondering why that was appearing in the secret realm. Dean Cheng barked out an order. Forcefully teleport all students out. Now, but a strange anomaly struck the teleportation gate. The operator reported in a panic, "Space-time is unstable. I can't open the teleportation magic." Panic surged through the deans. The students in that realm were the future military power of the Xia Kingdom. Losing them would be a devastating blow. Even Wu Mang was on edge, worrying for Chu Yi's safety. Suddenly, the screens flickered with static. Signal lost, attempting to reconnect. The deans erupted into chaos. What happened? They argued in a frenzy as the system crashed at the worst possible moment. "Did you see that strange beast behind Chu Yi?" someone asked. Another replied, "I saw nothing." Hearing the warning, Chu Yi spun around instantly. The void beast brushed past him by a hair's breadth. He summoned his weapon in a flash, launching a powerful strike. "It's gone," he thought, scanning the area. Meanwhile, Wang Xuan's robot landed heavily on the sand. Wang Xuan stepped out safely. Chu Yi didn't waste time. "Do you know what that thing is?" As Chu Yi landed before him, Wang Xuan spoke with a grim face. "That's a void beast, a creature sealed within this realm for decades. It only exists in the legends of the older generation of Awakened. It was born from the endless void, far beyond our understanding. It slips through space-time rifts at will, its form constantly shifting. Its most terrifying power is tearing holes in space. Once you're sucked in, there's no coming back." Before Chu Yi could ask how it broke the seal, blood-curdling screams echoed through the air. The void beast manifested, sending the contestants into a blind frenzy. "What is that monster? Run for your lives." Chu Yi didn't hesitate, throwing a punch packed with devastating force toward the beast. Sensing the pressure, the void beast's eyes flew open. It vanished and reappeared right in front of Chu Yi, slashing at his legs. The searing pain made Chu Yi grit his teeth, forcing himself to endure. Right then, a spatial portal yawned open. Chu Yi's strike flew straight into the gate. As he struggled against the portal's pull, the void beast launched a surprise ambush from within. Chu Yi roared, unleashing his ultimate move, Divine Fist. A world-shaking attack tears through the air, roaring like a bolt of lightning. But in the blink of an eye, the void beast seizes control of the Crimson Arrow, stopping it dead. Jiang Churan desperately throws her arms around Zhang Yi, shielding him from the terrifying aftershock. The immense pressure slams them onto the cold ground, sending them skidding across the battlefield. Through a thick cloud of white smoke, Chu Ran struggles to push herself up, finding herself on top of Zhang Yi. His face is pale with exhaustion from the near-death experience, and he can barely muster the strength to ask what's happening. "Why are you here?" he manages to ask. She offers a faint smile. "Just in time, it seems." She calmly explains, "I realized no one could leave the secret realm, so I knew something had gone terribly wrong. That's why I came looking." But just as she finishes, Zhang Yi senses an immense danger rushing toward them. The void beast has changed its target, and an earth-shattering explosion rips the ground apart. Xia Lan and everyone nearby are instantly swallowed by the blast. "Xia Lan," Chu Ran screams in panic. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yi gives her an urgent command. "Xiao Ran, I'm poisoned," he gasps. "I need time to recover. You have to protect the other students." Meanwhile, the void beast only grows more ferocious. One student now stands alone against the monster. As its razor-sharp claws descend, Chu Ran appears just in time, throwing up a last-second defensive barrier and leaping back. But the beast's other colossal arm sweeps across the battlefield, determined not to let its prey escape. The situation is critical. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out, activating a power. "Get out of the way!" Enchanting sound skill. The student instantly throws himself backward. He narrowly escapes the fatal blow at the very last second. The void beast roars in fury. "You worthless trash! You don't know your place!" Now, all they can do is desperately dodge an enemy that overwhelms them in both size and strength. Where in the world did this thing even come from? He grits his teeth, trying to hold on, as a crazed, mocking laugh echoes from the beast. "Ha ha ha, you are no match for me. Mere ants, daring to challenge a god of space and time." Meanwhile, Zhang Yi is slowly activating two skills, recovery and death resistance. The void beast's abilities are just too strange. Get too close, and it instantly opens a space-time rift, making it impossible to reach. But if it detects a long-range attack, it simply vanishes. The battlefield has descended into utter chaos. Players huddle together in groups, completely powerless against the ferocious beast. Suddenly, a pink cord shoots out of nowhere, wrapping tightly around Olivia. Her rescuer is none other than Chu Yi. After handing Olivia to Ling Shi, she immediately turns and rushes back into the fray. Ling Shi, already tending to the injured, quickly agrees to help, but Olivia is hysterical, screaming in terror as Ling Shi works on her frozen arm, trying to calm her down. "Calm down. Let me seal the wound," Ling Shi urges, but Olivia's face is already ashen with terror. Olivia just mutters hopelessly, "It's all over." Ling Shi tries to reassure her, saying Zhang Yi is strong and will save them, but her words fall on deaf ears. "This is nothing like what the teacher told us," Olivia whispers. Frustrated, Ling Shi grabs her other arm, demanding, "What is it that you know?" Olivia is so deep in her panic that her words are just a jumbled mess, repeating over and over, "This is wrong. It wasn't supposed to be like this." But what she says next leaves Ling Shi utterly stunned, feeling as if her entire world has just plunged into darkness. In the distance, the battle between the Void Beast and the students rages on, a chaotic storm of light and power. But as Olivia continues to speak, Ling Shi's face grows tighter and tighter, her wide eyes betraying a growing, uncontainable horror. Suddenly, a chilling energy slash flies from the distance, slicing an innocent victim clean in two without a moment's hesitation. Realizing the truth, Ling Shi spins around and takes off, not daring to waste another second in this desperate, razor's edge battle for survival. The battle reaches its terrifying climax as Chu Yi is caught squarely in the Void Beast's jaws. Its razor-sharp teeth clamp down, trapping her completely. By the time Zhang Yi, Xiaolan, and Ling Shi realize the horrifying truth, it's too late. The monster unleashes a barrage of violent shockwaves, keeping them all at bay. Zhang Yi recklessly charges toward the black hole that is swallowing everything in its path. Behind him, Xiao Ran and Ling Shi scream his name in terror. Ling Shi frantically tries to explain that the Qingkang Academy badges they wear have been implanted with a parasite, a void-guiding butterfly. In its female state, it allows the host to be tracked by a special method from thousands of miles away. That's how the students from all 9 universities were able to gather so quickly. Zhang Yi's sudden turn catches Wang Xuan completely off guard. But beyond its tracking abilities, the void-guiding butterfly is also a symbiotic companion to the Void Beast. That's why they ran into it here. The beast mistook them for intruders and has been attacking them relentlessly ever since. Xiao Ran is most likely done for, someone says grimly. Staring at his own glowing hand, Zhang Yi speaks in a low, determined voice. "Ling Shi, help me find all of the guide parasites and the master parasites on everyone here." Hearing this, Ling Shi begins to understand the terrifying plan he's about to propose. A surging life force floods through Zhang Yi's entire body, as if every cell has been awakened. He blames himself for failing to protect Xiao Ran, vowing to find her even if it means leveling this entire realm or wandering the vast void forever. There is no deceit in his golden eyes, only the burning resolve of a man willing to become the ultimate bait. But just then, another voice cuts in. "Zhang Yi, I have a way to subdue the Void Beast." It's Sun Chao, struggling to his feet. He explains with great difficulty that a powerful master once left behind a unique secret sealing technique, one that can even imprison an existence far beyond the user's own level. However, such immense power comes with an unimaginable risk. If the caster can't endure the shock of having their mana completely drained and survive that critical moment between life and death, the only result is their own demise. A look of sorrow and helplessness fills Sun Chao's eyes as he admits he isn't strong enough. "Then why did you even bring it up?" Ling Shi yells in frustration. But backed into a corner with no other options, Zhang Yi latches onto this final shred of hope. He demands Sun Chao tell him the method. Following Sun Chao's instructions, Zhang Yi acts immediately. A spirit butterfly, glowing with an ethereal light, gently probes a nest of eggs. Within moments, several eggs crack, and the very space in front of them begins to warp and distort. His goal is crystal clear, strengthening his resolve. He clenches his fist, channeling a new kind of power, ready to face whatever comes next. Zhang Yi isn't a summoner, so to use this technique, he needs a catalyst, and the most powerful catalyst of all is the summoner themselves. He makes a final, drastic decision to pour all of his mana into his own eyeball, turning it into the summoning medium. With a burst of agile movement, Zhang Yi springs into action. He throws his arm forward, his voice low and intense. Whoever holds this can activate the secret art. The Void Beast watches in disbelief, wondering how a single human has managed to fight it for so long. Stid and Mies remains blindly confident, It even lets out a sigh, as if pitying him for his futile efforts. But in that instant, a brilliant beam of light erupts, piercing straight through the monster's body. The resulting shockwave sends his golden hair whipping through the air. Struck by the devastating blow, the void beast panics, screaming in utter disbelief. Zhang Yi keeps up the pressure, his sword a constant threat, preventing its escape. The monster laughs mockingly. "You fool! Don't you realize you can't possibly catch me?" Despite its bravado, it remains on high alert, but it never expected Zhang Yi to perfectly match its speed. "This is bad," it shrieks in alarm. Its fears are realized as Zhang Yi decisively gathers his power and unleashes a fatal slash. The attack is so devastating that it not only shatters the beast but also rips apart the very fabric of its personal space. Its long-suppressed rage finally explodes. "We only met by chance," it roars. "Don't you dare get cocky." Razor-sharp fragments of the universe hurtle toward him as the void beast screams about the arrogance of mortals and the true power of a god. Just then, Sun Chao's voice echoes in Zhang Yi's mind, telling him to listen closely. He reminds him that a summoner's mana can be used to traverse worlds or to summon powerful magical beasts. This means that by holding the eyeball, Zhang Yi can not only break the seal but also trap the beast within the rift. But there's a catch. Sun Chao's mana is limited, and he can't maintain the connection for long. Chu Yi seizes the opportunity, unleashing the 9 peaks of holy light and the punishment of light to defend himself. In this moment of crisis, his mind races. Trapped in the chaotic time-space rift, he must fight for every second, forcing the void beast to expose a weakness. Though his body is covered in wounds, Chu Yi holds on, waiting for the perfect moment to activate his secret technique. The void beast, initially having the upper hand, grows arrogant and careless. It roars a threat, promising to repay today's humiliation in full. But before it can finish its sentence, Chu Yi pushes himself to his absolute limit, raising a hand for the final, decisive blow. The punishment of light flares to life at his command, forcibly creating a sigil that imprisons his enemy's body and soul, slowing it down and preventing any counterattack. But the cost is staggering. Using the angel's divine body twice has nearly exhausted his mana reserves. As he whispers, a mystical light slowly takes shape, his power visibly draining after unleashing so many skills in a row. Only when it finds itself completely immobilized does the void beast finally cry out in shock. Bathed in holy light, Chu Yi's fingertips twitch, and a sacred incantation instantly spreads through the air. At his command, the runes form a cage, suppressing the void beast. At this point, what can it do but surrender? For a fleeting moment, Chu Yi recalls his dream of winning 5 championships for his school, and the image of the gentle Chu Ran, who was always by his side. These vivid memories suddenly flood his mind, awakening his slumbering heart. He sees her descending gracefully, watching over him in silence. He even recalls the moment she, in her succubus form, softly pressed her lips to his, a soft yet enchanting touch. Chu Yi vaguely senses that something has just been transferred to him. Lost in an intoxicating haze, his breath catching in his throat, his vision is completely captivated by her. The gentle Chu Ran holds out an alluring heart, her voice a tempting invitation. Seizing the moment, he unleashes his technique, pouring every last ounce of strength into this chance to bind the void beast. "Stay still for me!" The stunned monster panics, crying out in confusion, "What is this?" One after another, radiant golden runes streak through the air, weaving themselves into countless chains that wrap tightly around the void beast. Its arrogance finally shatters, and the absolute control leaves it stunned, begging for mercy again and again. At the same time, a system notification appears. "You have subdued a magical beast. Do you wish to sign a summoning contract?" Faced with such a tempting reward, Chu Yi remains ice cold. The void beast screams as he threatens it. I know, you're talking about that girl, right? Haha, she's perfectly safe and sound in the ice fields." He ignores the beast. A nearby flower bud trembles, its cosmic-like petals slowly unfurling, revealing Chu Ran at the very center of the time-space flower's current. Outside the rift, Ling Shi is waiting anxiously when she senses something strange. Tilting her head, she sees Chu Yi has returned safely. The surrounding students immediately crowd around him, asking how Xiaoran is and whether he managed to capture the void beast. Now that he's recovered, should he really make another move? On the other side, after taking Chu Ran from his arms, Ling Shi stammers out, "Second brother!" Chu Yi says nothing, silently gathering his power. A colossal hammer immediately points toward the sky, making Wang Xuan scream in disbelief. "Chu Yi, what do you think you're doing?" The person beside him echoes the panic. "What are you trying to pull?" Their only answer is the announcer declaring that the match is still on, sending everyone scrambling for cover. Has Chu Yi gone completely insane? Chu Yi stands proudly in the middle of the field with his weapon, making a grim declaration. The others are genuinely in awe. "We were never your enemies," Sun Chao from Michael University says, stepping forward with a respectful salute. Xia Lan nods in agreement, adding, "We were just worried about you." Even Yang from Ueki University helplessly admits defeat, saying, "God Yi's will to win is just too strong," before calmly raising a hand to withdraw. Chu Yi's score skyrockets at an unbelievable speed, jumping from over 10,000 to nearly 50,000. He has swept up every last point, leaving the other team to grumble that with everyone else gone, there's no point in even fighting. Once they've all left, Chu Yi's body goes limp and he collapses. As Ling Shi supports Chu Ran, she asks anxiously about his wounds. In a faint voice, he replies, "My mana, it's completely gone." If they had attacked him during the chaos, he knows he wouldn't have stood a chance. His vision begins to blur, but his will to fight burns as bright as ever. The top 3 spots on the leaderboard are all ours. We have to win first place in this survival match. And the number 1 spot belongs to Chu Yi, with nearly 36,000 points, followed by Jiang Chu Ran and Tang Ling Shi. When the system confirms the results, Chu Yi lets out a relieved laugh. "As team captain, I suppose I didn't bring shame to Suhong University," he says. The live broadcast updates immediately. Michael University placed 3rd. The National Freshman Survival Exchange, now in its 183rd year, has produced countless geniuses over time. The host passionately declares that many of these geniuses will become pillars of the nation, and that these very students are the hope of humanity. The students, however, are just excited to pick out their new epic-grade equipment tomorrow. After fighting for 20 days, they can finally get some rest. Tonight, we have to eat until we burst. After resting and recovering, Chu Yi gets down to business, carefully reading each system notification. "Congratulations. You have received an innate heaven and earth treasure. 50 points. Joy floods his heart. A god-tier talent, a god-tier skill, and a god-tier heaven and earth treasure, things he once thought were impossibly out of reach, are now his." The exchange match had lasted for 20 grueling days. He had to be number 1 in every single category to complete the objective, a feat harder than any college entrance exam or beast hunt. But the rewards were more than worth it. A brilliant smile spreads across Chu Yi's face. An S-rank sword Dao talent, an S-rank skill, and a legendary treasure promised immense potential for growth. Without a second's hesitation, he chooses to accept them all. A brilliant light spreads through his body, enveloping every last cell. So this is the divine sword heart? A pure, high-level energy begins to gather above his head. Only when he has achieved complete mastery over it does the light finally begin to fade. He feels as if he's just woken from a long, profound sleep. Before him is a hazy, chaotic space, faintly illuminated by a soft golden light. The moment he's back on his feet, Chu Yi tests his new power with a swing of his sword. Even with a gentle motion, the ground around him is utterly devastated. Chu Yi stands silently in the swirling dust, lost in thought. All it took was a single wave of his hand. What's more, the divine sword heart seems to have granted him another ability. He carefully observes the sword Chi in his hand. It's even sharper than the light from a blessed weapon. This is a special kind of sword Chi that only manifests when one's swordsmanship reaches an incredible level. It far exceeds his wildest expectations, and he continues to test it. A power that professional swordsmen spend years of grueling training to unlock now belongs to him. A dazzling beam of light rips through the air. Before, he could barely manage to wield it, but now he feels like a true grandmaster of the sword. If he learns more skills, everything will become even easier. And this is only level 1. The slash carries so much pressure that it causes a nearby cliff face to crumble. Just as he thought, as his sword skills level up, the double damage will become even more terrifying. Despite his newfound power, Chu Yi remains level-headed. He lets out a soft sigh. For now, this is all just theory. Only by sparring with a true swordmaster can he accurately gauge the strength the divine sword heart has given him. The moment the thought crosses his mind, he contacts Chu Ran. "Brother Chu Yi, you called me in such a hurry? Do you want to have a sword fight?" Asking for her help was the logical choice. As the direct heir of the Jiang family, Jiang Chu Ran had been tutored in swordsmanship by famous masters since she was 3 years old. She always remembered the responsibility she carried and trained relentlessly, never taking a single day off. Years of unwavering persistence are what earned her the title of a genius sword maiden. Chu Ran humbly thinks to herself that in terms of raw power, Brother Chu Yi is the strongest. But when it comes to strategy, she is incredibly confident. As the duel is about to begin, the entire aura around Chu Yi shifts. Xiao Ran, he says, you have to give this everything you've got. She shows no fear. Instead, she gets into a serious stance, and with a powerful swing of her weapon, unleashes an overwhelming attack. The impact is absolutely devastating, snapping Chu Yi's weapon clean in half. But this is the exact moment he's been waiting for. While she's still suspended helplessly in midair, he launches a lightning-fast counterattack. Chu Nan's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. Wait, am I seeing things? Is that actual sword intent? As she sticks the landing, she can't help but marvel. Is Chu Yi's talent for the blade really this terrifying? She barely has 2 seconds to find her footing before the next wave of the assault crashes down on her. Shimmering arcs of sword energy surge forward in a relentless barrage. The two of them blur into a dance of offense and defense, trading blows so rapidly it feels like they're attacking from 100 different directions at once. They're so locked in combat that neither notices Wu Mang's arrival. The old man stands there, wondering if he's hallucinating. Since when did Chu Yi become so masterfully lethal with a longsword? He narrows his eyes, analyzing every move. Every strike from Chu Yi carries a surging, divine presence. Meanwhile, Jiang Chu Nan's movements are nimble, eerie, and completely unpredictable. She's actually managing to go toe-to-toe with him. If it weren't for Chu Yi's superior skills and higher level, it would look like he's intentionally nerfing his own speed and power to match hers. The moment her weapon is knocked loose, Wu Mang prepares to call the match. But as their blades collide, the sheer shockwave leaves her arms throbbing and numb. Before she can react, Chu Yi reaches out and snatches the treasure she always keeps close. Gasping for air and completely spent, she quickly calls out, "Chu Yi, stop! No more! I give up!" She quickly reassures him that she's fine, just exhausted. As they power down, Wu Mang steps forward, his voice full of stunned praise. It turns out Chu Yi is actually a grandmaster with the sword. Why didn't you use those skills during the tournament? Chu Yi turns and bows. Greetings, Dean Wu. He then rubs the back of his head with a goofy grin and says, just keeping a few trump cards up my sleeve. Inside, however, he's secretly celebrating. The requirements for his new talent were brutal, breaking high-level dungeon records and surviving the class advancement ritual. With this new power, hiding his true strength is becoming nearly impossible. The dean clears his throat to get down to business. I'm here to take you all to the victory banquet hosted by the Alliance, but there's something else you need to know. A grim image flashes through his mind. Feng He is dead. When the Xia Flame Alliance investigators found him, he had already been dead in his dorm for a while. Wu Mang recounts the details. According to student testimony, Feng He used the excuse of tracking devices to help locate people in the secret realm. He lured them in with promises of S-rank resources. It's clear that the other dean had been plotting this for a long time. He manipulated people into planting tracking bugs on the contestants' clothes. Wu Mang sighs at the current roadblock. The students involved didn't know anything else. Chu Yi's heart sinks in suspicion. Has the trail gone completely cold? Wu Mang tries to ease his mind. The Alliance is digging into everyone, Feng. He contacted over the last 10 years. We'll have results in a week. Now, let's go. The banquet is about to start. He also explains that China's top factions will be at the party, all looking to scout the best talent for their elite teams and guilds. Wu Mang leads the group, using his experience to warn them about the glitz and glamour designed to pull them in. These factions will throw everything at them: money, beautiful women, power, and rare resources. Sure enough, recruiters are already circling as soon as they arrive. Once you accept their terms, you're bound to them. As your mentor, I won't stop you from joining anyone, but you must think long and hard before you choose. Just then, a loud burst of applause cuts through the chatter. Feng Yu steps up and projects his voice. You are all the elite students from the top 10 universities in the National Freshman Exchange. Getting here was no small feat. He begins handing out individual items. The bank cards in your hands have already been credited with 20 million Trungha credits, courtesy of the Xia Flame Alliance. The gift sparks an immediate buzz of excitement. But he's not done. Everyone's clearance within the Alliance has also been upgraded to Elite Peripheral Member. That's the highest rank possible outside of the core leadership. The perks Feng Yu lists are incredibly tempting. At any base in the country, you'll get a 20% discount on all gear and potions. If anyone wants to become a core member, you can contact me directly. Chu Yi whistles under his breath. The Xia Flame Alliance really has deep pockets. The crowd whispers that this amount of money could buy a whole set of B-rank resources. He realizes this is just a blatant, effective display of their overwhelming power. An announcement follows. Rewards for the top 3 in solo, team, and survival matches will be distributed tomorrow. Finally, Feng Yu raises his glass to the guests. He declares the banquet officially open, inviting everyone to eat and drink their fill. The room erupts in cheers. Wu Mang gathers his own team for a private moment. A toast to our university. Yi, we won first place because of you. This glass is for you. Wu Mang nods solemnly. Without Chu Yi, we probably would have come in dead last among the big three schools. Suddenly, a group of beautiful girls swarms him like obsessed fans. Chu Yi, let me buy you a drink. Chu Yi, one for me too. Everyone is scrambling to get a word in, leaving him looking pretty flustered. Are you all trying to get me hammered? Suddenly, Zhang San's familiar voice cuts through. Chu Yi. He bows deeply in gratitude. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have become a healer. You saved my life. If you ever need me, I'll be there, even if it costs me my life. I mean it. He downs his drink in one go, a solemn vow he clearly intends to keep. Chu Nan watches from the side, feeling curious. It seems Chu Yi has picked up a very peculiar fan club. Suddenly, Wang Xuan shoves Zhang San aside. Me too! Behind them, Xiao Bo watches silently. He narrows his eyes in suspicion. Is it just me, or has the divine aura around Chu Yi gotten even stronger? Chu Hang answers firmly. It's not an illusion. His presence has surpassed most professionals. Even the dean finds it hard to believe, but such a blatant change means his power has surged yet again. His leveling speed is honestly terrifying. The party eventually winds down, and the next day arrives. A state-of-the-art aircraft appears over the campus. The advanced machine touches down softly as students watch in awe. The hatch slides open. Once everyone is settled, Feng Yu speaks from the cockpit. Everyone's on board. We're heading to the Xia Flame Alliance headquarters to collect your rewards. The HQ is located in the Dingshan district of Qingjing City. The students are vibrating with excitement. They've never seen gear this high-tech. It's the latest CX-1000 Ghost Fighter. Chu Nan sits up front, geeking out over the specs. The CX-1000 Ghost is built by China's largest aerospace corp. It can hit Mach 3 in just 10 seconds. Damwei's eyes bulge. Yeah, and it costs nearly 1 billion credits. Feng Yu finishes the pre-flight checks and tells everyone to hold on tight. The moment the engines roar to life, Damwei, who hadn't buckled his seatbelt yet, is slammed against the bulkhead. He's tossed around like a ragdoll by the sheer G-force. By the time the jet stops, Damwei is seeing stars. We're here, over by Chunan. The sudden stop sends her tumbling straight into Chu Yi's lap. She scrambles back to her seat, her face turning bright red from embarrassment, while he tries to play it cool. That was fast. Combat jets are on another level. Dingshan is 20 kilometers from the university, and at that speed, it only took 20 seconds. They approach the security checkpoint. Everything around them is running like clockwork. Feng Yu shifts into tour guide mode. Dingshan has 40 ground gates and 15 flight tunnels. External aircraft have to undergo a full scan, so there's usually a line. A swarm of drones immediately begins the inspection. Beep! Identification number 638. As a Xia Flame Alliance fighter, they have special clearance. They're cleared through the warp gate, and as they emerge, the massive, breathtaking scale of the headquarters finally comes into view. Naturally, he presses his face against the cockpit glass, mesmerized by the view. Below them lies what appears to be Than Kin University. Feng Du enthusiastically explains that it is the Academy's famous floating island. Beyond the Academy, many legions and guilds have established themselves in the Din Sun district. Every facility is reinforced with powerful mana defenses. As the students disembark from the airship and line up, Feng Du officially introduces their destination, the headquarters of the HVM Union. Suddenly, a booming voice catches Chu Yi's attention. Move aside. Turning around, he sees a colossal creature, a massive dragon. An excited student nearby begins to explain the sight. This mythical race serves as a familiar, averaging 60 meters in length. Its master must be a legendary third-tier professional. Feng Du then directs the crowd. According to procedure, everyone follow me. Stay together and follow my lead. However, the most exceptional student is led away personally. Chu Yi, you took first place in solo combat, team battle, and survival mode. I will personally guide you to collect your rewards. Please, follow me. Since they have a long walk ahead, they engage in small talk. You were the top performer of the entire tournament. The HVM Union values you very highly. Do you have any intention of joining our core members? Chu Yi politely declines. For now, I have no plans to join any faction. Don't you even want to hear the benefits? No need. Fewer rules mean more freedom. A genius always has his own plans, so she doesn't push him. Arriving at a secret vault door, she solemnly announces, Your rewards are split into 3 categories. The solo champion receives a custom-made legendary tier weapon. The team champion gets a full set of custom-made epic tier equipment. And for the survival champion, you have the right to choose any single item from the Havium Union's resource treasury. Leading him inside, she explains, "Now, I'm taking you to meet the Union's greatest master smith to receive your legendary weapon." A thin veil of smoke curls up, revealing a silhouette within. Feng Du steps forward to introduce him. Master Kai Quan, the solo champion, has arrived. The master's majestic aura and sharp pressure are enough to take one's breath away. A deep voice echoes, "Are you Chu Yi?" Chu Yi remains unfazed, responding with polite respect. "Master Kai Quan, I am Chu Yi." The master's eyes flash as he silently scrutinizes the boy from head to toe, seemingly satisfied with what he sees. His voice softens slightly. "Very well. Your current level is 23. Following the 5-level standard, what kind of weapon do you desire?" Chu Yi answers instantly, "I need a longsword. Priority attributes are strength and intelligence." Watching this exchange, Feng Du is filled with a mix of shock and admiration. To forge top-tier gear, Master Kai Quan mastered a special ocular technique. Most people would be speechless under his intense pressure. Yet Chu Yi remains perfectly calm and composed. Chu Yi adds a final request. The special effects don't need to be too complex. It just needs to suit a holy knight and provide enough raw damage. For a combatant who both strikes and casts, strength and intelligence are vital. Kai Quan nods in agreement. "I've watched all your battle recordings. Your imposing aura is clear. A longsword is a logical choice." He then excitedly summons a glorious holy lightstone, a bold idea forming in his mind. Feng Du immediately recognizes it as a material that only drops from the sanctuary ruins, with less than 10 produced each year. As if sharing a single thought, she and Chu Yi exclaim in unison. "A glorious holy lightstone," Kai Quan explains. "A weapon forged from this can instantly purify the undead, demons, and dark creatures with divine light." With a focused mind, he summons the remaining materials. Meteor silver steel. At his command, blocks of material are pushed up by molten rock, golden meteor silver steel, legendary abyssal obsidian, epic star fragments, golden dragon soul essence, and legendary tears of the Holy Spirit. With a wave of his hand, a violent fire swirls the materials into a blazing vortex. As he calms his mind to begin the refining process, the temperature soars to thousands of degrees. The volcano erupts, causing a world-shaking tremor. The flames burn away all impurity, causing the dark spirits being purified to scream in agony. "It's too hot! We're dying!" Using his supreme forging skills, he refines the essence into a massive pillar of lava as the shape of a great hammer begins to form. The energy current sucks in the wailing dark spirits. The power of the thunder god clings to the hammer's body. All that power converges and explodes in a blinding orange-gold light. Each thunderous strike shatters any remaining impurities. Kai Quan begins pouring the refined lava into a mold, balancing internal stress and flexibility. The condensing array stabilizes. Once the material solidifies, he pulls it out with tongs. Light flows over the mirror-like surface, sharp and brilliant. He relentlessly hammers the blade, carving each rune as magic spills out, birthing a divine artifact. Next comes the water tempering. He plunges the sword into the cooling water, and the soul of a war god inhabits the blade. The edge is cold and lethal. Sparks fly everywhere as Feng Du quickly raises a protective shield. When the work is complete, he sighs in awe. Incredible! The glorious holy sword radiates an aura of authority, sharp enough to pierce through anything. He takes a deep breath and shouts, "Go!" The sword is thrown with incredible speed, tearing through the air and leaving only a blinding trail of light. Chu Yi catches it with all his might, feeling its heavy weight. He raises the sword to examine it closely, while Kai Quan gasps for air after the grueling process. He closes his eyes, focusing his consciousness to pour power into the blade. The two energies blend, radiating a fierce dominance. The system alerts him. The special 6-winged angel bloodline has been activated. Chu Yi inspects the mirror-polished blade. From the smooth body to the sturdy wooden hilt, it radiates perfection. He thinks with satisfaction, 4 major attribute boosts, 3 special effects. This truly is a legendary weapon. Specifically, the first attack speed boost is enough to handle 3 enemies at once. "Master Kai Quan, are you all right?" He explains. "Forging high-level weapons consumes massive mana. This is normal." Feng Du whispers an add-on. Completing a legendary weapon in such a short time requires extraordinary talent. Most masters take 2 to 3 months. Kai Quan slowly turns to leave, giving a final instruction. Go now. I need rest. The materials of the glorious holy sword are mainly of the holy element. If you want to upgrade it later, use the same element, or its power will fade. Chu Yi bows in thanks, then moves on to his team reward. After his warning, Kai Quan casually leaps straight into the boiling lava. The next scene, however, leaves Chu Yi a bit flustered. A group of bunny-eared tailors surrounds him to take his measurements. Hello, student Chu Yi. We are in charge of your full epic tier equipment set. A seductive purple-haired girl asks while measuring, do you have any requests for this outfit? Chu Yi hurriedly pulls his shirt back. I need light armor, with a priority on strength and intelligence. She professionally notes it down. It will be ready in 1 week. My, what beautiful muscles. Feng Du can only shake her head at the sight. Naive freshmen really are easy targets for teasing. She then snaps her fingers. Next is the reward for the survival match. Choose right here. At her gesture, an information interface appears before them. You can pick one item. Chu Yi studies the dense list filled with S-tier life-saving treasures. He calmly weighs each option before finally pointing decisively at his choice. I want this one. Feng Du admires his decision, but remains curious. A space leap stone is very rare. I'm certain. In his heart, he's already calculated it. Resurrection items are rare, but he already has a rebirth cross. The space leap stone has a different, vital use. Feng Du nods. Understood. She hands him a box containing a mysterious blue gem. From now on, it's yours. Chuni looks at his loot with satisfaction. Suddenly, a sobbing voice echoes in his mind, repeatedly crying, let me out, set me free. Noticing his strange expression, Feng Du asks with concern, what is it? Chun-Yi brushes it off with a smile. It's nothing. I just need a little rest. After finishing her work, she adds, if there are any issues with your epic gear or legendary weapons, just reach out to me. The other students should be waiting in the hall. Let's go. Not long after, he returns to the assembly point. The two Xiaobai siblings light up and run toward him the moment they see him. Chung-Yi asks what is wrong, but they only came to say their final goodbyes. This afternoon, every teacher and student will be teleported back, and they must return to their respective clans. In the shadows, a lone scarab beetle silently watches his every move. If you have the time, I hope you can take Xiaovan to Tianlan province. The clan will put all its efforts into her training. Chung-Yi nods his head in agreement. Only then does he turn his sharp gaze slowly toward the sky. The tree where the beetle had just appeared is now empty. Chung-Yi scans the surrounding area but finds no sign of anything unusual. He furrows his brow, wondering if that feeling of being watched was just an illusion. Right then, someone calls out from below, asking if he wants to go to the market for local specialties. Chung-Yi bluntly refuses. I am not going. Shortly after, he returns home and slams the door shut. His mind is a mess, making him wonder if his previous wounds haven't fully healed or if his mental state is simply pushed to the limit. Suddenly, a violent headache strikes, accompanied by a voice booming in his mind. Human, release me. On the floor before him, ancient, bizarre patterns begin to glow with an eerie light. Right in the center of the formation, a monstrous silhouette slowly takes shape. Chung-Yi knows exactly why it appeared, but he still tries to reason with it. You have already signed a contract with me. Why resist? The void beast lets out a furious roar, mocking him for thinking a creature thousands of years old would take orders from a mere brat. If it wasn't for that strange spell of yours, you wouldn't even be a match for me. He coldly lists its crimes. You injured 63 people, costing the Harvium Alliance massive resources to heal them and repair the secret realm. If they knew the mastermind was still alive, what kind of end do you think awaits you? The void beast snaps back stubbornly. Humph. Is that all you can threaten me with? Chung-Yi loses his patience and issues a final warning. The Alliance's Tier 3 mages can use spirit-severing arts to erase the consciousness of high-level beasts, turning them into mindless tools. Even if you aren't afraid of that, your flesh and bones will fetch a high price after you die. The words make the beast grind its teeth in rage, calling him despicable, but then Chung-Yi pulls out a glowing stone. This will help you replenish your energy. The void beast freezes, its eyes glued to the stone as a wave of complex emotions flashes across its face. Chung-Yi suddenly drops a short offer. 1 year. He continues laying out his terms. Help me for 1 year. I will break the contract and return your freedom. Having a deep hatred for humans, it doesn't trust him easily. Why should I believe you? Chung-Yi doesn't waste time explaining, instead offering a threat. You have no choice. Believe me or die. With that, he pulls out its companion beast and hands it back as a token of good faith. The void beast remains silent as it takes it, lifting the creature above its head like a sacred treasure. As Chu Yi prepares to leave, it speaks up slowly. There is something you might want to know. The void beast emphasizes every word. Xiao Dierp told me something when I first caught her. Finally, it reveals a bone-chilling secret. You are not a real human. At the shopping district, the shouts of merchants echo through the air. Raging Flameblade with built-in fire effects for only 998. Dear customers, don't miss out. Special prices today. Buy armor and get free gloves. Real goods at real prices. No scams here. At one stall, Son Yen is busy trying on jewelry while Nyria introduces them enthusiastically. This hairpin is embedded with frost crystals and engraved with wood element magic for fast recovery. It is perfect for a beautiful and powerful professional like you. Chung Yi suddenly appears behind her and gently slides the hairpin into Son Yen's hair. This suits you much better. Her eyes sparkle with joy. Seeing Chung Yi, she asks curiously why he came. He smiles and replies that his work is done, so he stopped by to look around and pick up some specialties. Seeing the two of them so close, Nyria smiles to herself, thinking they are a perfect match, a truly rare sight. Just then, a voice calls out, "Miss Kung, what a coincidence!" Son Yi looks confused and asks, "Who are you?" The man quickly introduces himself. "I am Vung Hair, grandson of Vung Bei Thin, the second-ranked lightning genius of the third generation of the Thunderhell Vung family." Hearing this, Son Yen can't help but laugh. "The first time we meet and you are already calling yourself a genius." Vung Hao tries to mention a time he gifted her an ice snow sword for her birthday. Sensing the mood, Chung Yi cuts in and invites Son Yen to the snack street, saying there is good food over there. He puts his arm around her shoulder and leads her away, saying they have things to do. Leaving a furious Vung Hao behind, his eyes bulging with rage. Vung Hao snaps, summoning a lightning ball. Insolent brat. But before it can even touch them, the attack is blocked by a barrier. Using his insight skill, Vung Hao inspects Chung Yi and scoffs. "So you are just a high-defense paladin? A low-level trash class. Defeating you will be as easy as turning over my hand." Son Yi is livid that her boyfriend is being insulted, but Chung Yi immediately steps forward to accept the challenge. "I'll play with you." He sets the rules. "If you can even touch a corner of my clothes, I will apologize. Otherwise, you will kneel down and beg for my forgiveness. And if you break anything, you pay for it." Sensing a show, a crowd quickly gathered to watch the spectacle. Wang Hao gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with malice. How dare this piece of trash challenge him? Countless bolts of lightning rained down, only to be stopped dead by a protective barrier. Inside, Chu Yi stood completely unscathed. The crowd began to whisper if he couldn't even break the guy's defense, how could he possibly win? A seed of doubt planted itself in Wang Hao's mind, but he kept up his bravado, sneering. "That's a tough turtle shell you've got there." Internally, he cursed. He never expected this guy's defense to be so impenetrable. Refusing to accept defeat, he channeled his energy and summoned 2 purple light thunder leopards. "This," he roared, "is my true killing blow. Anyone who offends me, Wang Hao, will pay the price." The 2 leopards lunged straight for Chu Yi, but facing this ultimate move, Chu Yi remained perfectly calm, simply flicking 2 beams of holy light forward. In an instant, the thunder leopards were obliterated. Wang Hao scrambled to defend against the aftershock, a wave of true fear finally washing over him. Just who was this guy? While Wang Hao struggled, Chu Yi stood relaxed, with enough energy to spare to taunt. "Go on, make your move." Wang Hao racked his brain but couldn't identify his opponent. Impossible, he thought. He's just a worthless holy knight. How can he be stronger than me? Unwilling to give up, Wang Hao slowly drew his sword. "I refuse to believe you can block this." Like a flash of lightning, he lunged forward, unleashing his thunder light slash. Chu Yi immediately retaliated. A brilliant beam of light descended from above, sending earth and stone flying. From above, Chu Yi stared down with contempt at the man sprawled below. So much for a lightning genius. A moment later, Wang Hao managed to crawl out of the deep crater. Suddenly, Na Yan recognized something familiar. "This person, a holy knight," she muttered. Then it hit her, and she urgently told her friend, "That's Chu Yi, the #1 freshman this year." The girl beside her was Jiang Shiran, his girlfriend. Overhearing every word, Wang Hao wiped the blood from his lips, his mind reeling in shock. "A freshman? He's just a freshman?" Chu Yi's voice cut through his thoughts. "I'll spare your life today. Just wait for the tournament. I'll show you then." His hatred for Jiang Shuran, however, only deepened. The next day, under a warm sun, Chu Yi's delegation entered the building. Students on both sides began whispering excitedly. There's the delegation from Suhang University. Look, that's Chu Yi. He's even more handsome in person than on stage, and you can't blame them for calling her Goddess Jiang. Her looks and figure are enough to captivate anyone. Wu Man stepped forward with a friendly, sincere smile, offering her thanks for the warm reception from Qingjing University. Zheng Tian replied, "This exchange tournament really let your Suhang University shine. We were nothing more than a stepping stone." He laughed, unable to hide his delight, then humbly added, "That's a bit of an exaggeration. The fight is secondary. Friendship comes first." The other man joked back, "Ha, I guess that makes me third place." They couldn't say more, as the mages urged everyone to prepare for the activation of the magic teleportation array. In unison, all the mages began to chant, "Activating now." Lan took the chance to say a quick goodbye to her new friend. Xiao Ran smiled and waved back. "See you next time, Xiao Lan." The farewell was over in a flash. They all vanished into the teleportation circle, reappearing instantly in the main hall of their own academy. Wang Hui stood with open arms to welcome them back. "Welcome home, our young heroes of Suhang University." In unison, the group greeted the three figures, the principal and the two department heads. The principal smiled, thoroughly pleased. Suhang University truly distinguished itself. The headlines are all about you taking the championship. Song Yi also chimed in with praise. "You all did an excellent job. It must have been tough." Then, the principal stepped up to summarize the event and distribute the rewards, emphasizing that the exchange was a test of strength between academies. Even as the reserve team, he declared, "You demonstrated outstanding excellence." He then announced loudly, "Each of you will be awarded 5,000 academic credits," causing everyone's eyes to widen. For those who don't know, 5,000 academic credits is equivalent to the entry fee for the Maelstrom Pit dungeon 10 times over. For an ordinary student to accumulate that many credits just by doing school missions, it would take at least a full year. The awards ceremony continued. Jiang Shiran, Song Helan, Wei Tiexin, Tang Lingxi, he called out. "Your performance in the match was exceptional." Each of them received 20,000 academic credits. The four thanked the principal in unison. And finally, the principal continued, the most important player of all, the one who defeated both Wang Xuan and Ruan He, and turned the tide in the survival match. Therefore, Wang Hui declared, "Your reward is 100,000 academic credits." Hearing that number, Chu Yi's eyes instantly lit up. The surrounding crowd was stunned. 100,000 academic credits was comparable to 3 billion Zhongxia currency. Someone frowned and shot back. "Who taught you math like that?" "That's enough to exchange for several S-rank divine skills in the school's treasury," Huang Bin blurted out in amazement. "With 100,000 credits, you could raise a pig into a top-tier magical beast." Hearing this, Xu Jing smacked his friend on the head in annoyance. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Another student sighed in awe. "It's insane, but Brother Yi deserves it." Chu Yi smiled, satisfied, already calculating how he would use the credits. His previous funds were nearly depleted, but now he wouldn't have to worry about dungeon fees anymore. The school's Warped Woods dungeon is limited to levels 23 to 26. "I'll give that a try later." With the awards concluded, Wang Hui reminded them, the school is never stingy with those who contribute. "Everyone, go get some rest." "Yes, sir." They all replied in unison. After walking a short distance, Chu Yi stepped forward and called out, "Sir." The principal stopped and asked, "Is there something you need?" Chu Yi hesitated for a moment before saying, "Sir, there's something I'd like to ask you." Guessing his purpose was related to Feng, the principal, simply nodded. Wang Hui hadn't intended to tell him the full truth. It was too complicated, and even Wu Man wasn't supposed to know. Hiding it was for the boy's own good. But a single sentence stopped him in his tracks. "What if I'm already involved?" The principal turned his head just in time to see the young man tear a line through the empty air. Chu Yi explained, "My bonded void beast told me that the one who captured it wasn't human. Does this have anything to do with Feng He?" Staring at the rift in space, Wang Hui was astounded. He had thought the boy barely managed to repel the void beast in a life-or-death struggle, but he'd actually managed to subdue it. At this point, Wang Hui had no reason to refuse. He took out a book. "Yes," he confirmed. "Feng He is a primal cause." Hearing the unfamiliar term, Chu Yi looked puzzled. Wang Hui opened the book, filled with ancient text, and explained, "A primal cause is a half-human, half-demon creature created by the evil god, the Lord of Chaos. They have the form of a human but the heart of a demon, and they serve the evil god." He spoke slowly. "According to the evidence, The Void Beast's rampage was orchestrated by Feng He as a show of loyalty. He analyzed further. Death and chaos are what the evil god loves most. Chu Yi recalled the rumors. So, is he sleeping? Wang Hui disagreed. That's just the official story we tell the public. Wang Hui then posed a question. Chu Yi, do you know why Feng He chose to make his move during the exchange tournament? The young man answered confidently, because it was a gathering of elite freshmen. Any incident there would have a massive impact. But the principal added, that's only part of it. The most important reason is that beneath the myriad beast wilderness mystic realm lies a weak point in the seal on the evil god. 1,000 years ago, a great war between beast clans took place there, and the cause of that war was the descent of the Lord of Chaos himself. It was a battle for survival. The Lord of Chaos wanted to use the rift in the myriad beast wilderness to descend upon our world. The beast clans gave everything they had to seal him away. Feng He was even able to use the void beast to probe for cracks in that seal. If he finds out you've tamed it, he will definitely come back for it. Suddenly, a magic circle lit up beneath their feet. Wang Hui sighed resignedly. Decades ago, the Heavenly Plume Guild obtained an angel-class skill book. I originally planned to give it to you later, but now we have to move things up. An instant later, they appeared before the main resource vault of the Heavenly Plume Guild. As he led the way, the principal explained, "This is the heart of the guild, storing rare skills and divine artifacts from the past 100 years. It's protected by multiple layers of defense. The door is guarded by 2 legendary, level 60 magical beasts. Any unauthorized magical fluctuations are absorbed and amplified. Not even a third transition professional could force their way in." Noticing their arrival, Old Yang looked up in surprise. Wang Hui greeted him cheerfully. "Old Yang, you're on vault duty this month?" Old Yang chuckled in response. "My shift changes tomorrow. You came at the perfect time for a few drinks." Chu Yi silently sized him up. Even with his aura suppressed, the man's magical power felt even stronger than the department heads. Clearly, he was a third transition. Wang Hui immediately made his request. "That sounds great, but first, give me the Divine Holy Thunder skill book." Old Yang smiled, understanding at once. "For your new student, eh? This is a brother who's been through life and death with me. You can just call him Old Yang." The young man bowed politely. The old man nodded. "I saw your match. The title of young hero suits you well." Chu Yi scratched his head, embarrassed. "You're too kind." As he cast a skill, Old Yang offered some advice. "Humility is good, but don't overdo it. Others will see it as weakness, and you'll attract trouble." Seeing that his words were a bit harsh, Wang Hui interjected. "Old Yang, you're always trying to lecture people. The younger generation doesn't appreciate it." Uncle Yang just huffed. "They'll learn to regret not listening to their elders." With that, he pulled a book from his dimensional storage. Turning to Cheng Yi, he offered it. "You probably have some spare skill points. Use this." Cheng Yi carefully took the book. He checked his points. With the daily quest stacking up, he had accumulated quite a few. Looking at the book in his hands, he commanded the system to begin, and instantly, each page dissolved into pure light, pouring into his mind. The image of a 6-winged angel holding a golden sword materialized before him. The system announced the consumption of 100 skill points. He had learned the S-rank skill, Divine Thunder, Armor of Heavenly Revelation. At level 1, it increased his resistance to abnormal statuses by 50% and his lightning damage by 50% for a duration of 14 seconds. He had also learned the S-rank skill, Divine Thunder, Wrath of Heavenly Punishment. At level 1, he could summon holy lightning to coalesce on his weapon, striking at extreme speeds to inflict massive lightning attribute damage. Next, countless golden chains appeared, consuming another 100 skill points. He had learned the S-rank skill, Divine Thunder, Chains of Heavenly Prison. At level 1, he could control lightning to form a cage, trapping his enemies. While Uncle Yang and Wang Hu were still chatting, Cheng Yi was already engulfed in crackling lightning, levitating in mid-air behind them. A moment later, everything around him erupted in a blinding flash. A swirling cloud of dust and thousands of lightning bolts obscured all vision. The golden lion growled, warily eyeing the epicenter of the explosion. Cheng Yi looked at his interface. The Divine Thunder skill had activated at level 1, and it had fused with his Divine Sword Heart talent. His lightning damage was boosted by another 20%. Even he was shocked. One book had just given him 3 god-tier skills. This was a complete game changer. As the phenomenon subsided, Wang Hui approached, remarking, "Not a bad haul. It's a divine skill. Angelic skills were, at minimum, S-rank or higher. But no one understood his own power better than Cheng Yi. His immense stamina was what made these divine skills so potent. Uncle Yang, however, was more blunt. Ah, it's just a low-tier divine skill. Some S-rank skills are even better. Hearing this stunned Chung Yi. Could it be that S-rank wasn't the highest tier? As he poured a drink, Uncle Yang explained that S-rank was the standard for humans. But divine skills transcended that scale. An idea sparked in Wang Hui's mind. About that skill you just learned. I'll have someone guide you and get you acquainted with the guild. With a snap of his fingers, a pair of slender legs and high heels suddenly appeared beside them. A woman bowed respectfully. Guildmaster, you summoned me? Wang Hui smiled. Deacon. This elegant and beautiful woman was none other than one of the 3 great deacons of the Tianwu Guild. She proactively extended her hand. Student Chung Yi, hello. I am a deacon of Tianwu. My name is Yi Ningxin. I'd been hoping to meet you back at Qingjing University, but by the time I arrived, you had already left. Chung Yi politely shook her hand, unable to hide his confusion. You were looking for me? Wang Hui stepped in to clarify, explaining that the deacon was in charge of recruiting new members for the Tianwu Guild. It was hard for her to contain her excitement when she found a promising talent. Uncle Yang also chimed in with a reminder. Chung Yi is only a freshman. Why don't you take him on a tour? Ningxin immediately complied. Of course. As they walked, she introduced the basics. The Tianwu Guild was founded 45 years ago, and this was its very first stronghold. The families of many members were settled here to live. In the beginning, it was just a barren wilderness. But after years of development and 5 major expansions, it had grown into what resembled a district-level city. The two of them stood on a high vantage point, observing the entire cityscape. She added, "It won't be long before we begin our 6th expansion." Just then, Chung Yi seemed to sense something. His eyes fell upon a sight that defied imagination. What is that? Coiled on a towering cliff was a colossal silver dragon. With every slight shift of its body, the ground beneath it shattered into tiny fragments. Once it found a comfortable position, it sank back into a deep slumber. Chung Yi stared at the majestic scene, feeling as if he were in a dream. He couldn't believe he was looking at a legendary Eastern dragon, a creature so rare it was almost never seen, even on television. A look of pride was evident on Ningxin's face. That dragon is the guardian beast of the Tianwu Guild. It has protected us for 32 years. Chung Yi didn't press for more details, instead shifting his gaze downwards. Seeing the long queue of people in the distance, he couldn't help but ask what they were doing. Ningxin patiently explained, "That's the entrance to the dungeons. The guild headquarters has 3 dungeons, gold, epic, and legendary for members to challenge." She then generously offered, "Would you like to give one a try? I'll put it on my tab." Chung Yi had been planning to do just that, so he didn't refuse. It was the perfect chance to test his new weapon and skills. Ningxin could only watch helplessly as her point balance plummeted. This kid really had no mercy. The moment he entered the Nightmare Sai Plague Zone dungeon, before he could even get his bearings, he was swarmed by countless native monsters. The dungeon required a level between 20 and 30 for 1 to 8 players, and was set on a borderland corrupted by plague. Intruders would have to face monsters stripped of their magic, twisted into mindless, dying husks that attacked the living with reckless abandon. The first stage, the Rotten Corpse Tide. The ugly, green-skinned creatures rushing towards him were level 20 regular zombies, with pounce and claw skills, accompanied by level 22 intermediate zombies that had an additional scream ability. In that instant, a blinding arc of lightning shot out, slicing through the zombie horde like a fruit-cutting game. The move he had just used was the S-rank skill, Divine Thunder, Armor of Heavenly Revelation, at level 1, which boosted his resistance to abnormal statuses and lightning damage by 50%. It lasted for 14 seconds, an effect he was more than satisfied with. His power had soared in a short time, and Chung Yi knew exactly how to make the most of the skill's limitations. Even though it only lasted 14 seconds at level 1, it was more than enough for actual combat. The next wave was even stronger than the last, but a vortex of golden lightning blasted out to meet them. He was confident this skill alone was enough to clear several waves. Congratulations on clearing the first stage. 200 zombies eliminated in 35 seconds. The passage to the second stage, the mutated village, has been opened. The test run excited him. The efficiency was impressive, and it would only get faster as he leveled it up. But as soon as he stepped through the portal, Chung Yi had to cover his nose against the overwhelming stench. The air in the second stage was more toxic than the poison gas on Qiangfeng Mountain, and his visibility was severely limited. He scanned his surroundings cautiously. Strange, demonic whispers echoed around him before fading as quickly as they appeared. Chung Yi quickly selected his next skill, a single, weak creature lunged forward in a suicidal charge, bait for the starving pack waiting to tear their prey to shreds. But before they could celebrate, it was cut down by a single slash from Chu Yi. Found you, demon-devouring fang. The darkness receded, revealing a level 25 zombie hound with vicious bite and pounce skills. A brilliant flash of light from his sword struck its head, but the enemy wasn't alone. It was being controlled from behind. A level 25 butcher zombie emerged, armed with heavy chop, whirlwind cleave, and berserker's roar skills. In its hands was a massive, sharp cleaver, ready and waiting for the S-rank skill, Divine Thunder, Wrath of Heavenly Punishment, level 1. Lightning coalesced on his weapon, unleashing a slash at terminal velocity that dealt overwhelming lightning damage. Without hesitation, he swung his sword and charged forward. He cleaved the oncoming zombie in two. As the move ended, he assessed it. Not bad. This monster's body was tougher than those in the first stage, but it still only lasted 2 seconds. The ground before him was torn open, and the zombie formation momentarily faltered, the creatures staring at one another. Then, they began to communicate in their own peculiar language, discussing a new strategy. One of them let out a furious roar. It activated its berserk state. It shrieked, "Today is your day to die, you arrogant little human." Standing opposite them, Chu Yi found it almost comical, having no idea what nonsense they were spouting. He immediately rushed forward, executing the S-rank skill, Sword Art. Judgment Strike. Its incredible speed, creating a massive burst of mixed damage. The zombie hound suddenly mutated, its fangs swelling and ripping through its own flesh as its head grotesquely split in two. But the brutal sight didn't make Chu Yi flinch. On the contrary, he launched himself into the air, swinging his sword in a graceful arc that sent them flying. Just then, a wave of danger from a level 26 plague spreader washed over him, putting him on immediate alert. Chu Yi spun around to block the attack. The system provided information on its plague breath. A direct hit would inflict poison, cause health to drain over time, and could even cause paralysis. With astonishing precision, he turned his weapon horizontally to counter, and a decisive slash lopped off the monster's head, sending its body collapsing into the thick mud. As Chu Yi stared in disgust at the viscous fluid on his hand, the system's notification chimed, activating his death resistance. He switched to a dagger and longsword for close combat, seeking more agile attacks, but as he watched the horde of zombies shamble forward, he was dissatisfied. A rate of only 20 kills per minute was far too slow. Perhaps the Ring of Heavenly Punishment should be saved for a stronger target. With that thought, he immediately formed a seal on his forehead, focusing his mind to activate his latent power. In this situation, magic would be far more effective. In moments, a holy storm formed a colossal vortex. Countless enemies were sucked into its violent power. Phantoms, butchers, and infectors were all annihilated. 100 zombies were wiped out in 1 minute and 50 seconds, clearing a path to the third gate, the Forbidden Wind Passage. He stood in silence, observing the Forbidden Wind Passage, which was shrouded in a grim dark red hue. A level 45 zombie bishop staggered down the steps. With hands that wove intricate fire runes, he spoke, his voice designed to make any who entered this place question the very meaning of their life. The bishop skillfully planted seeds of temptation in his opponent's heart. "Do not be afraid. The gods welcome the lost." Chu Yi was taken aback. "Gods?" The creature continued its enchanting speech. "Under the guidance of the gods." Finally, it made its seductive offer. "Lay down your narrow-minded sword and join us. Together, we shall enjoy the bliss of endless, eternal life." The promise of power and happiness seemed to pull Chu Yi into a vortex of inner conflict. Eternal life? Seeing the hesitation in Chu Yi's eyes, the bishop flashed a calculating smile. "That's right, young man. This is the opportunity you have sought your entire life." Chu Yi suddenly spoke, a question surging within him. "I have one thing I want to ask." The creature adopted a benevolent expression, as if ready to listen. The gods are always willing to answer, but they certainly weren't prepared for a sword strike. With such a disgustingly rotten appearance, if that's what eternal life looked like, it was no different from selling one's soul. Death would be a relief. When his sermons of faith failed to entice his target, the bishop switched to curses. "You ignorant human, you will regret this." Though his body was in tatters, he gave a cold command. "Go, my holy maidens, show him the price of blaspheming against the gods." The nuns immediately obeyed, quickly summoning weapons into their hands. Then, one by one, they slowly opened their eyes, revealing a deadly, ominous red glow. Faced with their chilling aura, Chu Yi tightened his grip on his staff as arcs of electricity crackled around him. The ordinary staff instantly transformed into the rare-grade Divine Holy Sword. With a powerful swing, He brought the sword crashing down from above onto the enemy's army. The counterattack was explosive and fierce. The ground shook, and a cloud of dust obscured all vision, making Chu Yi completely vanish within the aftershock. While the nuns were still stunned by their opponent's phantom-like disappearance, he suddenly reappeared behind them. He unleashed the holy thunder, ring of heavenly punishment. One nun screamed in fury, and Chu Yi approached with an amused look. So, you times can times still scream. Then, he finished her with a single, clean strike of his sword. The kill was so swift that he couldn't help but comment. They look intimidating, but they're surprisingly weak. With just one spin of his sword, countless elite holy maidens and nuns fell. His blade continuously carved sharp, elegant arcs through the air, mercilessly severing their limbs. Even their sharpest spears were deflected, sent skittering across the stone floor. The assault was relentless. Look, this thunder, this flesh and blood, it is all used to fill the cracks of the world's sins. Even at this moment, the fanatic clung to her faith. Our cries are a hymn offered to the gods. The higher their voices rose, the deeper the altar sank into the hellish lava below. Chu Yi walked steadily across the cracking, decaying floor. Behind him lay countless charred remains. His expression darkened as he issued a cold challenge. Now it's your turn. The bishop merely offered a gentle smile, as if looking at a rebellious animal. The next moment, a glint appeared in the bishop's eyes. But before he could react, his legs were bound by an aura of death. Regaining his composure, Chu Yi silently observed the magic circle forming around him. A sense of shock and doubt washed over him. When was this formation set up? Recalling how easily he had won just moments ago, Chu Yi suddenly understood. Their attacks were merely a distraction, a cover to secretly erect this formation. No wonder their strikes were frequent but dealt low damage. Just then, an arm suddenly emerged from the magic circle, grabbing his leg tightly. Chu Yi looked down to see countless nuns rising from the ground. His expression grew grim as his body became heavy. His strength was being continuously drained away. The overwhelming pressure made him feel as if a giant monster from beneath the earth was dragging him down. What was binding him was the soul-guiding beast formation, a group skill requiring 10 seconds to set up. It inflicted the decay curse. It weakens targets within range, causing mental and spiritual chaos. The moment the notification ended, he immediately took 2 instances of damage, his attack, defense, and health all dropping by 100 points. He activated a skill, and a golden light erupted. Chu Yi looked at his arm, which was now nearly half corroded, and considered his options. From a distance, the bishop continued his enchanting words, "Young one, accept the blessing of the gods. You will exist in the most beautiful form imaginable." A stark contrast to his arrogant demeanor before the demon gate, half of the bishop's body was now trapped in the magic formation. Ignoring the power attempting to bind him again, Chu Yi let out a disdainful laugh. "Is that all you can say?" The same lines over and over. "Are you a broken record?" A brilliant spark erupted from the red glow. The holy flame light wheel materialized behind Chu Yi's head, a royal symbol that enhanced his own power and boosted his fire-based damage. The light-based system also buffed nearby allies by 40%. A pillar of fire descended from the heavens, engulfing both Chu Yi and the magic circle. Chu Yi shattered his bonds, his entire body wreathed in flames as he shot into the air, sending the burning nuns flying. They were incinerated into nothing, scattering like fireballs in every direction, as every bolt of holy thunder shot straight toward the bishop. But the darkness shield blocked them all. Not only did it absorb a massive amount of damage, but it also reflected a portion of it back as dark corrosion. Chu Yi didn't flinch. As the shield began to crack, the bishop was horrified. He raised his hands to defend himself, screaming a desperate prayer. "Great Asya, unleash your wrath upon this insignificant ant." In the middle of his attack, Chu Yi heard the name and paused to think. Asya. Suddenly, he noticed the three-eyed statue radiating a blinding golden light. His whole body tensed in shock. Asya was the evil god mentioned by the savage beast. Why would it appear here? He held his attack, staring directly at the bishop, who was now transforming within a swirl of black smoke. Chu Yi tightened his grip on the divine holy sword's hilt, muttering, "This shield both absorbs and reflects attacks, which means the only way is to shatter it with absolute power." He swung his sword, unleashing a ferocious holy thunder. Revelation stance, while roaring with fury. "If one strike isn't enough, I'll just add another." He immediately followed up with the holy thunder, ring of heavenly punishment. This slash not only shattered the darkness shield, but also severed the bishop's head, causing his body to collapse in a cloud of black smoke. The deformed head flew through the air, its expression frozen in shock. It hit the ground with a splat, sending horrific fluids flying everywhere. It then transformed into a dark entity with glowing red eyes. "You wretched little brat. If you refuse to submit, then allow me to devour you on behalf of Lord Asya," Chu Yi replied with a provocative smile. "You know, you look much better now than you did before." The bishop, consumed by rage, charged forward, continuously hurling orbs of dark energy at his opponent. Chu Yi, of course, didn't just stand there and take it, his body nimbly dodging each wave of attacks. His figure weaved skillfully through the explosive crimson energy erupting from the dark orbs. His calm gaze swept across the battlefield. A holy shield descended from above, carrying a blinding halo as it slammed into the ground. Chu Yi continued his assault, casting holy thunder, heavenly prison's throne. As he spoke the words, chains of lightning transformed into golden bolts, pinning the bishop to the stone floor. The creature still had some consciousness left, and it shrieked in agony, "Let me go, you worthless scum." Even while suppressed, it refused to submit, roaring with hatred. "You will pay for this! O great evil god, punish this blasphemer." With a cold voice, Chung Ni shatters his opponent's delusion. "Your evil god can't save you." Instantly, a storm of lightning chains descends from the sky, piercing straight through the priest's body as he lets out a blood-curdling scream. "Lord Asia, he will burn you to cinders." The system interface flashes to life, detailing the attack. Divine Lightning, Heavenly Prison Lock, rank SSS. A control skill, it creates a lightning prison that immobilizes the enemy on the spot. Chung Ni analyzes it calmly. Skills are divided into 5 categories: attack, defense, buff, debuff, and control. Among them, control skills are the rarest and most valuable. While the priest thrashes wildly in his electric cage, Chung Ni remains lost in thought. As long as you have control, even powerful skills that are hard to land are no longer a problem. Still imprisoned, the priest continues his desperate screams. "Asia's wrath will incinerate you." Chung Ni frowns slightly. What exactly is this Asia? The main eye of the tainted dream entity twitches violently, dark, bloody veins spreading across its iris, a truly horrifying sight. The creature gazes up at the colossal statue and roars. Lord Asia is the supreme god, his power is infinite. With a wave of his hand, he can destroy 10,000 enemies. Traitors will be devoured, while the loyal are granted eternal life. Chung Ni contemptuously kicks the mutated head. With a monstrous form like this, the priest instantly shrieks back, "You ignorant fool!" And with that, his memories begin to flood back. He was once an unknown priest living in a small, peaceful village, beloved by all. He tried his best to heal everyone, but a terrifying plague swept through, wiping out the entire village and leaving him with nothing but pain and powerlessness. He had run to the city many times, begging high-ranking priests for aid, hoping they would save his people. Facing their scornful glares as they pushed him away, he swallowed his pride, hoping only to appeal to their compassion. He was even told, "Villagers are like ants, not worth our effort." Despite this, he rushed back in despair to deliver the news. "I've returned. There's hope. We can be saved." From that moment on, even as his body rotted, stained black and red by the encroaching darkness, he madly clutched a grotesque blade and ran towards his village. The priest collapsed beside a dying man, gripping the blade and praying for a miracle, but a sudden crash sent him sprawling to the ground. In that instant, he was horrified to realize it had all been a lie. And so, the priest and the villagers buried what few bodies remained, the cries for help still echoing in his ears. "Priest, please save me. Sir, it hurts so much." He was consumed by hatred for his own powerlessness and for the cold indifference of the church's elite. Tears of helplessness streamed down his face, and just as he reached his lowest point, a mysterious power answered his plea. The priest drove back the plague, the villagers' pain subsided, and even the dead rose again, their tormented faces slowly replaced by smiles. Looking at their soulless bodies, he was convinced that the trade-off had been the right one. His current form was a small, completely worthy price to pay. And now, he would carry Asia's glory even further. Chung Ni could only sigh. The man was beyond saving, and getting any useful information from him would be impossible. He decisively swung his blade, cleaving the priest's body in two. Even on the verge of death, the priest prayed frantically, "Lord Asia, save your loyal servant and destroy this enemy." Chung Ni stared at him with ice-cold eyes. "Still expecting your evil god to save you?" Then, he coldly revealed the truth. "He probably abandoned you long ago. Today is your final day." But the priest screamed back defiantly, "How dare you blaspheme against Lord Asia? Even in death, I'll drag you down with me. Trying to self-destruct? It won't be that easy. Giving his opponent no chance, Chu Yi unleashed lightning chains to bind him tightly while simultaneously summoning Holy Light. His voice boomed like a divine judgment. Holy Light Cross. A seal immediately activated, completely locking the priest in place. Though writhing in agony, the man continued to beg his god, a god who would never answer. Lord Asia, save me. But the stone statue remained silent as dark fluid splattered everywhere. A system notification announced the defeat of the zombie bishop. Chu Yi returned to his normal state, letting out a soft sigh as the system immediately displayed the rewards. 12,323 experience points, a recovery potion, and the black armor of counter-guardianship. Chu Yi accepted them and commented calmly, "Not bad, I guess. Too bad it's not enough experience to level up." Suddenly, he sensed something wasn't right. The malevolent aura hadn't completely vanished. He kicked a weapon up from the ground and snatched it out of the air. Then he strode toward the statue, preparing to end this once and for all. This disgusting business ends here. A brilliant golden ray of holy light shot through the statue, shattering it into countless fragments in an instant. The system chimed again. Congratulations on destroying the evil god statue. Chu Yi was surprised by the unexpected reward, an ancient relic containing divine power, an item related to the second job advancement. Staring at the glowing object floating before him, he realized this was the first time he'd encountered a second advancement item. Looked like he'd have to run this dungeon a few more times. The moment he stepped outside, Tum walked up to him with praise. "Not bad. Your first time clearing the dungeon in just 10 minutes and 25 seconds. That's enough to get you into the top 20 on the leaderboard." Chu Yi handed her the spoils and immediately started to bargain. "Deacon, you can have these. I want to enter the dungeon again." Tum quickly tried to stop him. "You just finished, and you're going back in already? This dungeon is really interesting. This time, I want to challenge the fastest clear time." She tilted her head, thinking for a moment before reminding him. "The top 10 are all level 30 professionals. You'll need to be at least level 27 to even have a chance." Chu Yi stated, without hesitation, "I have my own plan. Don't worry." Seeing that she couldn't stop him, Tum could only advise, "Be careful. I won't take any of the rewards from this run." Just then, Trine Min appeared. "What? Trine Ming is here too?" Tum asked in surprise. "When did you get back?" Trine Min scratched his head. "Just now, me and 2 rookies just cleared out a group of otherworldly creatures. I'm exhausted." Hearing this, Chu Yi wondered, are those otherworldly creatures related to the spatial rift? He silently stepped into the new dungeon, his mind still racing with knowledge he'd learned back in the Cheongfeng mountain range. He had once seen low-level otherworldly creatures emerge from a spatial rift. He'd heard the nation had since raised the combat alert level and dispatched legions to seal off the area. On the other side, Tum was anxiously asking about casualties. Trine Min's voice was grim. "Out of a team of over 12, only 8 of us made it back, and that was with an army legion providing support. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have returned either." After a few seconds of thought, she sighed softly. "The losses this time are too heavy. Have you called your mother?" Taking on such a dangerous mission without telling her a thing, he gave a strained laugh. "I hid the mission from her. If I tell her now, I'll definitely get an earful." She just shrugged. "That's one thing I can't help you with." Trine Min quickly clasped his hands, begging, "Please, Auntie, don't tell her. Besides, I'm fine." Tum didn't answer, instead turning to look at the person who had just approached. She asked curiously, "Why haven't you entered the dungeon yet?" Chu Yi explained calmly, "Deacon, I've already come out of the dungeon." Tum covered her mouth in astonishment. Chu Yi pointed toward the freshly updated leaderboard. Plague Psi Domain, Nightmare. Clear time, 1 minute and 59 seconds. Then he added with a faint smile, "See for yourself." Tum muttered in disbelief. "Less than 2 minutes to clear a nightmare dungeon. And you're only level 23. Chu Yi immediately made his next request. "Deacon, I want to try Abyss difficulty." She sighed, a mixture of helplessness and resignation in her voice. "You're a true monster. Go on, take my card. Run it as many times as you want." It was only then that Trine Min snapped out of his daze. "Aren't you Chu Yi, the #1 freshman from Suheng University? It's been 2 months, and people are still talking about your record in the Plague Psi domain." The surrounding students couldn't hide their astonishment. Unbelievable. "Back then, I was still stuck on the first stage. That's terrifying. He truly has the strength of the president's personal disciple." Another person added with awe. "Did you guys see the nightmare record from a few days ago? Only 59 seconds. Not even a second advancement professional could be that fast. Chung Yi left the dungeon in high spirits. Thinking back, the last 2 months had been incredibly fruitful. After teacher Veng Hui learned he was grinding dungeons at the Heavenly Martial Guild, he gave him his point card to use freely, without being restricted by academic credits. The goal, of course, was to level up as quickly as possible to qualify for the job advancement quest. He quietly planned his next move. Later, I'll contact teacher Veng Hui to get the recommendation letter for the Holy Knight advancement. Just then, his phone rang. It was a summons from Principal Veng Hui. His phone charm was still the birthday gift. The hottest pet beast blind box in Ning'an City. It took me so long to pull this matching pair. It wasn't long before Chung Yi found himself in the principal's office. He had barely finished his greeting when Wang Hui began to shower him with praise. Just as he'd expected. 6 levels in 2 months. Not bad. Wang Hui stepped forward and clapped him on the shoulder. But do you know why I don't do that? Chung Yi answered immediately. Because it would create a third job class user with a weak foundation. They wouldn't be able to unleash their full power. He added seriously, only by tempering oneself through life and death situations can one become a true powerhouse. Wang Hui activated a faint golden holy light, nodding in agreement. Understanding this isn't easy. He placed the job change letter in front of him, explaining, there's no shortage of people who rely on family resources, but they still struggle to survive the second and third job changes. At level 29, you should prepare for your second one. He continued his lecture. The second job class, Holy Monk, grants powerful control over holy light and compensates for the weaknesses of the first class. For someone like you, your strength has already far surpassed that of an ordinary person. This is the job change letter. Open your consciousness, and you'll see the conditions. The system interface appeared before Chung Yi. Item, Holy Knight job, change letter. Meeting the conditions will allow a class change to Apocalypse Knight. He closed his eyes, focusing on absorbing the power from the letter. The system displayed the conditions one by one. First job class, Holy Knight, level 29. 100 sacred spirit crystals. 100 penitence thoughts. Chung Yi scratched his head and asked, penitence thoughts, don't those only come from heretics, and only if you use a specific skill on them within half an hour of their death? Otherwise, their souls will dissipate. Chung Yi asked again, Sir, how did you know I have that skill? Wang Hui replied calmly, I heard you cleared the foreign holy ruins, so you must have it. And with your strength, 100 sacred spirit crystals should be manageable. A wave of emotion washed over Chung Yi. So, his teacher had been preparing for his second job change all along. After confirming, Wang Hui said he just needed to complete one final mission to change his class, suggesting he check the school's network for missions involving heretics. The chances of obtaining penitence thoughts are high. The flood of information left him in deep thought. Tahang University was one of the top 3 schools, but its total student body was just over 5,000, less than a third of many other universities. As he searched, he analyzed the situation. The high resource cost for entry meant fewer students were admitted, but despite the small population, the missions were diverse. He filtered the search to only show missions related to heretics. The results appeared. A combat mission to eliminate a level 34 heretic with a reward of 400 academic credits, and an investigation mission in Longfang City with a reward of 1,000 academic credits. Chung Yi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He needed 100 penitence thoughts, so the first mission wasn't suitable. He decided to look up Longfang's location. It wasn't a major city, but it was known for its specialty, swallow fruit, suggesting there was more to its development than met the eye. If heretics were there, his chances of gathering penitence thoughts were high. Chung Yi decisively accepted the mission, and a warning immediately popped up. High-risk mission. 2 people have already lost contact. He was a little surprised. A high-risk mission? He then processed the information. School missions were divided into 4 levels, just like dungeons. His emerald eyes glinted with vigilance. A high-risk mission meant a mortality rate of at least 70%. Even so, Chung Yi didn't hesitate. If the mission involved heretics, he had to do it. Without a word, Chung Yi activated his positioning skill, and a glowing map displayed the coordinates. This skill marked a spatial location, allowing for instant teleportation. Chung Yi instructed his soul butterfly. If it encountered a danger it couldn't handle, it was to retreat immediately. This trip to Longfang now had an extra layer of insurance. With everything settled, he walked off campus. All he needed was to buy enough mana recovery potions, and he would be ready to depart. 2 female students recognized him and gasped, "It's Godngi!" The other smiled in admiration. He truly is the leader of the Golden Age. His aura is so powerful. In the War Academy's alloy training room, Enjo Man faced 7 robots alone. As he fought, he asked Tumai, Chung Yi accepted a high-risk mission and left campus, didn't he? Tumai nodded in confirmation. The mission is in Longfong City, Sungsun Province. It's related to heretics. Ungo Man sent a robot flying and continued. Looks like he's preparing for his second job change. That name, Longfong. I feel like I've heard it before. 2. Mai reviewed the information. The mission was originally rated normal. It was only upgraded to high risk after 2 students, one level 26 and one level 28, lost contact. We suspect there's a professional over there with concealment abilities. That would be a problem for other students, but for Chung Yi, No Man didn't see it as an issue. With that, he finished off his opponent. 2 months of training in the Thienvu dungeon should have made Chung Yi strong enough to face a second job class user, not to mention he has plenty of trump cards. Ngo Man cleared the remaining robots and decided to change Chung Yi's academic status to a leave of absence. Nothing else needed to be managed. Before finishing, he reminded Tumai to have Chung Yi complete the leave of absence paperwork when he returned. The high-speed train whizzed along the 15-kilometer route from Tuhang to Longfong. It took 12 teleports and 7 train transfers just to reach Vinhuang. Chung Yi leaned his head against the window. Only a 2-hour subway ride left. His phone vibrated with a message, "Have you arrived yet?" Chung Yi replied, "Almost, about an hour left." The other person responded, "Call me when you get there." Bakna, sitting next to him, complimented his keychain. "That's a chit-chit, the special magical beast from Nin An. Are you from Nin An too?" Chung Yi smiled and confirmed. "That's right. And you?" She grinned brightly and shared, "You could say I'm half Ninanese. My grandmother lives there, so I grew up there as a child. And now?" While using his appraisal skill, Chung Yi replied, "I'm here on business. Are you two here on vacation?" The results showed they were both level 13 pharmacists. Bakna had no idea she was being scanned. She continued chatting comfortably. "We're going to Longfong to soak in the hot springs. I'm Bakna, and this is Lu Kiet. Your level is too high for me to guess, but with your aura, you seem like a combat type." "I knew it," Bakna laughed. "I guessed it. My intuition is pretty good. I really admire combat professionals." To him, her words seemed a bit exaggerated, but the difference between a civilian and a combatant was so stark that being recognized was normal. "Let's be friends. My friend and I are both pharmacists. In the future, if you need to buy recovery or mana potions, we'll give you a 20% discount." Chung Yi felt a bit awkward but still nodded. "All right, thank you." At last, the high-speed train pulled into Longfong City. The moment Bakna stepped off the train, she sighed with emotion. Time flies by so fast. She pulled her suitcase alongside Lu Kiet, waving goodbye to Chung Yi as they walked, telling him to contact them anytime if he needed anything. Distracted by their conversation, she wasn't looking ahead and walked straight into someone coming from the opposite direction. The man looked up and, seeing a beautiful girl before him, adopted a sanctimonious tone. "Don't worry, beautiful lady. Our Holy Spirit cult can bring infinite happiness to all." He turned to continue his sermon with Lu Kiet, saying the church had a very special event recently that clearly demonstrated the grace of the divine. He didn't even spare Chung Yi, putting on a friendly facade. "Little brother, with such an extraordinary aura, you must have a strong affinity with the divine." Although it was just flattery, he still glanced at the paper the man shoved into his hand. After reading the contents, Chung Yi's suspicion skyrocketed. He let out a cold, dismissive snort. "Humph." The man quickly snatched the flyer back and scurried away, managing only to toss back a blessing for the Holy Spirit God King. Lu Kiet, curious, read it over and asked in surprise, "Is religion this popular in Longfong?" But Bakna immediately snatched it away and told her to throw it out, saying it was bad luck. Confused by her friend's reaction, Lu Kiet asked what was wrong. Bakna had no choice but to recount her family's terrifying experience. "It's understandable you don't know. My older brother has worked here for years. He said that a year ago, signs of religious activity started appearing in Longfong. Back then, the Holy Spirit cult was considered a heretical organization. But gradually, people noticed that while their appearances didn't change, their personalities became completely warped." Bakna continued her sad story. "A friend of my brother's was a gentle person. After joining the Holy Spirit cult, he became hot-tempered. His extremist behavior terrified his entire family. The cult claimed it was a sign of loyalty, but I always felt something was very wrong." After hearing this, Lu Kiet asked, "So what exactly is this divine miracle?" By now, Bakna had thrown the flyer in the trash, replying wearily, "Don't even worry about it. It's best not to get involved. Who knows what kind of monstrous things are happening inside?" Chu Yi crossed his arms, analyzing the situation. Although he had once glimpsed the god of light with his consciousness back on Mount Kungfang, a miracle wasn't necessarily a good thing. It was very likely a clue leading to the heretics, as they often disguised themselves under the cloak of religion. Before long, night enveloped the entire city of Longfang. At exactly 8:30 p.m., the neon lights of the Hohenduang shopping center flared to life, brilliantly illuminating a street corner. The ninth floor is packed with a murmuring crowd, everyone buzzing with the same question: will they truly witness a miracle today? That's the only reason I'm here too. My neighbor claimed his intelligence shot up 20 points after seeing the miracle. Lost in the crowd, a woman named Man scoffs at the claim. Using a so-called miracle as bait, they've certainly got some nerve. Twang understands perfectly. The Holy Spirit cult exploded into a major religion in just 1 year, impossible without some serious tricks. Ignoring the mockery, he focuses on his mission, to record every detail of their fraudulent performance. Chu Lin, standing beside him, issues a stern warning. Just gather evidence of the fake miracle, nothing more. Don't get carried away. This is an A+ mission. One mistake could be fatal. And when a level 19 gives an order, who would dare argue? The team agrees. Collect intel, no direct contact. Chu Yi turns to Twang. Are the micro-drones in position? He smiles back. Everything is under surveillance. As Vu Han uses her appraisal skill, she suddenly gasps in surprise. Hey, why can't I see that guy's level? Chu Yi is standing right in her line of sight, but her appraisal device just keeps reporting an error. The other three activate their own devices, but they all come up empty. None of them can read his level. This can only mean one thing. The target is at least level 20. Twang is baffled. Why would such a powerful individual show up at an ordinary gathering like this? Vu Han adds in a hushed tone. He has an aura. Could he be one of the Holy Spirit cult's people? But just as they're whispering, Chu Yi suddenly glances over, his eyes delivering a bone-chilling glare. All four of them instantly pale, feeling their blood run cold. Chu Lin immediately issues a command. That look, it terrifies me. He could very well be a second advancement master. Do times, not times, draw his attention, she orders. Vu Han quietly agrees, and the other two nod in silent compliance. Meanwhile, their target is sizing them up as well. Chu Yi analyzes them internally. They aren't ordinary civilians, but they don't seem to be here for him. His target is still the Holy Spirit cult. His train of thought is cut short by someone clearing their throat. A representative steps forward. Welcome, everyone, to the gathering of the Holy Spirit cult. Your presence here means you share a bond with our divine Lord. I am Father Tu Vian, and I will guide you to receive his divine grace. Chu Yi silently observes the men behind him. One level 18, two level 17s. Their strength isn't particularly high. He's curious to see what kind of scheme they're about to pull. Meanwhile, Tu Vian continues his grand sermon, proclaiming that the Holy Spirit cult worships the divine Lord. He preaches of light and salvation, how all beings are equal before God. As long as one's devotion is true, the divine Lord will bestow his blessings. From free access to dungeons to medicinal potions, you can have it all. Then, he delivers the final, lethal blow. Every month, the church provides each member with 8,000 Zhongxia currency for living expenses. That number sends the crowd into a frenzy. Someone mutters that they only make 4,000 a month at their job. Join the cult, get money and resources. They could change their lives and become powerful warriors. Tu Vian continues to pour sweet poison into their ears, calling it the divine Lord's love a gift to free his followers from worldly worries so they can devote themselves fully to their faith. He then signals two assistants and declares loudly, "The power of the divine Lord is infinite." Then, in his role as father, Tu Vian approaches a mysterious statue at the front of the room. He proclaims this a rare opportunity to witness the glory of their God firsthand and feel his boundless grace. Chu Yi stares intently at the statue. He can't be certain, but he can feel a dense magical aura radiating from it. This is most likely a magical artifact. Chu Lin's team is also on high alert. It's clear the cult is about to begin their fake miracle. This time, they have to get all the evidence. Tu Vian stands before the statue, raises his hands, and shouts, "Holy Spirit, Divine Lord, reveal to us your power." The crowd's anticipation swells to a fever pitch. One of the assistants gently shakes a small bell in his hand. A soft ringing echoes through the hall. The statue begins to emit a faint golden light. In just a moment, the glow intensifies, becoming so brilliant that Chu Yi has to shield his eyes. He stares in astonishment as the so-called miracle manifests the form of a goddess embracing her followers. Someone in the crowd shouts, "What is that?" The question is a spark that ignites a wildfire. A miracle! It's a real miracle! This light, it's filling my body with power. The silhouette emanating from the statue begins to chant a series of incantations. The followers erupt in cheers. The miracle is speaking. Chu Lin's team is enveloped by the incantations as well. Only Wuhan manages to stay clear-headed, thanks to her mind-calming technique. A moment later, Chu Lin looks down at her own hands, trembling, and cries out, I've become a second advancement professional." Her words make Wuhan, still protected, cry out her name in horror. Beside them, Man laughs maniacally. "With this much money and resources, I'll become the strongest warrior." Tuong Thuong also succumbs to the delirium, believing he's now the top mechanist in all of Zhongxia. Wuhan watches in despair as the miracle spreads. Chu Yi is the only other person completely unaffected. He subtly controls a nearby person to analyze the effect. It's a hypnosis technique. Can the Holy Spirit cult really be using such a cheap trick to lure followers? Tu Vian observes the results of his miracle with immense satisfaction. As expected of the holy relic bestowed by the bishop, its effect is far greater than anticipated. He immediately orders his subordinates in the back to begin their operation. That took longer than expected. The other side is getting impatient. The enchanting incantation rings out once more, its sound waves spreading everywhere. Soon, the entire hall is shrouded in streams of deathly energy seeping from the hidden corners of the 9th floor. 5 strangers emerge from the black smoke, slowly materializing on the altar. Tu Vian bows respectfully. "My Lord Bishop." Chu Yi's eyes narrow slightly. "This feeling? It's frighteningly familiar." Feng Lai questions him coldly. "What took you so long?" Tu Vian hurriedly clasps his hands, explaining that the preaching took more time than planned. The bishop warns him with chilling indifference. "These are just a few consumable items. Don't be so wasteful next time." Feng Li reaches out and touches the statue. After this sacrificial ritual, they will. As Chu Yi observes, he has a sudden realization. Evil cultists are no different from ordinary people when they aren't channeling the power of their dark gods. But a holy knight like him is extremely sensitive to evil energy. The aura of a dark god emanating from those 5 is impossible to hide. On the altar, Feng Lai continues his deification hymn, praising the eternal, undying Holy Spirit and the great divine Lord. "The offerings are ready. Please, my lord, enjoy them at your leisure." Witnessing this scene only sharpens Chu Yi's mind. The bishop is only level 27. There are surely stronger individuals behind him. He decides to wait and see how much more information he can gather. In any case, these 5 cultists are no threat to him. The crowd, as if possessed, raises their hands in unison, endlessly repeating the slogan, "Eternal Holy Spirit, forever undying." Once the chant is repeated 5 times, the statue seems pleased. The corners of its mouth curve into a grotesque smile as it waves its hand, spewing sparkling sound waves from its mouth in a welcoming gesture. The followers below are instantly thrown into a state of extreme ecstasy, like a parched land finally receiving rain after a long drought. As the frenzied atmosphere intensifies, Chu Yi feels a chill run down his spine. Their souls are being ripped from their bodies. The chant "Eternal Holy Spirit" rings out again. The soul is the key to life itself. Whether it's a healer saving others or a powerful warrior saving themselves, the soul is paramount. An ordinary person's soul is weak and dissipates upon death. But regardless of strength, the soul is always vital. Only now does Chu Yi truly grasp the sheer evil of this cult. They ensnare people's minds with an inescapable trap, but this illusion, it's directly siphoning away their soul force. He remembers the stories he's heard how people who join evil cults look the same on the outside, but undergo a complete personality change, becoming someone else entirely. Finally, the clue behind these bizarre phenomena has revealed itself. The erratic behavior of those who join the Holy Spirit cult must be connected to their fragmented souls. Chu Yi watches as waves of golden light are drawn from the contorted followers around him, a question forming in his mind. What is that statue gathering their souls for? Chu Lin, who came to the 9th floor with such heavy resolve, is now just letting her own soul be eroded away. Wuhan uses all her strength to hold onto Chu Lin's hand, her heart pounding like a frantic drum. If they wait for Chu Lin any longer, they'll all die. She can't just stand by and watch. "Chu Lin, wake up." She decided to risk it all. Seeing a thin layer of ice coat Zhao Ling's body, she cried out with joy. A glimmer of hope had appeared. But her relief was short-lived. The ice melted in an instant, utterly useless. The spell had been dispelled in the blink of an eye. Wu Han's blatant movement immediately caught Si Yuan's attention, so there was still someone who hadn't been hypnotized. She swung her arm, unleashing a storm of demonic power as black flames surged. Zhang Yi saw that as soon as she closed in, she unleashed a holy light spell without hesitation. Shockingly, the attack struck more than just two of the cultists. Lu Ran reacted instantly, throwing up a ward of light to block the incoming torrent of magic. Now that her cover was blown, she pressed the attack, launching orbs of radiant light toward Feng Li. But as expected of the Holy Spirit cult's leader, he simply waved his hand, effortlessly batting away her lethal spells and neutralizing the petty attacks. He immediately exposed her identity. That ward of light. You're from the Radiant Church. Even as a level 25 light mage, Liu Ran was stunned that her spell had been shattered with such ease. How could this be? Her ward of light was already trained to level 15. It was a spell that had once slain a golden tyrant bear in a single blow. She tried to activate a teleportation scroll, only to be stopped by a mere flick of the cultist's wrist. This was bad. Her opponent was far stronger than she'd anticipated. She had to leave immediately. But Feng Li had no intention of letting her escape. A traitor, and you think you can run? Did you really think this is a place you can just come and go as you please? He cast a swamp spell, and thick, viscous mud slithered up from the floor to bind her tightly. Lu Ran reacted instantly, pouring all her strength into her legs to leap back. Two more of Feng Li's cultists coordinated their attack, simultaneously casting wind blades and a fireball. A swirling golden light enveloped her. A light soldier? She was trapped, caught between them. This was bad. Among the five of them, two were mages. If it had only been one mage, she might have been able to disrupt their casting long enough to escape with her scroll. Her plan had completely fallen apart, but Lu Ran had no choice but to brace herself and fight. Holy power gathered in the light, ready to purge the encroaching evil, but her back was exposed, and even worse, another melee fighter was closing in fast. If she let him get close, she was dead for sure. She unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks, desperately trying to break through their defensive line. At 18, after changing to the hidden class, she had been recruited and trained by the church as a light mage. Her 4 years of training were over, and on her first mission, she thought she was strong enough to destroy this cult. Was she going to pay for that arrogance with her life? Watching the situation unfold, Zhang Yi could only let out a weary sigh. He couldn't just stand by and watch any longer. He waved his hand, unleashing the finger of repentance and the spear's rampage. The dead silence was shattered as entire floors of the building exploded one after another in a deafening blast. Lu Ran knelt, staring at the utter devastation around her. What was happening? In the other half of the building, Wu Han had been struggling to protect his comrades. Had they all been wiped out? Si Yuan pointed frantically in one direction, his voice filled with alarm. There's another intruder. That holy light is so dense. Feng Li wasn't blind. He immediately questioned if Zhang Yi was a high-ranking knight from the church. Lu Ran trembled as she realized that 2 mages and a warrior, all level 25 combatants with support magic, had been taken down in an instant. Could he be a second advancement professional? It seemed Dragonwind City had truly fallen under the church's watch. Enraged by the accusation, Feng Li decisively waved his hand, ordering his 2 remaining cultists to charge. You don't know your own strength. Go. To Zhang Yi, these 2 grunts weren't even worth his attention. He swung his sword just once, ending them both cleanly. The sight left Feng Li in utter disbelief. One move, that's impossible. The cult leader's mind went blank, never imagining he would find himself in this situation. He had clearly walked straight into his own grave. Zhang Yi had no problem with prey delivering itself to him, and, with another swing of his blade, finished the job. Afterward, he calmly summoned a blue butterfly. Soul Guide, follow the trail. The creature obeyed, darting into the portal of deathly energy just before it could disappear. Lu Ran cautiously approached him with a respectful demeanor befitting a high-ranking professional. She timidly introduced herself as Lu Ran, a light mage from the Magnolia branch. The closer she stood, the more intensely she could feel the dense holy light radiating from him. Zhang Yi curiously asked why she was there, and she answered with sincere gratitude. I was on a training mission. If you hadn't been here, my lord, I would have been in grave danger. He turned his back, replying indifferently, it was nothing. She hurried after him. Excuse me, my lord, which divine order of the Radiant Church do you belong to? I've never witnessed holy light that powerful before. Zhang Yi moved his hand slightly as he answered bluntly, I am not a member of the Radiant Church. A loud explosion echoed, leaving Lu Ran bewildered. You're not? Looking at the altar, Now a ruin from a mere snap of his fingers, her suspicion only deepened. Such dense holy light. If he's not from one of the divine orders, could he be a saint? Liu Ran searched her memory. Saint and saintess were titles reserved for the top prodigies in the church. They were also granted access to the highest level of training. They received absolute protection, could even defeat enemies far above their level, and always remained anonymous before their official debut. Only the highest echelons knew their identities. Realizing this, she asked, "Should I wake everyone up?" "No need," he replied. "We've already caused enough of a commotion. Let's wait for the Public Security Bureau to handle it. Waking them up rashly will only cause a panic." Zhang Yi walked toward the corpses of the Holy Spirit cultists. Such thorough consideration, she thought. He clasped his hands together and cast the confession spell. "In the name of the divine, I awaken the conscience within your souls." As the words faded, golden dust trickled from his hands onto the bodies, fire lilies bloomed, and shadowy forms of deathly energy writhed and flew out in response to his call. Distorted souls floated in the warm, golden space. "I am guilty," they whispered. "I repent for the sins I have committed." After the ritual ended, Zhang Yi raised his hand, dispelling the magic. He clenched his fist and thought, "Just 4 souls. It's not enough. I let the leader escape so the soul guide butterfly can track him to the others." He mused, "My confession is similar, but it's far inferior to the holy word spell. If I could train with that person, I'd surely be stronger. But I wonder if they'd even notice me." While he was lost in thought, agents from the Public Security Bureau arrived outside, bursting in and shouting a warning. "Hands up! Drop your weapons. This is the Dragonwind Public Security Bureau." Surrounded by soldiers stood a tall man, the operations captain of the bureau, Wang Hao. He approached Liu Ran and asked politely, "I am Wang Hao, operations captain of the Public Security Bureau. May I ask what happened here?" She reflexively raised her hands in surrender before greeting him. "The Holy Spirit cult is a heretical sect. They lured citizens here to offer their souls as a sacrifice." Wang Hao asked with concern, "And you stopped them?" Liu Ran quickly waved her hands in denial. "It wasn't me." When she turned to look for Zhang Yi, he had vanished. Where did he go? Liu Ran unconsciously grumbled, "That saint is so heartless, just leaving me behind like that." Meanwhile, Wang Hao began commanding his teams to secure the scene. Team 1, evacuate the civilians, ensure their safety, and prevent any panic. Team 2, inspect the scene and collect evidence. Don't miss any suspicious items. A hidden hand reached out from the void and cast a spell, using a healing spirit to tend to the heavily injured, acting swiftly to preserve their lives. The people who had been under the spell quickly showed signs of having been brainwashed. "Who are you people? What are you doing? I want to go home. Weren't we just at a gathering? Where is this place? Why does my whole body ache? My head feels so heavy, like someone cracked it open." Jiangsheng rubbed his eyes and groaned. "My head is absolutely killing me." After recovering his senses, he approached his teammate and asked quietly, "Did we succeed?" Seeing his pitifully naive expression, Wuhan stepped in to explain. "Succeed? What are you thinking? You had no idea they had 5 masters with them, the weakest of whom was level 25. Jiangsheng felt dizzy. "Level 25? How did we survive?" She continued. "That other person was a second advancement divine class. He wiped out the entire Holy Spirit cult in a single attack." Jiangsheng's face lit up as if he'd struck gold. "A second advancement divine class user? That's right. My robot must have recorded the entire battle. When I post this online, it's going to cause a massive uproar." With that, he immediately brought out his robot to check it in front of everyone. But before he could even look, the ground and the very space around them began to shake violently. Jiangsheng's group stood frozen, dazed, and uneasy. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped them, and at its center stood a figure wrapped in a layer of magical slime. Feng Li's resentful voice choked out, "Damn it. Who the hell is he? How could a monster like that appear in Dragonwind City?" He staggered forward erratically, his mind racing with 100 questions. "He's not from the Radiant Church, and I've always been so discreet. We can't lure in any high-level clerics, and the others were all hypnotized without a trace. Where did I go wrong?" Feng Li bursts through the massive doors. "The sacrificial ritual is shattered, and 4 of our followers are gone. What the hell am I supposed to do now?" Meanwhile, elsewhere, a blue butterfly materializes from the void, a spark of hope carried on magical currents, poised to turn the tide. Strange cracks spiderweb across a solid wall, and Chung Yi tears them open with his bare hands. His handsome face appears, having locked onto the coordinates by sensing a void beast. In an instant, a spatial vortex rips open, and he teleports directly to his target. Back in reality, Du Feng spots a familiar silhouette and calls out, "Bishop Feng, you've returned." He wastes no time with pleasantries. Feng Li immediately drops to his knees, ready to confess his sins. There was an incident. An intruder possessing immense holy light interfered. He didn't just sabotage the ritual, he killed our men. He was so powerful. I was completely outmatched. Du Feng's voice is ice. Then why are you still alive? Feng Li begs, his voice trembling. This worthless servant deserves to die 1,000 times. Please, my lord, grant me a chance to live. I swear I'll atone for my failure and find even more sacrifices to make up for this loss. Du Feng scoffs dismissively. You're long on failure and short on results. Hearing this, Feng Li trembles violently. My lord, I truly had no other choice. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Yi has already disguised himself as a follower, silently observing from the crowd. The demonic aura radiating from the black orb is unnaturally dense. This must be the epicenter. With over 100 followers gathered, their scheme is clearly bigger than just harvesting souls. But Du Feng refuses to waste any more time. Enough, he snaps. Your excuses are worthless. Even though the ritual was interrupted, the connection has already been established. The grand plan remains unaffected. Feng Li asks hesitantly, so, the sacrifice was a success? But we haven't gathered enough souls. Du Feng roars. You idiot! He turns to another acolyte. Bishop Su, explain it to this imbecile. As you command. A wicked smile spreads across Su Ling's face as he begins. My lord, this is the grand plan to annihilate the world. For the past 5 years, the Sacred Spirit Cult has performed 377 sacrificial rituals at key nexus points across Longfeng City, activating a node each time. As he speaks, Chu Yi listens intently, absorbing every word. When all the nodes connect, they will form a massive magic circle blanketing the entire city, a circle known as the Chaos Purgatory Array. To achieve this, the cult preyed on those with strong desires to expand their ranks, while secretly mixing a colorless, odorless magical potion into the city's water supply, subtly weakening the citizens' minds and making them susceptible to control. Chung Ying-hee's heart grows heavy. Asterisk. No wonder ordinary people were so easily hypnotized. Asterisk. But what is the ultimate purpose of this Chaos Purgatory Array? Su Ling's voice continues to echo through the chamber. We have dug a network of underground tunnels to link the sacrificial sites, laying down runes to channel and converge the energy. He then reveals the crucial timing. Tonight, the magic circle will be activated. His expression twists with pure evil as he speaks. The lives and souls of this entire city will become a sacrifice to awaken the great Lord of Chaos, the bringer of endless darkness and pandemonium, who will remake the world. Chung Ying's expression turns grim. Asterisk. The evil god of chaos. Asterisk. They're planning to sacrifice an entire city just to summon that entity. Asterisk. I absolutely will not allow it. Asterisk. At the same time, Feng Li panics, realizing his fate. My lord, please spare me. I knew nothing of this grand plan. Du Feng's voice is frigid. Then die in ignorance. Why would I entrust anything important to a fool like you? With that, Du Feng unleashes a powerful spell straight at Chu Yi. A violent explosion erupts, but thanks to a timely defense, he emerges completely unharmed. As the smoke clears, Chu Yi is already in a battle stance. He activates Divine Thunder, Heavenly Revelation, Tier 1, boosting his status resistance and lightning damage by 50% for 14 seconds. In a flash of light, his sword strikes its target, dealing immense hybrid damage. Feng Li recognizes him instantly. It's him again! Without hesitation, Su Ling lunges forward, unleashing Shadow Soul Reaping Slash. Dark energy converges on his razor-sharp black scythe. Chu Yi counters with the S-rank skill, Divine Thunder, Heavenly Punishment Blade. Lightning crackles and converges on his weapon before he unleashes a slash of terrifying speed, inflicting devastating damage. Seeing this, Feng Li immediately rats him out. That's the one who destroyed the ritual in Huangyang, and he dared to follow us to the headquarters. He must die here today. Enraged, Du Feng slaps Feng Li hard across the face. You were followed and you didn't even notice? You useless fool. I should kill you myself right now. Feng Li clutches his stinging cheek, spitting his venom at the other bishop. Look at you, showing off with that empty head of yours. Without your precious bloodline, you'd never have become a bishop. Without my protection, you'd be nothing. And you dare mock him? You'll be dead before you know what hit you. Meanwhile, the battle between the two powerhouses rages on. Gold and purple magic collide, shaking the very foundations of the hall. After a moment, they break apart, and Chung Yi retreats to a safe distance. He activates his magic eye to analyze his opponent, but the inspection fails. He thinks to himself, asterisk, he's on a completely different level from the other bishops. A true second advancement master, asterisk. Finally, a worthy opponent. Su Ling gives him no time to recover, swinging his scythe to unleash his ultimate skill, Nether Scythe Barrage. He launches a flurry of black crescent blades from all angles, designed for continuous damage and relentless pressure. The scythe spins so fast it creates a deadly matrix of blades. You've got some talent, Su Ling admits coldly, before unleashing his finishing move. But this is where it all ends for you. A dark vortex begins to form, with him at its very center. He condenses the darkness into a colossal black vortex. Its terrifying gravitational pull corrodes all life around it, a black hole threatening to swallow everything. Chung Yi struggles to brace himself against the immense force. The situation is turning dire. He summons the Aegis of Holy Light, plunging his sacred sword deep into the floor to anchor himself. The two are locked in a desperate struggle as the ground around them shatters. Your struggle is pointless. Su Ling sneers. A first advancement Holy Knight, no matter how gifted, is just an ant before a dragon. I'm 14 levels above you. Chung Yi knows he's at a severe disadvantage. Asterisk. My angelic Aegis is blocking most of the corrosive damage. Asterisk, he calculates. Asterisk. But this vortex is draining my mana and stamina at an insane rate. If this keeps up, I'll be completely depleted. Asterisk. Su Ling's eyes blaze with dark energy as he taunts. How long can that pathetic little light of yours hold out? Chung Yi growls back. My light is more than enough to shatter your little parlor trick. A brilliant, blinding halo erupts from behind him. Su Ling grits his teeth. Asterisk that holy light. It's far beyond what any normal holy knight should possess. Could he be the trump card of the Church of Light? But it doesn't matter who he is. He's not leaving this place alive. Asterisk. Seeing the fight drag on, Du Feng shouts impatiently, Bishop Su, finish him now. But it's too late. Chung Yi completes his transformation, activating the A-rank aura of concentration, the level 11 god tier, domain of holy light, and the secret art, angelic physique. Then, he summons a photon stream and fires it directly at his opponent. Seeing his ultimate move shattered, Su Ling is horrified. No! How could it be torn apart so easily? Impossible! He screams to his followers, all of you, attack! Help me kill him! He plans to overwhelm Chung Yi with sheer numbers, wearing down his mana and stamina. At Su Ling's command, the chains of dark suffering fly out to bind Chung Yi. Immediately after, a torrential water prison rushes forward, attempting to drown him. Calmly, Chung Yi draws his sword of light, his gaze turning icy and sharp. With a single swing, he shatters the water prison, but the battle is far from over. Standing firm as a mountain, he summons light shields on both flanks. His level 11 Gemini Aegis sends the charging followers flying back. He unleashes a dazzling flurry of skills, clearing the entire battlefield all by himself. Realizing he's completely outmatched, Su Ling hastily retreats, then grits his teeth and counterattacks with Nether Shadow Triple Slash. With almost no wasted motion, Chung Yi simply leans as a fierce light erupts from his blade. The impact is so powerful it sends Su Ling flying through the air. After the chaotic exchange, the battlefield finally begins to quiet down. Su Ling is thrown back, utterly defeated. Feng Li trembles in despair. How? How are we supposed to fight a monster like that? Chung Yi clenches his fist, feeling the power surging through him. Asterisk. Thanks to the angelic physique, my actual power is close to level 40. Asterisk, he thinks. Asterisk. That, combined with Holy Light's advantage over demonic energy, allowed me to dominate him. Asterisk. Furious, Du Feng unleashes a blood-red killing aura. Useless trash. Once the ritual is complete, all of you will pay the price. Seeing Feng Li collapsed on the ground, he roared, demanding to know what kind of pathetic stunt he was pulling. Feng Li stammered in fear, insisting he couldn't be just level 29 and that charging in would be suicide. Seizing the moment of confusion, Chu Yi surged forward. Du Feng screamed for Feng Li to charge and block him, but the man remained rooted to the spot, making the excuse that he was waiting for the right moment. Chu Yi focused his divine power, his eyes locking onto the two men before him like a hawk. He then exploded forward, his weapon aimed directly at Feng Li. But in a flash, Du Feng grabbed Feng Li by the head and used him as a human shield, his own body taking the full force of the blade. Feng Li coughed up blood in a panic, crying out, "Father, why?" Du Feng coldly tossed his former comrade aside, relentlessly cursing him as a useless piece of trash. To die for the Lord of Chaos is an honor, he declared. A chill ran down Chu Yi's spine. This man would even sacrifice his own kin. Truly insane. Du Feng just laughed mockingly, announcing, "When chaos descends, all living things will be my children." He advised Chu Yi not to throw his life away. Hearing his own name, Chu Yi asked in surprise how he knew it. Du Feng calmly admitted he'd long known about the brilliant student who took first place in the National Freshman Exchange Tournament. In the middle of their conversation, Chu Yi suddenly sensed an unusual danger. It was Su Ling, launching a sneak attack from the shadows. He managed to swing his sword in time to block, but just as he dealt with her, Du Feng had already moved, escaping his encirclement. In the next instant, Chu Yi appeared behind Su Ling, unleashing a devastating blow using the Void Beast's space jump skill. A barrage of invisible punches rained down the level 9, B-rank Holy Fist combo, forcing Su Ling to scream in agony. Witnessing this, Du Feng laughed aloud, remarking that this was expected of the one who had tamed the Void Beast and gained its power so easily. Ignoring him, Chu Yi unleashed his next skill, the level 16, A-rank Punishment of Light. Su Ling was dealt with swiftly, but a deep suspicion lingered in Chu Yi's heart. He finally came to a grim conclusion. Headmaster Feng, he was the insane traitor. The man no longer denied it, coldly admitting the truth. Feng He stepped out from a magic circle, a triumphant smile on his face, declaring that the Lord of Chaos would remake the world, and he would be the ruler of the new age. His eyes were bloodshot with a lust for power as he raved, threatening that if he hadn't been discovered, the evil god would have awakened 2 months ago. Today, he declared, both you and the Void Beast will belong to me. Chu Yi stood his ground without a trace of fear, but his heart felt heavy. Feng, he was an assassin. Just then, the ground trembled and countless stalagmites erupted upwards. In a split second, they had completely sealed Chu Yi in place. He immediately summoned his divine robes, struggling with all his might against the stone prison. Feng, he watched the bloody spectacle with sadistic glee. For every minute that passed, 5 souls would become nourishment for the Lord of Chaos. He spread his arms, summoning another matrix of sharp spikes that rained down like arrows. Fortunately, Chu Yi managed to defend himself with his level 13 B-rank Holy Light protection, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. As Chu Yi watched the wound on his shoulder slowly heal, he realized it wasn't a normal injury, but materialized evil divine power. The dull, persistent pain forced him to grimly carve out the corrupted flesh himself. Consumed by darkness, Feng He laughed maniacally and unleashed a massive shockwave. The surge of energy was immense, but it wasn't enough to make Chu Yi retreat or even flinch. With a single sword, he reversed the energy's flow, thrusting it straight into the sky amidst an apocalyptic roar. Then, he blurred past, appearing right behind Feng He. The level 16, A-rank Punishment of Light, guided by Chu Yi's will, descended directly upon Feng He, but at the last second, he managed to use Feng Li's head as a shield, smirking as he guessed Chu Yi's intent to restrain and then finish him. Feng He mocked that his opponent's tactics were decent, but he was forgetting that he was once the headmaster of the War Academy. As if alive, blazing red iron chains shot forward to aid him. They quickly ensnared Chu Yi, yanking him backward to rescue Feng He. As he was dragged toward a stone altar, Feng He's grandiose voice echoed in his ears, boasting that these were the very combat tactics he taught his students 10 years ago. Chu Yi was pinned to the stone altar, chains piercing all 4 limbs. He could feel his holy power being suppressed. The situation was critical. Above, strange, hazy omens began to appear in the sky, heralding disaster. Feng He excitedly squeezed Chu Yi's cheeks, his long, black fingernails digging deep into his flesh, drawing blood. He licked it away with an ecstatic expression, eagerly awaiting the new era of suffering. Feng He could feel the malevolent aura in the air growing thicker, causing a wicked glint to appear in his soulless eyes. Suddenly, massive boulders began to fall from the sky. Yet they seemed to swerve around Chu Yi, who noticed faint red shadows materializing around him. They were the aggrieved souls of the dead, drawn out by the dense evil energy now blanketing the mortal realm. Feng He, like a clown lost in a fit of madness, listened with euphoric excitement. "Listen," he cried. "Those are the footsteps of the approaching Lord of Chaos." Bolts of dark lightning struck down, shaking the continent. Corpses lay strewn everywhere, and the air was thick with the stench of the apocalypse. Amidst the chaos, Chu Yi was still stunned by the horror unfolding around him. Hundreds of people, including Baina and Liu, he stood with vacant, robotic eyes, waiting motionless as the evil energy consumed their souls. The malevolent aura swirled around them, turning them all into mindless stone statues that closed in on him. Chu Yi roared with rage at the inhumanity of the being Feng he worshipped. "You monster!" In response, a cold voice simply echoed, "It is the price that must be paid. A fool like you could never understand." The situation was dire, forcing him to weigh his options. He could have the Void Beast teleport him away, but all of Luo Feng's city would be annihilated. He resolved not to be a coward who runs. Chu Yi quickly downed a vial of potion, increasing his negative status resistance by 100% and his physical recovery by 100%. In Feng He's eyes, this was nothing more than a stranded fish, struggling in its final moments. Chu Yi ignored the taunts. A brilliant halo erupted behind him, stealing his will to fight. In the name of the divine, he would awaken the conscience of these souls. Feng He was suddenly alarmed. "What are you trying to do?" Chu Yi just smiled and delivered his judgment. "World Destroyer, it is time to repent." He activated a skill, absorbing the residual spiritual power from the bodies lying everywhere. He had successfully gathered 104 instances of repentant thoughts. Inside Chu Yi's body, two streams of true qi and internal energy were forced to collide, the excruciating pain causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The holy warriors within him awakened with ferocious intensity. At the same time, the army of ice corpses answered Chu Yi's call. The two opposing forces clashed, creating a powerful shockwave inside him. Gritting his teeth, Chu Yi forced his body to accept them both. Feng He stared, stunned, at the swirling aura of power surrounding him. This power, is he actually trying to achieve a breakthrough? A forced second advancement? How laughable. Desperation has made you a fool, he lectured. A second advancement requires countless resources, rare gems, elixirs, and a powerful guardian to prevent any disturbances during the breakthrough. And what do you have? He jeered. You're suppressed by abyssal chains, completely isolated, with no supplemental energy whatsoever. The clash between those two spiritual armies will make the power inside you spiral out of control. That power will be like a wild horse breaking free. It will tear your body apart if you fail. But the more his enemy struggled, the more thrilled Feng He became. At best, your cultivation will stagnate. At worst, your body will be torn to shreds. I won't give you even a 1 in 10,000 chance of succeeding in this second advancement. Chu Yi's consciousness faded as he felt the violent conflict inside him. As the two energies trembled violently, Feng He laughed arrogantly. Just die during your little advancement? The final gamble played out in silence. The prolonged agony ended as the icy phantoms crystallized into sharp shards of frost, and the songs of the guardian angels faded into ethereal golden leaves. The two opposing forces had finally merged into one. The pain was over, and Chu Yi had reaped the rewards on his path to save the world. A notification appeared. Congratulations on obtaining a unique skill. You have received 100 free attribute points. Your physique has been enhanced by divine power, making your appearance more menacing. Before Feng He could even react, he was swept up in a vortex of power and sent flying into the ruins. Chu Yi threw a punch through the air, and the kinetic force pierced straight through his opponent's body, leaving him paralyzed and unable to resist. Feng He was blasted into the sky, where he was met with another devastating blow. The ancient city itself shuddered violently under the impact of Chu Yi's unbridled fury. Crashing to the ground like a sandbag, Feng Hak's eyes widened in horror as he realized his entire lower body was gone. But a dense, dark aura instantly flooded out, stitching his form back together. He rose to his feet, powered by demonic energy, and summoned a swarm of vengeful spirits. Yet, Chung Nir remained completely unfazed by the terrifying display. Chung Nir calmly stated, "Your very existence is an illusion." He raised his hand, weaving a complex formation in the air. Judgment descends, a Tier 1 S-rank skill, calls down divine punishment to inflict catastrophic damage on creatures of darkness. The final blow reduces all of the target stats by 40% for 2 hours. His eyes locked onto Feng Hak. "You, sinner, I hereby sentence you." The hero became the judge, jury, and executioner. Rays of judgment rained down like a furious storm, every single one aimed at the traitor. The more he was struck, the more Feng Hak taunted, "You will never succeed. My master's power still remains." Suddenly, the air grew heavy, putting Chung Nir on high alert. Like the other souls, he offered his body in service to chaos. In an instant, jet-black tendrils of demonic energy erupted, lunging forward. They swarmed Chung Nir so fast he had no time to react. The deep, venomous voice of chaos echoed. "Wouldn't it be wonderful to perish together?" Its dark energy was a potent poison. Suffering is the only truth. Join us. Blood-red eyes stared out from a featureless face. Chung Yi found himself slipping into a state he didn't even recognize, but thankfully, his iron will allowed him to regain control. The tentacles of chaos tightened, screaming their seduction. Become an eternal part of me. The holy power within Chung Yi reacted violently, and a mind-splitting pain forced him to his senses. Drawing on his pure combat skills, he broke free from the encirclement in the nick of time. A holy aura flared to life around his body as Chung Yi gripped his greatsword with renewed confidence. Unfortunately for you, you picked the wrong opponent. The deep gash he'd inflicted caused a throbbing pain, making the formless monster shriek endlessly. The wound gaped open, revealing the fatal weakness of chaos itself. How dare you? Chung Yi met its fury with cold indifference. Why wouldn't I dare? I am a holy knight. His calm voice cut through the violent clash of demonic tentacles and the holy blade designed to purge abominations. A burst of divine power erupted, causing the layers of tentacles to disintegrate into dust. The demonic energy, fluctuating beyond its stable threshold, became too much for the main body to handle. A massive explosion occurred. Stunned, Chung Yi watched the scene unfold, lowering his defensive shield to recover his strength. But he never expected a demonic blade to silently emerge from the ground. Hearing a faint noise behind him, he turned his head in suspicion. Before he could process what was happening, chaos swung the blade, slashing him across the back and stealing the air from his lungs. The lightning-fast strike sent a spray of blood across its pale white teeth. A grotesque tongue licked the blood clean. The taste of his blood immediately shattered the shackles on its mind, unsealing its true instincts. I am quite pleased, it hissed. Become my slave, and I shall grant you the power of a demigod. As he healed, Chung Yi's fighting spirit soared at those words. The power of a demigod, you say? Then let's make a deal. You treat me like a punching bag, and I'll teach you what god-slaying power truly is. There's a limit to pretending to be a god, he sneered at Chaos. At best, you're just a clone of an evil god. That's why a mere human was able to wound you. Your arrogance will only make you a laughingstock. Suddenly, the creature sensed something was wrong, stammering in disbelief. Chung Yi clutched his head, muttering to himself, it's a shame this body can only last for 2 minutes at most. With a cold swing of his arm, a sky-tearing vortex of light shook the very earth. An army of angels appeared, poised for battle. Divine summoning, a Tier 1, A-rank skill. Some drew their bows in the sky, awaiting orders. Awakening the Ancient Angelic Legion consumes 30% of the user's life force to fight, and its duration continuously burns through the host's spiritual energy. Others stood silently, calculating every possibility. Faced with this mighty legion, Chaos panicked, but still roared to save face. You lowly creation! Activate, purification and divine punishment. The angelic headquarters descended upon the battlefield, and a holy light exploded, suppressing the rebel in the name of divine destiny. A colossal blast erupted, its fury washing over everything. The entire structure collapsed into dust. The shockwave reached deep into the forest, shaking the trees violently. At the center of the crater, Chung Yi knelt on one knee, his body covered in wounds, with golden cracks spreading across his skin. A notification appeared beside a floating, dark red crystal of the evil god's power obtained. You couldn't even handle a mere clone. In the middle of the deserted wasteland, only dust and smoke swirled, as if the world had forgotten Chung Yi entirely. The moon and stars above silently shone down on the lonely silhouette of the tragic young man. One would think he'd fall into a deep slumber after such an exhausting battle. But even as his bones creaked in agony, he tried to push himself up with his hands. In his current state, however, even turning over was a luxury. Warnings continuously blared. Life signs unstable. Urgent treatment required. His glazed-over eyes stared at the text that appeared. Vitality exceeds 63% internal organ damage threshold. Immediate medical attention recommended. He gathered the very last of his strength to activate his trump card. Holy light slowly gathered in his trembling hands. Divine Genesis recovery. Elsewhere, Lu Ji anxiously called out to an unmoving figure. Hey, wake up, Bai Na. Luckily, the girl showed signs of waking, groggily asking, aren't we in a hot spring? Lu Ji immediately explained the situation. Outside, a colossal pillar of light was tearing through the clouds. From it, countless angelic entities descended, dancing around the people, creating a sacred domain that enveloped the entire city, purifying the corruption and saving the souls that had not yet dissipated. The user would fall into a state of divine exhaustion for 10 days. In the darkness, the Void Beast chided him for forcing his second-class advancement. Your meridians are shattered. The place you left behind looks like the remnants of an evil cult. Chung Yi, gasping for breath, answered weakly. Before my second advancement, I remembered the university entrance exam and choosing the path of a holy knight. Images of himself in gleaming armor flooded his mind, mixed with a sense of inadequacy. Then came memories of proficiently wielding his weapon. The words Crusader Army were etched deep into his blade, a symbol of faith and justice. Finally, striking a heavy blow to the ground, fulfilling his duty, doing something to be proud of. Even with a mouthful of blood, Chungnir held firm to his belief. A life spent in pursuit of righteousness. That is what it means to be a holy knight. He spoke, his breathing heavy. If I cling to life and fear death, it goes against my original purpose. What's the point of being strong? He activated a locator. A blue magic circle opened. Su Hang University. Just then, a voice echoed from the cliffs. Chief, what happened here? Wang Hao frowned, deducing. The scale is unclear, but a powerful expert definitely used their own life force to protect Longfeng. They are the city's hero. Chungnir was teleported back to his dorm. The system flashed red with alerts. Soul severely damaged. Life in critical condition. Divine exhaustion for 10 days. Before passing out, he managed to call out, Teacher. The last thing he saw was a countdown. 239 hours, 55 minutes, and 5 seconds. Not long after, his vision gradually returned. This time, there were no system warnings. Chungnir slowly opened his dazed eyes, his breathing faint, and sat up in a recovery bed connected to countless tubes. How does it feel to be on the brink of death? Was disrupting the evil god's ritual by yourself brave or just reckless? Chungnir scratched his head and replied, the situation was urgent. The golden veins were still visible on his skin, causing him to cough violently. Wang Hui gently explained, your meridians are like a torn net. Normal treatment only restores the physical body, so you have to soak in this medicinal spring to stabilize your life force. He added a stern warning, there are 5 precious dragon orbs in here. You must absorb them all. If you dare waste any. Chungnir cut him off, outraged. Isn't this your foot-washing water? Wang Hui chuckled. Don't sweat the small stuff. Staying alive is what matters. The Longfeng City Security Bureau's action team not only preserved the site but also collected samples of the residual holy light. They both stared at an image of the central district, observing the fluctuating city, and realized that the frequency and holy power released matched Chungnir's perfectly. If someone with ill intent looked into this, they could have easily traced it back to you. Therefore, the incident in Longfeng City must be officially announced as my doing. Chungnir clearly disagreed with this approach. Teacher, I don't need to hide behind your shadow. But Wang Hui remained firm, insisting that he was still too young and his rank wasn't high enough. If you made a scene, they wouldn't spare any potential threat. That's why I used my authority to classify your entire file as SSS secret. Once you complete your 3rd class advancement, it will be restored. His elegant brows furrowed, his annoyance clear as the life or death memories of the brutal battle flooded back. Immediately after, he delivered his report with a sharp, clear voice. Master, after defeating the evil god, I discovered its true form was just a crystal of pure power. I've brought it back as proof. Chungnir casually let Wang Hui observe it for as long as he wished. This was an object that, with a single touch, revealed countless wailing souls twisted around it, coalescing into a grotesque, tragic mass. The horrifying sight caused rage to erupt within Wang Hui. How dare a mere fragment stir up such a storm? Wang Hui immediately gathered a massive amount of Hong Lu aura into his palm, causing the very air around him to tremble violently. He coated the cursed crystal in a layer of pure light. At the same time, Hong Ling paused his activities as his subordinate. Yu Ling gave a direct report. An inside source confirmed that the direct disciple Chu Yi was on a mission in Longfeng. On the way, he detected strange movements from the wind cranes and made contact. Wang Hui had arrived just in time. Hong Ling rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Wang Hui was not going to be an easy opponent. He issued an order for all branches to go into stealth mode and avoid any contact with the military. The subordinate immediately accepted the command, his eyes still fixed on the glowing red dot before him. Why does that name, Chung Yi, sound so familiar? Yuling's next words sparked his memory. Back then, we suspected he had tamed a void beast and tailed him for a while. He finally remembered who the target was, a kid with some real skill. A deep, cunning smile spread across his lips. In that case, prepare an unforgettable welcoming gift. A crisp voice replied, understood. The scene cut to a flower being plucked from its stem, falling silently onto the cold floor under the dim nightlight. Elsewhere, Shen Lingfeng stood alone in a light drizzle, staring at the brightly lit multi-story mansion before him. A storm of doubt brewed inside him. Without family backing, how could he cultivate such monstrous strength? It was truly baffling. Just then, a strange object smashed into the window, snapping Ling Feng's attention. "Who's there?" A piercing scream suddenly ripped through the quiet night, shattering the silence. His eyes flew wide open in shock, unable to process the sudden turn of events. Inside, a tall, dark figure was aggressively threatening Zhou Yun. Women and children, my absolute favorites. The scent of their fear is simply exquisite. He was targeting both the woman and the child. With those words, Lu Ping condensed dark energy in his hand and lunged forward, the thrill of the kill intensifying. But at the crucial moment, something shot across the room, and a violent collision sent a thick cloud of dust into the air. His brain couldn't process the sudden interruption, and he froze. The one who appeared was none other than Ling Feng, his power fully unleashed, saving them in the nick of time. The attacker gasped in horror. The flame dragon Bloodline. Lu Ping roared with fury, and far away, a strange flash shot through Chu Yi's mind as if he detected something was wrong. He decisively ripped off the medical tubes, his body slowly floating up in the semi-transparent biological solution. The void beast appeared, followed by the void butterfly, and in a flash, Chu Yi was fully dressed. He gave a stern command to open a teleportation gate, pinpoint Zhou Yun's location. His expression was grave. Xiao Hui's life signs are still dropping. That means Xiao Yun is in imminent danger. No more talk. Find her. Now. The void beast closed its eyes, focusing all its senses. I will protect your physical body with all my might, but as for the damage from the teleportation, you'll have to pray for your own luck. Space suddenly became as fragile as shattering glass, and Chu Yi's figure shot straight down through it. It wasn't long before he saw the tense battle between Ling Feng and Lu Ping. Even though he was on the losing end, Ling Feng turned to the two behind him. "Little lady, can you still stand?" Zhou Yun hesitantly nodded, and he told her to go find her brother. He himself was seriously injured, prompting his opponent to sneer. "Is it really worth it? All for one woman?" Then, without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate fairy fire, piercing straight through Ling Feng's body. "This is beyond your control." Lu Ping took the full brunt of the dragon's flame and was incinerated into ash. All that remained was a blood-curdling scream echoing in the night. The immense heat was slowly carried away by the cold night wind. Ling Feng wiped a stream of hot blood from his chin. The wet, searing sensation cleared his head amid the chaos. As soon as she saw him, Zhou Yun rushed into her brother's arms. "Brother." But that man was so scary. He hurt Xiao Hui. Chu Yi gently turned his sister's head, reassuring her. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." His gaze suddenly shifted to a trembling, struggling Ling Feng in the distance. Why is Shen Ling Feng here? But even in his state, Ling Feng had the strength for a sarcastic jab. "Oh, look, the savior has finally arrived. You really live up to your reputation as a big brother. I was starting to think your sister was about to become a roasted pigeon." Zhou Yun stepped in front of her brother, retorting, "Don't you dare talk about my brother like that." Ling Feng just smirked. "Your words are breaking my heart. I risked my life too, and I'll remember that you saved me, but you are not allowed to talk like that. My brother has always protected me, ever since we were little. He's the best brother there is." He clutched the bleeding wound on his chest, struggling to speak. "Hey, you there. Your sister at least knows how to say thank you. Why are you so quiet?" Each word was a deliberate taunt, punctuated by drops of blood hitting the cold ground. Is this the best a pampered holy knight can do? Zhou Yun was about to lash out again, but Chu Yi placed a hand on her shoulder, stopping her. "Xiao Yun, he's just spouting nonsense because he's bitter that I have such a wonderful sister. Brother, even though he saved me, we can't rule out the possibility that it was a self-harm ploy. It's a classic case of devaluing what you can't have." Chu Yi's analysis was spot on, making Ling Feng grit his teeth and mutter. He was so furious he could have coughed up blood. "Nonsense. Me? Jealous of you? Ha ha ha." As if, overexerting himself, he momentarily lost consciousness, his eyes rolling back into his head, empty and white. The moment Ling Feng lost his balance and fell, a steel rod shot up from the ground, impaling him through the abdomen and pinning him in midair. Dark red blood stained the metal as his body slid down with inertia. Chu Yi gently pressed Zhou Yun's head against his chest. Shielding her from the horrific sight, a weak voice called out again. "Chu Yi, don't just stand there. Save me. It's not my turn to act yet. Don't just stand there like a block of wood." Chu Yi shot back sarcastically. "You're this badly injured and you can still talk, Shen Ling Feng? I guess it's not that serious." Then, he calmly pointed out the inconsistency. "More than you. I'm curious why you were at my house in the first place, right at the exact moment Zhou Yun was attacked. Ling Feng was speechless, unable to utter a word as memories flooded back like a film in reverse. You know, there's a trend going around. People visit the old homes of powerful figures to absorb the lingering traces of their growth. If you learn something, your strength increases. What the hell? Don't lie to me. Why would I lie? Lots of people are doing it. Coughing violently, he tried to make up an excuse. Cough, cough. Can't I just be passing by? Is everyone supposed to be as celebrated as you? He thought to himself. There's no way I can admit such an embarrassing reason. Suddenly, Zhou Yun panicked as she felt Chung Ni's body grow heavy in her arms. She asked with a trembling voice, "Brother, what's wrong with you?" By now, his face was pale from exhaustion, but he still tried to speak. Veins bulged on his arm, leaking a thick, dark fluid. She whispered his name, confused. "Brother." Just then, a piercing sound shattered the dead silence as Chung Ni collapsed, covered in countless wounds. Zhou Yun was terrified. She clamped a hand over her mouth to stifle a sob as tears streamed silently down her cheeks. In a state of utter panic, she grabbed the nearest phone like a lifeline, her voice trembling. What? What do I do now? Zhou Yun cried hysterically into the phone, begging over and over again, "Brother, please don't leave me." Chung Yi, your room looks like a war zone. The newcomer was Wang Hui. He walked over, took the phone from Zhou Yun's hand, and reassured her, "Calm down, I'll handle this." Just then, So Nin rushed in frantically from outside, shouting, "Chu Yi." She quickly helped him up and handed him a strange, lotus-pink liquid, urging him anxiously, "Chu Yi, drink this, quickly, it'll help." Wang Hui, meanwhile, was channeling healing energy without stopping, grumbling as he worked. "You have a death wish, kid. I just dragged you back from death's door. I'm not a healing type, so I could only temporarily stabilize your injuries." After a desperate effort to save him, Chu Yi finally regained consciousness. His hazy eyes scanned the people before him as he asked in confusion, "Teacher, So Nian, why are all of you here?" Wang Hui frowned in annoyance and explained, "The Void Beast knew you were severely injured passing through the turbulence, so it brought you here and then came to find us. I was with So Nian at the time, so we followed it." This aura is very similar to the cultists from the Lin Feng incident, but they didn't come for you. They attacked Chu Van. Your actions have exposed you. The military has secretly launched a nationwide purge against the Qingling cult. We're sitting ducks here, while they're in the shadows. We can't stay. You need to return to the Chu family immediately. Chu Yi completely agreed. It's a good chance to take Xiao Yun home too. It's safer there. Though annoyed, Wang Hui was still worried about Chu Yi's condition. You're too injured for teleportation. We'll have to take the nearest skyship, the Times Tian Kong asterisk. The Times Tian Kong Times is an A-class armored vessel with its own guards. It'll reach the Chu family estate in 48 hours. I'll inform the Chu family to meet you at the port. So Nian immediately chimed in, "I'm going too, to protect Chu Yi." Just then, a strange voice rang out. Wang Hui instantly grew alert, scanning his surroundings. "For this trip, we have to disguise ourselves as ordinary tourists. We don't know how deep the Qingling cult's influence runs." The bizarre voice sounded again. His gaze fell on a dark corner where a huddled figure was wailing, "Hey, can't you people see me? Am I invisible? Have I turned into thin air? I'm injured too." Wang Hui walked over, took a closer look, and then slapped his forehead with a laugh. "My memory is terrible. Let me see your injuries. Aren't you the kid Chu Yi defeated in the freshman tournament?" Lin Feng replied, "Thanks for remembering me, headmaster." A short time later at the Tiankong port, Chu Yi was settled in his familiar wheelchair, flanked by Chu Van, So Nian, and the strange man they had just met. Seeing Chu Yi casually occupying the seat, Lin Feng immediately protested, "I object! On what grounds does he get to sit in a wheelchair pretending to be a young master, while I, a descendant of the Flame Dragon bloodline, have to act as a servant?" So Nian shot him a cold stare. "One more person means one more risk. We weren't even going to bring you along if you hadn't caused trouble." Lin Feng seethed with anger. "Headmaster." Just then, Chu Van cut him off with a cheerful shout, "The ship is here." A thick fog suddenly enveloped the area in front of them, completely obscuring their vision. After a long moment, the fog gradually dissipated, revealing a sight that left everyone stunned. It was a colossal starship, far beyond anything they had ever imagined. From its hull, a gleaming golden tentacle slowly descended to the ground, coiling gracefully like a silk ribbon. The moment she saw it, Chu Van rushed forward joyfully, shouting, "It's a flying octopus! Hello, Mr. Octopus!" While she was ecstatic, So Nian calmly explained that it was charging mana light. The ship has stopped to replenish its energy. These tentacles serve as a staircase, a protective shield, and they can even fire mana cannons. In the blink of an eye, they had entered the ship's stunningly luxurious interior. Just then, the speakers crackled with an urgent announcement. "Attention, passengers of the Times Tiankong asterisk. The boarding ramp is about to close. Please have your tickets ready." Seeing Chu Yi's pale face, So Nian, worried his injuries were flaring up, gently touched his arm and asked, "Chu Yi, do you want to go to our room and rest?" Xiao Ran, "Are you planning on treating me like a child you have to protect?" The question made So Nian's cheeks flush red as she stammered that she was just worried he was uncomfortable. But Chu Yi wasn't letting her off that easily. "On the way here, you worried I was hungry, worried I was hot, and you even forced me to take my medicine." Chu Yi looked directly into So Nian's eyes, his tone gentle but firm. "I know my own condition. You don't need to worry so much." Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared. An extravagantly dressed woman approached them, her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed, "So beautiful." Without any hesitation, she reached out to caress Chu Yi's face, marveling, skin whiter than snow. "Come with me," she purred. "I'll hire the best physician to heal your crippled body." Hearing this, the three people with Chu Yi froze, utter disbelief on their faces. So Nian quickly recovered, a flicker of rage igniting in her eyes. She lashed out with her whip at blinding speed, her voice a furious snarl. "Get your filthy hand off him, or I'll cut it off." The glamorous woman glanced at her own perfectly manicured hands and sighed plaintively. She then gave a faint, mocking smile. "Such a feisty little guard. I just wanted to invite the young master for tea. What are you so worked up about? Or perhaps the guard is also the lover?" So Nian gritted her teeth, looking ready to lunge forward and tear the woman apart. "No wonder. I barely touched him, and you looked like you wanted to eat me alive. If you like men, just say so." "Little sister, I know that taste all too well." Just as So Nian was about to lose control, Chu Yi quickly grabbed her hand, calling her name softly. "So Nian." He glanced at a warning sign nearby and reminded her, "She's provoking you. Don't fall for her trap. Fighting is forbidden on the Times Tiankong asterisk. Violators are imprisoned on the lowest deck." After calming Nian, he turned to the woman. "I'm afraid my body can't handle such enthusiasm." Though his words were polite, he was on high alert. Her casual tone was a mask, and her true intentions were anything but simple. The lavishly dressed woman was secretly furious. Being in the third-class cabin with these commoners was an insult. She replied coldly, "Well, you certainly know how to spoil a girl's fun, little master. I'm not in the mood anymore." Before walking away, she delivered a parting threat. "People call me Lady Hong. I have never failed to get what I want. Sooner or later, you will come to me willingly." Sun Yin was about to speak, but Chu Yi cut her off, turning to Lin Feng. That bracelet on her wrist was strange, and it felt damp. "Have you seen one like it before?" Lin Feng answered immediately, "I have. That's the symbol of the Meiru Merchant Guild." Lin Feng continued to explain. Meiru is a major financial conglomerate in Zhangbei. On the surface, they're a legitimate business, but they secretly run an illegal trafficking ring, specifically targeting beautiful profession holders with special bloodlines to be captured and sold. Many are kept as pets in the mansions of deviants or tortured to death. That Lady Hong is probably. Even my father warned me never to get involved with them. What's more, 3 years ago, their head of Tianlan province clashed with the Chu family, and the Chu family lost. Lin Feng hesitated, unsure if he should tell Chuni everything. But Chuni was already deep in thought, connecting the pieces. He realized Lady Hong had deliberately provoked Sonian to probe for their trump cards. Among the four of them, Chu Van was the weakest. If an attack came, she would be the breakthrough point. After a moment's thought, Chu Yi suggested that Lin Feng stick close to Chu Van and protect her for the 2 days they were on the ship. Lady Hong's methods are ruthless. She's likely to strike from another angle. "I'm worried, Shiel." "Don't worry," Lin Feng interrupted. "I can handle protecting one little girl." The starship glided silently onward, as if sailing through the endless Milky Way. A cleaning staff member pushed a utility cart, moving slowly down the cabin corridor. Right behind them, a blazing red halo suddenly erupted, tearing through the darkness. A bizarre beam of light shot directly into the small bedroom shared by So Nian and Chu Van. The eerie light flooded the room before continuing on, seeking out Lin Feng's room next. The blood-red glow spread, consuming every corner. "So, it was you," a voice whispered. "I'm here." The intruder's greedy gaze landed first on Chu Van, instantly recognizing her rare succubus bloodline, clearly a high-priced commodity. Next, Lady Hong's eyes swept over Sun Yan, another rare beauty. Finally, she closed in on Lin Fong, her hand casually groping his abs as she made a crude remark. This kid looks ordinary, but his body is solid. You could toss him in the mines for 10 years and he still wouldn't break. The words were like a bucket of ice water, a humiliation that cut Lin Fong to the bone. He instantly snapped his leg up, kicking her hard in the stomach. Faced with his aggressive counterattack, she merely curled her lip in a contemptuous smile. The rage inside Lin Fong continued to boil, unabated. The man surged forward with a snarl. Who are you calling mediocre? With neither side willing to back down, they clashed in a brutal, head-on collision. In that same instant, an eerie light erupted, tearing through the oppressive darkness. Shen Lingfeng ground his teeth, his rage incinerating all reason as he launched a furious, non-stop assault. Suddenly, a wild wolf lunged from the shadows, charging straight for Lady Hong. But in a single heartbeat, its snout was ensnared by a silk ribbon, binding it shut. Seeing the danger, Sun Yan screamed in panic. Xiao Hui, forced into a corner, Lady Hong finally understood the deception. She ground her teeth. Well played. So you've been playing me for a fool all along. Her icy gaze locked onto the man wielding the flames, as she murmured in a low voice, the flame dragon bloodline. Then, her sharp eyes shifted, fixing on Sun Yan and Xiao Hui. Just then, Chu Van emerged, supporting Chu Yi. He bowed his head respectfully to Lady Hong. Thanks to your device, the Tian Kong House security system didn't detect any disturbance. It allowed us to move undetected. But Lady Hong wasn't angry. Instead, she just scoffed. So what? A little brat who still reeks of his mother's milk dares to act so tough. Today, I'll show you what true power feels like. Before she could even finish, Shen Lingfeng exploded forward with incredible speed, fueled by the sting of being used and his own indomitable pride. Lady Hong ground her teeth in fury. Shen Lingfeng roared, unleashing a flame-wreathed fist. You've gone too far! But his punch met only empty air as the silk ribbon he'd targeted dissolved into nothing, leaving his attack to hit nothing at all. An instant later, the same ribbon reformed into a human silhouette, silently appearing behind his back, poised for a fatal counterstrike. A vicious blow descended upon Shen Lingfeng. Seizing the opening, Sun Yan launched a lightning-fast counterattack aimed at Lady Hong, shouting, Phantom Chain Strike. But Sun Yan was instantly bound tight like a cocoon, with no room to move. Lady Hong sneered, her eyes dripping with mockery. Well, little beauty, how does it feel to be tangled in my silk? As the silk puppets raised their razor-sharp threads for a ranged attack, Sun Yan realized with despair that she had no defenses left. A killing blow was about to slam into her vulnerable back. Lady Hong crossed her arms, looking at Chuni with amusement. Well, young master, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Chu Yi rapidly analyzed the battlefield, knowing he was their last hope. Each puppet attack was forcing Sun Yan to expend her magical energy to defend, and she was fading fast. The device his master gave him could shatter this pocket dimension, but it would destroy the entire cargo hold in the process. The Tian Kong House security forces would swarm them. It would be safer to wait for her to get closer than use a different device to capture her. Meanwhile, Sun Yan was desperately struggling to fend off the relentless assault from the swarm of silk puppets. Suddenly, her eyes blazed a deep crimson, as if a dormant power was awakening from within. A voice echoed in her mind. Asterisk, use my power! Asterisk, Sun Yan gasped, fighting back, get out. But the voice only drew closer, taunting her. Asterisk, only you can protect the wounded Chuni. Asterisk. Asterisk Shen Lingfeng is nothing but a useless weakling. Asterisk. As the silk tightened around her neck, Sun Yan struggled to deny it, but Lady Hong pressed her psychological assault. He risked his life for you once. Now that you're caught in my trap, are you really just going to play the helpless victim? She let out a scornful laugh, her words dripping with venom. And you? You can't even break free from a few silk threads. How are you supposed to protect him? Just give up. Release your inhibitions and let the power of the succubus awaken. In the distance, an otherworldly light began to glow. The silk puppets were suddenly blasted into the air, and a chilling, eerie laughter echoed through the chamber. A familiar figure emerged, possessing the innocence of Sun Yan, yet radiating the allure of Lady Hong. She smiled sweetly and said, Chu Yi, my dear, it's been a while. Chu Yi froze, utterly stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. Then it hit him this was the strange, powerful aura he'd always sensed within Sun Yen. Even Lady Hong couldn't conceal her astonishment, breathing out the words, a pure blood succubus, a true masterpiece, an absolute masterpiece. Chu Yi remained frozen, unable to process the scene unfolding before him. Shen Lingfeng could only stare at Sun Yen, captivated by her newfound beauty and power. Both Chu Van and Xiao Hui were rendered speechless by the unbelievable sight. Sun Yen's voice was ice. So it was you who tried to harm my dear Chu Yi? You're nothing but a level 30 puppet master. She stated the woman's rank with cold disdain. A level 30 puppet master, Lady Hong retorted, her voice filled with arrogance. The succubus specimen from the Mermaid Guild has enough power to freeze this entire warehouse. Seeing Sun Yen seemingly at a disadvantage, Chu Yi cried out in alarm, Sun Yen! In response, she simply gave him a disdainful smirk. She casually reached out, touching the incoming silk ribbons. Her movements were fluid and confident. With a graceful pivot, she unleashed a flurry of kicks and strikes, shredding the soft silk to tatters. As she moved, Sun Yen spoke with chilling calm. Insects should stay in their nests. Realizing the terrifying power she was facing, a dreadful thought struck Lady Hong. This is a domain. More than that, it was a domain. A space where an enemy's combat abilities are completely suppressed. Chu Yi stood in stunned silence, feeling Sun Yen's aura, which was now 10 times more powerful than before. Realizing her disadvantage, Lady Hong frantically unleashed a horde of silk puppets to counterattack. But Sun Yen's expression remained utterly serene. She calmly raised a delicate hand, as if conducting an unseen force. Just as a premonition of disaster struck Lady Hong, a terrifying force erupted from the ground beneath her, flinging her violently through the air. What? A colossal stone hand rose from the floor. Forgotten memories flooded Lady Hong's mind. Spitting blood, she weakly asked, What did you do to me? Sun Yen watched her collapse with amusement, a mocking tone in her voice. Oh, just helping you relive your glory days. Look at you now. So pathetic. This was true terror, the forced reliving of traumatic memories, draining one's life force and weaponizing their past against them. In the depths of her despair, Lady Hong screamed, on the verge of madness, memory retrieval, a mental seal. Destruction. A pure-blood succubus is truly a monster among monsters. What do you think that boy you care so much about would do if he saw this side of you? Unfazed by the venomous taunt, Sun Yen decided to end the game. Violet Haze Demon Sword Seed. A sinister energy erupted, spreading instantly to bind Lady Hong in an invisible prison. The color drained from Lady Hong's face, her eyes widening in sheer terror. Seeing her reaction, Sun Yen couldn't help but let out a soft, delighted laugh. In this place, I decide everything. A look of utter boredom crossed her face as she gave the cold command, end it. Sun Yen's power surged, so immense that the very space around them began to tremble and fracture. On Lady Hong's face, the years rapidly caught up to her. Her youth vanished, and her skin cracked like an ancient statue, crumbling into dust as her life force was completely extinguished. But the body that fell was merely a sacrificial pawn. Miles away, the real Lady Hong sat leisurely, taking a long drag from her pipe. How interesting. Her eyes narrowed as she studied the intruders on her screen, a new theory forming in her mind. Could they be connected to the Chu family of Tianlin? Instantly, she gave an order to her subordinate. Report this to the old master. I'll be selecting this year's tribute personally. Back in the cargo hold, Sun Yen was speaking in a deliberately sweet, sing-song voice. Chu Yi sensed something was terribly wrong. As Chu Van started to move forward, Shen Lingfeng held him back. Don't go near her. She's dangerous right now. This new, strange version of Sun Yen was now clinging possessively to Chu Yi. You promised you would come for me. Sun Yen moved closer, pressing a finger to his lips to silence him. This should help you remember, shouldn't it? A memory fragment flashed through Chu Yi's mind, an intimate moment with Sun Yen, culminating in the vivid image of a kiss. It suddenly hit him, she was the one who had been by his side, when he nearly succumbed to demonization. Chu Yi could only stare, completely frozen. He stammered, It's because you saved my last bit of consciousness, that I was able to resist the forbidden art controlling the void beast. Hearing this, Sun Yan's eyes lit up, a radiant smile blooming across her face. You remember me, Chu Yi. I'm so happy. But from behind, Shen Lingfeng shot forward, shouting, Let Chu Yi go! In an instant, Sun Yan countered with a thunderous punch, her eyes flashing with a cold, murderous intent aimed straight at him. Such a hot-headed little flame dragon, aren't you? She warned. We're teammates. Shen Lingfeng managed to reply, dazed but full of resentment. Stop putting on an act. You're not Kung So Nin. We share the same bloodline. Did you really think I wouldn't know you're a monster? He suddenly froze, his eyes widening in horror, as if he had just seen something terrifying. Shen Lingfeng watched in panic as Sun Yan raised a fist crackling with destructive energy. Sun Yan, get back, he yelled. Luckily, Shen Lingfeng dodged the fatal blow, but Sun Yan didn't stop, pursuing him with terrifying speed. This time, her attack landed squarely, sending his body flying as his face twisted in agony. Sun Yan grabbed Shen Lingfeng by the hair, a mocking smirk on her lips. Did I strike a nerve, monster? Is that why you're so angry? Chu Yi could only watch the scene in utter panic. Sun Yan then unleashed her fury, raining down blow after blow, leaving Shen Lingfeng completely unable to fight back. Her eyes were locked on him like a predator stalking its prey. She twisted his hair, then glanced at the monstrous thing behind him. Those claws couldn't even scratch Lady Hong, she sneered. And you thought you could hurt me? The flame dragon is as arrogant as ever. From behind, Chu Yi yelled out as he threw an object in his hand. Stop! A brilliant golden halo erupted. It was the Aegis of Holy Might, a shield that could be recharged, instantly defending against demonic energy without consuming mana. This was a single-use physical defense item that required recharging after use a treasure given to him by Principal Wang Hui. Chu Yi struggled to stand up from his wheelchair. Shen Lingfeng spoke to him with a grim tone. I'm in this mess because I saved you. If you get bewitched by this succubus, my mission is a failure. She is not Kung So Yen, but a consciousness from within her bloodline that has seized control. If it doesn't disappear, the real Kung So Yen will die. To their surprise, the woman in front of them admitted it bluntly. That's right, I am not Kung So Yen. That weakling couldn't even protect herself. She was crying like a pathetic dog when she begged me to save you. Hearing those venomous words, Chu Yi gritted his teeth, grabbed her wrist, and roared. Shut your mouth! No one understands that she only released her bloodline seal to save me. You have no right to insult her. Sun Yan is the strongest girl I have ever met, and I will accept any choice she makes. After speaking, Chu Yi slowly let go of her hand, his expression complex. Thank you for saving me 3 times. In the instance dungeon, in the freshman's secret realm, and just now. I will repay you for those 3 times if I can. But is there any way you can let the real Sun Yan come back? Chu Yi asked, his plea filled with desperation. Tell me how to bring her back. Hearing this, the woman paused for a moment before speaking. Well now, handsome, this is the first time you've offered to repay me. Shen Lingfeng saw this and shamelessly looked away. In that moment, the woman began to fade into nothingness. Just before she vanished completely, her cold voice echoed to Chu Yi. The price for summoning me is one she cannot afford to pay. Chu Yi frowned slightly, a vague sense of dread washing over him. Every time she lost control, she protected him. What exactly was this price? Not long after, the normal Sun Yan was lying safely in his arms. Chu Yi called out to Shen Lingfeng, who jumped and snapped irritably. What do you want? Can't you see I'm about to die here? Chu Yi ignored his outburst and continued asking. This interfering consciousnesses you mentioned, what exactly is it? Shen Lingfeng shrugged his shoulders and replied, I don't know the specifics. The old master said that high-level bloodlines are like sealed demons. If the host is strong, they can suppress it. If they're weak, their body gets taken over. Chu Yi was shocked. Taken over? Shen Lingfeng nodded. Exactly. Why else would Kung So Yen have changed so drastically? There are rumors that the interfering consciousness is a crazed second personality. Others say it's the soul of an ancestor hidden in the bloodline, waiting for a chance to be reborn. The host can even die from the conflict of powers within their own body. Hearing this, Chu Yi felt even more confused. The price for her help was, at the very least, losing control of her body. He thought for a moment and then asked, has she been losing focus lately because she can't control this interfering consciousness? Despite this, Chu Yi still had to ask, is there a solution? The answer was unsurprising. If I knew, I would have done something about it just now. Suddenly, Chu Yun asked from behind, Big brother, you know how to save Sister Sun Yan, don't you? The question left Shen Lingfeng flustered. Then he answered with annoyance, go back to the Chu family and ask the patriarch. If that doesn't work, go to the Hung family. From outside, the sound of rushed footsteps grew closer. The airship's security team, their faces tense, quickly ran to the scene. As soon as they arrived, they barged in, shouting, who is fighting and disrupting order on the sky high? This isn't a playground for you rich kids to do whatever you want. Chu Yi and Chu Yun remained silent, not knowing how to respond. Then, in perfect sync, they both pointed their fingers at Shen Lingfeng. The same thought flashed through both of their minds. He would be the perfect scapegoat. The guards immediately moved to apprehend him. Shen Lingfeng struggled, yelling, "I caused the damage? Have you people no conscience? Kung So Nien was the one fighting, so why am I the one getting arrested? Just you wait. When I get out, I'm going to dismantle your wheelchair." Time passed, and finally, an announcement rang out. The Sky High had arrived at its port. "All passengers, please line up in an orderly fashion." The man who had been arrested a few days prior now appeared before everyone, looking neat and tidy. A single glance was enough to tell he had spent a large sum of money to get released. Shen Lingfeng glanced at the crowd below, then said to Chu Yi in a low voice, "Chu Heng is a well-known figure in the Chu family, and even he had to come out to greet you. It seems you have quite a bit of influence." Sure enough, a few people were already waiting below the ship. Seeing Xiaobai getting overly excited, Chu Heng quickly reminded her, "Xiaobai, be more discreet. Principal Wang has ordered this matter to be kept top secret." Hearing this, Xiaobai immediately straightened up. As the figures on the airship became clearer, Chu Heng stepped forward with a friendly smile. "You've finally arrived. You've worked hard, Year. Get in the car and rest." Hearing the intimate nickname, Chu Yi was a bit surprised, scratching his head as he replied awkwardly, "Year? Are we really that close?" "Sorry to have troubled you, uncle." The luxury car quickly pulled away, speeding off at an incredible pace. Inside the car, a greedy glint appeared in Chu Heng's eyes as he muttered to himself. Chu Yi, the top student of Suhang University's new class, Wang Hui's direct disciple. So the Chu family was hiding a genius like this. If I can make use of him, my status in the Merchant Association will rise another level. Sun Yan observed the car's interior and immediately recognized it, speaking softly. "This is an S-class artifact, Ice Soul." Hearing this, Chu Heng laughed heartily. "Miss Kung, you truly have a sharp eye. What the principal told me can only be discussed within this barrier. It blocks all forms of spiritual eavesdropping." Chu Yi replied politely, "Thank you for your consideration, Chu Heng." When Chu Heng gave the signal, Xiaobai turned to Chu Yun with a bright smile. "Little Yun, I'm your cousin, Chu Xiaobai. This is a welcome gift. I hope you like it." Chu Heng observed silently, calculating his next move. Even though Chu Yi didn't want to reveal his ice system profession, agreeing to let Chu Yun train at the Chu estate was already a good sign. As long as he won the girl's favor, Chu Yi would naturally be drawn closer to the Chu family. Chu Yun politely thanked her, her joy upon opening the gift, making Chu Heng even more pleased. Visions of the Chu family, with Chu Yi at its side, returning to its former glory danced in his head. Not wanting to waste time on pleasantries, Chu Heng got straight to the point. The Chu family's power is divided between the Patriarch and the Elder Council. The old Patriarch guards the Ice Dragon Tower, controlling the inner sect's inheritance and core resources. The Elder Council, led by the third Elder Chu Feng, manages the outer sect. The two sides have always been at odds. There are people in the Elder Council who covet your talent. He lowered his voice, his tone serious. That's why only Xiaobai and I know about this reception. Even the guards are unaware of the secret path we are taking. After hearing this, Chu Yi simply smirked and replied, "You've gone to a lot of trouble." Then he asked, "This Ice Dragon secret realm you mentioned, what kind of place is it?" Chu Heng answered immediately, "It is the burial place of our ancestors. Our founding ancestor encountered an ice dragon named Frostfang in the far northern ice plains. Its body was harder than obsidian steel, and its breath could turn rivers to solid ice. Our ancestor battled it in the Frostfang for an entire year, fighting 49 grueling battles before finally using a blood pact to tame the beast and make it his mount. When the demon tribe later invaded, Frostfang rode into battle alongside our ancestor. In the final great war against the snow demons, it used its own body to block the entrance to the demon den, allowing the rest of the clan to retreat. By the time our ancestor returned, Frostfang's body was lifeless, but its spirit lingered on. Fearing its soul would dissipate, the ancestor planned to find a way to resurrect it, but he vanished after the chaotic war. From that day on, Frostfang's body and soul transformed into this very secret realm. The carriage continued to roll forward until its wheels finally cracked the first thin layer of ice. This was the signal that they had entered the snow-covered path. Uncle Heng continued his story, his gaze lost in the distance. Today, the outer layer of ice in the Ice Dragon Abyss is formed from its scales. The central ice layer is its bones, and the frozen lake, that is its blood. The secret realm is divided into 3 trials. All descendants of the Chu family can enter to test themselves. Anyone who reaches the center, or the 3rd level, is immediately accepted into the inner sect. In years past, all Chu descendants were allowed to train here, but because our ice bloodline has thinned, Most could only remain on the outer level. When I was 30, I made it to the 3rd level, only to have Frostfang's lingering spirit break 3 of my ribs and throw me out. But after I recovered, my bloodline concentration shot up by a full 15%. Uncle Heng stressed the point. Making it to the 3rd level offers immense rewards, but the risks are just as high. 50 years ago, a 3rd-rank elder went in and was frozen into an ice pillar by a single blast of dragon's breath. He warned, if you want to subdue Frostfang's lingering soul, you must reach the 3rd level. You'll need the same do-or-die spirit as our ancestor to make it bow its head. If you're not fully recovered, you can rest at the base near the ice dragon abyss. Chu Yi silently checked his system panel. The divine miracle depletion state was recovering. All his stats would return in 10 days. The countdown showed 3 minutes and 52 seconds remaining, just enough time. The carriage stopped. Chu Yi spoke calmly. No need to rest. I can enter the ice dragon abyss now. As they stepped out, an arctic chill enveloped them. Sun Yen, worried, asked to go with him, but Chu Yi gently refused. You wait out here. Trust me. He turned to Lin Fang, who understood before he could even speak. All right, I'll look after the little lady. Chu Yi looked at Chu Heng and bowed his head gratefully. Thank you, uncle. With that, he entered alone. The system announced, divine miracle depletion has recovered. All attributes activated. Chu Yi, the arbiter, level 30. His experience was at 12,000 out of 1 million. In his hand, the faint outline of a sword began to materialize. It was his weapon, Dawn's Blessing, a gift from the gods. Chu Yi gripped the sword tightly, his steps firm as a powerful aura radiated from him. Up ahead, 7 butterflies fluttered around a block of ice. Beside it stood a monster with the body of a cockroach, green scales, and 2 arms wielding sharp blades. And it wasn't just one, a huge swarm of ice serpent folk had gathered. Level 25, gold tier potential, with the skill Freezing Breath. Chu Yi arrived, swung his sword to warm up, and said nonchalantly, 10 days without a fight. My bones are getting rusty. An ice serpent immediately lunged at him with ferocious speed. Chu Yi grinned with anticipation. You'll do for a warm-up. With a flash of his blade, several ice serpents collapsed. The strike was so fast, it left a brilliant streak of light hanging in the swirling snow. Still, the horde of ice serpent folk kept swarming forward. Chu Yi unleashed his Sacred Storm skill, creating a cyclone that swept through the enemies, clearing them out instantly. In the distance, a massive block of ice cracked apart, revealing a monster with a frozen head and a body that coiled like a dragon. It was the Ice Abyss Serpent King, level 55, with the distortion field trait. Chu Yi's cyclone was closing in. With absolute resolve, Chu Yi yelled, Radiant Punishment! A blinding explosion of light engulfed the monster, and its colossal body crashed to the ground behind him. Chu Yi continued forward calmly. The snow stopped falling, and the space around him became bright and clear. As he walked, he remarked, This place? It feels strangely familiar. The Void Beast suddenly appeared and explained, It's because of your ice bloodline. An ordinary ice system user would have been frozen solid by now. Chu Yi smiled in greeting. It's been a while. Thanks for last time. The Void Beast replied flatly, Just don't die before our 1-year appointment is up. After a moment of silence, the Void Beast unleashed Void Assassination, and a beam of destructive energy tore through the air, obliterating another monster. Chu Yi thanked it, but the beast just replied, It was a nuisance. But the danger wasn't over. A few remaining monsters smashed their bodies into the ice sheet. The ground beneath Chu Yi's feet suddenly shattered, and he quickly fought to keep his balance to avoid falling into the deep chasm below. Just as it seemed Chu Yi was about to fall, he leaped onto another collapsing block of ice. In this perilous situation, Chu Yi made a shocking choice. He plunged directly into the abyss. Staring at the scene before him, he couldn't help but wonder, what in the world is this place? Below him lay what looked like an entire army of ancient warriors. Chu Yi spotted a skeleton wearing a crown, and an eerie blue light flickered within its skull's empty eye sockets. It sat as if it were the commander, radiating a distinct demonic aura. Chunks of ice and snow fell in unison, forming a barrier in front of the demonic creatures. These armored skeletons were called Glacial Bone Fiends, level 35, legend tier potential, possessing skills like Bone Spear Rain, Cage of Ice Coffins, and Bone Sea Symbiosis. These were the remains of the demon tribe's grand army, slain by the ice dragon, Frostfang, during the ancient invasion. A faint blue light emanated from their entire bodies. Chu Yi emerged from the shattered ice, activating his appraisal skill, which created a small ring of light before his eyes. After assessing the situation, he realized there were at least 200,000 of them. Fighting recklessly now would be suicide. Besides, this was only the second level of the secret realm. He needed to conserve his strength. Meanwhile, as the Bone Fiends patrolled the area, one of them reported an intruder. Hearing this, Chu Yi remained perfectly calm. He activated Gift of the Gods and Dawn's Blessing, condensing dangerous streams of light in his hands. His aura exploded with power as he confidently declared that he had enough strength to bury every last one of them. With that, Chu Yi unleashed his power, and sharp rays of light flashed across the gloomy sky. Sensing the threat, the demon tribe's leader let out a massive roar, warning the entire army to be on high alert. In the next moment, the streams of energy converged, forming a colossal vortex. From its center, a gigantic hand emerged. That massive hand slammed down on the demon formation, crushing them under its terrifying weight. When the blizzard of ice and snow cleared, the remaining skeletons charged forward relentlessly. Chu Yi continued his assault, spinning powerfully to create a focal point with a dazzling light at its center. From the air above, countless sharp ice spikes materialized, quickly surrounding the entire demon horde. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yi directed the next attack. Activating Sacred Storm, a fierce gale suddenly formed, pulling in countless shards of ice. It swept through the demon army, tearing them to pieces. The violent cyclones flung wave after wave of skeletons far into the distance. Witnessing this, the demon tribe leader roared in fury, cursing the despicable sneak and shouting, "War soul of the clan!" With each impact, bizarre fragments of soul energy shot out. They formed high, sturdy walls as the skeletons lined up in long rows, simultaneously emitting a sinister blue glow. Chu Yi frowned, confused. His eyes remained fixed on the Bone Fiends, wondering what they were plotting. All at once, the demonic skeletons began to merge, forming a single, horrifyingly giant skeleton. The Bone Sea symbiosis skill activated instinctively among the demon army that had died years ago, pooling their power into their comrades to resonate their life force and regenerate. They're fusing together, Chu Yi muttered in shock. The giant eye in the middle of the Bone Sea symbiosis's forehead flashed, and it spoke in a booming voice, "Target acquired." Chu Yi tightened his grip on his sword, stepped forward bravely, and said in a low voice, "Legend tier, impressive. But I don't believe for a second I'm going to lose." He pointed his sword directly at the Bone Sea symbiosis, and it erupted in a dazzling golden light so bright it was blinding. Gritting his teeth, Chu Yi added, "You won't be easy to kill." On its tower-sized skeletal arm, the light remained steady, shining as brilliantly as a sun across the dark lands. Each one held a different weapon as two smaller skeletons dropped straight toward the center. Chu Yi swung his sword in a series of intersecting slashes, his cold gaze unwavering. The Bone Sea symbiosis stood still, watching the entire event with a strange intensity. Chu Yi leaped into the air, landing firmly beneath a wooden bridge. He charged forward with the same icy expression, heading straight for the Bone Sea symbiosis and stopping right in front of its giant eye. Chu Yi raised his sword high. The monster, in response, suddenly opened its massive maw as if to swallow him whole. Chu Yi jumped, swinging his sword, determined to finish off the Bone Sea symbiosis once and for all. But then, he abruptly froze. A cold sweat broke out as old memories flooded his mind. His eyes, filled with sadness and regret, stared blankly into the distance. A frantic voice echoed in his ears, screaming that the front line was about to collapse and desperately needed reinforcements. Chu Yi began to walk away, step by staggering step, as the phantom of a tall man desperately tried to chase after him from behind. Someone slammed a hand on Chu Yi's shoulder and yelled, "Watch out!" Startled, he whipped his head around, demanding to know what was going on. Chu Yi's eyes were drawn to a horrifying sight, a swirling, violet, pink vortex that had just ripped open the sky. It was the demon clan's interdimensional portal. From its depths, armored skeletons wielding massive warhammers poured out, swarming downwards. Without a moment's hesitation, the knights roared their readiness for battle. They commanded the descendants of the Chu clan to fight to the death, vowing to never let the demon clan breach the borders of Tianlan. A knight was sent flying, a heavy warhammer crushing his midsection. Even as he fought, a towering man roared, "We will die for Tianlan." A dragon then appeared in the sky, opening its maw to release a translucent, jade-green seal. The brilliant green light struck the earth, and slowly, order was restored. Cheers erupted from all sides as the people cried out, "Lord Frostfang has come to our aid." A mix of shock and despair washed over Chu Yi as a horrifying realization dawned on him. Am I, standing on the battlefield of the Demon Clan invasion from 100 years ago? Frostfang coiled gracefully, surrounded by a radiant aura. But as it descended toward the knights, several swords shot out from nowhere, plunging deep into its underbelly. The impact sent knights flying, while those at a distance could only watch in horror at the shocking scene. In the distance, the armored skeleton menacingly swung a colossal sword that stretched for dozens of meters. And then, it struck. A single swing of its blade skewered several knights in a row. Chu Yi's face twisted into a feral snarl, his eyes burning with pure hatred as he roared, "You demon clan filth!" As the armored skeleton shot away on a black orb, Chu Yi's voice, dripping with murderous intent, cut through the chaos. Die. But before the orb could reach its target, Frostfang snatched it from the air. The dragon spat it out without mercy, then glanced at the wounds gushing blood from the earlier sword strikes before slowly lifting its gaze to the sky. Another pink vortex materialized in the air. Peering from within was the distinct silhouette of a skeleton, its face clearly visible. Frostfang watched intently, a realization dawning in its mind. Asterisk, that aura. It carries the presence of the heavenly Tao. Asterisk, the thoughts raced through its mind. If they were allowed to break through, the entire realm of Tianlan would be transformed into a demonic domain. Every living creature would become nothing more than fuel for the demon clan. To protect the innocent, Frostfang stomped a furious foot, cracking the very earth beneath it. It vowed to itself, asterisk, I cannot let them break this line of defense. Asterisk. Though the demon tide seemed unstoppable, it launched into the sky, already calculating the cost of using its own draconic body as a sacrifice. Frostfang flew directly at the armored skeleton, sitting nonchalantly within the vortex. It plunged its entire body into the portal, dragging its enemy down with it. The vortex snapped shut, unleashing a blinding, incandescent pink light. From a distance, Chu Yi had to shield his eyes from the fierce glare. Everyone held their breath, their eyes locked on the portal, not daring to blink. After a moment, the light faded, and the portal vanished completely. A murmur of joy rippled through the crowd. The portal. It's been destroyed. The crowd erupted in cheers. The demon clan had been driven back by Lord Frostfang, and the Tianlan defensive line had held strong. But amid the celebration, Chu Yi alone remained silent, lost in thought. He thought of the dragon core being detonated inside the portal. The cheers echoed around him. Long live Lord Frostfang! As long as Frostfang stands, so does Tianlan. He stared at the chaotic battlefield until a handsome man ran towards him, pulling him from his reverie. It was the younger version of the old man from before. Just as Chu Yi snapped back from the memory, a massive, razor-sharp blade came cleaving down right at him. He barely got his weapon up in time, just managing to block the powerful blow. Using the momentum, Chu Yi flung himself backward, landing hard on the frigid ice. The light emanating from the monster was unsettling. What the hell is inside that thing? He muttered. Then he saw a cluster of blue light nestled among the bones. He was stunned. A dragon scale. He cursed himself for not realizing it sooner. The bone demon's movements were too fluid, its attack patterns too simple. He studied the creature's loosely connected skeletal frame. After a long moment of contemplation, a confident smile spread across Chu Yi's face. He was certain his deduction was correct. Asterisk. They times were the ones behind Frostfang's tragic end, and as a descendant of the Chu clan, he couldn't possibly let his enemies have an easy death. Sunlight glinted off the motionless skeleton as his voice rang out, steady and cold. Even after the main body is shattered, the reincarnation curse remains active. It uses Frostfang's dragon scale as a power source, ensuring anyone who tries to force their way in will be attacked. What's more, the bone demon can automatically reassemble itself after being destroyed, Chu Yi muttered as he walked. Even a second-rank master would struggle to withstand this kind of brutal war of attrition. No wonder Chu descendants usually falter at the second trial and give up. The key is to reveal yourself in a non-threatening state. A mindless creature will naturally lose its target. He began walking deliberately across the deep snow. He mused, realizing this was a sophisticated and intricate form of vengeance. Using the body of an enemy as a guardian, a blast of icy wind made Chu Yi squint, but his thoughts continued to race. The Chu ancestors were truly ingenious. Amidst the brutal blizzard, his will remained unshaken, confident that one day he would surpass them all. Chu Yi stood atop the ice peak, gazing down at the massive skeleton of the ice dragon. He dove straight towards it, only to be violently thrown back by an invisible force. Chu Yi slammed repeatedly against the hard, frozen rock. Reeling in pain, he struggled to clear his head, utterly bewildered by what had just happened. Senior brother, why did you force your way in here? Are you one of the worthless dregs of our sect? A voice echoed. Chu Yi pushed himself up, softly calling out, Frostfang. As if in response, the being growled menacingly, "Have you come here to mock me? A level 30 grunt like you isn't even fit to be my prey. All your kind knows is how to leech the power of the dragon clan. The stench of blood on you is the same as those butchers." Its voice grew louder with rage, roaring at the heavens. "You want me to lose my mind so you can manipulate me as you please. You covet my body, wanting to forge me into a weapon." Chu Yi quickly tried to explain, "Please wait. I carry the bloodline of the Chu clan." "The Chu bloodline? So what? How much longer will you lie to me? You scum. I'll tear you to shreds." Enraged, Frostfang immediately attacked. The relentless barrage of blows forced Chu Yi to desperately evade. Asterisk. So fast. Asterisk, Chu Yi thought. As the dragon opened its jaws to fire blasts of energy, he dodged and tried to reason with it. "Frostfang, don't you remember? That year, you destroyed your own dragon core to seal the demon clan's portal. You were a hero to the Chu clan." But Frostfang wasn't listening, roaring in fury. "Nonsense. You clearly stole my dragon core. You stole it from me, and now you spin these lies. It's all a trick." Its attacks grew even faster, smashing into the ice and shattering it to pieces. It roared, wanting to rip apart everyone who had ever deceived it. Though in pain, Chu Yi tried to placate it. "Frostfang, please calm down and listen to me. Don't you remember?" In response, it whipped its massive tail straight at him. "Get lost," it roared. Chu Yi was sent flying but managed to land on his feet. He realized then that Frostfang had truly lost its memories. After being imprisoned for so long, it was unleashing all its pent-up resentment on the first person to approach it. Its spirit was merely a remnant, but 100 years of rage was enough to strike terror into anyone. Chu Yi's expression hardened. Though covered in wounds, he refused to yield, even knowing his rank and power were far inferior to Frostfang's. "But now that I've come to the Ice Dragon's abyss, I will not leave empty-handed." A glowing cross-shaped mark appeared on Chu Yi's forehead as he shouted a challenge. "You want to vent your anger? Then come on, fight me until you remember who you are." He unleashed his own technique, releasing a brilliant golden energy. The immense powers of Chu Yi and Frostfang clashed violently. The dragon spat another colossal blast of energy right at him. Chu Yi roared, "Bring it on! If the Chu ancestors could form a pact with you, then I can make you return to the fold." He unleashed a flurry of slashes, his sword a blur of flashing light. Elsewhere, Ling Feng was casually enjoying a dragon-shaped ice cream. "I've been standing here for 3 days and 3 nights, he grumbled. "I'm about to turn into a statue." Annoyed, he suddenly shot a menacing glare through a glass door. "Don't you need that tongue of yours anymore?" Lin Feng's face darkened, his eyes fixed on the crooked tooth as he continued to grumble. "So, you're Kung So Nian now, right?" "Of course." Hiu Bak rushed toward them in a panic. She didn't answer, instead pulling them inside and urging them to move quickly before times arrived. "My father told me to get you out of here, immediately." "Where is Tiu Van?" Lin Feng asked impatiently, pressing her for an answer. "What is going on?" "Explain it clearly." Hiu Bak gripped So Nian's hand tightly, her face etched with anxiety. "There's no time to explain. Just follow me. If you don't explain, we can't figure out a solution," So Nian countered. "Besides, Chunir is still at the Long Yuan Guild. I can't just leave." Lin Feng quickly chimed in, agreeing. "That's right. I'm not some useless bystander either. Whatever it is, just tell us. If we can help, we will." Hiobak waved her hands frantically. "This is beyond your abilities. If we don't go now, it'll really be too late." Suddenly, an attack from Chu Hong shot forward, grazing past Lady Hong and leaving her momentarily stunned. He warned her in a stern voice. "This is the territory of the Tianlin Chu clan. You are not welcome to cause trouble here." In that instant, both Lin Feng and So Nian transformed, unleashing their powers. Razor-sharp, slender threads wrapped nimbly around Lady Hong's fingers. She spoke with surprise. "Chu Hong, you're suppressing your frozen bloodline. You have less than 30% of a level 40's power, and you still dare to stand in my way?" Chu Hong shielded Chu Van, who was standing behind him. "Stay calm," he told her. He calculated his options. Chu Nier was at a critical moment in the Long Yuan Guild, and he absolutely could not let Lady Hong interfere. Even if it meant risking injury to his own meridians, he had to hold her off until Chuni emerged. He summoned a shard of ice and launched it toward her. In another scene, a woman's lips moved as she whispered, "And where do you think you're all going?" Lady Hong leaned casually against the doorframe, her cold voice echoing through the room. "It's been a while, girl." Hiubat, Lin Feng, and Sun Yin all froze, exclaiming in shock, "You're still alive?" Half an hour earlier, in a grand room, Lady Hong and her entourage were meeting with the patriarch of the Chu clan. Lady Hong spoke first. Patriarch of the Chu clan, here is this year's Han Tui Tin. Another voice thanked her for coming in person. You only needed to send word, and we would have had someone retrieve it. Beside them were boxes filled with shimmering treasures. Han Tui Tin was a rare, epic-grade consumable, a type of crystallized energy. Another elder, Chu Fong, the third elder of the Chu clan, called out, "Bring them in." Beside him stood Chu Hung. Group after group of people entered, carrying chests of treasures. The Thien Ko Tuiet Tan, for use in crafting equipment, he continued. Everything is as we agreed last year. All the heavenly treasures have been prepared. Lady Hong sneered, running a hand over the items. This isn't enough. She mocked them, saying the Chu clan was clearly hiding the good stuff. It shows your sincerity in requesting the Han Tui Tin is lacking. Chu Hong quickly stood up to object. Every year, the Chu clan puts all its effort into gathering resources to trade with you. In her hand was the Hanbung Lich Kitch, a weapon requiring level 30, with a base attack of 350 and a critical attack of 120. He thought to himself, asterisk, Lady Hong is getting greedier. What new trick is she planning this year? Asterisk. She snapped the precious weapon in two. I'm tired of excellent items like this. If the Chu clan patriarch agrees to my new terms, I'll provide the Han Tui Tin for the entire year. The Chu elder maintained his pleasant demeanor, asking what Lady Hong wished to trade for instead. Standing beside him, Chu Hung felt a growing suspicion that something was very wrong. Lady Hong spoke slowly. A living person, he asked. A living person? Who? She replied nonchalantly. Chu Yi. Upon hearing the name, Chu Hung lost his composure and cried out, What? He quickly regained his calm. Lady Hong, you must be joking. How can a living person be part of a trade? But deep down, a seed of worry was planted. Why had she set her sights on Chu Yi? She smirked. Joking? You're quite the comedian. One person to save your entire clan. Isn't that an incredible deal? The Chu clan patriarch immediately and firmly told Lady Hong to leave. Chu Yi was a junior of the Chu clan and could never be traded. She casually inspected her nails and replied, If you don't hand him over, can your Chu clan survive for even 2 months? An elder turned to the patriarch, reminding him, Last year, 3 children died because of the frozen bloodline. The patriarch fell into a somber silence. The Monet Commerce Guild controlled the Han Tui Tin mineral veins. Because the Chu clan's ice bloodline had weakened, they had no choice but to rely on the Han Tui Tin for both cultivation and to treat the freezing effect. They were forced to trade massive amounts of resources for it every year. The elder argued resentfully, Even if the patriarch doesn't think of us, you must think of the children. Chu Yi is a genius, but he's too young. He can't save the entire Chu clan. Hearing this, the patriarch flew into a rage, leaping to his feet and roaring, As long as the Chu clan has people, we have a future. If our people die, we have nothing. The old man added in a low voice. Chu Yi was never protected by this clan. He shouldn't be forced to carry its burdens. The elder continued to press, his voice rising, insisting the children couldn't wait any longer. But the patriarch remained resolute, again telling Lady Hong to leave, while cursing internally, Asterisk, you fool, asterisk. Lady Hong had forced him to choose between Chu Yi and the Chu clan. But if he couldn't protect Chu Yi, the Chu clan had no future anyway. Lady Hong's voice turned icy. Very well, if the Chu clan has chosen to protect Chu Yi, then from this day forward. She stood and left with her followers, leaving behind a venomous threat to cut off the Han Tui Tin supply and let the Chu clan and that old man perish together. Back in the present, Lady Hong spoke coldly to Heelbark. Thank you for leading the way, little girl. Her tough threads cinched tight around Heelbark's neck, choking the air from her lungs. The girl went limp and collapsed, motionless on the floor. Lady Hong recalled the earlier events and smirked. Did you really think I was blind? Sonian immediately rushed forward in alarm, shouting, Heelbark! Not to be outdone, Lin Fong charged ahead, roaring. This time, I'll make sure you die by my hand. Lady Hong's minions swarmed forward. Though his body was being torn at like shredded silk, Lin Fong didn't falter, pushing through the relentless barrage of attacks. The other creatures lunged towards Sonian. With just a few clean strikes, she sliced them to pieces, their remains scattering across the floor. Lin Fong began to channel his magic. He erected a wall of fire, shielding the other two. Lady Hong, he sneered, the Chu clan's training isn't half bad. The more I see, the more interested I am in all of you. She thought to herself, asterisk. The Mirma and the Flame Dragon are both on the verge of a breakthrough. Asterisk. Asterisk, how amusing. Even geniuses are nothing but dust before me. Asterisk So Nien supported Heelbark. worrying that being forced to protect her would hinder her movements. Asterisk. Wasn't this woman supposed to have been destroyed? Why has she appeared at the Chu clan? Asterisk. Lost in thought, she failed to notice a thread silently snaking towards her. Hugh Bark couldn't speak to warn her. The thread drew closer and closer, but So Nien remained completely unaware. A thought flashed through her mind. Asterisk. Could Chuni be here at the Chu clan? Asterisk. Lady Hong's mocking voice cut through the air. You just lack a little combat experience. In a flash, even Lin Fong was ensnared by threads erupting from the ground. She continued to jeer, I especially love useless geniuses like you, the young masters and ladies of the great clans. The warm-up is over. Allow me to handle you myself. The thread yanked So Nien outwards as Lady Hong continued to speak. Mirma, where is that power you used last time? Lin Fong was slammed violently against a wall. Lady Hong let out a cold laugh. My secret technique quite enjoys your flames, little fire dragon. Both of them were pulled into the air, suspended helplessly. She demanded in a stern voice, Speak. Where is Chuni? Lin Fong roared back defiantly. Let me go. You want me to burn you to ashes? Lady Hong walked calmly toward a curtain, her voice chilling. Fine, don't talk. I heard that to save his little sister, Chu Yi ventured alone into the forbidden mountain range. With this little girl in my hands, I doubt he'll stay hidden for long. Lin Fong shouted in fury. Don't you dare touch her. Behind the curtain, Chu Van, who had been hiding, was now exposed. That mocking voice rang out again. Can you see your brother from so far away while hiding behind a curtain? So Nien gritted her teeth and screamed. Power, lend me your strength just one more time. Red threads coiled around Lady Hong's hands. This time, she was truly furious. Then let me show you what absolute suppression truly feels like. Immediately, hordes of puppets controlled by Lady Hong rose to their feet. The massive puppets charged forward in unison as a blue, icy pattern appeared on Chu Hong's face. He spoke slowly. For Chunier, she's willing to use this many puppets. She's truly going all out. As the puppets closed in, Chu Hong grabbed a chain, leaped high into the air, and shouted, Hung So Nien, Lin Fong, take Chu Van and go. I'll hold them here. Seeing him trying to help them escape, Lady Hong shrieked. Leave the living behind. So Nien held Chu Van while Lin Fong grabbed Hugh Bark, and they shouted in unison, Got it, model. At the same time, Chu Yi clutched a sphere of raw energy, faced the monster before him, and roared. Remember who you are! He lunged forward, unleashing a devastating blow at his opponent's head, shouting, Sacred Fist Barrage! I dare you to try. Chu Yi swiftly dodged to the side as another surge of power shot past him. Reaching his hand forward, Chu Yi unleashed his only restraining skill. Holy Light Cross, submit to me. But before the attack could land, the master saw a fist carrying terrifying power crashing down. Hand of God. After the blow, the space fell silent, leaving only swirling dust and smoke. Chu Yi landed softly, breathing a sigh of relief and muttering, Finally, it's over. The giant beast asked weakly, Who are you? He answered plainly, I am Chu Yi, descendant of Chu Fan. He then sat down to recover his strength and slowly recounted the creature's sins. 100 years ago, you sacrificed your life to destroy the Demon Gate in exchange for peace in the Tianlin continent. My ancestor, Chu Fan, was your master. He continued, Your suffering ends now. Your soul was trapped for so long that you gradually lost your sanity. I had to use these methods to wake you. Hearing this, the dragon closed its eyes sadly and replied, I see. But with my dragon core shattered, how can I possibly live again? 100 years have passed. My master is also gone. It looked at Chu Yi and asked, You came for my dragon soul, didn't you? Shuangya told me your foundation is severely damaged and that you need pure energy to recover. Absorbing the dragon soul will subject you to a pain that feels like your very soul is being devoured. Your body will feel like it's being ripped apart countless times. Do you dare to endure it? Chu Yi answered without hesitation, I accept. Compared to physical pain, the powerlessness of being too weak to protect the one I love is the cruelest torture of all. Hearing this, Shuangya couldn't help but praise him. The Chu family boy certainly has guts. It sent a stream of power towards Chu Yi, saying, Come. An orange vortex, swirling with countless specks of light, suddenly appeared. The frozen blood vessels in his body gradually showed signs of recovery. A faint, bright mist emanated from Chu Yi's entire body as the ice within his meridians began to shatter. Chu Yi clenched his jaw and squeezed his eyes shut, his face contorted in agony. The specks of green light continued to move, regenerating Chu Yi's bones. The fractures and deep internal injuries began to heal, but the process subjected him to horrific pain, causing blood to stream from his eyes, nose, and mouth. The stream of green light flowed ceaselessly, mending Chu Yi's heart. Chu Yun broke into a radiant smile, her face filled with joy. The surrounding servants were just as relieved. They looked at each other, then stared in astonishment as the thick veil of night seemed to be torn asunder. A hazy silhouette slowly materialized before the giant dragon. A system notification rang out. Foundation has been fully restored. Ice element affinity increased by 500%. 2 dragon horns sprouted from Chu Yi's head, followed by the announcement, Hidden Quest Perfect Second Inheritance completed. The skill reward Body of the Dragon God was granted. Shuangya instructed him to protect the Tianlan continent in its master's stead. Elsewhere, Lady Hong used the puppet strings in her hands to tightly bind a young woman. She stepped forward, slackening the strings and causing the girl to collapse to the ground. Lady Hong then flicked her red silk ribbon toward Chu Yun. She gave a cold command, "Be a good girl and take me to your brother." Just then, a hand covered in demonic energy shot out and gripped her ankle, accompanied by a furious shout, "Get lost!" Lady Hong looked down, her eyes filled with contempt for the one holding her leg. Little flame dragon. Still so stubborn even on the verge of death. You still want to play the hero? Ling Feng summoned the last of his strength to stop Lady Hong from taking Chu Yun, roaring, "You will not touch her." Lady Hong sneered mockingly. "You're nothing more than a masterless dog now. You can't even save yourself, yet you want to protect someone else?" Ling Feng replied in a cold voice, "I, Ling Feng, would rather die than let you touch a single hair on her head." Lady Hong commanded, "Let go." But he roared back, "Never." Seeing his defiance, Lady Hong lifted her foot and stomped down hard on the hand gripping her, asking coldly, "So what?" Despite the excruciating pain, Ling Feng held on tight. Tears streamed down Chu Yun's face as she trembled and begged, "Brother Shen, let go! Don't worry about me! Please, let go! My brother won't blame you." Ling Feng roared and bit down hard on Lady Hong's leg, still refusing to release his grip. Chu Yun screamed in terror, "Brother Shen!" Lady Hong kicked Ling Feng with tremendous force, sending him flying backward. He barely managed to stop himself by planting his hands on the ground, as Chu Yun screamed his name in worry. Lady Hong fell into thought. This boy was more resilient than expected. To make the prideful flame dragon bloodline so fiercely loyal, Chu Yi was indeed an incredibly valuable chess piece. Annoyed, she snapped her fingers. "You fool with a death wish. If you're so eager to be reincarnated, I have no interest in keeping you around." She used her puppet strings to wrap around Ling Feng's neck and said coldly, "Farewell." The strings began to tighten. Ling Feng's eyes bulged as he gasped for air. "Brother Shen, run." Seeing him losing consciousness, Chu Yun burst into tears and turned to Lady Hong, pleading, "Don't hurt him. I'll go with you." In that very instant, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Lady Hong was shaken by the force, exclaiming in shock, "How horrifying." But before she could finish, a colossal wave of power slammed directly into her. Chu Yi appeared. Brilliant golden wings spread behind his back. The 2 dragon horns on his head glowed as he saved Chu Yun just in the nick of time. In disbelief, Chu Yun cried out, "Brother!" Jiang Shanren was also pierced by countless puppet strings. Chu Yi called out his name in worry, "Shanren!" His eyes then fell upon the unconscious Xiaobai and Chu Heng on the ground, and he softly spoke their names. He gently exhaled a breath of mist, and his eyes instantly transformed, one blazing gold, the other deep azure. Chu Yi channeled his power into iron shackles, unleashing divine lightning, chains of heavenly prison. Lady Hong's eyes widened, and she licked her lips with excitement upon seeing Chu Yi. Countless puppets in her own image appeared in her hands as she sneered, "Chu Yi." Lady Hong had somehow appeared behind Chu Yi, whispering persuasively, "Be a good boy and come back with me." Chu Yi didn't answer. He stomped his foot, shattering the ground as a sharp wave of force instantly slashed across Lady Hong's neck. Cradling Chu Yun in his arms, Chu Yi unleashed an aura that sent his opponent reeling. Lady Hong thought in terror, such frightening power. Aside from the ordinary puppets that were instantly destroyed, a few high-level ones were still struggling to stand against Chu Yi. "My level 30 elite puppets and my level 40 guards. They are the culmination of my efforts." And yet, her eyes widened as she shrieked, "Impossible. You're only level 30. You absolutely cannot be 15 levels stronger than me. This just makes me want you even more." She immediately commanded a puppet, "Bind him." The puppet strings wove together into a giant red sphere, trapping Chu Yi and Chu Yun inside. Still utterly confident in her technique, Lady Hong clutched her treasured puppet and laughed coldly. So what if you can fight above your level? With that, she and her puppets charged, attacking the red sphere. From inside the encirclement, Chu Yi remained calm and shouted, "Divine Tempest!" Instantly, a terrifying explosion erupted. The shockwave spread everywhere, leaving only the area where Chu Yi stood unharmed. Lady Hong quickly changed her mind. Realizing this was a power that couldn't be measured by levels, she knew the situation was not in her favor. She had to retreat. Chu Yi closed in, his voice cold as he called out, "Shuang Ya!" Sensing the danger, Lady Hong screamed, "Wait!" She hastily made a threat. "Chu Yi, if you dare touch me, the Dream Guild will not let you go. This is a high-level pursuit order. If you tear it, you'll be hunted down no matter where you run." Believing he would be scared, she continued her threat. "Don't you care about?" Lady Hong trembled, thinking to herself, what kind of monster is this? Knowing she had provoked someone she couldn't afford to offend, she clasped her hands and forced a smile, begging, "Chu Yi, this is all just a misunderstanding." Bound tightly by dragon power, Lady Hong quickly explained, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have touched Chu Yun. I shouldn't have hurt Jiang Shanren and the others, and I especially shouldn't have confronted you. Just spare my life. I am willing to offer you all of my cold marrow crystals, and even the Dream Guild's entire cold marrow crystal mine for your family." Chu Yi raised an eyebrow and asked, "A mine?" She hastily confirmed, "Yes, that's right, the Ni mineral vein. With that, a frozen bloodline is no longer a curse. You could cultivate in peace, so why bother with someone as insignificant as me?" To save her own life, Lady Hong even promises to become his subordinate. She swears that with a single word from him, she would climb a mountain of blades or plunge into a sea of fire. But secretly, she calculates her escape the moment her puppet strings touch the ground. She can teleport back to the Merchant Guild. All she needs is a little more time. Hearing her plea, Chu Yi presses his lips together, deep in thought. Someone like Lady Hong would never beg for mercy so suddenly. She is definitely plotting something. With that realization, he refuses without a moment's hesitation. "No?" Lady Hong is stunned, blurting out the word in disbelief. Chu Yi swings his arm, and a massive, surging wave of power erupts from him. She frantically manipulates her strings, condensing them into a shield right in front of her. But Chu Yi's power effortlessly shatters her defense. In the split second before the blow lands, Lady Hong's eyes widen in horror, completely unable to believe what she is seeing. Her last thought flashes through her mind. The man before her is no ordinary holy knight. He's more like a god, or the holy light itself made manifest. It's utterly absurd. After dealing with the threat, Chu Yi gently sets Chu Yun on the ground. He channels his power to shatter all the strings binding Su Ran, then catches her as she falls. Looking down at the unconscious girl in his arms, Chu Yi whispers softly, "I'm back." Ning Feng can't believe it. The woman he couldn't defeat even after giving it his all. Chu Yi took her down in just a few moves. Just how powerful did he have to be to do something like that? He stares blankly as Chu Yi approaches, the gap between them feeling as vast as the heavens and the abyss. Chu Yi kneels, places a hand on his chest, and offers his sincere gratitude. He thanks him with solemn gravity. Ning Feng manages a weak, faint smile before bursting into a loud laugh, cursing as he does. "Then what are you waiting for? Heal me already. I'm about to bleed out over here." Elsewhere, the Chu clan head stands in silent contemplation before a massive portrait. The man depicted in the painting is none other than Chu Yi himself. Just then, a voice calls out, "Clan head." He turns to see Chu Yi and says, "So, you've arrived. This is our first formal meeting. It is my failure, my shame, that you had to witness this disaster with your own eyes." Chu Yi cuts straight to the point. "Let's skip the empty pleasantries. I want to know why the Chu clan must rely on the cold snow crystals. The clan needs enough power to protect Chu Yun. Otherwise, I won't let her return." The clan head guesses that Chu Heng must have told him. Chu Yi replies that he only mentioned it briefly. The clan head silently observes Chu Yi. Despite having just endured a great battle, his aura is as calm and deep as an abyss. The killing intent in his eyes is 100 times more terrifying than that of anyone raised in a gilded cage. The clan head explains that the curse not only drastically reduces the awakening rate of the Chu clan's ice bloodline, but it also weakens the constitution of their descendants, making them unable to withstand the freezing backlash. Every year, members of the Chu clan die because of it. Chu Yun's previous episode was only the mildest form, which is why the extreme cold ice spirit Lingji could treat it. But most other descendants can only rely on the cold snow crystals. Lady Hong exploited this very weakness, daring to raise the price of her tribute every single year. This time, she went too far, demanding to trade you for the cold snow crystals. His voice turns deep and cold, the tributes. Before he can finish, Chu Yi cuts him off. As of today, we no longer need to pay them. The clan head leans on his cane, reasoning that killing Lady Hong is only a temporary solution. The dream-weary merchant guild behind her is powerful and controls the cold snow crystal mines. We can't fight them. Chu Yi calmly informs him. Lady Hong is already dead. The moment the words leave his lips, the clan head's expression instantly transforms. His eyes fly open. The clan head's voice trembles as he argues. She was a level 45, second advancement puppeteer with hundreds of puppets protecting her. Even if you broke through in the Ice Dragon Abyss, it's impossible. Chu Yi calmly recounts. She was too arrogant. She didn't bring Vietmin with her. Furthermore, in the Ice Dragon Abyss, the power of my ice skills is tripled. Chu Yi summons Frostfang before the clan head, adding, more importantly, I have awakened Frostfang. The clan head's face lights up with joy. Does it remember our ancestor? Chu Yi answers for it. It remembers. And it restored my body, helping me defeat Lady Hong. It's the dragon soul? The clan head throws his head back and laughs, unable to stop. He is so overjoyed that he throws his cane to the ground, then suddenly drops to his knees before the portrait, clasping his hands in reverence. The ancestors must have heard. This young descendant has been acknowledged by Frostfang, his spirit and his destiny. I fear not even the ancestors could compare. He raises his hands to the heavens and shouts, the heavens have not forsaken the Chu clan. Chu Yi quickly helps him up, saying worriedly, clan head, perhaps you should stand up first. Once on his feet, the clan head laughs. You must think me a fool. I was overcome with emotion. Chu Yi then gets serious. The evil sect has its eyes on Chu Yun. I can't always keep her by my side. If we can deal with the merchant guild, the Chu clan will be the safest place for her. The clan head no longer holds anything back. Stroking his beard, he recounts that the dream-weary merchant guild started as a small roadside shop. The owner, Liu Xuan, was a low-level martial artist who smuggled ore to survive. The turning point came 10 years ago during a 100-year snowstorm in Blackwind Valley. Liu Xuan and his companions entered the valley. Half a month later, he was the only one who came out alive. From that day on, he miraculously produced a steady supply of cold snow crystals, mystic ice jade, and flowing frost stone. Liu Xuan's faction claimed to have found a mineral vein and secured the mining rights. Over the years, many have tried to sneak in and investigate, but they either got lost or ended up dead outside the valley. No one has ever found this so-called entrance to the mine. Hearing this, Chu Yi immediately senses that the coincidences are far too convenient. The clan head's expression grows grave. The coincidences don't end there, he continues. 3 years ago, the Chu clan could still buy a stable supply of cold snow crystals from traveling merchants. Though expensive, it was enough. Until that spring, when the traveling merchants suddenly vanished and the market completely dried up. It was at that exact moment that Lady Hong offered to supply us from her mineral vein for a high price. The condition was that the Chu clan had to help them handle a few minor annoyances. Chu Yi asks suspiciously, minor annoyances? The clan head explains bluntly. They wanted the Chu clan to act as their enforcers, suppressing the smaller clans in Tianlin that refused to submit to the guild. He adds, most of those small clans have bloodline defects. The guild uses cultivation resources as bait, forcing them to hand over their most talented children. But once those children left, they never returned. The other clans were filled with hatred, but they were too afraid of having their resources cut off, so they could only endure. Our own Chu clan disciples are constantly harassed whenever they go out. It's clear the guild wants to isolate us completely. After listening, Chu Yi rubs his chin, putting the pieces together. First, they cut off the trade routes. Then, they pretend to offer a helping hand. They use the Chu clan to eliminate their obstacles. And finally, they plan to push us forward to take all the blame. The clan head nods in confirmation. Exactly. And with every delivery came a new condition. We knew it was a trap, but for the sake of the children who needed the cold snow crystals to survive, we had no choice but to grit our teeth and accept. He takes out a cold snow crystal and shows it to Chu Yi. 3 years ago, these were pure blue. The clan head continues. Lady Hong claimed it was a natural impurity from the mine, but our physicians believe it's as if they've been corroded by something. As Chu Yi touches the crystal, a golden mist immediately rises from it, swirling around his fingertip. That power quickly spreads. Strangely, a thick black aura is mixed within the golden mist, but in the blink of an eye, the black aura is completely dispelled by the gold. Chu Yi thinks to himself, asterisk, this demonic energy is faint but familiar. I'm certain I've encountered a similar aura somewhere before. Asterisk. He suddenly remembers. Lady Hong once told me something. Wait until the Great Lord awakens, and the Chu clan's prayers will be answered with the snap of a finger. Chu Yi guesses the Great Lord isn't Liu Xuan. The clan head immediately agrees. Someone who can produce so many rare ores and make a level 45 puppeteer serve him willingly. There must be a true ruler pulling the strings from behind. Chu Yi clenches his fist. I understand. With Lady Hong dead, the Merchant Guild will definitely not let this go. I will bear the consequences myself. Hearing this, the clan head passionately objects. How can you say that? You carry the Chu bloodline. The blood of our ancestors flows in your veins. He places a hand on Chu Yi's shoulder. Whatever storm comes, the Chu clan will face it with you. Chu Yi smiles and takes his hand. I understand your sentiment. It's just. He turns to face his comrades. I have never fought alone. Lin Feng closed his eyes, muttering, Damn, I'm beat. Thiet Tam stepped forward to report. Brother Yi, the principal said you were tied up, so he sent us straight here. Chu Yi's team was formidable. A level 23 spirit Taoist, a level 24 mage, and a level 24 warrior. He couldn't hide his surprise. It had only been 2 months, yet their progress was staggering. Thiet Tam just grinned, full of confidence. He thumped his chest, making a vow. We're following you, Brother Yi. We will never be a burden. Meanwhile, Ha Lan placed her hands on Lin Hai's shoulders, a mysterious smile in her eyes. You know, she said softly, the whole way here, someone times kept saying she wanted to ask you for pointers on her ice magic. So why so shy now that you're finally in front of him? Lin Hai nervously clasped her hands, mumbling awkwardly. Brother, Yi. Standing there in the lush green courtyard, Chu Yi's flawless features and gentle smile made him stand out even more. He took the lead, his voice sharp. The situation is urgent. Let's move out. Without hesitation, the group fell in line behind him, their lively chatter filling the air. An old man leaning on a cane stopped Chu Yi. You truly are the spitting image of your ancestor. As they walked, the group's conversation turned to their supplies. How cold will it be on Blackwind Mountain? Are these snow boots going to be warm enough? I thought the Chu family wasn't bothered by the cold. Standing apart from the group, Chu Yi felt a sudden sense of detachment. A flicker of realization crossed his face. In the past, he would have undoubtedly slipped in alone, without a second thought. The map laid out a clear path, and the demonic aura of Blackwind Valley was completely ineffective against him. Even against a much stronger foe, he could always rely on the Void Beast to tear open a portal and escape unscathed. An image flashed in his mind. Him, alone, acting without a team. A golden system panel blazed to life before him. A timed mission had just been activated. Investigate the secrets of the ghostly merchant guild alongside your teammates. The rewards were incredible, an S-rank rating and 1 skill card for every member of the team. Lying on his back, bare-chested and breathing heavily, Chu Yi stared up at the glowing system panel. He knew the strongest support system in existence never assigned a mission without a purpose. This time, the objective wasn't just about his own strength, it was about the bond he shared with his teammates. A chilling image flashed through his mind. His friends, battered and unconscious on the ground. He had always believed he was strong enough to protect everyone, but the incident with Lady Hong had been a brutal lesson in his own blind arrogance. He realized then that when you're alone, even the weakest dog will dare to bite. Thiet Tam's voice snapped him back to the present. Brother Yi, if we don't get moving, it'll be dark soon. Noticing his distant expression, Sun Yen approached with concern. Brother Chu Yi, are you all right? Chu Yi closed his eyes for a moment before answering. I'm fine. Let's go. He then turned to the rest of the group, his voice booming. We need to reach the teleportation array before the gate closes. A chorus of agreement rose from the group. It was finally time. Someone couldn't help but whine. Shouldn't we eat first? As they walked, his teammates kept looking back, smiling at him, and a wave of pride washed over Chu Yi. Thiet Tam, always burning with passion. Lin Feng, tough on the outside but warm within. Lin Hai, shy yet resilient. And Sun Yen, gentle but unyielding. They were the pillars that allowed the lion to rest. Day by day, the landscape shifted, until the pure white snow of the mountains stood in stark contrast to the blood-red aura shrouding Blackwind Valley. This was a place perpetually buried in snow, where a thick, bloody mist hung in the air. Few who dared to enter ever made it out alive. A military-style vehicle sped across the snowscape, but something was eerily wrong. The lair of the ghostly merchant guild was completely unguarded, as if its master, Lu Tuyen, had no fear of its secrets being exposed. Inside, the entire structure was hollow and empty, Chu Yi calmly slipped his hands into his pockets. He'd expected this. Raising a hand, he summoned a shimmering blue butterfly and gave a single command. Locate. The creature responded instantly. Affirmative. A skill panel materialized in the air. Skill. Spatial positioning. The void, guiding butterfly uses its mana to erect a magic circle, marking a specific point in space. The void beast can then sense this marker and tear through the void to arrive at the designated location. Thiet Tam blew on his cold hands, sighing. Gods, the wind in this hellhole feels like it's full of needles. Asterisk, it's at least 3 times colder than the Ice Phoenix Plains. Asterisk, Chu Yi thought. He activated a series of blessings, enveloping the entire team in a golden aura. He granted them the Guardian's grace, reminding everyone to stay sharp. Lin Fong stared at the shimmering light around him, amazed. Asterisk. So this is his famous buff. The rumors didn't do it justice. Asterisk. An information panel popped up, confirming a 30% increase across all stats. But as the team marveled at their sudden spike in power, thin, almost invisible threads slithered silently toward the back of their formation, moving as if they had a life of their own. Lin Hai was suddenly yanked into the air, screaming for help in a panic. Lin Fong whipped around, shouting, "What the hell?" In a blur of motion, a figure spun on the snow and launched himself upward. It was Chu Yi, catching Lin Hai in a tight embrace. With his free hand, he slashed through the threads that bound her. Blushing, Lin Hai mumbled her thanks. Brother Yi. Lin Fong stared at the strange cords sprouting from the cliff face, bewildered. What the hell are those? They look just like Lady Hong's puppet strings. Don't tell me she's still alive. Chu Yi stepped forward, his expression grim. He reached out, channeling a sliver of spiritual energy into one of the threads. The cord convulsed violently as if electrocuted. They're not puppet strings, Chu Yi declared. They're the tentacles of a living organism. Chu Yi turned to Ha Lan. Use your spirit arts. Scan the cliff face. Without a word, Ha Lan gave a signal and gracefully floated into the air. Chanting an incantation, she sent a flurry of talismans flying towards the cliff, where they arranged themselves in perfect rows. The paper charms formed a glowing Bagua symbol that pulsed with brilliant golden light. Reveal! Ha Lan commanded, and a powerful whirlwind erupted around her. A look of deep concern was etched on every face. The same horrifying thought crossed everyone's mind at once. Asterisk. Could it be that this entire mountain is one giant, mutated creature? Asterisk before Ha Lan, the vision became clear, a writhing mass of countless tentacles, intertwined with hundreds of grotesque, staring eyes. What? What are these things? From the squirming mass, several tentacles suddenly stiffened, spinning like drills as they shot towards her. Reacting instantly, Ha Lan thrust out her hand and shouted, "Barrier! Activate!" A colossal talisman, the evil-suppressing spirit seal, materialized to block the incoming attack. But dark spots began to spread across its surface, corroding the paper until it sizzled and evaporated into thin air. With her barrier shattered, Ha Lan shot upward, narrowly dodging the relentless barrage of tentacles. She realized with dawning horror that the sticky slime covering them absorbed spiritual energy, rendering her Taoist arts completely useless against them. Chu Yi was stunned for a second. In that brief moment, the tentacles had completely surrounded his team. They immediately fell into a defensive formation. This can't be happening. Lin Fong roared in fury as he gathered a massive fireball, his hair igniting into a mane of violent flames. A tidal wave of fire surged towards the encroaching tentacles, but the flames were almost useless. The tentacles lunged forward, undeterred, and Lin Fong could only watch in disbelief. From the writhing mass, horrifying eyes emerged, followed by humanoid figures that looked like puppets, completely surrounding Chu Yi's team. Their bodies were bound by tentacles, their faces were blackened voids, and their eyes glowed with a haunting white light. The soulless figures advanced with terrifying purpose. Thiet Tam cracked his knuckles, a thrill of excitement running through him as he prepared for battle. Beside him, Sun Yen coldly gripped her sword, poised to strike at a moment's notice. "Leave this to me. The rest of you, stand your ground," Chu Yi commanded. "It seems they're weak to holy light." Sword in hand, he moved like a whirlwind, cutting down one puppet after another. After dispatching a large number of them, he reached a conclusion. They were immune to weapons, but vulnerable to physical attacks. "Thiet Tam! Sun Yen!" he yelled. The two warriors instantly charged forward. Chu Yi barked out orders. "Thiet Tam, you're on the front line. Break their defense." Sun Yen, circle around to their rear. The three of them formed a perfect triangle, closing in on the enemy. "It's my time to shine," Thiet Tam roared with excitement. Chu Yi ordered the remaining 3 to stay within the protection of the holy light, but Lin Feng protested, "I'm a warrior too! I can do more than just throw fire!" He summoned a blazing red spear, sparks crackling around its tip, a hungry grin spreading across his face. Chu Yi moved beside Lin Hai and Ha Lan, whispering, "Lin Feng will coordinate with us. You two will observe the enemy's weaknesses from the rear." Lin Hai and Ha Lan replied in unison, "Understood." With that, Lin Feng leaped forward, creating a dazzling burst of light, and Thiet Tam charged right alongside him. Thiet Tam leaped high into the air, swinging his colossal axe in a devastating arc, bringing it down squarely on the massive eye in the center of the writhing tentacles. As the axe found its mark, Sun Yen proved to be just as deadly. She swung her own blade, tearing through the monsters as if they were made of paper, her power exploding with ferocious intensity. With clean, precise strikes, she cleaved each creature in two. Chu Yi's golden sword tore through the horde, while Lin Feng and Thiet Tam launched a relentless, coordinated assault. The black tentacles writhed and coiled around each other, a dense, squirming nest of snakes. Chu Yi watched silently, a grim realization dawning on him. It was impossible to destroy them all. Every time he cut down a monster or severed a tentacle, a new one would immediately emerge to take its place. But amidst the chaos, his sharp reflexes allowed him to catch a glimpse of something else. He froze for a split second. It was Lin Hai. She had turned away from the battle and was waving frantically towards him, calling out, "Brother Yi!" Chu Yi moved closer as Lin Hai held out a token she'd found on one of the monster's bodies. He recognized it immediately. It was the token of the Thien Lan Khan. Next to her, Ha Lan had found a scrap of cloth with some characters etched on it. Staring at the items, his mind began racing, piecing everything together. He guesses it's probably the smaller clans, sending people to find what's left of Blackwind Valley. That would explain why these silver threads don't just devour magic and spirit energy, they drain life force itself. He drops into a defensive stance, sword swinging back, and realizes the source of the silver threads is inside the mountain. Each monster is connected by a thread to the cliff face. From his stance, Zhang Yi unleashes a powerful slash, a vertical sword arc tearing through the air, not at the monsters, but directly at their threads. Following the path of his blade, the ground splits open, forming a massive fissure as if to reveal the secrets hidden deep within. Stone slabs, etched with strange symbols, begin to crumble and collapse. Zhang Yi's team, safe within their protective barrier, remains unharmed as a shower of rock rains down on them. As the dust slowly settles, the scene beyond becomes terrifyingly clear. Ling Feng and Tai Shin freeze in unison, their pupils dilated. Tai Shin's jaw drops in disbelief. When the smoke finally clears, they find themselves standing over countless skeletons, half bird, half human. Surrounding them are colossal blocks of ice, reflecting their own stunned images back at them. Tai Shin hefts her weapon onto her shoulder, completely bewildered. Was all of that an illusion? Zhang Yi steps forward, his silhouette cast sharply on the ice. He immediately refutes her. This is no illusion. He faces the block of ice and comes to a conclusion. This is the camouflaged entrance to a dungeon. Zhang Yi explains that Blackwind Valley was never a natural mountain range at all. It's a massive, hidden dungeon that fused with Blue Star, and the fusion was so perfect that no one ever discovered its secret. Everyone listens intently. Zhang Yi pauses thoughtfully before adding, "No, Liu Xuan discovered it. The Merchant Guild dared to leave Blackwind Valley unguarded because they knew the dungeon itself was the ultimate defense. Any intruder would simply be turned into nutrients." Ling Feng shoves his hands in his pockets with a scoff. Such a flair for the dramatic. Suddenly, Ling Hai understands. So, those monsters from before were all living people who came in here? His hand gently touches the ice, sending faint ripples across its surface. Yes, the first gate's monster is the mountain itself. Anyone who dies here becomes a part of it. At the spot he touched, a light begins to glow. He warns the others, "Get ready." The second gate's monster is about to appear. The icy ceiling above them glitters as it cracks, and the team presses back to back, forming a defensive circle. Zhang Yi commands, "Ling Hai, add 2 more layers of defense ice and earth. Don't give them an opening." Right, in every reflective surface, the team's tense, hyper-vigilant faces stare back. Zhang Yi stares ahead, a worried expression on his face, waiting to see what will emerge from the dissipating mist. Out of the fog, a lone figure slowly approaches him. Elsewhere, Ling Hai finds herself surrounded by a forest of colossal trees. She looks around in a panic, calling out, "Brother Yi, Xiaolan, where is everyone?" Ling Hai grips her scepter tightly, her fear mixing with cautious vigilance as she scans her surroundings. The scene shifts to Ling Feng. Stripped to the waist, he lets out a primal roar as he clenches his fists. Then to Ha Lan, hiding behind a stone door, chanting an incantation as she holds a large talisman. Heaven and earth, mystical origin, root of 10,000 energies. We jump to Son Yin, standing on a transparent plane, sword held tight as she screams, "Show yourself." And finally, to Tai Xin. She unleashes a powerful strike with her blade amidst a dense graveyard, but her attack is parried by an exact replica of herself. The shockwave from the impact is so intense, it cracks the ground beneath them. She roars in fury. "An illusion? A damn copy? You even mimic my strength?" The figure opposite her wears the same face, but its eyes are completely empty. Tai Xin's face twists in disgust. Absolutely sickening. She wrenches her weapon free from the identical axe, clenches her other hand into a fist, and throws a punch. The clone reacts instantly, raising a hand to block the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Tai Xin spins around and delivers a powerful kick from behind, catching the replica completely off guard. The force of the blow is devastating. The clone is sent flying, crashing through a row of tombstones and shattering them to pieces. Tai Xin stalks forward with a sneer. "You idiot, you can't even recognize a feint." The clone lies motionless amidst the rubble. Tai Xin crosses her arms and sighs. It only knows how to copy completed techniques. It doesn't understand how to borrow, force, or adapt its moves. Suddenly, a powerful tremor shakes the ground, and Tai Xin immediately snaps back into a defensive posture. Shielding her face with her arms, she blocks a sudden attack from the clone as it bursts from the smoke. As they fight, Tai Xin realizes her opponent's learning speed is accelerating. She has to finish this fast. The scene cuts back to Ling Feng. A blinding light blasts the ground as Dragon's breath erupts. Ling Feng, his arm now covered in draconic scales, is forced back. He lets out a sneer. "Stopped learning, have you? Resorting to using my own flame dragon art against me now?" His clone lunges forward, but Ling Feng leaps aside just in time. He now stands in a half-dragon form, his weapon blazing with fire. "Today, I'll show you the difference between the original and the copy." He unleashes a mighty slash, but the clone swiftly dodges it. In an instant, an identical spear materializes in the clone's hands. Ling Feng laughs with contempt. "Quick on the uptake, aren't you?" He charges, his spear spinning like a fiery drill. "Still haven't learned enough? Then let me give you a proper lesson." Flame drill, sky-splitting strike. The two spearheads collide, erupting in a blinding flash of light. The aftershock shatters the ground around them, sending debris flying everywhere. From the ruins, the clone sweeps its spear horizontally, but Ling Feng ducks low to avoid the blow. He grips his weapon, gathering power for his next attack. Using its momentum, he spins the spear, creating a fiery ring to block the clone's advance. The replica moves forward slowly, its spear point touching the circle of fire. Then, with chilling, soulless precision, it glides through the flames, expertly evading every flicker. Ling Feng's expression darkens, his eyes glowing with a cold light. "You can copy my finished techniques, but you can never keep up with the transformations of the flame dragon power inside my body." Seeming to feel no pain, he reaches up and grips the spearhead buried deep in his own chest. The clone just stares back, its eyes vacant. Ling Feng roars with contempt. "You ignorant fool!" Behind him, a golden light blazes with increasing intensity, revealing the silhouette of a colossal dragon. In that moment, he looks like a god descending to deliver judgment. Swirling dust and smoke quickly obscure the scene. The scene shifts to Ha Lan, who is covered in wounds. She clutches a talisman, her wary eyes fixed on the thick smoke ahead. Suddenly, 3 talismans form an attack pattern and shoot towards her, forcing her to whip around in surprise. Ha Lan immediately leaps back as the talismans detonate with massive force. Through the blast, the face of her clone is revealed still empty, still emotionless. Ha Lan moves gracefully, a scornful look on her face. "And here I thought you were some kind of master. That's not how you use talismans, not with such robotic mimicry." She constantly shifts her position. You can only copy the form, you can't copy the soul. Around her, glowing raindrops begin to condense and float in the air. "Look at this rain, this wind. All of it is a manifestation of my Tao, my spirit." Ha Lan raises her hand. A streak of golden light spreads out with the movement, her expression becoming solemn. "The heart is the vessel, and power is the conduit," she yells. "You have no heart. You don't understand respect for the Tao. How could you possibly control the heavens and earth? No matter how much you imitate me, you will always be an empty shell." The raindrops immediately shoot toward the clone. The clone swings its arm, attempting to copy her technique perfectly. But instead of rain, grotesque tentacles burst forth from its body. The clone's eyes widen in panic. Impossible! Its body is impaled from the inside out, as one horrifying tentacle after another erupts from its flesh. The scene cuts back to the giant tree. Ling Hai is leaning against someone, covered in injuries. Her clone stands on the other side of a barrier that blocks all her counterattacks, taunting her. Little sister Ling Hai, stop struggling. Even though I'm a copy of you, you'll never win. Covered in blood, Ling Hai clutches her scepter and thinks to herself, asterisk, I'm not struggling. I'm waiting for you to show me your weakness. Asterisk. She glances down at her injured legs and analyzes the situation. Asterisk. It's evolved to attack proactively and even set traps specifically for me. Its rate of growth is terrifying, but if it's a dungeon monster, there has to be a way to defeat it. Asterisk. The clone continues its relentless assault. Ling Hai barely manages to dodge each attack as her double laughs smugly. See? All you know how to do is run. It launches a volley of ice shards. Little sister Ling Hai, come to me. Let us become one. Looking closely at the ice spikes, Lin Hai instantly understood. There were no frost patterns. She froze, a realization dawning on her. I get it now, she thought. The copy was closing in. Leaning on her staff, Lin Hai pushed herself to her feet. She declared loudly, no matter how powerful a skill is, how could it perfectly replicate someone who has trained for decades? It turns out you only copied my shell, not the purity of my elemental control. Blood dripped from her body as the bewildered clone asked, what are you talking about? Lin Hai placed a hand on a tree trunk, and glowing lines spread across it before a green flame erupted from behind. It's just like the ice element. A novice can only summon a water pillar, but a master can compress it into a water needle. And you use ice. Yet you can't even form the most basic frost patterns. That just shows how shallow your understanding of the elements truly is. She gripped her staff with both hands, light pouring from within. But this is something you can't learn. And it's not because of the details. An ice pillar shot straight toward the copy. Lin Hai shouted, an all-element mage's greatest strength lies in combining elements. She then froze, her brows knitting together as she stared in shock at the scene unfolding. Countless overlapping magic circles of every shape and form had appeared before her. Her voice was weak. Magic isn't a fixed template. It's the understanding of the elements. Given enough time, you could have copied these magic circles too. In the next moment, a blinding light exploded, sending Lin Hai's clone flying. Nearby, Chung Yi was also locked in a fierce battle with an exact duplicate of himself. Azure windstorm erupted as two swords clashed violently. The impact triggered a massive explosion, and amidst the dust and smoke, two brilliant flashes of light shone simultaneously. Chung Yi realized with a shock that his opponent had followed up the last attack with Azure Light Cross in just 0.5 seconds. The force amplitude was 0.1 units smaller than the previous move. Its replication accuracy was continuously improving. More importantly, he seems to be compensating for my weaknesses, Chung Yi thought, immediately charging forward. An opponent with such a growth rate could not be ignored. The two of them clashed repeatedly in midair. Their power was perfectly matched, neither giving an inch. But this time, the replication was half a second slower. Why? It turned out that when copying skills with elemental attributes, the delay became significantly more pronounced. Is the fusion data being disrupted? Trung Engi frowned in annoyance, his gaze cold as he looked at the man with his face. He sheathed his sword and slowly descended. He pressed on. What is your purpose? What do you want from me? The fake Trung Yi looked up and answered vaguely, just a rough idea. A twisted smile spread across his face. I just wanted to see how far the person whose body I copied could go. Despite Trung Engi's power, the imposter confidently declared, I know everything about you, you can't kill me. Trung Engi scoffed in response. Is that so? We have an old saying where I'm from. He held his hand forward, golden threads wrapping around it. Those who boast too much often end up biting their own tongue. Just then, the imposter's stomach. You knew all along? Trung Yi calmly explained. Ever since we started fighting, this mirror has been reflecting me. Every time you were delayed, it happened right after the reflection appeared. Everything you've learned comes from observing me in real time through that mirror. You tried to hide it, constantly attacking to distract me and obscure its presence. He reminded him coldly, but you forgot. You were born from me. I know everything about you. The imposter turned his head in shock. Trung Engi bent down, slowly stepping out of the smoke. Ni, you finally got out. Quick, you have to save Nian. Trung Ni asked anxiously, what happened to Sun Nian? At that moment, Sun Yan was facing the demon within her own heart. The demon smiled, saying she was still managing to hold it back. It relentlessly provoked Sun Yan. You don't even dare to accept your own bloodline power. How can a coward like you be worthy of the title Heaven's Chosen? Sun Yan gritted her teeth, the demonic consciousness thrashing wildly inside her. It felt like countless hands trying to tear their way out, but another voice echoed in her mind. Let me help you. Sun Yan told herself she couldn't lose control. You won't be able to dodge her next attack, the voice said. Sun Yan struggled to suppress the desire in her heart. She had to stay lucid to complete this mission with Chu Yi. The mysterious voice spoke again. Trung Ingyi would be disappointed to see you defeated. It continued to tempt her. I am your true power. Sun Yan squeezed her eyes shut and screamed, Get out! My power is mine to decide. The demon charged forward, sword in hand. You say it's your decision? Then try fighting me with those hands that don't dare to unleash your bloodline. A blade whistled past, missing its target, but the demon pressed on relentlessly. See? The gap between us is painfully obvious. She smiled, exposing every fear Sun Yan tried to bury. Trung Ngyi's gaze, the fear of losing control. But me? I fear nothing. Another sword strike flew at her. Sun Yan leaped back to dodge. Your swordsmanship may be exquisite, your magic powerful, but if you don't dare use your bloodline, you're no different from an ordinary person. The demon continuously pushed Sun Yan's limits. That's right. In your memories, Trung Yi is kind, but that kindness is being crushed by me. When I've broken you, will he even remember a kind-hearted weakling like you? Sun Yan mumbled, I'm not. I can't be. The mysterious voice echoed once more. Look, this is the price of suppressing me. Let me out. She's just a mindless copy. Does she think she can act so brazenly with a little demonic power? I can tear her apart, and I can protect you. Lin Hai spoke anxiously to Trung Yi. After we destroyed the copies, we returned to our starting point, only to find these mirrors can observe every battle. Sun Yan is clearly stronger than us, so why is she being overwhelmed? Ha Lan explained. The longer this drags on, the stronger the copy becomes, and it even develops its own consciousness. Sun Yan is in extreme danger right now. Lin Fong was confused. He hadn't heard the whole conversation, but the situation was clearly dire. Why does she keep holding back instead of using her full bloodline power? Trung Ingwi remained silent, deep in thought. He understood better than anyone. Sun Yan is competing with herself. She's being pushed back not because she's weak, but because she's lost control so many times before that she's afraid to use her bloodline. The copy has only one advantage. It has no inhibitions. It can unleash its full power without any burden. Just let go and finish it. Why struggle with a fake? Thiet Tam grew more anxious. Yi, what do we do? Can we break the mirror? Trung Yi didn't answer, thinking to himself, the world in the mirror is invading her mind. Forcibly breaking it could injure her. He took a step forward and said, the usual methods won't save her. The only way is to force the situation. Trung Ingyi told everyone to back up as far as possible. Immediately after, he began to transform, then raised his hand and shattered the mirror in front of him. Lin, Hai, and the others stared, wide-eyed, at the scene. Engyi, is this your way of forcing the issue? Destroying the instance itself to pull Sun Yan out? The demon dropped Sun Yan to the ground, which shattered on impact, and laughed contemptuously. Look at your pathetic state. Sun Yan coughed weakly, her eyes darting to the side. Something was shining brightly before her, a light that was streaking straight toward them. In the next instant, the demon vanished. Sun Yan, exhausted, forced herself to sit up. From outside the mirror, Trung Yi reached his hand in, offering a reassuring smile. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Hearing his voice, Sun Yan bit her lip, her face filled with grievance. Just then, the space around them shattered. Sun Yan's eyes widened in terror at the sight before her. She raised her sword and, with all her strength, shattered the wall that imprisoned her. But the moment she was free, Sun Yan swung her sword and attacked Trung Yi. In disbelief, he called out her name, Sun Yan, to avoid injuring her with his counterattack. Trung Ingyi could only block with his fist. The single blow sent Sun Yan flying backward. The others watched, mouths agape in stunned silence. After the impact, Sun Yan crashed to the ground. The earth behind her was completely obliterated. Her body should have been immune to the azure light, yet So Nian charged forward again, sword in hand. Trung Ingyi was forced to counter with the light, but he instantly retracted it, realizing that both his lightning and the sacred aura would only harm her. Instead, he raised his hand, unleashing a cloud of green smoke. The smoke solidified into fine threads, binding So Nian's hands before snaking down to lock her legs. In moments, she was completely immobilized. It was the only way he could restrain her without causing injury. Trung Engi stepped closer, his voice soft. So Nian, look at me. But suddenly, the very walls around them began to dissolve. The broken fragments swirled together, forming the face of a complete stranger. A chilling voice echoed through the space. Interference with dungeon protocol detected, initiating terminal deletion sequence. The face belonged to the Silver Thread Spider, level 20, epic tier. Skills: Silver Thread Spit, Shadow Clone, and Thorn Constriction. Fire Spider Soldier, level 34, gold tier. Skills: Magma Crash, Hardening, and War Trample. Bonevine Centipede, level 34, gold tier. Skills: Frost Thorn Ambush and Vine Bind. Slime Hydra, level 33, gold tier. Skills: Acid Spray and Regeneration. Lin Hai dove into the horde of monsters, her sword cleaving them in two with ease, but their severed bodies immediately began stitching themselves back together. Lin Hai screamed, "They're fusing! The silver threads are forcing them to reform!" Ha Lan pulled out a talisman, her voice sharp with incantation. "By the fire of Bing Ding, shatter this illusion! Go!" Instantly, ferocious flames engulfed the monsters. Thiet Tam surged forward, bringing her weapon crashing down on a creature's head. She caught one of the monsters with her bare hands. Asterisk. These silver threads. Asterisk, Trung Ingi thought. Asterisk. They're all being controlled by a single mind. Asterisk. He glanced at So Nian. The dungeon's core logic always targets the strongest, just like in the first trial. The loser is controlled by the silver threads and turned into a puppet. Even though he'd forced his way through the second gate's energy node, So Nian had never truly escaped the mental test. Countless silver threads still clung to her, and with her demonic bloodline unstable, it gave the dungeon the perfect opening. That was why the silver threads now considered her the greatest threat. The dungeon was forced to unleash every monster it had to eliminate the problem. A puppet master like this always hides their true self, but to free So Nian completely, he had to drag the final boss into the open. He looked at her and said, "I'm sorry, So Nian, you're not going to like what I do next." A colossal wall slammed down from above. Immediately, another wall erupted right beside it. One after another, they shot up from the ground, rapidly forming a sealed box with So Nian trapped perfectly in the center. Trung Yi stood outside, his expression cold as he observed the box, then turned to Ha Lan. She instantly deployed a chi-locking talisman, beginning the ritual exactly as he had instructed. Heaven and earth decree, by the flow of chi, a boundary is drawn. External will, be banished. Internal chaos, be sealed. 3 talismans shot out in 3 directions, forming a perimeter around So Nian. Gate sealed, realm established, all passage forbidden. Lin Hai yelled over the sounds of battle. "Second brother, the monsters just keep coming. We can't hold them off like this." Lin Fang's tone was grim. "Their numbers are multiplying way too fast," he added. "And these things, they're devouring each other to evolve. Asterisk, there's no end to them, asterisk," Trung Ingi thought. The dungeon had thrown everything it had at them, and he was still splitting his focus to protect the others. He closed his eyes, raw power condensing before his chest. This was no time to hold back. The only way to end this was with the most direct and most brutal solution. Trung Ungi's voice boomed. "Everyone, fall back. Put up your strongest defenses now. No matter what you see, do not lose focus." Lin Fang, Lin Hai, Ha Lan, and Thiet Tam shouted in unison. "Right," Lin Fang added. "We get it. Just do what you have to do." An immense wave of power erupted from Trung Ying, enveloping him completely. From within her prison, So Nian stared out at the scene. The shockwave of energy washed over the battlefield, and every single monster froze in its tracks. Then, their physical forms began to dissolve, melting away to reveal the writhing silver threads hidden inside. Thiet Tam cried out in horror. "What in God's name are those things?" The monsters weren't gone. Instead, they were merging, fusing into a single, massive entity. Was the dungeon combining all of its puppets into one? Lin Hai reported, "My magic senses are going wild. Its energy is gathering like a massive, concentrated whirlpool." The Silver Heart Eater. Its power was double that of all the previous monsters combined. Chung Yi took a slow breath. In the sky above, a dazzling array of light arrows materialized his S-rank divine summoning. A pair of colossal white wings blotted out the sky as a knight in silver armor, wielding a long spear, appeared and locked onto its target. Behind Chung Yi, a legion of silver-armored holy knights materialized in unison. Lin Fang pointed, his eyes wide with shock, as he asked, That guy Chung Yi can summon allies of this level? Tam added, is this the ultimate skill of a holy knight? Lin Hai was horrified. The energy was so immense that even the chaotic space of the dungeon itself froze in an instant. After breaking free from the momentary stasis, he thought to himself that summoning the angel for just a moment had already cost him 30% of his life force. Every second it existed also consumed a terrifying amount of spiritual energy. After this, he absolutely had to upgrade divine summoning to reduce the price he had to pay. He shouted a command to the Holy Knight, target, eliminate all monsters. Immediately, countless arrows shot forth, all locking onto the colossal beast. It raised its hands to defend itself, but against such overwhelming power, the monster was quickly torn apart. The torrent of light didn't stop, continuing its destructive path forward. He couldn't hold out for long. This kind of summon had a devastating spiritual energy cost. As the monster was annihilated, Chung Yi let out a sigh of relief. He turned his head to look at Son Yen, leaving the rest to the angel would be enough. He had only one target. With that thought, he strode directly toward her. He unleashed a pulse of energy and issued a command. I'll count to 3. Get out. If you're 1 second late, I will destroy this place. Son Yen pressed her lips together, her gaze cold. Chung Yi began to count. 1, 2. Just as the final number was about to be spoken, a massive dark figure suddenly appeared behind Son Yen. He said, so you've finally decided to show yourself. It was you after all. Seeing the boss's body stained black, Chung Yi understood immediately. It had been corrupted by a shadow creature. Corrupted Heart Guardian, level 50, legendary grade, skills unknown. Chung Yi faced the boss with a cold expression. The Heart Guardian observed him and assessed him as rather interesting. It spoke, of all who have stormed this place over the years, you are the youngest, yet your aura is stronger than all those old fools. The Heart Guardian used countless silver threads to control Son Yen. Chung Yi gritted his teeth, raising a hand to cover his eyes. The Heart Guardian leaned in close, then pulled back and continued. I want to give you a choice. Hearing this, Chung Yi's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him as a series of treasures appeared all at once. The crystal of purification, carrying pure, purifying energy, could erase all negative statuses. The pearl of serenity could stabilize a rampaging bloodline. The crimson flame dragon crystal could fuse the fire element into a weapon, increasing fire damage by 50%. The mystic iron core pulsed with spatial waves, used to craft boots of teleportation that reduced cooldowns by 15%. And the breath of life jade, filled with vital energy, enhanced defense, and provided self-healing. The all-seeing eye granted the ability to see an enemy's level and weaknesses for 1 hour. Lin Hai shouted excitedly. If we embed that dragon crystal into the dragon scale gauntlet, one punch could shatter that horde of monsters. Halan was overjoyed as well, both support and defense items. What an incredible offer, Chung Yi thought coldly. The caster's curse, and this crystal of purification. Faced with such treasures, even he wavered slightly. And the Pearl of Serenity was clearly prepared for Son Yen. The Heart Guardian put an arm around his shoulder. Tempted, are we? Just one Pearl of Serenity is enough to let her rest peacefully. You won't have to worry about her bloodline running rampant. Just take the reward and leave. Faced with that temptation, Chung Yi realized that if he stopped now, he could truly reap immediate benefits. But then he remembered the life or death struggles alongside his comrades, the limited time quests, and his journey to expose the secrets of the Magic Wood Guild. Chung Yi said to the Heart Guardian, these things are indeed appealing, but you've misunderstood one thing. He swung his sword. I didn't come to Blackwind Valley for a reward. As he attacked, he continued, whether it's for a system quest or to protect my comrades, it doesn't matter. And I don't need your charity to break the caster's curse. You know everything about me, including the curse. It's hard not to suspect this is a trap aimed directly at me. His body began to transform as he muttered, the crystal of purification, the pearl of serenity, I'll take them all. As for the creature before him, he delivered a single, cold verdict, you must die, dragon god body. With that, Chung Yi charged forward with his sword, cleaving the Heart Guardian in two with a single strike. The ground beneath his feet suddenly rumbled and began to shatter. The Heart Guardian spread its arms wide, its body dissolving into the rock and earth below. A colossal monster threw a punch as heavy as a collapsing mountain. In that moment, the layers of earth and rock began to shift and crack violently. In a flash, everything was swallowed by a vortex of chaos and storm. Chung Yi quickly dodged away from the abyss, but Son Yen wasn't so lucky. Caught off guard, she fell. In a panic, she screamed, Brother Chung Yi! Hearing her call, Chung Yi lost his composure. So Nian, he lunged forward. Just as he reached out to grab her, her figure slipped into the empty space. In that instant, Chung Yi immediately launched a direct attack at the Heart Eater. Having been seen through, it wasn't panicked at all. Instead, it let out a contemptuous laugh. Is that all the power you have? Hearing this, Chung Yi simply replied with a cold tone. Try me and find out. The Heart Guardian began to unleash a new technique. A white light flashed in its eyes like lightning. I was going to let you leave, but I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. A series of different faces flashed through the Heart Eater's consciousness. While erasing their memories, I learned everything about them. Now, try dealing with them. It stretched, and those images transformed into Heart Guardians. But then, it noticed something unusual. What is this? Chung Yi appeared behind it, along with his teammates. I have never fought alone. As he finished speaking, a roaring blue dragon appeared, and simultaneously, the soldiers behind Chung Yi unleashed a volley of arrows. Suang Na also charged forward bravely, coordinating with the soldiers to launch a combined assault. All of their firepower was concentrated on the shadow monster, instantly kicking up a massive cloud of dust and smoke. Its figure gradually began to fade. No. A violent explosion erupted, shattering the surrounding rock. Shards of glass appeared amidst the smoke, stunning Chung Yi. These mirrors, they haven't vanished. Through one of the shards, Chung Yi saw the image of a man on his knees. The scene reminded him of someone he knew. Who is this? Chung Yi reached out to touch it, and immediately, a golden energy enveloped him. Time reversed, rewinding 10 years to Black Wind Valley, where a man was kneeling before something. Black tentacles wrapped around him as a voice echoed. You wish to save your daughter? She won't live to see the spring. I heard legends about you in the black market, so I came here specifically to invite you. 3 minutes. The monster was very pleased. 3 minutes. I like that name. I will give you enough wealth to buy medicinal herbs from all over the city, but you must do 3 things for me. Hearing this, the man was so scared his hands trembled uncontrollably. He managed to ask what those things were. From above, countless jewels rained down, along with the monster's demands. Use this wealth to lure more people to Blackwind Valley. The life force of the weak will nourish me. The souls of the strong will become my guardians. The monster laughed loudly, bringing its sharp teeth closer. Don't be so tense. They come here of their own free will, don't they? Who can resist the temptation of overnight riches? Returning, with no other choice, he told his friend that he had found mystic crystals in Blackwind Valley, and a single piece could be exchanged for 1,000 gold heartair. His friend was suspicious. Isn't that the place you enter but never leave? Last year, old Wang V led a group there, and not even their bones were left. The man quickly tried to persuade him. They took the wrong path. I found the mineral vein. I just need more people. Work with me, and I'll give you all a 30% share of the profits. From then on, the number of people he led to their deaths at the hands of the monster grew, and the fear made him vomit uncontrollably. Tears of guilt and regret streaming down his face. This is a sin. But the monster believed he had done nothing wrong. They didn't come to Blackwind Valley to help anyone. They only came to get rich off the backs of others. But he didn't stop there. He continued to lure others, even the guild elders, telling them the price was negotiable if they just helped spread the word each day. Not long after, a series of tragedies struck his family. Boss, the North City Guild says if we don't hand over 80% of our profits, they'll shut us down. We don't have a backer. What can we do against those thugs? Hearing this, the man trembled with rage. These events only made him more ruthless, ignoring all pleas for mercy. Boss Liu, I was blind. Please, spare me. From now on, whatever the North City Guild says, goes. I was wrong. I'll do whatever you say from now on. Amid the terrified screams, all traces of regret within him vanished. When he stood before the monster, his fear was gone. Sir, my plan is simple. I want to establish a merchant guild, operating as a legitimate business on the surface. But in the shadows, we will secretly select qualified people for the valley. The monster agreed instantly. What will you name it? The name he proposed was Mehmet Mermaid. The monster was puzzled. Why that name? Lu Xuan replied, I once encountered sirens at sea. They looked like goddesses, with enchanting voices that lured sailors to jump overboard and crash their ships on the rocks. That day, I was the only one who survived, clinging to a piece of driftwood. After hearing the story, the monster exhaled a strange, mist-like substance. That name carries good fortune then. Before long, his business was booming. Boss, here is this month's production list. We have enough fine quality selections for the tribute, plus another 17 sets in reserve in the valley. Liu Xuan nodded with satisfaction. The quality of this batch is a bit lacking. Next time, have Lady Hong be more selective. Don't submit any scrap. Yes, sir, the assistant replied respectfully. But Liu Xuan wasn't finished. He was also raising the price. This year, we're increasing it by another 2%. All of this was what Chu Yi was perceiving in this very moment. He was astonished that the fragmented memories so clearly chronicled the cause and effect of it all. The glass shards continued to fall, faster and more numerous, gradually gathering into a swirling vortex in Chu Yi's hand. Soon, a purple stone materialized in his palm as blue text flashed before him. This was a dungeon core, something that even many major guilds might not possess. He already had one, and the benefits were immense. Core of the Mirror Prison obtained, unlocking 30% control over the dungeon, allowing manipulation of its basic spatial rules. Suya added, "From now on, you won't have to worry about resources. A dungeon is a gold mine, a money-making machine. Your luck isn't bad, kid. Now, try to use your spiritual power to feel your connection to the dungeon." Chu Yi immediately focused his mind, and a stream of energy began to flow into him. Brilliant rings of power erupted around him in a stunning display. The rings of force expanded continuously, their range of influence growing with each passing second. Chu Yi pushed his concentration further. The deeper he focused, the more he could perceive. "I feel like even with my eyes closed, I can see every single tree and blade of grass in this dungeon. It seems like nothing that happens here can escape my notice." Just as his power surged to its peak, a small figure suddenly appeared nearby. Chu Yi's eyes were shut tight, looking as if he were completely lost in his own world. And yet, the image that appeared in his mind was that of Zhou Yun standing right there. "Why are you here?" Zhou Yun turned to look at him and said gently, "Brother, I was worried about you. When Dad sent your location online, I rushed right over." Hearing this, Chu Yi was so angry and helpless, he was left speechless. Seeing his reaction, Zhou Yun quickly apologized. Suya chimed in, "This little girl's got guts, and her luck isn't half bad. Now that you can control the dungeon, she'll be safe even if she stays here." Under the circumstances, all he could do was warn her to behave. If she didn't, he would send her back immediately. The moment he finished speaking, a system notification rang out. "Time-limited quest. With your teammates, expose the secrets of the MMS Guild. Reward. Each participating member receives one S-rank skill book. Condition met. Status. Complete. Distributing rewards." Zhou Yi's friends were completely shocked to see Zhou Yun. "Why are you here?" Shen Lingfeng even scolded her sternly. "This place is very dangerous. What are you doing following us? This isn't a playground." The instant he finished, Zhou Yi tossed the notification to him. At the same time, he entrusted his sister to him. "Shen Lingfeng, protect my sister." Shen Lingfeng quickly caught her. Before he could even ask Zhou Yi what was going on, the information appeared on its own. Wrath of the Bloodlust, Level 1, S rank. Absorb blood chi from enemies to form a blood orb. The orb can be charged into a soul blood sphere and hurled at a target, causing a violent, explosive blast of blood chi. When Shen Lingfeng saw this, he almost screamed in shock. An S-rank skill book. Sha-Lan, hearing him from a distance, was also stunned. "What did you say?" Zhou Yi quickly handed her another one. "There's one for everyone." Sha-Lan stared at the book in her hand in disbelief. "Is this really S-rank?" Ling Shi had the same question. "Brother Yi, do you have any idea how much this is worth? On the black market, it's at least 7 million. And you'd have to fight just to place an order." To Zhou Yi, this was just normal. The hidden rewards for clearing a dungeon are always distributed according to class. Shen Lingfeng asked blankly, "You're really giving this to us?" Even the Shen family only has 3 S-rank skill books in total. Sha-Lan felt the reward was far too great, too precious for her. "We just followed you in here and did a few small things. How can we accept something like this?" It was clearly an incredibly powerful skill. 3 Absolutes Formation, Level 1, S rank. Summons a grand formation that plunges all enemies within range into a cursed state. Their life force is cut in half. Zhou Yi patiently tried to convince her, "We all conquered this dungeon together. I can't take all the credit." But Ling Shi still felt she didn't deserve it. Even with the class restrictions, its value is immense. We could sell it for a fortune. The book she held was Elemental Forbidden Domain, Level 1, S rank. Creates an elemental barrier that isolates a pocket of space. It summons elemental spirits to collide, causing a secondary explosion. The damage is massive, but the road ahead will only get tougher. I can't let you all follow me into danger empty-handed. Shen Lingfeng, however, happily accepted his. "This is awesome. Next time you fight someone, just let me charge in alone." Zhou Yi could only cough dryly in response. Tai Shin clutched the book in her hands, overjoyed. This is my first S-rank skill book. From now on, I'll be the first to charge in during dungeon raids. Xia Lan, standing beside her, was just as excited. I'll master the 3 absolutes formation until it's perfect. I definitely won't hold anyone back. Ling Shi, of course, felt the same. Me too! Shen Lingfeng couldn't resist showing off, sucking the enemy's lifeblood and using it to create an explosion. How cool is that? Tai Shin immediately shot back. Mine can wipe out low-level mobs instantly. Your skill has to build up blood. Too weak. The book she held was Raging Wavequake, level 1, S rank. Slams the ground to create a shockwave. Enemies within range take massive damage, and low-level ones are instantly obliterated. Hearing them bicker endlessly, Chu Yi stepped in. All right, that's enough. That's settled. First, master your skills. Then, we'll go meet the big shot waiting for us deep inside. Shen Lingfeng boasted, give me 5 minutes and I'll have it down. Xia Lan added, let's go prepare. We can't let them get ahead of us. Suddenly, a hand tugged on the hem of Chu Yi's shirt. Suo Ran was smiling brightly as she praised him. It seems like you always know how to bring everyone together. Hearing her praise, Chu Yi gave a strained smile. Maybe it's because we're teammates. I almost forgot. He took out the heart-purifying liquid, which could temporarily suppress a rampaging bloodline and stabilize an abnormal constitution. This is for you. The problem with your bloodline isn't fully resolved yet, so keep this with you. He looked directly into Suo Ran's eyes and said with a firm voice, Xiao Ran, I'll do everything in my power to keep you from falling into despair. Hearing those words, Suo Ran was so moved that tears streamed down her face. Seeing this, Chu Yi panicked, completely bewildered. Why are you crying again? Did I say something wrong? Suo Ran, her eyes red, leaned against his chest and whispered, No, I believe you, brother Chu Yi. At that very moment, on the highest floor of the Mehmet Guild headquarters, countless researchers were gathered. The giant crystal at the center was emitting an incredibly sinister energy, but they seemed oblivious to the danger, continuing to approach the power source. One man looked nervously at the man beside him and asked, Boss, what are your thoughts? That man replied calmly, The dungeon core crystal in Blackwind Valley has been stable for 10 straight years without a single incident. That man was none other than Liao Xuan, someone Chu Yi had encountered before. With a master like him standing guard, Blackwind Valley was as impenetrable as a fortress. Intruders were nothing more than free nutrients delivering themselves to his doorstep, but now, this chaotic energy surge. Could something have gone wrong inside? A blast of energy slammed one of the researchers into a wall. Others were thrown back one by one as the scene descended into chaos. Someone screamed in despair, We're finished! Sensing danger, Liao Xuan immediately commanded his subordinate, Get a message to Lady Hong. Tell her to get to Blackwind Valley times and find out what the hell is causing this disturbance. The subordinate didn't waste a second. Yes, boss. At that moment, Lady Hong was a mess, her clothes in tatters and her hair disheveled. She clutched a painful wound, snarling, Damn it all. That bastard Qing Ke must have finally kicked the bucket this time. It seemed the resurrection item only rebuilt her body. It couldn't restore her to her peak state. Her strength had been drastically reduced. For the last 6 months, she'd been forced to recover at the stronghold, forbidden from leaving. And just as that thought crossed her mind, the boss's message came through. She was ordered to immediately investigate the abnormal energy in Blackwind Valley. Could it be Chu Yi's doing? In her current state, running into him would be a death sentence. But if the Chamber of Commerce found out she was seriously injured, the vultures circling her position would smell blood and tear apart everything she had painstakingly built. All those years of fighting to get to where she was. She absolutely could not let it all collapse. But she had no choice but to obey Liao Xuan. Seething with rage, she forced herself to her feet, feeling like a pawn whose life was not her own to decide. Get the car ready. Back with Chu Yi, he and Shi Nu stood guard over the remains of the abyssal creature. Its secrets had to be hidden somewhere in these fragments. Find that, and they would find the enemy's weakness. But one piece, in particular, caught his eye. Driven by curiosity, Chu Yi slowly reached out and touched it. The instant his fingers made contact, he felt as if he'd been plunged into a demonic abyss, seized by countless grotesque hands. Chu Yi's reflection fractured across the broken crystal shards. The world blurred, and everything seemed to spin around him. He stared intensely at the gem before opening his eyes, his lips pressed into a thin, worried line. The information was too chaotic, and something was blocking him. His eyes flared with a jade-green light, sharp as a razor's edge. He focused his will, like someone trying to find a clear signal in the middle of a hurricane, desperately trying to listen and observe. All Chu Yi could perceive was an overwhelming amount of static. One memory fragment showed a man on his back, tentacles coiled tightly around his body, some even forcing their way into his mouth. A sacrifice. Another showed a horde of grotesque monsters, snarling and baring their fangs as their domain opened. The memory fragments assaulted him, one after another, without end. Blinding flashes of light shot towards him, forcing Chu Yi to shield his eyes. He snapped back to reality with a start, eyes wide, panting as if waking from a horrifying nightmare, as cold sweat dripped from his brow. His hand gripped the crystal tightly, his expression heavy with thought. Seeing this, Suang Ya asked, "What did you see? You look terrible." Chu Yi answered slowly, "I'm not sure. The demonic aura within this ice crystal. It feels unnervingly familiar." Still confused, Suang Ya pressed him, "What are you trying to say?" He explained calmly, "A few months ago, I fought members of the demon clan who had infiltrated the old mining district in the Gongfang Mountains. The aura here, it's exactly the same as theirs." Understanding dawned on Suang Ya's face. "You mean the demon clan is inside the core crystal?" A memory flashed in his mind. A massive mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth, surrounded by writhing tentacles, grinning grotesquely towards Blue Star. "Yes," he confirmed, "and it's far worse than we imagined. Through the core's memories, I saw that the abyssal creature isn't a creature at all. It's an interdimensional gate that's slowly taking shape. It's being used to transfer resources from that other world to Blue Star, which the chamber uses to trick people into sacrificing their lives. The so-called life supply is just a sacrificial offering to open the time's real time's portal. Once the monsters filling this space absorb enough energy, the gate will be complete, allowing the entire demon clan's army to pour through." Suang Ya lowered her head in silence. The scene he described was exactly like what happened 100 years ago. She turned to Chu Yi and asked, "Are you afraid?" Chu Yi's gaze didn't waver. His new powers weren't fully mastered, and he was far from his peak condition. His face hardened with resolve, his fists clenching. Charging in recklessly isn't bravery, it's foolishness. "It's not invincible," he continued. "We just need time, all of us, to get stronger." Suang Ya agreed, but remained concerned. "Caution is what keeps a hunter alive. So, how are you going to help them adapt? We can't get stronger by sitting on our hands." Chu Yi lifted the crystal to his eye level, a dangerous glint in his gaze. "So we won't be sitting still. I have a basic level of control over it now. I can create simulated opponents, so everyone can experience the full power of an S-rank skill and learn how to use their own in a completely safe environment." He even suggested a threat pressure test. Suang Ya laughed heartily at the idea. "Now that's interesting." Chu Yi then stepped before his teammates and announced, "Everyone, listen up. The plan has changed. We're not going any deeper for now." Lin Fong turned, surprised. "Why not?" Chu Yi explained, "What's in there is stronger than any enemy we've faced before. Before the final battle, all of you need special training." Thiat Tam scratched his head, confused. "Special training? How are we supposed to train in this godforsaken place?" Lin Fong, on the other hand, was instantly energized, his eyes lighting up. "What kind of special training? I'm going to manipulate the dungeon's energy to create simulated opponents with strength equal to yours, or maybe even a step higher. The goal is to make the combat feel as real as possible." "Hell yeah, I'll go first." Lin Hai reached out, worried. "Shen Lin Fong, you just recovered from your injuries." But Lin Fong, bursting with anticipation, raised his arm to show he was fine. "It was just a scratch. I'm good to go." Chu Yi's voice turned serious. "Shen Lin Fong, this isn't a game. The pain and pressure in the simulation will feel completely real. I'll be adjusting the difficulty based on your performance. You will probably die. Many times." But instead of fear, Lin Fong's resolve only hardened. So what? Seeing his teammate completely undaunted and full of anticipation, Chu Yi smiled. Golden streams of light began to swirl before them, wrapping around Lin Fong's entire body. He stood perfectly still, his expression unblinking as the light consumed him and a purple mist began to fade. Lin Fong's form materialized inside a space that looked like a poisonous corridor. From behind, a figure covered in bandages and wielding a sword lunged at him with incredible speed. Lin Fong sensed the attack instantly, whirling around to dodge as a status window appeared. Simulation card, Shadow Hunter, level 35. Golden Aptitude. Skills, Shadow Step, Seaver, Critical Hit Simulation. The hair on Lin Fong's neck stood up. He summoned a ball of fire into his palm and threw a flaming punch at his opponent. But the moment the attack was about to connect, the enemy vanished like smoke. Having completely missed, Lin Feng was stunned for a second. He unleashed a flurry of attacks from all angles, but his opponent dodged every single one with blinding speed, forcing him to spin in circles. Realizing the gap in their power, he roared in frustration. A shadow type. How annoying. Suddenly, a blade flashed across his neck, and he felt a trickle of blood. Lin Feng was stunned by the incredible speed. It's that fast? Outside, Chu Yi watched the reflection of the battle with intense focus. He realized he could perceive every detail of the fight. This meant he could adjust the opponent and the environment on the fly. Lin Feng isn't used to the shadow element, so he first needs to ease into the environment, letting him adapt before cranking up the difficulty. In the battle, as his opponent closes in, Lin Feng unleashes a torrent of fire to incinerate him. Engulfed by the molten flames, the bandaged man disintegrates into ash. But it's not over. With a contemptuous glance behind him, Lin Feng sees he's brought friends. Outside, Trung Mi speaks with Thiet Tam. Everyone is cloaked in energy, determination burning in their eyes. One by one, they're teleported away, leaving only Chu Van holding a wolf cub. Chu Van looks around, a hint of disappointment on her face. Her eyes, and the cubs, turn to Chu Yi with hopeful expectation. Understanding exactly what she wants, he flatly tells her, "Don't even think about it," a merciless rejection. The little girl's face falls, her lip pouting at being left behind. Chu Van resorts to building a snowman. Swang Na, watching Chu Yi observing the scene, asks, "Hey, kid, how does it feel?" Controlling the mirror is like holding a key heavy, but a perfect fit. He looks at the object in his hand and describes the sensation. "It's still weak, but I can definitely feel the connection deepening. Every time I build and maintain it, my link to this space becomes clearer. The power I can command also seems to increase." Swang Na nods, satisfied, but keeps a stern facade. "I suppose you have some talent. Remember, this thing is like a newly grown arm. You have to use it and train with it until you can command it flawlessly, until you master it completely. Then, every blade of grass, every stone in this mirror prison will bend to your will." Nearby, Chu Van is still playing, bowing to her snowman. But then she looks up, the innocence gone from her eyes, replaced by a chilling sharpness as she chops off the snowman's head. The conversation continues beside her. That is the true power of a dungeon master. Chuni confidently affirms to the stern Swangya, "I will do it." Meanwhile, Chu Van scrambles over to where the snowman's head has rolled. She ends up hugging the large ball of snow, almost as big as herself, against a wall of ice. Within that ice wall, the reflection of a group of people is clearly visible, drawing closer. Chu Van's eyes widen in terror. She screams, "Brother!" In an instant, Chu Ni appears before her, swinging his blade and shattering the ice wall in a single fluid motion. After destroying it, he looks up and asks, "What's wrong?" Chu Van gets up and clings to his arm, trembling as she points ahead. "It's her, that evil woman in the red dress. She was in the mirror." They both look at the ice shard. She insists she was really in the mirror. The scene shifts to the entrance of Blackwind Valley. A woman draped in patterned red silk stands there, her eyes betraying a deep fatigue. Behind her are burly figures completely wrapped in red cloth. "Stay hidden," she commands. The path ahead is lost in a whiteout of snow, exuding a sense of danger, as if something is lurking just beyond sight. As if sensing an unusual aura, Lady Hong raises a hand to halt them. "Wait, two of you, approach from the front. Two of you, circle around to the back of the valley and sneak in through the waterway." She adds wearily, "The rest of you, protect me." Chung Yi observes it all, thinking to himself, "My spiritual power is now deeply linked to the core of the mirror prison. My senses can reach all the way to Blackwind Valley, as if the entire place is rigged with cameras. No matter what tricks she pulls, she can't escape my control." His gaze locks coldly onto the intruder's figure. So she's still alive. Her breathing is severely erratic. It's obvious she used a forbidden revival technique, but her body hasn't had time to recover. He turns and pats his sister's head to calm her. Her condition is unbelievably weak. She's basically walked right into a trap. "Don't be scared, Xiao Van. I'm about to show you something fun." Reassured, Chu Van asks, "Brother, what is it?" Chung Yi replies grimly, "A game of cat and mouse." The silence is unnatural. Relying on her intuition, she vaguely senses something is wrong. It feels like countless eyes are watching her, as if the entirety of Blackwind Valley itself is monitoring her every move. She has to find the source of this anomaly before she can report back to the boss. She orders two of the red bandaged figures forward. "Remember to conceal your presence." The two figures dart along the ice cliff face, while Lady Hong stays low, lamenting to herself, The first checkpoint has been completely destroyed. Looking at the ice surface, split clean in two, she judges it was done with a single sword strike. Faint, pale yellow light emanates from protruding tentacles, which twitch weakly, as if begging for help. She skids to a halt, kicking up a cloud of snow as she beholds the scene before her, golden glowing tentacles sprouting from the ground. Lady Hong grinds her teeth. Thon Quang. It has to be him. He's the one behind this. She glances at the bracelet on her wrist, weighing the option of alerting the boss to handle it. No, that would reveal my current state, and I might not even be able to complete the mission. It's better to contact the hidden surveillance point in the valley and investigate first. The bracelet flashes red repeatedly, signaling connection failure. She can't believe it. Is the Merchant Guild's highest-level secret communication being blocked by spatial interference? That's impossible. Lady Hong closes her eyes. Red threads, like those of a puppeteer, appear from her hands. Soul-linked puppet strings shouldn't be affected by an energy barrier. Although an invisible pressure has existed ever since she entered the valley, making the connection much slower, the red threads quickly spread out in all directions. The two red bandaged figures appear as faint images, but she can still sense their existence. Suddenly, at that very moment, Lady Hong coughs up a mouthful of blood, her face a mask of horror. The connection had been severed. The two red bandaged figures were still sprinting across rocky hills and ravines. Then, two powerful forces strike, causing them to fall apart like threads losing their cohesion. Her face darkens in terror. Two more of them. Gone? Could it be that Chu Yi really possesses a spatial skill? Or is there more than one intruder? Lady Hong grits her teeth in fury, her hands clenched into tight fists. Four of her battle puppets, dealt with in the blink of an eye. A girl with braided pigtails looks down in surprise. Sister, why is your face so pale? Ankich, Lady Hong whirls around, demanding, what are you doing here? The other woman replies as she lands gracefully, collecting the sect's tribute. I was just passing by. Ankich feigns pity. You were bedridden with that serious illness before. I had to handle all the tribute collections for you. How about I take over this mission as well? Lady Hong furiously presses her. You killed my puppets. Ankich raises an eyebrow, gently stroking one of her braids. What are you talking about? Maybe there's more than one intruder. It would be a waste to die here. Lady Hong's face grows even paler, but her tongue is as sharp as ever. Ankich just gives a sly smile. I guess I'm just used to hearing it after following you for so long. Lady Hong and her remaining puppets turn to retreat in another direction. Fine. You can continue the investigation. Suddenly, a massive sheet of ice crashes down right in front of her, freezing her in place. She stumbles back in alarm. Ankich looks up at the sky, a mixture of shock and disbelief on her face. From above, dozens of figures that look exactly like her are falling from the sky. She dodges and yells, why are there so many puppets? Hey, Lady Hong, explain this to me. Lady Hong stands frozen, staring at her own reflection in the ice, a reflection that looks unusually pathetic and weak. Cries for help echo from within the ice, her face going slack with shock. Lady Hong, please spare me. We were the closest of friends. Why did you push me? For status, you'd even kill your own people. On the other side, Ankich is still forced to fight the increasingly powerful clones. They're getting even stronger, she shouts as she fights. I wonder what kind of powerhouse Lady Hong used to refine these puppets. She continuously unleashes attacks to defend herself. But in just a moment, the clones have already learned her skills and are using them against her. Enraged, a terrifying aura explodes from her. Her eyes lock onto the puppets as she spits out each word with chilling coldness. If I get defeated by a bunch of fakes like you, how could I ever show my face in the guild again? She swings her arms wide, and a torrent of power erupts. She grabs the nearest puppet by the neck and roars. I've suffered enough, too. Immediately after, the remaining puppets are swiftly defeated by her. Lady Hong sees illusions of those who wronged her in the past and lets out a dark laugh. Hong, don't be tempted by gold and silver. Remember your place as a slave girl from the slums. Have you forgotten? Please, spare me. I'll leave this place and never return to Tianlan again. Your subordinate captured my fiancée and threatened to strip her naked if I didn't talk. He said he'd parade her through the streets. If you show me mercy, I'll tell you every secret I know. Please, don't do this. My 10-year-old son is still waiting for me at home. If I die, he'll be an orphan. Please, have pity. I'd even work as a prostitute just to see him grow up. I'll even accept leaving my body intact. Just let me kowtow at my mother's grave before I die. Can't you? Lady Hong, for the sake of status, you were willing to kill your own family, all for the glory bestowed by Lord Liu. What about the more than 20 years of our bond? The final scene was a woman with a gentle smile, her arms outstretched toward a child. You must be hungry, little one, aren't you? Wipe the blood from your face and come with me. From now on, your name will be Hong. Tears streamed down Lady Hong's face as her voice choked out, adoptive mother. But in the blink of an eye, the woman's expression twisted with hatred as she lunged toward her. When you were little, I thought you were just stubborn. I gave you the finest food and clothes, but I never imagined an ungrateful wretch like you would bring ruin upon me. Everything I taught you, you ended up using it to hurt me. Lady Hong immediately raised a hand to block the blow. Get out. She flung out red silk ribbons, wrapping them tightly around a giant skull to manipulate it. She shrieked back in panicked defiance. I now live in a mansion paved with gold, where others kneel to serve me bird's nest soup. The poor, wretched Hong from the past died and rotted in the slums long ago. How could I possibly allow such a threat to live? If I let you die with an intact corpse to fulfill your filial duty, wouldn't my reputation become a joke? It's better to let you see the price of your stubbornness than to believe in some last-minute prayer. Opposing me always drags down those around you. Become a prostitute? Are you even worthy? This isn't a charity. There's no room for bargaining. You must die. If your son becomes an orphan, it's because a mother like you brought it upon him with your own hands. What does that have to do with me? The glory Lord Liu gave me wasn't a handout. I earned it with my schemes and intellect. That's far more real than the 20 years of empty sentiment you speak of. If I'm ungrateful, it's because you raised me to be. If you truly valued me, you would have climbed to the top with me back then, not clung to your pathetic, stable life. Don't tell me to dream. You clearly couldn't keep up with me. Now you want to drag me down into the mud with you. With those final words, she directed the skull to unleash a terrifying power. The wave of force shattered the figures in the illusion, tearing apart the nightmare that had haunted her. It then shot through the mirror and burst out. At the same time, the mirror reflected the beam of light. It sent the blast hurtling right back at her. A figure suddenly appeared behind her. I was almost killed by those copies. And now the energy I just fired is coming back at me. The light exploded, and she fell into another illusion, a desolate, ruined wasteland. These are my memories. Why are they appearing here? Behind Lady Hong, a monster with a gaping mouth appeared, as if to swallow her whole. She spun around angrily and cursed. Damn it, are you still not done? But the monster vanished, leaving only the mirror before her. A mirror maze and illusions. Just cheap tricks to trap me. Red threads began to stream from her arm, her eyes turning ice cold. You want me to admit defeat? It won't be that easy. Instantly, she commanded her puppet to smash the mirrors. But just before the puppet's blade struck, the mirrors clearly reflected its image. From its shadow, an identical clone was created. The puppet seemed to sense the anomaly and dashed backward as the two immediately clashed in a ferocious battle. The sound of impacts and blows echoed, enough to send a shiver down anyone's spine. On the other side, Lady Hong watched in horror as the shadow puppets turned on each other in a murderous frenzy. Stop! Stop it! What's wrong with you? You are my puppets! Obey my command and stop! Seeing the armor on them shatter, she screamed in despair, but they continued their crazed assault. They finally stopped, but they were covered in wounds. Lady Hong asked with a trembling voice, What? What do you want? Suddenly, one puppet stared intently at her and broke into a sinister smile before they all vanished into thin air. Her nerves were stretched taut as she fearfully scanned her surroundings. This isn't an illusion. It's domination. He can even control my puppets. What in the world is this power? Sweat beaded on Lady Hong's forehead, her mind reeling. Chu Yi's control over the Blackwind Valley is far beyond my understanding, and right now, I'm all alone. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing was the best option. The most important thing was to get this information to the boss and let him handle it. Lady Hong sprinted back the way she came, certain he would have a solution. But beneath her feet, the ground fractured into a web of cracks. Looking down in terror, she saw that the path she had just run on had vanished. The ground had turned into a slick, icy slide, sending her plummeting downwards as her control threads snapped. A moment later, she finally slid to a halt, crashing hard into a solid wall. Lady Hong looked up helplessly at her severed puppet strings. He's still toying with me. Now, I'm just a fish on the chopping block, a plaything in your hands. Outside, he controlled the illusion, watching Lady Hong's pathetic state. Chu Yi's voice echoed into the arena. Go on, struggle. Just like those you once treated as sacrificial lambs. Have a taste of this despair. He manipulated the mirrors to show her her current appearance. This arena was designed just for you. Lady Hong began to negotiate. Chu Yi, The Merchant Guild's power is far beyond your imagination. The boss still has trump cards up his sleeve. Let me go, and I'll plead your case for you, he replied nonchalantly. Not interested. Losing her composure, she screamed. Chu Yi, this is an explosive puppet crafted by the guild's peak-level chi refinement master. It's the only one we have. You can't control everything, Chu Yi. Let's see you stop this. She unleashed her greatest power. Even if I die, I'll take this place with me. The terrifying explosion sent Lady Hong's body tumbling through a sea of smoke and dust. She felt as if she had just lost something vital. Her expression turned savage as she looked down. To her horror, she saw that her legs had completely vanished. Chu Yi's cold voice rang out. You want to die? I haven't given you permission. Lady Hong threw her head back and laughed helplessly. You love watching your prey despair, yet when it's your turn, you beg for death. What a double standard. She propped herself up with her hands, asking in defeat, if you can control the Black Wind Valley, that woman from before, you killed her too, didn't you? She lowered her head and muttered, there's no shortage of people like her who want my position. Chu Hong and Chu Xiaobai are still at the Chu residence, right? She unconsciously looked up into the void, as if seeing the person outside, and raised her voice. Her statement was aimed directly at Chu Yun, unsettling her. And your little sister too. At that moment, glowing green chains shot out from all around. In an instant, the chains bound Lady Hong's ravaged body, weaving a spiderweb that trapped her in the center. Chu Yi's voice softened, but his expression remained unchanged. He glanced at his sister behind him and said, Xiao Yun, don't look. I'll finish this quickly. Chu Yun turned her head, still hesitant. She summoned her courage, stepped forward, and said to her brother, Brother, leave her to me. Chu Yi turned, completely surprised. Xiao Yun, she clenched her fists. Before, she tried to kidnap me. She hurt you and sister Xiao Yi. I was so scared. Chu Yun's gaze was firm as she placed a hand on her chest. But if I stay afraid, she'll always be my nightmare. Chu Yi reached out and gently stroked Chu Yun's hair, an old habit. His slow, warm voice and comforting gesture made Chu Yun blush slightly. All right, I'll always be by your side. With that, he instantly transported them both before the heavily chained Lady Hong. Their opponent looked intrigued, as if she had expected this. So the little girl has come, has she? Lady Hong gave a faint smile as she looked at the siblings. It must be nice to have someone protecting you. Are you planning to kill me with your own hands? Her face contorted into a crazed grin, followed by a challenging roar. Do you have the guts? Lady Hong flicked a few drops of blood, splattering them directly onto Chu Yun's face. The girl wiped the blood away, as if brushing aside the fear in her heart. Chu Yun quickly condensed an ice crystal, stating resolutely, I'm not afraid of you. Lady Hong laughed mockingly. Relying on just that pathetic little thing? I still remember you hiding behind Chu Yi, crying your eyes out, and now you dare to point a weapon at me? Chu Yun remained unfazed, directly commanding the ice crystal to shoot from her hand and pierce through her opponent's body. The chains shattered upon impact, despite the grievous wound. With a sneer, Lady Hong held the sharp piece of ice. How could I possibly lose to a little brat like you? She spat, aiming the crystal straight at Xiao Yun and hurling it. Die! In a panicked reflex, Zhou Yi screamed, Xiao Yun! But suddenly, an immense power erupted from Xiao Yun's body. Without a trace of fear, she forced the ice crystal to shrink in her grasp. I will never, she said, her voice dripping with ice, allow you to appear before my brother again. With those words, Xiao Yun crushed the crystal. In the next instant, countless shards of ice shot forward, piercing through Lady Hong's body in a gruesome spray of blood. The tiny fragments continued to swarm Lady Hong's body, rapidly draining her of blood and beginning to absorb her very energy. Control over the mirror prison core has increased to 35%, a voice announced. New Guardian unlocked. Data for Crimson Cursed Beauty has been recorded. Still holding the ice, Xiao Yun turned to Zhou Yi and said softly, Brother, I never want to be a hostage used to threaten you ever again. Sensing the lingering fear in his sister, Zhou Yi gently hugged her from behind. Shh. It's all over now, he soothed. You did so well, Xiao Yun. Hearing him say she had grown up, Xiao Yun's eyes welled with tears as she gripped his hand tightly. Zhou Yi continued to whisper words of comfort. As Lady Hong quietly disintegrated into nothing, the little girl who always needed protecting was gone forever. Elsewhere, a man sat before a map covered in countless red dots, his focus absolute. Just then, a girl emerged from the shadows, silently taking her place behind Liu Xuan. I'm aware, he said dismissively. Her usefulness had run its course anyway. This intruder is no simpleton. Liu Xuan frowned, looking at the compass in his hand. The secret of that place had been exposed. The Dark Compass was an epic-grade artifact, forged from the bones of the demon race and abyss crystals. Embedded in its core was the remnant soul of a demon lord, allowing its owner to fuse the item with his own energy, causing his level and dark power to skyrocket. Staring at the dense bolts of lightning crackling across the compass, Liu Xuan spoke in a low voice, and Xiao. Instantly, a group of figures appeared, kneeling on one knee, their cold eyes ready to obey any command. Liu Xuan sat on his throne, chin resting on his hand, his voice chilling. There's chaos in Blackwind Valley. I need you to clean up the mess. The master is still sleeping and must not be disturbed. Eliminate the intruder with maximum speed. He raised his hand, and several pills materialized in the air, distributing themselves to each person. If necessary, you can use a blood sacrifice pill to unleash your potential. A blonde-haired man stood and clasped his hands. Rest assured, boss, and Xiao will ensure the intruder never returns. Suddenly, Liu Xuan roared. Useless trash! He shot to his feet with a flick of his wrist. A wave of purple energy enveloped them, and a hazy image began to form a vision of a hell beneath the earth, where flames scorched, flesh and moans of agony echoed. So noisy, a voice complained. Behind Lady Hong stood dozens of others, bound tightly with their hands locked behind their backs, completely immobilized. The next scene showed her kneeling respectfully before a man. This month, 177 people have been offered to the master. Then, the entire memory shattered as if it had never existed. Chu Yi gritted his teeth, hissing. That damn Daydream Merchant Guild. His blue eyes blazed with a cold light as a murderous aura surged like a tidal wave. Liu Xuan is likely on his way to eliminate us now, the female assassin said. As for the evidence that the Merchant Guild is using live human sacrifices and dealing with the demon race, it's best to hand that over to our teacher. Chu Yi swiped his hand, opening an interface. Only their teacher could mobilize forces quickly enough to intercept Liu Xuan and crush the Merchant Guild. On the other end, Wang Hui answered the call immediately. Chu Yi, why are you calling me at a time like this? Without hiding anything, Chu Yi reported everything. Teacher, it's an emergency. I've discovered the Daydream Merchant Guild's central secret in Blackwind Valley. He carefully recounted how the guild was using living people to nurture a strange organism. He explained that this creature was a growing interdimensional gate, and the sacrifices were meant to speed up the process. Once the gate was complete, the demon race on the other side would pour through, and the central Xia Kingdom would face the same crisis it did a century ago. After listening, Wang Hui remained calm, crossing his arms. What's its current status? He asked. Chu Yi reported honestly, it's absorbed too much energy, so it's currently in hibernation. This is our last chance. Once it's complete, the gate will be permanently stabilized. Grasping the situation, Wang Hui nodded and gave his order. I will use my highest authority to contact the military. They will dispatch forces immediately. That's an order. Chu Yi still hesitated. Teacher. But before he could finish, the sky erupted with brilliant crimson-purple lightning. The signal instantly filled with static, and his connection to Wang Hui was completely severed. Liu Xuan was here, far faster than anyone had anticipated. The remaining team members reacted instantly to the strange phenomenon, quickly assembling on Chu Yi's command. Shan Yan looked up at the sky, a flicker of doubt in her eyes as she sought confirmation. Brother Yi, is this? Instead of answering, Chu Yi called everyone over to look at a blue screen. Everyone, gather around. We have a situation, he said urgently. Listen carefully. He's brought 5 subordinates, all above level 40. He himself is level 46. The gap is too wide. We don't stand a chance in a direct confrontation. I'll get you all out of here first, then stay behind to hold him off until the army arrives. But Ling Feng immediately objected. I'm not going. He scratched his head nervously but stood his ground. If you're taking people, take them. I'm a man. We didn't train just to turn and run while you play the hero alone. Don't even think about it. Chu Yi's voice turned stern. Shen Lingfeng, this isn't the time for reckless pride. The level difference is too great. But it wasn't just Lingfeng. Shan Yan spoke with firm resolve. I'm staying too. The others all showed their determination in unison. We're a team. No one should face danger alone. We want to fight too. You can't always be the one protecting us. We all have S-rank skills. If we stay, we can definitely help. Chu Yi just stared at them, his face a cold, helpless mask. This group of low-level but fiercely brave fighters was giving him a serious headache. He stopped arguing and gave his instructions with grave seriousness. Fine. If you've all decided to stay, I'll adjust the plan. I will forcibly manipulate the space, separating Liu Xuan from his subordinates. I'll pull the 5 of them into 5 different zones. Each of you will take one, But remember, he warned, this is a real battle, not a drill. You must use your full strength, but do not risk your lives. The goal is to stall for time until the army arrives. If you can't hold on, call for help immediately, and I'll pull you out. Understood? Despite the lengthy warning, the team wasn't discouraged in the slightest. On the contrary, their morale soared as they answered in unison. That's more like it. Roger that. Understood. You can count on us. Just then, Lu Xuan slowly strode forward. When he saw the group just standing there, he immediately erupted in fury. Thick black smoke billowed around him. You ignorant fools who don't know the difference between life and death. Get out of my sight. Almost at the same time, Lu Xuan's subordinates were tightly encircled by bands of golden light, and the pattern of a barrier seal began to form beneath their feet. What the hell is this? Lu Xuan only needed a glance to sense his subordinates' weakening auras. The space is being distorted. In a flash, Yingji was teleported to a desolate, ruined area. Shan Yan was already lying in ambush. The moment the enemy appeared, she launched herself forward, her greatsword held high. But her slash only hit an afterimage. Yingji's real body was unharmed. So, it's a woman, she scoffed, a haughty smirk on her face. Shan Yan's sword spun like an arrow, but it only pierced through another illusion. Still, she didn't retreat, her crimson-purple eyes growing colder and more determined. Twisting the hilt, Shan Yan unleashed another powerful slash. This time, she forced the real body to appear, making Yingji catch the blade with her bare hands. You saw through my chaotic shadow step? She sneered. As usual, Shan Yan didn't reply, simply rotating her sword's hilt. Using both hands, she swung the heavy blade in a brutal arc, slicing through the corner of her opponent's clothes. Yingji remained steady on the rocky outcrop. A voice echoed in Shan Yan's mind. Asterisk Xiao Yan, don't fight her head-on. Her speed and power far exceed yours. Use the keen senses of your mystic demon form to lock onto her position. Then, use your sword formation to force her out of hiding. An assassin's advantage lies in stealth, asterisk. Asterisk. Once she's exposed, her power will be greatly diminished. Asterisk. Pushed back relentlessly, Yingji finally lost her temper. She stopped dodging and launched a direct counterattack. Are you looking to die? Facing a storm of steel darts, Sun Yan slams her sword into the ground. Time itself seems to slow as the metal shards strike her blade and ricochet away. A circular sigil spreads out from her feet, the Phantom Soul Sword formation. At S rank, this technique summons soul swords to attack, suppressing enemies with poison before unleashing a finisher when the phantoms vanish. In an instant, every one of Ankich's illusions is torn to shreds. She was still scoffing in contempt when the phantom blades ripped through her body. Ankich freezes, a searing pain exploding in her chest. Asterisk. What? Asterisk. She can't believe it. Fear begins to creep in as she feels her speed draining away with every second inside the formation, her stealth failing. The corrosive wound drains the color from her face. Without hesitation, she melts straight into the ground, phasing through the earth itself. In the blink of an eye, Ankich resurfaces with her body perfectly restored. A high-level assassin countered so easily, she mutters. Fighting her head-on is just suicide. As she speaks, she lunges straight for Sun Yan. All she has to do is kill the one at the formation's center, and it will collapse. Ankich thrusts her hand into Sun Yan's stomach, shouting in triumph, Got you! You really shouldn't have underestimated the gap between our levels. But Sun Yan unexpectedly clamps down on her opponent's wrist, pulling the hand from her own stomach. Ankich is horrified. Though blood soaks her clothes, the sword above her seems to be held by countless invisible hands, its tip aimed straight at the heavens. Sun Yan stares her down. Checkmate. Sword Soul's Requiem. At that exact moment, on another battlefield, the ground is a mess of deep craters, as if it's been torn apart by earth-shattering explosions. Lin Feng's dragon claws are blocked by a steel shield. The more he fights, the more ferocious he becomes, finally activating his blood frenzy state. Crimson Flame Fist. His opponent, a man with blondish-brown hair, roars as he blocks with his shield and thrusts his spear forward. As they clash, each of Thachkai's spear thrusts is sharper than imagined. His attacks are relentless, and Lin Feng is slowly forced back. A crack appears on his dragon shield as Cheng Yinyi's voice echoes in his mind. He's a level 43 Dark System warrior. You'll lose in a head-on fight. Use your dragon's breath to wear him down and piss him off. Wait for an opening when he goes berserk. Thachkai smirks, his voice dripping with contempt. First time I've met someone who fights more brutally than me. A kid at spirit level 26. What a shame. But when it comes to a contest of pure strength, I will not lose. Heeding Chung Yi's words, Lin Fong switches tactics. He retracts his shield and slams a fist into the ground. Seizing the opening, he launches himself into the air and unleashes his dragon's breath. Sensing the danger, Thach Kai thrusts his spear, forcing Lin Fong to dodge. The dragon's breath vanishes, and Thach Kai, now even more enraged, stomps his foot, pivots, and roars as he charges forward. I left that opening on purpose. Did you really think a level 43 would be that easy to deal with? He unleashes a flurry of spear thrusts, but Lin Fong dodges nimbly, cursing back, "This iron turtle nearly did me in, but that's just a brave face." He knows that if this fight drags on, the sheer difference in power will leave him completely drained. Finally, the moment of weakness arrives. Chung Yi's voice chimes in again. His strength has increased, but his defenses are wide open. Lin Fong picks himself up, wipes the blood from his mouth, and laughs loudly. That was a good hit. The stronger you get, the more fired up I am. Lin Fong spreads his arms wide. Now it's time to pay you back for everything. You love using your strength to crush people, don't you? Today, you're going to learn what a blood debt truly means. As Thach Kai loses all reason in his berserk state, the entire battlefield is engulfed in a sea of crimson. With a single shout from Lin Fong, massive globs of blood surge from all directions, latching onto Thach Kai's body. Unable to escape, he feels his life force being siphoned away. His pupils contract in horror. This thing, it's draining both his power and his life force. Thach Kai crushes the leech-like globs of blood, his rage spiraling out of control as he roars. What in the hell is this dark art? Lin Fong doesn't bother to explain, simply standing there with a triumphant laugh. No matter how tough your iron shell is, it's useless now. Go on, have a taste of your own strength. He then mutters the name of his skill, Wrath of Bloodlust. Wrath of Bloodlust, an S-rank skill, absorbs blood energy from enemies to form condensed blood orbs. These orbs then merge into a soul blood sphere that can be thrown to trigger a massive blood energy explosion. Meanwhile, Chung Yi is continuously monitoring each separate battlefield through his scrying lens. The first 4 pocket dimensions are proceeding smoothly thanks to his support. But a problem has suddenly erupted on Ha Lan's front. A skeleton has shattered her protective barrier and is lunging forward, intent on ripping her to shreds. Fortunately, Chung Yi, watching from the outside, spots the danger in time. Ha lands in trouble. He immediately pours power into the polyhedron in his hand, remotely activating the Guardian of Light. Instantly, a brilliant golden barrier materializes around Ha Lan, blocking the skeleton's grotesque hand. The hideous monster crumbles into a pile of broken bones against the Guardian of Light that Chung Yi created. Ha Lan is filled with gratitude but remains determined to keep fighting for her comrades. "Thank you," she says. "I can still handle this." Chung Yi doesn't reply, his attention already shifting to the 4 remaining battlefields. Maintaining 5 fronts at once is consuming his spiritual energy far faster than he anticipated. Fortunately, no one's life is in immediate danger. In the 6th space, his little sister, Chu Van, is safely playing with a baby owl, which puts his mind at ease. That front is stable for now. It's time to deal with the biggest complication. And the biggest complication is, without a doubt, the image displayed in the central frame of his scrying lens. There, Lu Tuyen is on a rampage, cutting a swath through the battlefield as if no one can stop him. To slow him down and buy time for his comrades, Chung Yi is forced to activate the Guardian manifestation. From deep within the earth, hundreds of monsters of all shapes and sizes begin to emerge. They stretch out their long, grotesque arms, bursting through rock and soil. They look like a writhing swarm of worms, and the scale of the Guardian force continues to grow. Yet, into this dangerous zone, a lone figure steps forward with unhurried calm and not a trace of fear. Lu Tuyen, hands stuffed in his pockets, gazes down at the dense mass of tentacles with an ice-cold, contemptuous stare. Then, a tyrannical aura explodes from his body. The terrifying pressure makes the very ground tremble and the air grow heavy. As the dust slowly settles, the figure of Madame Hong gradually appears, her crimson eyes burning with murderous intent. She is surrounded by a dark red aura and shadowy figures known as the Hong Curse Guardians. "Can't even rest in peace," Lu Tuyen scoffs. A blast of purple spiritual energy shoots out, instantly restraining Madame Hong and slamming her violently into the ground. Lu Tuyen's voice rings out again. "Stop hiding in the shadows and playing your little games. Come out here and face your death." As he finishes speaking, a strange compass materializes in his hand. Blood-red spiritual energy billows around Lu Tuyen's indifferent face, rapidly gathering into a colossal, crimson Dharma form behind him. Lu Tuyen slowly raises his arm to shoulder height. In perfect sync, the arm of the Dharma form behind him also rises. Lu Tuyen swings his hand down. Amidst the rubble, Cheng Yi's figure suddenly shoots up, hovering in midair. The next attack descends instantly, but a blinding golden light suddenly explodes from his chest. A barrier materializes in front of Cheng Yi, stopping the killing blow dead in its tracks. Lu Tuyen looks up and lets out a faint smirk. A little level 30 rat managed to block an attack with half my strength. The secrets you're hiding are even more interesting than I imagined. The shield in front of Cheng Yi slowly fades away after absorbing the devastating attack. In the blink of an eye, Lu Tuyen has already leaped into the sky, closing the distance to Cheng Yi. Lu Tuyen unleashes his mirror prison system. Pushing me this far, should I call you a rare genius or a fool who doesn't know when he's about to die? Cheng Yi replies calmly, "You flatter me, Director Lu. But these little tricks of mine are nothing compared to you using living people as sacrifices to feed a dimensional gate." Cheng Yi thinks to himself, asterisk, those demonic beasts were only meant to buy me some time. Asterisk Lu Tuyen lets out a cold laugh. That useless piece of trash Madame Hong told you quite a lot before she died, didn't she? Cheng Ng replies, the dying will often trade secrets for a chance at survival. It seems you're unaware. The mirror prison system can also read past memories, Lu Tuyen says with a smirk. But Cheng Yi just finishes his transformation and laughs. Have you been a lapdog for so long you've forgotten the pride of being human? Lu Tuyen tries a different tactic. Only those who know when to adapt survive. If I wanted to, I could have the demon tribe awaken ahead of schedule. Black Wind Valley would be swallowed whole, and you would die with it. After his transformation is complete, Cheng Yi shoots back. You wouldn't dare. Your guild is just spreading rumors to cover its tracks before your true master awakens. Cheng Yi's voice rang out, cold as ice. The master isn't ready yet. And you're just a pawn, forever kept in the dark. Rage exploded through Lu Tuyen, veins popping on his skin. This was an unbearable insult. I will rip out your very soul and show you a suffering worse than death. But before Lu Tuyen could even move, a brilliant golden formation blazed into existence above him. A blinding pillar of light shot straight down. Lu Tuyen threw up a hand to defend himself as a radiant golden Dharma body manifested, summoning a sword of pure light. The colossal figure raised its blade, preparing to plunge it downward. The enormous sword tip aimed directly for Lu Tuyen, who was shielded by a crimson barrier. With eyes blazing red, Lu Tuyen roared, "Hell's Void!" He unleashed a torrent of dark energy, opening a divine demonic magic circle as a blade of light ambushed him from the air. It was followed by an angel of justice hurling a spear of light, dealing devastating damage. Lu Tuyen's voice echoed with disdain. Striking first is just a base instinct. In the face of absolute power, your pathetic little tricks mean nothing. Just before the attack landed, Cheng Yi clasped his hands. Mirror-like shards materialized, each one reflecting Lu Tuyen's face. But one by one, the mirrors shattered under the immense crimson force. The deadly attack slammed through, forcing Cheng Yi to leap backward, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Lu Tuyen raised a compass, his voice dripping with ice. Impressive. A level 30 ant actually managed to wound me. This ends now. He activated a fusion. By temporarily borrowing the power of a demon lord, all of his stats skyrocketed. With a blazing red specter at his back, Lu Tuyen sneered. The fact I have to use my origin compass against you should be an honor. He raised his hand, gesturing for annihilation. Cheng Yi's eyes flew open in terror as a horrifying pressure slammed into him. His golden spear was ripped from his grasp, sent flying wildly. As the shockwave subsided and the dust settled, he slid to a stop, bracing himself on the ground. Cheng Yi looked up, his mind racing. A level 46 with an epic-grade artifact, it fundamentally changed his power. Even though my class is a natural counter to darkness, this power gap is just too massive. There's no way to win. He grit his teeth and roared, "Twet Tom." In another dimension, she was cornered, a blade slashing straight for her neck. But Cheng Yi intervened instantly, his power deflecting the sword and saving her just in time. So that's it, he realized. You're using the mirror prison core to maintain 5 separate spaces. Lu Tuyen gloated. It's your own fault you're losing. You could never break my fortress, and now that you're distracted, how could you possibly win? Cheng Yi got to his feet, his voice cold. That's not your concern. He knew maintaining 5 mirror spaces was draining his opponent. The only way forward was to collapse some of them and focus everything on the mirror prison core. Lu Tuyen charged, swinging a crimson axe with a vicious grin. Today, I'll show you the gulf between level 30 and 46, His downward strike shattered the earth. Chung Yi dodged just in time, launching his own counter. Every palm strike was aimed straight for Lu Tuyen. His eyes locked on his target as iron chains erupted from the ground, sealing the area. Sacred cage, chains of the heavenly prison. He manipulated the cage, trapping his enemy inside. He then leaped back to safety, his back against a large boulder. Chung Yi stomped down, gathering his power, and launched himself forward with everything he had. But from the heart of the prison, a crimson light locked onto him. A critical blast tore the cage apart, and the very sword in his hand disintegrated. The destructive force was so immense it vaporized his entire hand. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, Chung Yi teleported away, blood misting in the air. Sung Ya charged in from behind. "I'm here to help." The three powers collided in a massive explosion that ripped across the landscape. Both Sung Ya and Chung Yi were thrown back, his transformation failing as he reverted to his original form. Sung Ya's body began to fatter. Chung Yi struggled to sit up, his voice trembling as he looked at her. "Go back." As she vanished, Lu Tuyen was already on him, a cold sneer on his face. "Your soul is already fading, and yet you still run headfirst into your own demise." On the mirror fragments, scenes from the other dimensions played out in horror. Sung Ya was pinned down by a storm of feathers. Lin Fong had been ambushed, lying crushed on the ground, unable to move. Skeletons grabbed Ha Lan by the hair, beating her relentlessly. In the fourth space, Lin Dong was nailed to a wall by innumerable arrows, like a practice dummy. And Tuet Tom lay defeated amidst the rubble, a sword having cut her down, seemingly unconscious. Lu Tuyen roared with laughter. "You can't even save your own life, yet you dream of protecting others? Pathetic." With a mere flick of his wrist, an immense pressure slammed Chung Yi flat against the ground. He dug his fingers into the earth, fighting against a weight that felt like a mountain. Refusing to yield, he roared and activated Apocalypse word SSS. He entered the Apocalypse state, boosting his resistance to abnormal effects by 60% and his lightning damage by 60% for 15 seconds. Dazzling armor once again enveloped his body. Chung Yi launched himself at Lu Tuyen, his strike powerful enough to shatter the very ground around him, but Lu Tuyen caught his wrist with ease. With a simple counter, he knocked the weapon from Chung Yi's grasp. A victorious grin spread across Lu Tuyen's face as he smashed his fist into Chung Yi's, shattering his mask. He then held up the mirror shard, showing Lin Dong's fate. "Look at this. Watch your friend march slowly towards her doom. Feel that despair, right down to your marrow." As he spoke, the mirror shard splintered and broke. Chung Yi's eyes burned with helpless fury, but he remained pinned. Suddenly, a piercing shriek filled the air, so intense it felt like reality itself was tearing. Lu Tuyen froze as a colossal gate, etched with cryptic symbols, materialized out of thin air. He looked over, his face pale with alarm. His unease was palpable. The energy of the mirror prison core went haywire. A swirling vortex of dark red light erupted from the void, shooting into the sky. The sheer force of this new energy compelled Lu Tuyen to release Chung Yi to defend himself. Chung Yi collapsed. The wrist Lu Tuyen had gripped was now a terrifying shade of black, a pure, primal mental attack that shook his very soul. This power, it's at least level 60. Lu Tuyen stared in horror at the gate, whispering, "No, it can't be. The digestion period isn't over." Why did it wake up so soon? Was it because of that energy blast? His only answer was a flood of churning black mist pouring from the gate. Long tentacles snaked out, the creature within desperate to break free from its prison. Chung Yi gasped, trying to heal his blackened wrist. He glanced at the shattered mirrors. The mirror prison core's spatial shields couldn't handle this disturbance. Every dimension collapsed into chaos, dragged into the abyss. "The space is gone. Are you finished on your side?" Hewitt Nguyen replied as massive black tentacles slammed down, cracking the earth into giant chasms. What in the world is that thing? They were sprouting up everywhere, as dense as mushrooms after a rainstorm. Vicious tentacles smashed colossal rocks to bits, their shrill screeches echoing a ravenous hunger to consume all energy. The girls huddled together, trembling. They stared up at the behemoth that now blotted out the entire sky. Debris rained down as its titanic body struggled to heave itself out of the bottomless fissure. Hewitt Nguyen stared in stunned horror as the creature laid waste to everything around them. He snapped back to reality, realizing a tentacle had already snatched one of the girls. Nearby, Feng Huing and Lu Tuyen watched the chaos unfold, muttering a name under their breath. That Kai. The man reverted to his normal form, his eyes cold and devoid of emotion. To even be noticed by the master was, to him, a rare privilege. He turned to leave, entrusting the scene to his followers. You will all stay and protect the master. I am returning to prepare more offerings. But Lam Sung stepped into his path, blocking him. Her voice was sharp, cutting through his pretense. Master, are you abandoning us? Standing on the teleportation circle, he roared back in fury. Insolence! I am going to retrieve more offerings. The master's hunger is growing more terrifying by the moment. He then gave a cold command to kill the heroes and use them to nourish their master. But the man trapped in the tentacle was still fighting, screaming in defiance. No, let me go. Huet Nern and the others panicked, scattering in every direction to escape the danger zone. He fumbled for a blood arm pill, hastily shoving the crimson pill into his mouth, only for it to get stuck between his teeth. The moment the pill went down, the power inside him erupted violently, his pupils blazing red. He slammed Guo across the ground, sending a cloud of dust and debris exploding into the air. At last, the creature fully revealed itself. It had no eyes, no nose, just a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth and tentacles that dragged several people before Chung Nir. It growled, sneering at their feeble energy, calling them insects. The five of them stood frozen under the colossal shadow. A sudden silence fell. Then, countless eyes ripped open all over its body. Each one was different, scanning the area, searching, hungry, pure food. Suddenly, a tentacle spotted So Nyin and lunged. He scooped her up, dodging the deadly strike in a flash. Chung Nir spun around, shielding her with his back and pulling her tight into his arms. He used his own body to absorb the full force of the attack, all to protect So Nyin. Chung Nir. He gritted his teeth, forcing down the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat. He glanced back at the shield that had just been shattered. The corrosive power was too strong, and his holy power was draining at a terrifying rate. The creature Lo Tuyen, called the Adjudicator, went completely berserk, its roar sending rocks and earth flying. The price for stealing my food! The tentacle whipped straight toward Chung Nir and So Nyin once more. Kai Tum and Harlan's eyelids grew heavy as he muttered a few broken words and incantation. Just then, a pillar of light descended from the heavens. The blinding glare engulfed the entire area as 5 beams of light pierced through the tentacle from above, violently destroying a part of the creature's body. Immediately after, countless more beams of blue light rained down, shredding the dark monster to pieces. Stunned, Chung Nir looked up at the miraculous sight before him. For the first time, light shone on his desperate face as a massive airship broke through the chaotic mist and entered the fray. This was the blow that would end their resistance. On the deck, Teacher Vung and Ham Sun had arrived just in time with reinforcements. The airship's lower hatch slowly opened, and white smoke billowed into the air with the roar of the engines. 2 rows of soldiers in white armor, equipped with state-of-the-art weapons, advanced in unison at their commander's order. They leaped from the airship with astounding professionalism and calm. All units, engage immediately! Reinforcements continuously poured down. The squad leader broke off, heading straight for Chung Nir's group. He pulled out a crystal orb. Chung Nir, coordinate with me for immediate retreat to the safe zone. With that, he hurled the orb toward them at high speed, leaving a faint blue trail in the air. The crystal sphere shattered, and its light enveloped Chung Nir's group of 5. 4 energy orbs formed, splitting them into 4 groups and slowly lifting them into the air. Chung Nir held So Nyin tight but still called out worriedly to the others. This is bad. Its energy readings are skyrocketing. The monster is truly enraged. The words had barely left his lips when the monster's tentacles began to sweep around wildly, preventing the fighter jets from getting any closer. One by one, from behind the thick smoke, other grotesque creatures began to rise, their gazes fixed on the rescue team. Their numbers grew relentlessly as they charged forward in wave after insane wave. Each one was pierced by a blue laser beam, its body dissolving before it collapsed into the dust. The support team held their ground, not one of them flinching or retreating before the sea of monsters. More fighter jets were deployed. Munitions rained down, turning the battlefield into a sea of fire. Ham Sun stood at the command post, his voice firm as he gave the order. Squads 1 and 2, maintain suppressing fire. Just as the order was given, Teacher Vung walked over. The situation is more complicated than we expected. Its awakening level is extremely high. Ham Sun turned his head and replied, "It doesn't matter. Even if that gate fully forms, I'll be the one to close it today." After speaking, he looked straight ahead. Your students have arrived. Sure enough, Chung Ni, So Nien, and the others were landing safely on the deck. The moment they touched down, Chung Nir immediately looked toward Teacher Vung, calling out in concern, "Teacher!" The medical team rushed over, each member moving with purpose, urgently treating the girl. Try to hang on. Don't move. You've been heavily poisoned, and the toxins have already reached your heart. A teammate holding a scepter assisted, explaining as he worked. To completely remove this poison will take at least half an hour. Chung Yi watched as a weak So Nin opened her eyes to reassure him. Chung Near, I'm okay. You go take care of what you need to do first. Just then, Teacher Vung approached, his hands clasped behind his back. He spoke gently, don't push yourself anymore. Just follow their instructions and get treatment. Leave the battlefield to us. Chung Yi replied anxiously, Teacher, that gate is still absorbing the energy from our attacks. If we keep attacking, the black mist outside the gate will only get thicker. Ham Sun calmly interjected to put him at ease. Kid, I understand your concern. He frowned, but his voice was unwavering. But in my dictionary, there's nothing that can't be solved with a cannon blast. If there is, then we just fire another one. Chung Near tried to stop him. Wait, that's really not a normal dimensional gate. But Ham Sun had already turned back to command his troops. All units, attention. Switch to non-elemental saturation fire. Randomize energy output every 30 seconds. Barrier troops, lock down the space. Yes, sir! The barrier troops roared in unison like thunder. Yes, sir! A resolute, to-the-death fighting spirit erupted from them. Yes, sir! The warplanes roared endlessly as a dense barrage of projectiles poured down like an unending storm. All firepower converged on a single point, causing a massive explosion in that area. But it didn't stop there. On Ham Sun's command, the rhythm of the firepower constantly changed, and grenades rained down relentlessly, creating a non-stop chain of explosions. A line of staff wielders stood at perfect attention. With a solemn aura, they cast a net of vibrant barriers across the sky. The entire array of elemental cannons activated in unison, as volley after volley of multicolored energy blasts locked onto the horde of monsters and rained down upon them. A continuous series of explosions, both large and small, tore through the monsters' formation. The terrifying destructive power forced them back again and again. As smoke and fire rose, obscuring the view, a squadron of fighter jets screamed forward. Their engines glowed red as collisions, both large and small, threw the area into chaos, and several of the fighters seemed to lose connection to their control systems. They all plummeted from the sky. Amidst the storm of bullets, Koi Hang suddenly appeared, his swordsmanship razor-sharp. He charged straight into battle against the black tentacles, and with a single swing of his sword, he sliced through several of them. Hoi Hang landed just as the severed fragments of the tentacles rained down around him. He stood frozen in place, his face tense as he stared straight ahead, not daring to blink. Only then did he truly feel how small he was before this terrifying creature. Hoi Hang's pupils turned a deep purple, his eyes reflecting a deep vortex that seemed to want to pull everything in. From the creature's grotesque mouth, a chaotic storm of blue light beams shot out, all of them aimed at Ham Sun's high-altitude fighters. On the ground, the soldiers in white armor met the same fate as Koi Hang. Ham Sun stared in horror as the monitor turned crimson. This gate, it reflected all of our attacks right back at us. A squad member urgently reported, General, the target's evolution speed is far beyond our projections. Both its physical and energy resistance are still rising. Teacher Vung immediately spoke up. In the past, dealing with dimensional gates always required us to test them with our soldiers' lives. We'd attack one area, observe the reaction, and sacrifice thousands just to pinpoint the core's location. His voice startled Chung Near. Squad 9, prepare yourselves. In 1 minute, you will begin the mission to find the core. Chung Near, not letting go of So Nian, looked up and asked anxiously, Teacher, is the core the place where the energy fluctuations are the strongest and most unstable? Teacher Vung immediately explained. That's right. The core is the energy center of the dimensional gate. This is the culmination of hundreds of years of military experience. But Chung Yi's next words left them both stunned. I think. I know where the core is. He summoned a cube that hovered over his hand. The iron prison core once absorbed this gate's dark energy. There's a residual signature left inside, one with the same origin. Through it, I can faintly sense a focal point within the gate, a point that reacts to every attack we land. Ham Sun crouched in front of him, his voice low and gravelly. A vague location isn't enough. The space around the gate is warped. Chu Yi fell silent, staring at the iron prison core in his hand. Then, he clenched his fist, the core vanishing as his eyes hardened with resolve. I can try to open a temporary shortcut. I'll infiltrate the gate myself to find and mark the core, but I'll need the army to launch an all-out feint attack to draw its attention. It absolutely cannot detect me. Teacher Wang immediately shot down the idea. That's too dangerous. I forbid it. Chu Yi met his gaze directly. Teacher, we don't have a choice. The gate is still evolving. Dragging this out will only cost more lives. The old man's eyes were filled with worry, unable to bear watching his student walk into such peril. From behind, Lin Fong and Thiet Tom stepped forward resolutely. Count us in. We'll go together. There's strength in numbers. The teacher exploded in anger. Insolence. I will not allow it. What level are you three even at? Going in there is a death sentence. Stand down. Son turned to Chu Yi, his expression grave. Kid, do you understand the risks involved? He asked sternly. The dark energy inside that gate can overwhelm your consciousness, turning you into a mindless beast of slaughter. Chu Yi answered without hesitation. I know, but I have to try. Seeing his resolve, Sun clapped him on the shoulder. If you make it back alive, I'll treat you to the finest liquor I have. With that, Sun turned back to the array of warning monitors, his focus instantly shifting back to coordinating the battle. His voice boomed with authority. All forces, hear my command. Initiate the highest firepower protocol. All main cannons and combat jets, concentrate your fire on that gate. All light element class holders, advance. Suppress the demonic aura with purification magic and draw its attention. The battle formation shifted in an instant, with light mages moving to the vanguard. In the name of the holy light, purify all darkness. On my command, full power. Fire! The class holders' shields buckled under the relentless assault, threatening to shatter at any moment. Water mages, reinforce the defenses. Do not let a single attack break our line. Meanwhile, Teacher Wang stood behind Chu Yi, lending his support. I will supplement and stabilize your holy power, he said, his hands glowing. Focus on what you must do. The iron prison core began to absorb energy from Chu Yi, glowing with a brilliant light. Sweat poured down Chu Yi's face as he gritted his teeth, channeling everything he had. The light within the core intensified, shifting into a blazing, imperial gold. He became a dazzling streak of light, rocketing over the heads of the frontline soldiers and plunging directly into the gate. Chu Yi had transformed his very consciousness into that golden light, determined to find the core and stop this monster once and for all. Outside, the class holders fought with everything they had, desperately holding the gate's attention. Earth mages raised a massive earthen shield to bolster their defenses. But from the otherworldly rift, a towering figure with long horns was clawing its way through, trying to shatter the seal and emerge. It dug its massive claws into the edges of the portal, pulling itself forward. Inside, Chu Yi gracefully arced through the chaos, flying over the heads of monstrous beasts and venturing deeper into the gate's dimension. And then he saw it. A colossal sphere pulsed in the distance, connected to countless tendrils and grotesque masses of flesh below. A guardian creature stood sentinel before it. The sphere itself seemed to possess a consciousness, for as Chu Yi's golden light drew near, a massive eye snapped open. A jolt of pure tension shot through him. That eye had locked directly onto his position. Not good. I've been spotted. Sensing the intruder, the eye instantly shifted into combat mode, its sole purpose now to annihilate the foreign presence. Countless pitch-black tentacles erupted from below, shattering the very space around them. The horde of monsters also sensed the intruder, swarming madly towards him, intent on tearing him to shreds. At that same moment, back in the real world, the iron prison core on Chu Yi's chest flared with an unprecedented, blinding light. A faint, ethereal shield materialized around his consciousness, struggling to protect him from a barrage of monstrous firepower. Behind the barrier, Chu Yi was safe for now, but he could feel the shield being stripped away, layer by agonizing layer. He couldn't wait for it to fail. With cold calm, he locked onto his primary target. His entire being shot forward like a gilded arrow. At almost the same instant, the gate began to constrict as a streak of golden light ripped through the air and burst out. Seeing Chu Yi emerge safely, Teacher Wang roared, Sun, Chu Yi did it. Sun's hands flew across the control panel, his movements a blur as he adjusted the formations in real time. Activate highest clearance for the Void Breaker cannon. Target lock in 10 seconds. Prepare to fire. His finger hovered over the launch icon, his eyes locked on the countdown timer. Inside the gate, the great eye seemed to go berserk, unleashing a devastating shockwave that slammed into the army. Soldiers braced themselves, grabbing onto whatever they could to stay upright. All units, be advised, the otherworldly gate is destabilizing. Hold the line. But the formation was thrown into chaos by the concussive force. All radar systems went dead. Emergency landing systems engaged. Engine clusters failing. Steering systems are offline. Soldiers drove their weapons into the ground for leverage as priests rushed forward to provide support. Wounded, Fall back. Frontline fighters, secure the left flank. Mages, begin gathering mana for the next array. Hamsun watched with grim intensity as the destructive beam of light shot forward like a tempest, piercing through the gate. It tore through the earth on the other side, sending rock and debris flying into the air. The cannon's target was the very eye that Chu Yi had marked. The demonic creatures inside had no choice but to use their own life force, which the core was already draining to defend it. A chill ran down Chu Yi's spine as he watched. The core was consuming its own kind to withstand the blow. Hamsun roared, "All forces, maximum firepower. It's weakened. This is our chance to end it." He redirected the entire arsenal of the secondary battleships, converging their fire into a single, overwhelming blast aimed directly at the core. Focus on destroying that eye. Teacher Wang also stepped forward, his hands forming a complex seal as he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his pupils had transformed into a cold, imperial gold, radiating an overwhelming divine pressure. A swirling vortex of golden clouds tore open the sky, and from it, the tip of Teacher Wang's sword emerged. Even under this terrifying pressure, the core desperately tried to warp space to heal itself, clearly still attempting to repair the otherworldly gate. Chu Yi finally looked up, his attention captivated by Teacher Wang's magnificent blade. It was his teacher's legendary inherited weapon. Golden rings of light pulsed from his body. "I am the protector of order. I am the blade of judgment. In the name of the light, descend." The colossal sword slammed down, shattering the very bedrock and sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. A wave of holy light purified everything in its path as the fatal blow pierced straight through the struggling core. At the exact same moment, Chu Yi coughed up a mouthful of blood, spraying the crimson liquid across the iron prison core. Son Yan, who had just recovered, watched in horror as Chu Yi collapsed. "Brother Chu Yi!" she screamed. A single glance was all Hamsun needed to understand. "His consciousness is fading," Hamsun yelled. "Quick, prepare a highest-grade life support chamber. Chu Yi, hang on." Without a moment's hesitation, he barked out new orders. "All forces, the otherworldly gate has been destroyed. Begin cleanup and tend to the wounded." Just as they'd planned, the core was utterly shattered. All that remained in its place was a deep, black crater, but they had gravely underestimated their enemy. Suddenly, thin, silk-like red tendrils began to emerge from the pit, stretching out as an enraged voice echoed from the depths. "You, shameless invaders." The otherworldly gate began to glow crimson once more. It was using the flesh and blood of the fallen demons to reform itself. Teacher Wang instantly recognized the danger and acted without a shred of hesitation. Domain of purifying punishment. Brilliant golden holy light rained down from the sky, sending out concentric waves that cleansed a vast area. He closed his eyes, his brow furrowed in concentration as he controlled the immense power. The domain expanded, and a blinding light enveloped the entire region. As the light washed over them, the demons trapped within the dimension shrieked in agony, thrashing about in a frenzy. "Rifts will appear everywhere," the voice shrieked. "We will reclaim everything. You will all pay the price for this." But its followers could not escape. They were all caught in the purification, trampling each other in a desperate, futile attempt to flee a fate that was already sealed. In the end, all that remained was a deep crater and a swirling, crimson orb. Inside the treatment room, Chu Yi was placed in a healing pod. San Yan stood by, watching anxiously as Teacher Wang walked in. Just as she was about to ask, he reassured her. "Don't worry. With the holy light's blessing, he'll wake up soon." And just then, Chu Yi's eyes slowly fluttered open, his gaze heavy with exhaustion. "Ours is the one who plunders," Chu Yi mumbled. Teacher Wang repeated the words, confused. "The plunderer?" He then summoned a golden light in his hand, his voice gentle. "Close your eyes, keep your spirit steady. Leave the rest to me." A warm, blue light flowed from Teacher Wang's hand, pressing against the healing pod in front of Chu Yi. Once he was finished, Teacher Wang looked at Sun Yun. "You stay here at the school. I'm going to inspect the battlefield." She glanced worriedly at Chu Yi. "I'll stay by his side." Outside, the battlefield had been temporarily cleared. The wounded were tending to their own recovery, while the rest were assigned shifts to rest. Hamsun reviewed the report, a look of relief washing over his face as he turned to Teacher Wang. It was mainly because Chu Yi located the core. He handed the data over. Over 30 dead, more than 120 injured. The mages suffered the heaviest casualties. Fortunately, the otherworldly gate was completely destroyed, preventing any more demonic beasts from pouring out. Teacher Wang stared at the list of the fallen and said to Hamsun, "Record their full names." I will personally visit each of their families to offer my condolences. Just then, an urgent call flashed on the screen. Captain Wang, Captain Ngu reports that fluctuations from a hive-type rift have been detected in the abandoned mining area of the magic capital. Teacher Wang asked calmly, "What's the civilian situation?" Hamsun frowned. "No demonic beasts have been sighted yet. The mining area is abandoned. A 5-kilometer radius has been locked down on headquarters orders. 12 team leaders are taking their elite units to handle it." Teacher Wang immediately responded, "Understood. We'll depart at once." But Hamsun hesitated. "Old Wang. Chu Yi has a special ability to sense dark energy. If he were to Teacher Wang, cut him off instantly." "Absolutely not." Hamsun looked at him, wanting to press the issue, but held his tongue. Teacher Wang simply gazed out at the distant battlefield. "Hamsun, we soldiers put on these uniforms and carry these weapons so that a 19-year-old kid doesn't have to carry the world on his shoulders." A memory surfaced in his mind 20 years ago. There was another student just like him, one who could also sense the darkness. Back then, we treated him like a detection tool. And in the end, we couldn't even find a complete body to bring home. Teacher Wang's voice was firm. Chu Yi is not a tool. He is the one who can change the tide of this war. And that is precisely why we cannot afford to burn him out before his wings have fully grown. If the sky is going to fall, it's our job to hold it up. Hamsun chuckled, clapping him hard on the shoulder. "You're right, I was getting ahead of myself. Let's go. We'll deal with that damn thing first." Teacher Wang straightened his uniform. "And don't hit so hard. Issue the order. All available personnel are to assemble and resupply within 5 minutes. Leave this area to the logistics team." The two men stood with cold, determined gazes, like hunters locked onto the same prey. The next round of battle was about to begin. Outside, the world was already gearing up for a new fight. But inside the treatment room, a lone figure stood in silence. Slender, black-gloved fingers gently touched the glass of the pod. The person inside, with his eyes closed, looks unusually docile. A face like that, it's definitely the type to win over the girls. Even my own niece was jumping up and down, begging me to introduce her to you. Lost in her monologue, she failed to notice Chu Yi's arm twitch. I had to be frank and tell her to give up, of course. Seeing Chu Yi starting to stir, she jumped back, covering her mouth with one hand to hide her awkwardness. A moment later, she turned back with a forced smile, feigning a natural tone. "Student Chu Yi, you're awake?" Chu Yi looked at her, confused. "Steward, did the teacher come by to ask about anything? How did you know?" He gave her a sly grin. She talks, then she smiles. "I guess the teacher had something urgent come up. It's a familiar pattern." Miss Tin crossed her legs as she sat in a chair, speaking slowly. "Right now, the Guildmaster is on his way to the rift in the magic capital. The situation in Blackwind Valley far exceeded our initial predictions. The Guildmaster only wanted you to borrow the Chu family's Dragon Abyss to solidify your second spring foundation. He never expected you'd be dragged into such a large-scale battle, and he feels terrible about it. He hopes you'll rest at the Chu family estate for the time being. Everything else can be discussed when he returns." Her tone grew more detached as she continued. "All the underworld forces beneath Taehang have been dealt with by the military. A few branches managed to escape, but they're no longer a threat." After speaking, she took out a token. "Because you saved the day and your merits were outstanding, the military has decided to grant you full management rights over Blackwind Valley. This is the land deed." The Guildmaster also mentioned that the resources here could help the Chu family with their current crisis. Chu Yi accepted the deed. He said softly, "You mean those long-lost frost crystals the teacher mentioned?" He paused. "Of course, the teacher knows everything." Miss Tin stepped closer. Her charming eyes scanned Chu Yi up and down. "Chu Yi, I'll ask you one last time. Are you absolutely sure you won't consider joining the Skydance Guild?" His answer was decisive. "No need." With that, she turned to leave. The clicking of her high heels faded into the distance. Chu Yi crossed his arms, letting out a frustrated sigh as her figure disappeared. He took out the core of the iron prison to inspect it. In the face of such a brutal war, the power of a second spring was still far too weak. Frost Fang materialized beside him. On the path to the peak, even a lone wolf will eventually collapse from exhaustion. It isn't cowardly to use the strength of others to advance. Chu Yi replied, his gaze fixed firmly on the Azure Frost Aegis. That power belongs exclusively to the state. The scene changes, and Chu Yi returns home to a warm family welcome. In the hallway of the Chu family home, his sister asked, "Brother, why did you suddenly have little Blackie bring me back? I was so worried something had happened to you." He hugged Chu Van, speaking gently. "I was afraid the events at Blackwind Valley would endanger you. Chu Yi looked at the two with gratitude. Uncle Hang, Sister Hubok, thank you both. Hubok smiled. Taking care of Vanner is our duty. All the arrangements you requested in your letter have been made. Brother, where are we going? His sister asked. He ruffled her hair. I'm taking you to the center of the Chu family's power, to reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to you. In the grand hall, a crowd was already gathered around a large, round table. Someone asked, why has the patriarch summoned us? I heard that Lady Hong is dead. What? Then what about the frost marrow crystal? There are dozens of children in the clan who need their bloodline suppressed. This is a matter of survival. We must find a new way. The third elder mused, glancing at the patriarch. The head seat remained empty. The old man sat in silence, as if waiting for someone. What a predicament. A sudden sound drew everyone's attention to the entrance. The great doors swung open, and a small group walked in, stunning the entire room into silence. Chu Yi led the way, holding Chu Van's hand, followed by Uncle Hang and Hubok. The third elder's brow furrowed at the sight of them, his gaze locked on the newcomers. Chu Yi walked forward and calmly addressed the patriarch. Vanner is here. Have a seat. He then pulled out the empty chair at the head of the table and sat down himself. With a solemn expression, Chu Yi clasped his hands and calmly surveyed the room from the patriarch's seat. The third elder exploded. How dare you sit there? Do you have any respect for your elders? The second elder quickly grabbed his shoulder, offering a placating smile. Chu Yi, it's true you possess a pure bloodline, but you can't overstep your authority like this. Chu Yi leaned forward, his hands flat on the table, his eyes as sharp as an alpha wolf's. I didn't come here today to argue. I came to make the Chu family promise me one thing. Every word he spoke left even Chu Van stunned. Chu Van will be the next successor of the Chu family. The entire clan will devote its best resources to nurturing her. In the future, all priority rights of the Chu family will belong to Chu Van. The third elder shot back. The heir is of the utmost importance. How can the 100-year legacy of the Chu family be handed over to someone who only returned a few years ago? Patriarch, you must uphold justice. This is blatant opportunism, Uncle Hang spoke up calmly. I can testify. The purity of Chu Van's bloodline is 3 times higher than my own. With her, the Chu family has a chance to reclaim its glory. Hubok added, Chu Van is incredibly gifted. I taught her the frost ice art last week, and she mastered the basics in a single day. Chu Yi delivered the final blow. That is because Chu Van carries the true, orthodox frost ice bloodline. Do you still question my right to be the heir? An oppressive aura flooded out from the young man. The third elder shielded his face, roaring, How insolent! You dare to make a move in the council hall? In the next instant, a powerful wave of internal energy swept over the entire round table. A cold haze fell over Chu Yi's eyes as he locked onto his target. The fierce power erupting from his body was so terrifying it silenced everyone in the room. Not a single person dared to utter a word. The third elder was sent flying by the sheer force of the pressure, unable to stop himself from coughing up a mouthful of blood. In that moment, Chu Yi's power manifested as the faint image of an azure dragon coiling around him. The protective barrier in front of the third elder shattered into pieces. The clan leader worried that appointing an heir so hastily would breed resentment among the other disciples. This pressure, he's only at the second transition, yet it's on par with level 40, and it even carries the terrifying might of an ice dragon. Chu Yi spoke, his voice dripping with ice. This argument ends here. If you cling to outdated rules just to survive, you will never understand. Seated among the crowd, he confidently declared, I am the new rule. The clan leader watched him in deep thought. Chu Yi's power expanded and retracted so naturally. His rate of growth was simply terrifying. Chu Yi continued. Every year, the Chu family pays a heavy price to the Mehmed Merchant Guild for cold ice crystals. Now, their entire ore repository in Singing Wind Valley belongs to me. The quantity is beyond your imagination. I will grant the Chu family the mining rights and dispatch our most loyal clansmen there. With this resource, the Chu family's bloodline will be secured for the long term, and this is only the beginning. I will find a way to break the curse. The clan leader made his decision instantly. We will do as Chu Yi says. Hanger, today you will select 100 clansmen and station them at Singing Wind Valley. Begin transporting the ores back at once. Chu Heng replied with grave seriousness. Yes, sir. He was overjoyed, his heart filled with emotion. Well, isn't this just another form of submission? Seizing power through brute force. Chu Yi's voice turned colder as he retorted, Submission? What I am giving you is something this family could never provide on its own. He then pressed on. Every year, How much of its resources does the Chu family spend buying dungeon tickets for its disciples? How many favors are called in just to compete for a spot in a secret realm? The third elder replied, that is normal for every great family. Why do you ask? Chu Yi's voice was sharp. What if, from this day forward, the Chu family had its own complete, eternally recognized growth dungeon? The entire hall fell silent. The third elder suddenly burst into loud, disbelieving laughter. He shot to his feet, scolding, I see you're not just young, you're delusional. The 9 dungeons of Central Xia are all controlled by the 3 great guilds and the military. The number of families with their own private dungeons can be counted on one hand, and they are all ancient, top-tier clans. Are you trying to tell me you have one? Chu Yi's internal energy surged. You'll know if it's real or fake once you see it. As soon as he finished speaking, countless tiny fragments instantly gathered into a single, large mass. A multifaceted polygon rose into the air, glowing with a brilliant, 7-colored light. A moment later, a notification appeared. Diamond rank mirror prison, with normal, hard, and nightmare difficulties. Level requirement, 15 to 35 for parties of 1 to 10. I have permanently set the dungeon entrance at the heart of the Chu family estate. From now on, the descendants of the Chu family can enter to train at any time. This is my second promise. Everyone covered their mouths in shock. It's a real dungeon. This is a resource that even the great clans might not possess. Chu Hung nodded. That's right. For our clansmen to train in dungeons each month, the Chu family spends more than half of its profits. Having our own dungeon changes everything. Chu Yun was stunned. This private dungeon. It truly opens a path to the heavens for the Chu family. Chu Yi stood up and affirmed, the Chu family will have a training ground that will never run dry. With that, he turned and walked away, not needing to see anyone's expression or spend another coin. He glanced back at the crowd, his voice chilling. Third elder, do you still dare to test a delusional maniac like me? Only then did the old man secretly understand. That gate couldn't possibly be fake. It was all real. The young man before them had not only brought back resources, but had completely changed the Chu family's destiny. We were blind before. I support Chu Yun becoming the heir 100 times over. Her brother is a peerless talent with a grand vision. Heaven is truly protecting our Chu family. She is completely worthy. The clan leader then announced, if there are no further objections, from this day forward, Chu Yun will be the sole young lord of the Chu family. Chu Yi added one more thing. Seeing her is the same as seeing me. Her orders carry the highest authority. The scene then shifts, as waves of energy begin to ripple outwards. Chu Yi sat there, refining his internal energy. The Chu disciples were mostly between levels 13 and 20. The most suitable entry-level monster was the typical Ice Maw Wolf. He would set level 10 Ice Maw Wolves as the first challenge. They have low intelligence and high numbers, and they self-destruct upon death, creating a small frost zone that slows movement. The evaluation score will be directly linked to the number of times a player is affected by the frost. To get a high score, they'll have to maintain distance, control their rhythm, and not just stand still and unleash skills. The second stage would be a constantly shifting ice crystal maze. The monsters there would have ice crystal armor, making frontal attacks ineffective, forcing participants to find weak points and learn how to observe. This area is perfect, and that spot over there too. He was using the remnants left behind after Lady Hong's death, which had been absorbed by the Mirror Prison's core, the very woman who had exploited the Chu family for years. Now, using her phantom to train the Chu family's descendants would be her final contribution. In the next moment, the crystal in front of him flared to life, feeling as if the power of heaven and earth was converging on this spot, emitting a refreshingly cool light. Even the spirit beasts nearby roared with excitement, trailing streaks of brilliant golden light. In another corner, the faint, ethereal figure of a young woman appeared. Chu Yi was slightly surprised. Frostfang, with only 35% control, you're already this precise. If I reach 100%, could I change the rules of growth, or even pull monsters and powers from inside out into the real world? Just then, an object slammed hard onto his head, making Chu Yi cry out in pain. It turned out Frostfang had just whacked him one. The dungeon's designer was meant to help the Chu family grow stronger, not to satisfy the creator's own desires. The truly strong control power. They are not consumed by it. Chu Yi wiped the sweat from his brow and gave a kusao. I know, you're always right. At that same moment, Chu Yi slowly approached. Yunair, that outfit really suits you. The ceremony is tomorrow. Why do you look so troubled? Chu Yun hurriedly replied. Everywhere I've gone these past few days, people have been greeting me as the young lord, asking me to look after them. She hesitated for a moment before continuing. But can I really bear the weight of those two words? Young lord, I don't want to disappoint you, and I don't want to disappoint everyone else. Hearing this, Chu Yi looked surprised. He reached out and stroked her cheek. You silly girl, you have never and will never disappoint me. Yunner, do you know what the Chu family is like? Chu Yun took his hand and asked, what is it like? Chu Yi replied, it's like a colossal ship trapped in an old dream, magnificent on the outside, but rotting from within, having to beg for cold ice crystals just to stay afloat. But I don't laugh at the Chu family, because we are also passengers on that ship. If the waters remain calm, it can drift along. But in Singing Wind Valley, I saw real war. Compared to that, all our previous trials were just child's play. When the great waves come, the people on this old ship will flee. I don't want you to wait for a hero to protect you, because that means putting your fate in someone else's hands. Yunner, we can't be passengers forever. We have to become the ones at the helm. An individual's strength is limited. Chu Yun also shared her thoughts. Building a new force would take too much time and too many resources, while the Chu family already has a foundation. It's the most ideal starting point. She finally understood. So, you're helping the Chu family to turn it into our time's ship. Chu Yi was blunt. That's right, but for this old ship to be reborn and obey my commands, it needs a central key. After speaking, he closed his eyes, and a golden sigil appeared on his forehead. He reached out and gently touched Chu Yun's forehead. Her gaze grew hazy. Look at the sigil on your forehead, Chu Yi said. That is the cold ice bloodline. I won't pass on the position just for the sake of the Chu family. The clan leader and the elders trust me, but they also worry about an outsider holding power. Yunner, you are the perfect and only bridge between me and the Chu family. You are the legitimate heir recognized by the entire clan. With you in charge, the Chu family will command its full strength and become my most steadfast ally. Hearing his words, tears streamed silently down Chu Yun's face. She looked at Chu Yi, deeply moved, then nodded and smiled. Brother, I understand now. A happy smile bloomed on her face. After all, what's the point of awakening my bloodline if I only ever stand behind you? Don't you worry, brother. I'll be your most trusted right hand. This is a responsibility I can handle. Chu Yi declared. From now on, we fight side by side. Chu Yun pouted. Brother, I'm the young lord now. You can't pinch my cheeks anymore. Chu Yi chuckled. All right, whatever the young lord says. Swang Na thought to himself with awe. Did this kid just awaken some kind of mind control skill? With just a few words, he had the young girl's blood boiling with passion, ready to conquer the new territory for him. The scene shifts, and a powerful voice rings out. Of the 10 Chu descendants, Chu Yun, step forward to receive your token. Below the stage, 2 girls waited, their faces a mix of anxiety and apprehension. Though she looked young, her aura was anything but ordinary. Her ice bloodline purity was as high as 70%. So what if it's high? Managing a clan takes more than just bloodline, you know. Keep your voice down. Her brother is this year's national champion for new awakeners. He's standing right over there. I heard she was only made young lord because she discovered an unowned dungeon and offered it to the clan. I doubt it. If I had a dungeon, I'd join the military and get a commission. That's because your ambitions are small. Ling Feng seethed, furious at the cowards gossiping behind their backs. Xia Lan smiled at Ling Feng as she and the guards protecting Chu Yun stepped forward to bow. Chu Yun pays her respects to the clan leader. The leader announced, today, in my capacity as clan leader, I officially appoint Chu Yun as the young lord of the Chu clan. To see the young lord is to see me. All clan matters will be decided by the young lord. He turned to Chu Yun and instructed her, kneel before the goddess and pray with a sincere heart. Chu Yun immediately complied, kneeling to swear her oath. Descendant Chu Yun pays homage to the frost goddess. I will obey all commands and swear an oath to not fail my duty. May the blood goddess bear witness. If I break this vow, may I suffer the backlash of the frost and lose the power of my bloodline forever. A surge of energy erupted around Chu Yun, shocking the clan leader. What is that? He exclaimed, as the crowd murmured in confusion. Did something go wrong with the ritual? The goddess doesn't approve of her? Her unknown origins have angered the goddess. But Chu Yi stepped forward calmly. Father, don't worry. This is a good thing. That is a divine blessing, caused by the resonance of little Yunner's high bloodline purity. Look, she is still kneeling safely before the statue, completely unharmed. A divine voice echoed, your oath is protected by the goddess. The frost shall become your scepter of power. Chu Yun immediately raised her hand as the power wrapped around her arm. The snowflake insignia on her body bloomed, and her body slowly began to float into the air. Faced with this phenomenon, Chu Yi was stunned, her eyes fixed on the divine image before her. The clan leader gasped in shock. This vision, it's the awakening of an S-rank talent, the divine grace baptism recorded in the ancient texts. He then looked at Chu Yi, unable to hide his curiosity. Young lord, your current talent is truly extraordinary. At that moment, a system panel quickly appeared, and he was so overjoyed, he was at a loss for words. That's it. This is it. This is the same type of talent our Chu clan's founding ancestor possessed. The glory of our ancestors can finally be restored. At his words, all the clan members erupted in a massive cheer. The heavens are protecting the Chu clan. The legendary S-rank talent has actually appeared. Our Chu clan finally has a hope of revival. In that moment, Chu Yi regained her composure and slowly stepped forward. Fellow clan members, I am Chu Yi. I know I am young and my experience is shallow. Standing in this position, I can't help but feel apprehensive. The goddess bestowed her blessing today because the Chu clan needs hope, needs change, and needs a new future. From this day forward, I will fight alongside all of you. We have the resources. We will gain the strength. The path to power is right beneath our feet. The crowd exploded into a deafening roar, fully embracing her. Young lord, young lord, young lord. Chu Yi smiled with satisfaction. Little Yunair has truly grown up. She was always brave. She just needed a chance to shine. On the stage, Chu Yi began to channel her internal energy. A moment later, she unleashed a powerful strike forward. A magnificent spectacle appeared before them. It was the diamond rank dungeon, the mirror prison, with normal, hard, and nightmare difficulties, requiring levels 15 to 35. It could be entered by a party of 1 to 10 people. Chu Yi pointed to the crystalline structure and declared, "Behind this door lies the foundation of the Chu clan's future. The mirror prison will become our sharpest forge. As young lord, my first order is this. From today on, the dungeon will have a monthly point leaderboard. The top 3, regardless of their background, will be allowed to enter the treasure pavilion and choose one item. The top 10 will be given priority to use the pure frost marrow crystals for their cultivation. All resources will belong to those who contribute." A fire lit up in everyone's eyes. Chu Yi had completely won them over. The cheers erupted once more, the atmosphere electric with excitement as discussions broke out below. Both inner and outer disciples were stunned. Before, you had to bribe an elder to enter a dungeon. Now everyone has a chance. Finally, we don't have to rely on connections. All that matters now is strength. I remember last year in the Dire Wolf dungeon, I was forced to give up 70% of my earnings. Now the Chu clan has its own diamond rank dungeon. Hearing their words, Chu Yi's expression began to beam with pride. The third elder added, "She established her legitimacy with her talent, and with this point system, she's shattered the inner circle's monopoly on resources, motivating the entire clan." Chu Yi thought to himself, "This little sister of mine is anything but ordinary." The clan leader nodded in satisfaction, thinking, the Chu clan is truly about to enter an era of transformation. Chu Yi's voice boomed. Who is willing to be the vanguard and begin this new journey for the Chu clan? Murmurs spread through the crowd. Was the dungeon stable? What if they went in and couldn't get out? While the young men hesitated, a girl unexpectedly stepped forward. "Let me scout ahead for everyone." Chu Yi was surprised to see it was Hugh Bok who volunteered. The girl rushed to stand before Chu Yi and declared, "Young lord, the Chu clan has been suppressed for too long. I refuse to let it end with our generation. Save that top reward for me." Her words broke the hesitation. "Young lord, I want to enter the dungeon too. I want to prove myself. Let me go with her. A team will be safer." Under Chu Yi's watchful gaze, another person spoke up, "I want to show that kid from the Lin clan what we're made of." At the same time, Chu Yi secretly gathered her energy, and a massive screen materialized in the air. Gasps of amazement rippled through the crowd. "Isn't that the military's high-end tech? We can review the experts' techniques later. We don't have to worry about dying for nothing anymore. Just what is our young lord's background?" The first team stepped forward to enter the dungeon. Hongfam, a level 18 fighter. Noon Yen, a level 18 mage. Mac, a level 18 assassin. Chu Dongni, a level 18 priest. The 4-person party all selected the simple difficulty. Inside the dungeon, a thick fog blanketed a mountain range. Demonic beasts began to emerge. Noon Yen warned, "There are a lot of them, and they're moving incredibly fast in this fog." The pack of wolves showed no hesitation, slowly closing in on the team. Hugh Bok nervously took command. Hong Fam, use Earthshaker Fist to stop their charge. Noon Yen, use Ice Fog to cover our rear. Mac, go into stealth and wait for an opening. Prioritize taking down any wolves that get slowed. Hong Fam immediately responded. Got it. Following Hubok's command, the entire team activated their skills in unison. Hong Fam charged forward, unleashing his Earthshaker fist and making the ground tremble. The skill dealt minor damage and applied a slowing effect. Mac quickly closed in, her eyes colder than the snow wolves themselves, as she searched for a weak point. But when her blade struck its target, the wolf was almost completely unharmed, leaving her stunned. What's going on? A massive explosion erupted, sending Mac flying. Blood spurted from a long gash that appeared on her leg. Just as Mac was about to fall, a voice called out, "Holy light, protect." It was only then that Mac realized the wolves had a protective barrier, which was why her dagger couldn't pierce through. That explosion came with a debuff. Everyone, be careful. Hubok quickly changed tactics. Huang Fam, focus on knockbacks and crowd control. Nunyen, use ice wolves to block the pack. Mac, stay mobile and take out any wolves that are about to self-destruct. Outside, everyone watched in excitement. Even though Hyobok is a priest, her command skills and reaction time are incredible. That self-destruct is too dangerous. The range is huge, and the slow effect is intense. After taking a hit once, Mac had now completely grasped their attack patterns. The coordination between the four of them was nearly flawless. The Patriarch nodded in satisfaction. I see now. This trial, he thought to himself, protective ice armor, self-destruction upon death. The design of this dungeon is truly exquisite. This isn't about leveling up, it's about learning to survive on a knife's edge. The very foundation of the Chu family's next 50 years may be forged right here. Could Chu Yi really be that selfless? Elder Qin refuses to believe it. Impossible. He must have another angle I'm just not seeing. Meanwhile, inside the instance dungeon, it takes a mere 10 minutes for the entire wolf pack to be completely wiped out. The system notifications keep rolling in. The more demonic beasts they kill, the greater the rewards. Hubok stares at the system window, absolutely stunned. The group erupts in celebration. I'm only 1,000 EXP away from level 9. I'll do even better in the next stage, one exclaims. I never would have gotten this much experience without you guys. With his confidence restored, Hubok rallies the team. Let's go! On to the second stage. Let's try to get everyone a level up. A murmur ripples through the watching crowd as a brilliant light erupts. That's the glow of a level up. Hubok leveled up right there in the dungeon. Did you see that? One run is all it takes? What are we waiting for? I'm going in too, looking for a party. Need a strong tanker and some burst DPS, another person shouts. A healer calls out. Priest looking for a team. The news spreads like wildfire. The Chu family has their own private dungeon now. We won't have to worry about grinding for experience anymore. The Chu family's power is about to skyrocket, someone remarks. An advisor turns to Chu Yi. Young master, Hubok's level up is more persuasive than 1,000 speeches. Everyone's spirit is on fire. Chu Yun steps forward. Everyone, please don't rush. The dungeon will be opened in batches, organized by level. This ensures everyone gets a chance to participate. The ceremony is now over. Anyone who wants to be in the first wave, please register and form your parties now. The first group will depart in half an hour. The crowd roars with excitement. All right. Thank you, young master. Your wisdom is unmatched. People immediately start strategizing. Against those ice crystal wolves, crowd control skills have to be the top priority. High-level mages already begin positioning themselves, finding stable spots to provide support from the back lines. Chu Yi watches from the back, his eyes scanning the endlessly chattering crowd. As he circulates his internal energy, he begins laying out his plans. The mining of the crystal stones. I'll entrust that to the third elder. Management of the dungeon itself will go to the clan head. And as for the core of the mirror prison, I'll give that to Yunair. He's perfectly balanced the power and the benefits, separating them. Now, they'll be forced to work together and support Yunair if they ever want to get what they desire. And as for himself, he retains the ultimate control, the absolute power of the mirror prison. Watching from the sidelines, he muses that his S-rank talent requires a colossal amount of resources. Looks like the next time I see Master, I'll have to squeeze some benefits out of him. He recalls seeing a block of 10,000-year ice marrow in the Master's secret chamber once before. Returning to his room, he settles down. Chu Yi sits cross-legged on his bed, circulating his internal energy when the system chimes. Congratulations on completing the SSS rank daily mission. Reward, 20 free attribute points. Additional reward, 10 grade, a recovery potions. He lets out a long sigh. After a full month, he mutters to himself before pulling up his personal status window. A flood of data fills the screen. Chu Yi does a quick mental calculation. He's so close to the next level. He scrolls through the other tabs on the system panel, considering these grade A and B potions, along with this basic equipment. They're worthless to me now, but I can still add them to the family's reward vault. The stronger the clan becomes, the more solid Yuner's position within it will be. Suddenly, Shuangya materializes, looking skeptical. Is your brotherly affection really that deep? I thought for sure you would hand over the entire core to Yuner. Chu Yi's expression turns serious. Yuner needs prestige. The Chu family needs a symbol of hope. All I gave her was the right to manage it. The true power remains with me, he continues. Did you notice? I've grown stronger, but my control percentage over the mirror prison hasn't changed. Yet, when I absorbed Lady Hong, it jumped to 50%. He hesitates for a moment before voicing his theory. The mirror prison. I think it's incomplete. It needs to devour powerful individuals to integrate their strength and complete itself. So on the surface, it looks like my control is increasing. But what's really happening is that its own completion level is rising. If that theory holds, then all those dark entities back in Blackwind Valley were never absorbed by the mirror prison. What a waste, Shuangya sighs. Exactly, Chu Yi agrees, and then there's Liu Xuan, the most powerful opponent I've ever faced. If I had absorbed him, the gains would have been immense. Shuangya cautions him. Don't forget, Liu Xuan's level might not have been high, but he could borrow the power of a demon lord. If the military hadn't intervened, the outcome of your fight would have been uncertain. It's fine to pursue power, but don't let ambition cloud your judgment. Chu Yi stretches, completely unfazed. Don't worry. The person who can truly drag me down hasn't been born yet. Shuangya replies icily, such an arrogant little brat. Chu Yi drains his cup. That final dimensional gate in Blackwind Valley. I'm certain someone else was pulling the strings from behind the scenes. He barely finishes his sentence when a knock sounds at the door. Young master, the butler from the Jiang family is here. The butler? At this hour? As soon as Chu Yi opens the door, he asks, Uncle Fu, what brings you here? Chu Fu steps inside and bows deeply. This old servant greets the young miss. The young miss is still training so diligently here. Did you just finish your session? Chu Ran smiles warmly. I train my body every day. Your journey must have been tiring, uncle. Please, come in and rest with some tea. The old man leisurely pulls out a handkerchief. His movements are practiced, almost rehearsed. Dabbing at his eyes, Chu Fu says, the matriarch misses you terribly, young miss. Plus, with the upcoming internal family tournament, there are many preparations to be made, so she sent this old servant to escort you home. But Chu Ran is suspicious. I just spoke with my mother yesterday. She didn't say a word about me coming home. The moment she says this, Chu Fu's tears instantly stop. He offers a placid smile. Perhaps the matriarch wanted it to be a surprise. Clan affairs are piling up like a mountain. I hope the young miss understands and will prepare to depart at once. Just then, Chu Yi steps out. Xiao Ran, is this an elder from your clan? Chu Ran nods. Yes, Uncle Fu has watched me grow up since I was a child. Chu Yi smiles and extends a hand. Hello, Uncle Fu. I'm Chu Yi. Is there something urgent that required this trip? Internally, he's on high alert. Asterisk. This man, he's incredibly strong. Asterisk. The old butler, in turn, is silently sizing up Chu Yi with a calculating gaze. Chu Ran quickly explains, Brother Chu Yi, I need to go back to my clan for a while to see my mother. He seems a bit surprised. Your mother? Then, Chu Yi pulls her into a gentle hug and smiles. That's a good thing. You've been through so much hardship following me around. Please give your mother my best. Chu Fu bows his head respectfully. Young Master Chu is truly considerate. Then, Chu Yi discreetly transfers some of his internal energy to her, whispering, Xiao Ran, thank you for always being by my side. A cold glint flashes in Chu Fu's eyes as he watches Chu Yi with intense scrutiny. Chu Ran also senses something is off. She looks down in astonishment as a golden light radiates from her body, a divine light infusion. Asterisk, only Brother Chu Yi can do this. Asterisk, he nods, instructing her softly, be careful with everything. If you run into any trouble, call me immediately. Standing nearby, Chu Fu grows visibly impatient. Young miss, we really should be on our way. Chu Ran blushes slightly. Ah, all right, let me just change my clothes and I'll be ready. Before leaving the room, she turns back. Brother Chu Yi, I'll bring you back some of Sichuan's specialty spicy rabbit heads. The kind that's so spicy you'll breathe fire. The moment she's gone, Shuangya materializes. What is it? You feel like something is wrong, don't you? The smile vanishes from Chu Yi's face. In a grave tone, he replies, "It's hard to explain. Leaving in such a hurry, it's not proper. Something's off." Silence falls over Chu Yi's residence, a quiet that feels unnatural. He turns to Shuangya. "Right, there was something I meant to ask you earlier. Before that dimensional gate was destroyed, it called Blue Star, a plunderer. You've lived for 100 years. Do you have any idea what that means?" Shuangya replies, "My memories from before the Eternal Advent are chaotic. All that's left are echoes of crying and rage. But I don't know whose they are." Just then, another voice cuts through the silence. "That's a question we've been trying to answer for decades." Teacher Wang appears out of thin air. Chu Yi rushes to his side. "Teacher, you're injured." The man simply replies, "The rift at the demon capital has been temporarily sealed, but the cost was far greater than we anticipated. The light element mages suffered the heaviest casualties. Their holy light directly counters demonic energy, which made them the primary targets." With that, he tosses an object to Chu Yi. "This is the core of a level 48 demon lord from the demon capital. Try to sense the energy within it." Staring at the core in his hand, Chu Yi hesitates. "What is this?" In that instant, Chu Yi's eyes flash with light. Within the core, the towering silhouette of a monstrous beast emerges. A stream of black energy shoots out from the object, and before Chu Yi can even react, it slams into his body. Two other distinct auras simultaneously awaken within him. He stands frozen, his expression flickering through a dozen emotions. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Chu Yi slams the core onto the ground. Teacher Wang speaks in a low, grim voice. "It has the same energy as the demons from Blackwind Valley and the Cheongfeng mountain range. This proves they all come from the same world, possibly even the same faction." He looks up, his eyes filled with dread. "This means the otherworldly demons are invading our world on a scale, and with an intensity we have never seen before." The scene shifts. We learn that the military and the world's top guilds have launched multiple reconnaissance missions into the other dimension, where they discovered numerous ancient ruins. But these weren't demonic structures. They were the remnants of a civilization that perfectly matched Blue Star's own lost, ancient civilization. After compiling information from hundreds of these dimensional ruins, the military has finally come to a shocking conclusion. Teacher Wang told Chung Yi that in an era so distant it was hard to imagine, Blue Star once possessed a transcendent civilization that launched a war of invasion. Chung Yi asked slowly, "Then what? Is the eternal game? Is our current world an unforeseen accident or a long orchestrated conspiracy?" Teacher Wang continued in a low voice. "Regarding the eternal game, the only certainty is that we are inheriting a legacy both heavy and perilous, born from sin and hatred." He looked Chung Yi straight in the eye and said slowly, "Prepare yourself. This world needs you." After speaking, Teacher Wang summoned another light blue globe and showed it to him. "Look closely," he explained. "The large-scale rifts are guarded by the military and major guilds, but with countless smaller rifts, we can barely keep up. Our defensive lines are slowly being eroded. If this continues, we won't even need a mid-level rift to burst open for the public to descend into chaos. That's why I called you here to be direct about what you need to do." Teacher Wang gave a faint smile and opened the Hidden Dragon platform, a place for those whose achievements or potential have not yet been recognized by the higher-ups and who don't yet qualify for rewards. But you and your team at Wind Gorge Valley proved you have the ability to destroy small-scale rifts. The military has decided to open the Hidden Dragon platform to you. Inside, you'll find missions to deal with these rifts. The young man thought to himself with confidence. Asterisk, what's there to be afraid of? Asterisk. The teacher instructed him that he had already requested leave from school for the entire team. They just needed to be back before the final exams. Remember, if you encounter a rift beyond your capabilities, contact the military immediately. Chung Yi smiled brightly, assuring his teacher they wouldn't be a disappointment. But that night, Chung Yi returned to his dorm room alone. Teacher Wang proudly sent a message, confirming he had obtained the ice marrow. Chung Yi immediately clenched his fists, and the 2 blocks of ice vanished. The system promptly displayed an identity verification message. Following the instructions, Chung Yi quickly filled in his data on the panel. He sat on his bed, watching a series of system windows pop up with scrolling text. Chung Yi calculated silently. Asterisk, small rifts are more dangerous than dungeons, but their value is just as high. They're perfect for sharpening our skills. Asterisk. More importantly, these rifts might hide unexpected opportunities for the mirror prison to profit. With that thought, he confirmed his selection. The special hell training had officially begun. The night was late, the full moon hanging high and bright. Deep within a dense forest, a group of people moved forward in mysterious silence. The moment the monster finished its cry, the beast charged straight at them, its eyes filled with bloodlust. In the next instant, a blinding ray of light struck its body. One man fell to the ground in fear, but thankfully, the beast was taken down instantly. He frantically looked around for their savior as the tense atmosphere subsided. Chu Yi descended slowly from above, reminding them, "Don't get greedy. Focus on coordination." Before they could even catch their breath, other beasts surged forward, enraged by the death of their kin. Lin Fong shot forward, laughing loudly. "Finally, the day has come. The monsters in the mirror prison are nothing compared to real demons. Let's fight for real." He unleashed his crimson flame fist, smashing the beasts and roaring, "Die! Team, move in. Power of lightning. Heed my command. Crush them. Thundering spear pierce." Meanwhile, Ha Lan was also cornered by a beast. She shouted, "Heaven and Earth's mystic sect, soul restraining lock?" It was too late. As it opened its mouth to bite, a shield barely blocked the attack in time. The girl beside her immediately unleashed an ice mountain slash. From above, Chu Yi observed, "Song Ha Lan, your spirit-calming talisman took too long to prepare. 3 seconds. Today, you'll have an extra half hour of mirror prison training." She immediately replied, "Yes. Shen Lin Fong, your Crimson Flame Fist lost 17% of its energy. 2 instances of wasted stamina. 1 extra hour of training focused on power condensation." Hearing this, Lin Fong couldn't help but break into a wide grin. After just 15 minutes, all the monsters lay scattered on the ground. Immediately, their bodies were swiftly absorbed back into the environment. Dungeon has absorbed Demon Hound energy. Control over the mirror prison core has increased to 36%. New Guardian detected. The hellish Demon Hound has been recorded in the dungeon's databank. Satisfied, Chu Yi announced that the mission was complete. Who are they? Are they with the military? So strong. Those were all level 30 Demon Hounds. Just then, Lin Fong suddenly froze, his face turning pale as if he was about to faint. He fell backward, groaning. "Not a single drop left. I can't even squeeze out any fire essence." The others quickly chimed in, "Big brother, there are too many poison carriers. We can't kill them all. It's impossible to clear them out. Our spiritual energy is almost gone. My hands are shaking so much I can't even draw a talisman." At that moment, a beam of healing light shone down on everyone. Lin Fong's complexion gradually improved. His breathing started to ease. Chu Yi announced, "Stamina and mana recovered to 85%. 27 poison marks remaining. Time limit to clear them, 1 minute. The entire team's mirror prison training is extended by 2 hours." Hearing this, everyone asked, stunned, 1 minute? Looking at the horde of monsters, Lin Fong roared and charged. Ha Lan flew after him, protesting, "Captain, the team's strength can't be pushed like this." Unsatisfied, she yelled, "This is exploitation." Exploitation? Chu Yi immediately warned, "Song Ha Lan, your movement trajectory is off by 15 degrees. If you don't correct it, the ambusher on your right and Aki's will spray your back." Hearing this, Ha Lan instantly dodged to the side. In the spot where she'd just been, acid ate a large hole into the ground, sending a shiver down her spine. But it wasn't over. A small amount of acid still hit her back. Chu Yi's eyes were ice cold as he stared at her. Ha Lan trembled under his gaze. She quickly thanked the captain for the warning. Soon after, the last of the monsters were finally defeated. Chu Yi ran over to report. The team's skill coordination efficiency this time was less than 40%. Chu Yi quickly healed the team, pointing out, "Thiat Tam, you blocked 17 avoidable attacks. Over-relying on defense is a waste of stamina." Chu Yi continued, "Song Ha Lan, when Lin Fong was being attacked from multiple directions, your crowd control was too slow, causing him to expend too much stamina. However, even with his mana depleted, Lin Fong forced his Flame Dragon Divine Body to activate, single-handedly taking down the only mutated variant. This prevented the team from being dragged into a dangerous, prolonged battle." Chu Yi emphasized seriously, "Remember this feeling of having your potential forced out in a desperate situation. That moment is the key to your second awakening. The team will rest for 5 minutes, then we begin today's special mirror prison training." Everyone collapsed to the ground, replying, "Yes, Captain." People were chattering amongst themselves. "I heard they have a diamond-level dungeon, and both inner and outer disciples can enter. This time, I cleared it 1 minute faster, so the clan leader rewarded me with a grade A short weapon enchantment talisman. The place is churning out experts every single day. It looks like the Zhu family is about to make a big move." Chu Yi added, As long as we hand over 50% of the items we find, even outsiders like us can enter the dungeon. It's a much better deal. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged, putting everyone on high alert. A large truck came roaring toward them, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. The driver was clearly inexperienced, causing Chung Yi's group to freeze for a moment. Then, the people in the truck slowly climbed out. Where's the useless manager of the Zhu family? Get the hell out here. Hubok stepped forward, her voice cold. Dire Wolf Guild, what business do you have with the Zhu family? Oh, aren't you clever? Why even ask? The dungeons in Tianlan province have always been managed by our Dire Wolf Guild. You're trying to steal the food from our table. He let out a contemptuous sneer. Shouldn't you give us an explanation for this? Hubok frowned and replied, the dungeon is the private property of the Zhu family. On what grounds do we owe you an explanation? When the Dire Wolf Guild manipulated dungeons and exploited other factions, I didn't see you people talking about principles. Hearing this, the man clutched his stomach and roared with laughter. Principles? Little girl? In Tianlan, the fists of the Dire Wolf Guild times are times the principle. Today, you either hand over the dungeon or we level the entire Zhu family. Hugh Box silently channeled her internal energy, holding back. A hand gently pushed her aside. Lin Fong stepped forward with a lazy, mocking smirk. Where did this stray dog come from, barking so loudly at someone else's doorstep? The man spun around and yelled, some brat who hasn't even grown all his hair yet dares to interfere in my business. Do you know who I am? Lin Fong sneered, holding up 3 fingers. I'll count to 3. Get your pack of dogs out of my sight. The thugs instantly erupted in fury. You're asking to die. Get him. Take care of that punk first, one of them roared, swinging his club hard at Lin Fong. The young man's voice was ice. I already gave you a chance. You're the ones who didn't take it. Thiet Tam, Hubok, go. In a single, explosive move, the 2 thugs who charged forward were sent sprawling to the ground. The leader's eyes widened in anger. He's got some skill. All of you, attack! The 2 thugs behind him immediately rushed Lin Fong. Ha Lan watched intently before unleashing 2 talismans. Heaven and Earth formation. 5 elements anchor. Gravity talisman. Slowing talisman activate. The 2 aggressive thugs charged recklessly onward, ignoring the spells flying toward them. But the glowing sigils shot out, binding them both tightly. Ha Lan then slammed them straight into the ground, leaving the rest of their group completely frozen in shock. Only then did the leader begin to panic. A figure flickered in and out of existence right behind them. It was Lin Fong. He struck directly at the leader, who shrieked in terror, level 27. The words had barely left his mouth before a single punch sent him reeling, completely dazed. Lin Fong scoffed. Level 27? A level like that is only good enough for chugging potions. Hugh Bok's face was a mask of horror. In a single punch, a level 33 Vice Guild Master had been defeated by someone at level 27. Just then, the man transformed into a giant white wolf. He let out a ferocious growl and lunged forward. Damn you! That pathetic punch was nothing but an itch. You foul-mouthed mutt! He was instantly locked in place by 2 formation talismans. A heavy black sigil pressed down on him, making him roar in fury, so heavy. But he refused to give up. I can still push through! Lin Hai immediately countered, shouting, Rock wall! As a smirk played on her lips. A small mountain erupted from the ground, crushing him with excruciating pain, making him feel as if his jaw would be ripped apart. Lin Fong frowned in disgust. So, just another spoiled brat used to getting his way. I despise your kind. Ha Lan and Lin Hai coordinated their attacks, enhancing the fire attribute. 5 Thunder's bodyguard. Annoyed, Lin Fong landed another punch right in the man's face. Seeing their leader sprawled on the ground, the rest of the gang began to panic. These people, they're monsters. Lin Fong looked down at him with contempt. With this little skill, you dared to cause trouble at the Chu clan? Should I call you naive or just stupid? Face pressed against the dirt, the man trembled with silent fear. This group, there's no way they're only level 27, he thought. Their power techniques and combat awareness show they've been through countless life or death battles. The benefits gained from dungeons are truly immense. But he still wasn't ready to submit. Hey, kid, it took 4 of you to barely fight me to a standstill. Our guildmaster is a level 42 Dark Knight. Hand over the dungeon now, or our boss will slaughter your entire Chu clan. A spear slammed into the ground just inches from his feet. Lin Fong calmly glanced at his foe, then turned and asked, Should I kill him? From behind, Chuni replied nonchalantly, No need. Then, in a cold voice, he added, Scram, go back and tell your guildmaster. Remember every inch of this land. If you dare cause trouble here again, The one who takes action will be our captain. The scene shifts to a magnificent building, glowing like a castle, filled with the endless clamor of angry voices. We risked our lives, nearly got our whole team wiped out to get this. And you have the gall to demand 80%? Is the rest supposed to cover potions and gear? Vote kicked the man hard in the chest, roaring, "Shut your mouth." Everyone flinched, staring at their captain. Vote's face was cold as stone. "This dungeon belongs to our guild. My land, my rules. You have two choices. Hand over 80% or stay here forever." Everyone had been beaten mercilessly, and they glared at him with hateful eyes. A teammate quickly tried to pull him back. "Captain, let it go. Last week, someone who resisted got locked in the dungeon to die. They never came out." Nearby, two men snickered smugly. That fire-wielding lunatic got torn to pieces. But just as they spoke, a streak of golden light flashed by, and both men suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed. Elsewhere, the two guards at the entrance also turned pale. As the golden light illuminated them, both were instantly sent flying into the distance. The one roaring in fury was none other than the guild master of the Evil Wolf Guild, a level 42 Dark Knight. "How dare they disgrace the Evil Wolf Guild? This will absolutely not be tolerated." A man named Nguyen spoke up from the side. "Based on the vice captain's description, we can't underestimate them, especially Chu Yi." Bak Ingan added. The Bloodblade Guild got a report from Chu Ingan, a level 32 elementalist sorcerer and a level 32 assassin. Loi Hai spat on the ground contemptuously. "A bunch of useless cowards. Guild master, I say we gather our forces and launch a direct assault on the Chu clan tonight. We won't spare a single soul, not even their chickens and dogs." Lu Tri, a level 33 heavy shield warrior, held his position. VM Quan, however, scowled. "No, a head-on confrontation is the worst possible strategy. Since we know they don't have the stomach for a real war, let's contact the Poison Scorpion and Iron Hand guilds. Tell them the Chu clan is a juicy target, and the Evil Wolf Guild is willing to share the profits. I want everyone to know what happens when you cross the Evil Wolf Guild. Just killing them would be getting off far too easy. After we break through the Chu clan's defenses, tie up that girl, Chu Hyo Bak, first." Oh right, Chu Yi also has that girl with the surname Tong, and the one with the surname Duong. Tie them all up. This old man wants to make them suffer. He hadn't even finished his sentence when a beam of golden light instantly wrapped around his neck. His expression twisted as he roared in fury. "Who is it?" A moment later, he sprayed a huge mouthful of blood like a fountain, desperately clutching his throat. At that moment, Chu Yi appeared, his voice chillingly cold. "It seems my 3-day provocation was still too lenient." Chu Yi stepped forward slowly and gave his command. "For the low-level small fry, if they don't resist, just knock them unconscious. As for these ones, leave them to me." Lin Feng's eyes lit up with excitement. "I was waiting for you to say that." Nguyen La stared intently at the newcomer. Are you Chu Yi? Only level 30, and you dare to barge into my territory?" Vote charged forward. His internal energy erupted as an angelic form manifested around him. Nguyen La also channeled his power, but was instantly horrified. "My lightning essence. It's being suppressed. How can this holy light power be so terrifying?" The next attack struck him directly. Punishment of light. In less than 5 seconds, Nguyen La had fallen. "My whole body is burning. Raging assault. Die for me." But Chu Yi simply flicked his hand, and the man's body was sent flying into the distance. At the same time, Bakengan launched a sneak attack from behind Chu Yi, but his fate was the same as the others. He was instantly repelled. Chu Yi soared into the air and brought down a devastating holy light cross. Despite trying his best to defend, Loi Hai was clearly no match. He could only scream in defiance. "Chu Yi, I'll see you dead." Dark Domain. Seeing his comrades fall one after another, VM Quan was stunned. He glared at Chu Yi and yelled, "I'll make you pay with your life, too." Vile soul cleave. Looking at the giant monster before him, Chu Yi just gave a disdainful smirk. Too late. It's useless. With that, he unleashed a counterattack. VM Quan's weapon shattered into pieces, and his face went pale with terror, but he still refused to believe it. Impossible. This power can't belong to someone at level 30. Chu Yi stared at him coldly. "Did I say you could leave?" The moment the words were spoken, VM Quan was bound tightly. Chu Yi then unleashed Judgment of Justice. Tears streamed down the man's face as he screamed, "No! No!" A second later, a beam of light as scorching as the sun descended upon his body. At that moment, he rapidly condensed his internal energy, absorbing the high-level power. His control over the Mirror Prison Core increased to 38%, and he obtained new dungeon guardians, the Dark Knight. the shadow assassin, the elementalist sorcerer, and the heavy shield warrior. The system detected an ownerless dungeon core. Merge? It asked. Chu Yi replied without hesitation. Merge. Just then, a powerful beam of light erupted from the ground. Seeing the object float towards him, Chu Yi's expression changed. What is it trying to do? As he observed it more closely, he was taken aback. A golden glint flashed in his eyes as Chu Yi focused his senses. Soon, the golden light and a green energy began to intertwine. In just a moment, the two light sources completed their fusion. A system notification sounded. Fusion successful. Acquired. Howling Forest Dungeon. Chuni began to ponder. The Mirror Prison Core is powerful, but it can only summon one dungeon at a time. Having a second dungeon opens up many more options, but each one is unique. If I openly let the Chu clan use it, other factions will assume we destroyed the evil Wolf Guild. For now, I must keep it hidden to prevent others from targeting the Chu clan, which could push them to a breaking point. Before he could finish his thought, the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked open. Chu Yi had no time to react as he plunged straight down into the darkness below. Gazing at the treasures below, Chu Yi smirked in delight. He instantly activated his appraisal skill, revealing the contents of every single chest. Chu Yi quickly realized this haul far surpassed the normal guild's entire collection, proof of how brutally the low-level class users were being exploited. With that thought, he commanded loudly, "Collect!" Then, Chu Yi began a leisurely stroll around the warehouse. A magnificent scene suddenly unfolded before him. For a moment, Chu Yi was completely stunned, his eyes mesmerized. Just then, a golden figure shot past, startling him. He was inwardly shocked. That armor. What is it? A moment later, every suit of armor snapped its attention forward. The smaller suits nearby instantly took up battle formations. They opened fire in unison. The monsters were annihilated in an instant, their limbs sent flying everywhere as a system prompt rang out. Do you accept the inheritance trial of the heavenly revelation Dragon Knight? Whatever this inheritance was, he couldn't pass it up. He answered decisively, I accept. The moment he spoke, a powerful aura erupted, forcing him to squint as he felt strength pouring into his body. This was the power of the heavenly revelation Dragon Knight. Immediately, the system displayed a new mission, slay the demon beast king. Chu Yi settled into his fighting stance and roared, bring it on. Just then, the demon beast lunged forward, snapping its jaws as long tentacles shot out, wrapping tightly around its opponent. A layer of weaponized armor formed on Chu Yi's arm as he swung his sword with full force, hacking into the beast. Like a heroic general, he unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes. Under the fierce pressure, the demon beast was clearly stunned as its tentacles were severed. His eyes blazing, Chu Yi skillfully roared out a summon, Dragon's Breath. Obeying his command, Frostfang immediately unleashed a surging torrent of inner energy. The demon beast was completely suppressed, with almost no ability to fight back. But they weren't done. Chu Yi and Frostfang charged forward together, raising their blades high above their heads. The destructive power of heavenly lightning was truly terrifying. He recalled his battle against Liu Xuan when he first manifested the heavenly revelation armor. Chu Yi frowned. The armor of a regular transferred knight was equipment forged by an armorsmith completely different from his state. No matter how hard he pushed himself to unleash his potential, he couldn't recreate that form. A system notification suddenly rang out. Hidden quest activated, inheritance of the heavenly revelation Dragon Knight. Chu Yi's brows knitted together. Another hidden quest. These types of quests had always been incredibly difficult. Shaking it off, Chu Yi calmly stepped out of the room, leaving the scattered corpses behind. Ling Feng's group was already waiting outside, chatting in a relaxed atmosphere. Seeing him appear, Ling Feng grinned broadly. It's all done. Every core member has been eliminated. No one escaped. We even got a ton of equipment and potions. Chu Yi instructed, set it aside for the team outside and the freelance class users. Ling Feng asked in surprise. Why? He replied. These small gains are insignificant. It's better to let them have it to completely erase any lingering influence from the evil Wolf Guild. I found this in the treasury. It feels unusual. Has anyone ever seen something like this before? Xia Lan observed it intently, as if she recognized something. She spoke up quickly. I've seen something similar. Chu Yi immediately asked, when? Where? Xia Lan thought for a moment before answering. Around the time I was 6 years old, a fireball suddenly fell from the sky behind our sect's mountain. The impact was terrifying, burning down more than half the forest. After the fire died out, only this helmet remained. The style and patterns are identical. Back then, The masters all thought it was a treasure, but no one could use it. Wearing it didn't increase any stats or activate any skills. It seemed like a normal piece of decoration, but because of its strange appearance, it was stored away in my family's myriad treasure pavilion. Chu Yi was startled. The myriad treasure pavilion. He thought to himself, if Xiaolan is right, this helmet is the soul of war, from the hidden quest. But getting into a sect's myriad treasure pavilion is nothing like breaking into the evil wolf guild's secret room. Xiaolan smiled brightly. You want to enter the myriad treasure pavilion to get that helmet, don't you? Chu Yi nodded. That's right. It's related to a hidden quest. Another quest from the Hidden Dragon platform? I thought that place only gave out minor rift quests. Chu Yi replied while thinking to himself, Asterisk, I can't tell her I have a system. It's fine if she misunderstands. Asterisk, Xiaolan said excitedly. Then your luck is just too good. Our sect holds a martial arts competition every 3 years. The champion gets to enter the pavilion and choose any treasure they want. Chu Yi immediately asked, when is it held? She answered casually, tomorrow. Chu Yi's expression changed. Tomorrow, the scene shifts elsewhere. A latitude measuring device operates non-stop. This is already the 5th station. I ate a huge dinner. Tai Xin comforted. Time is tight. Just bear with it a little longer. Ling Shi was just as uncomfortable. Lan, I feel like everyone is spinning. Xiaolan reassured them. Almost there. The next teleportation is to the Holy Temple of Ling Shi. She added with a smile. Just 3 more jumps and we'll be there. Chu Yi turned his head, his voice cold and urgent. We're wasting time. Keep moving. Let's go. Everyone responded in unison. Yes, Captain, Chu Yi thought to himself. Asterisk, to make it to tomorrow's competition, we have to keep using long-distance teleportation circles, causing multiple spatial distortions. It seems we'll need some anti-disorientation training in the future. Asterisk, before them, a blue light spread out, moving in a mystical diagonal path. The moment they arrived, Ling Feng clutched his face, feeling sick, and immediately threw up. Xiaolan, however, stretched leisurely. All right, teleportation complete. We've arrived at the renowned Heavenly Dao sect. This is the sect's great mountain-protecting formation. It creates its own world. No teleportation circle can lead directly to the mountain gate, Xiaolan explained. According to the rules, to show respect for the great formation, the final part of the journey must be walked with sincerity. If we hurry from 100 kilometers out, we can still make it before the competition starts. Ling Feng yelled, You've got to be kidding me. A mischievous smile played on Xiaolan's lips as she held up a card. She laughed, I was just teasing you guys. Look at your faces. We spirit Taoists, of course, have a special entrance. Then she condensed her inner energy and chanted, Let clouds be my path, wind be my friend, sails be my guide, and qi be my foundation. By the power of heaven and earth, cross the sea of the 6 qi. A paper crane quickly materialized and took flight. Ling Shi couldn't help but exclaim, It's beautiful. Xiaolan sat on the crane's back. We'll fly straight in from the sky. This is the secret passage of the spirit Taoists. The moment they climbed on, the paper crane soared high into the sky. Everyone was thrilled. This crane is even faster than a spirit pet. Being a spirit Taoist is so convenient and much more comfortable than a teleportation circle. Chu Yi looked at Xiaolan, a strange light flickering in his eyes. He finally asked her directly, Xiaolan, do you not want to return to your sect? Xiaolan turned her face away. What makes you ask that? Why wouldn't I want to return to the place I grew up? Chu Yi said. You've been smiling more since we left, but it's forced. Every time the competition is mentioned, there's a different look in your eyes. Is there something there you're afraid to face? She felt her face flush. Asterisk, he found out. Asterisk Chu Yi, she thought with admiration, is truly perceptive. Ling Feng added, the winner not only gets to choose a treasure from the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, but also receives the 9 Heavens Thunder Art, the strongest secret art passed down by the founder. Chu Yi was astonished. The 9 Heavens Thunder Art sounds incredibly powerful. Xiaolan nodded. Extremely powerful. A spirit Taoist with this Thunder Art can refine high-quality talismans and elixirs even at a low level. That alone is enough to trade for countless resources. This is also why spirit Taoists are always respected by the major powers. Chu Yi understood. Asterisk, self-sufficient, no need for outside help. No wonder. Asterisk Xiaolan continued sadly, I won first place in the competition when I was 12 years old. According to Xiaolan, the entire sect surrounded her that day. The elders personally led her before the statue of the founding ancestor to receive the secret arts inheritance. Everyone believed Xiaolan would become the pillar of the Heavenly Dao sect's next generation. This left the elders present at the time utterly shocked, their mouths agape. She recalled that year, the moment she stepped forward for the final inheritance ceremony under the watchful eyes of the entire sect. But the ancestral statue rejected her, preventing Xiaolan from inheriting the Nine Heavens Thunder Art. As she told the story, her voice filled with sorrow. The elders checked again and again, but they could never find the reason why. It was as if her very existence was rejected by the sect's founder. Overnight, she went from a universally celebrated genius to an outcast in her own home. As she spoke, Ha Lan didn't cry, but her eyes were hollow, completely devoid of life. Just then, a sob broke the silence, startling Ha Lan. Lin Hai rushed forward and hugged her tightly, choking out, "After all this time living together, I never knew you suffered so much. Lan, from now on, I swear I'll treat you twice as well. The ancestral master's statue must have made a mistake. It failed to see that you're the most talented of us all." Ha Lan found herself comforting the teary-eyed girl. "That's all in the past now. I'm fine. Look at me. Aren't I doing great?" Chung Yi smiled and said, "It's because your path of cultivation was cut off that you left to take the college entrance exams and got into Suhang University." Ha Lan beamed. "That place gave me a new chance. And it let me meet all of you. Then let the entire Heavenly Path sect see," Chung Yi declared, "just how brilliantly the one they cast aside shines now." After some more conversation, the paper crane entered another array's territory. The scenery here was like a celestial paradise, and people had already gathered. Chung Yi's group continued forward, their hearts full of anticipation. But just then, a mocking voice cut through the air, making Ha Lan freeze. Well, who do we have here?" A figure riding a phoenix flew past them. "Isn't this the Heavenly Path sect's once-in-a-century genius? The one personally rejected by the ancestral master himself? Couldn't make it in the outside world, so you came crawling back?" Despite her dislike for him, Ha Lan remained courteous. "Senior brother Tran, it's been a while." Tran Loi sneered. "Don't be so familiar. If the ancestral master doesn't acknowledge you, neither do I. Tell me," he continued, "you couldn't survive out there, so you came back to leech off the sect's resources, right?" Enraged, Lin Fong immediately attacked. Flames erupted, making Tran Loi shriek in panic. "My phoenix's wings!" Realizing the danger, he screamed, "Thon Tuyen Lai." In the next instant, a torrent of water crashed down on the phoenix. Lin Fong laughed heartily. "That drenched look suits your broken wings." Tran Loi choked with rage. You. Lin Fong just kept taunting. "Wrong. You should call it a drenched chicken." Tran Loi silently ground his teeth. Asterisk. Besides the one on the left whose strength is unclear, the others are just second-realm trash, not even worth my time. If it weren't for the upcoming tournament, I'd teach them all a lesson they'd never forget. Asterisk. Tran Loi smirked again. "Tong Ha Lan, are you here to visit that stubborn old master of yours? I'd advise you not to waste your energy. If you go now, I'm afraid you won't even find a trace of him." Ha Lan's face paled as she asked anxiously. He just laughed cruelly. "Why don't you go see for yourself? I don't have time to explain." "Tran Loi," Ha Lan screamed. Chung Yi instantly moved in front of her, his voice like ice. "Did I say you could leave?" Tran Loi froze. His eyes, now locked on Chung Yi, were filled with shock. In that moment, golden chains shot out, wrapping tightly around him and yanking him straight towards Chung Yi. Thrown at his feet, he watched as Chung Yi slowly approached. Tran Loi lifted his head and snarled, "You dare attack someone within the Heavenly Path sect? Are you looking to die?" But the only response he got were gazes as cold and merciless as a wolf pack's. Asterisk. Who in the world is this guy? Asterisk. Chung Yi stared down at him and asked coldly, "Who are you looking for?" Tran Loi trembled and lowered his head, not daring to move. His instincts screamed that the slightest twitch would mean instant death. Behind him, the aura of the other three shifted in an instant. Asterisk. Damn it. Where did Tong Ha Lan find these monsters? Asterisk. A wise man knows when to yield. Asterisk. I'll swallow this for now, but I'll definitely report her crimes to the sect master. Asterisk. He said meekly, "I was looking for the disciplinary hall. If you attack someone in the Heavenly Path sect, the disciplinary hall won't let you get away with it." Tran Loi then sneered. "Since Tong Ha Lan wants to know, I'll tell her. The sect master told your master to take on another disciple to inherit his legacy, but he stubbornly refused. Because of you, he hasn't cultivated in years, hasn't refined pills or forged weapons, spending all his days buried in useless ancient texts. 3 months ago, the sect master lost his temper and punished him, sending him to the Myriad Image Treasure Pavilion to do manual labor. His cultivation is sealed, and all his provisions have been cut off. That's all I know. Lin Hai moved to support the swaying Ha Lan. Chung Yi's voice was a cold whip. Get lost. Though unwilling, Tran Loi had no choice but to turn and leave. Ha Lan continued. Back then, after the ancestral master rejected me, the sect master treated me like an aberration. Only my master never gave up on me, searching everywhere through ancient scriptures for a reason. In the end, he was the one who encouraged me to leave and seek my fortune elsewhere. He is my only remaining tie to this sect. Tran Loi tossed one last comment over his shoulder. Tong Ha Lan, out of respect for your pitiful master, I won't press the matter of you allowing an outsider to attack a fellow disciple. Lin Fong roared in fury. Don't you dare run, you little punk. As he spoke, he launched an attack straight at Tran Loi. Tran Loi screamed, Thon Tu Yen Lai, active water talisman, water guiding art. Ha Lan was frantic. Asterisk, I have to get to the treasure pavilion now. Asterisk, she thought. Let's go, Chung Yi said. The scene shifted to the Heavenly Path sect's myriad image treasure pavilion. The moment they arrived, Ha Lan cried out in alarm, the 12 primordial spirit locking array. The sect master actually used a forbidden technique. Master's situation is more dangerous than I imagined. Master, you have to be okay. I'm coming to save you. From below, a shout infused with spiritual energy rang out. Halt, you who approach. Ha Lan answered loudly, I am here to see the treasure elder. If you try to stop me, don't blame me for being discourteous. Lam Huyen yelled up from below. The treasure pavilion is a restricted area. Trespassers will be killed without mercy. At his command, unite the 12 Yang seals, thunder and fire, unleash. Talismans shot into the air. Go. A massive net instantly unfurled, descending upon the paper crane. Chung Yi looked at Ha Lan. Are you confident? She replied with absolute certainty, completely. With that, Ha Lan swiped her hand through the air with practiced ease as spiritual energy flared around her. Instantly, several radiant red talismans materialized in the air, freshly summoned. The net was immediately sucked backward. Absorb, Ha Lan commanded. A cold sweat broke out on Lam Huyen's brow. A touty spell-breaking talisman. Only a true disciple could possess one of those. Sweat poured down his face. Ha Lan shot down from the sky, her voice cold. Forgive my offense. With that, her palm struck Lam Huyen squarely in the face. Seeing this, the others immediately charged forward, and a chaotic brawl erupted. Before she could recover, the person behind her roared and rushed in to assist. Seizing the opportunity, a deafening explosion ripped through the air. The force of the blast sent Ha Lan hurtling toward her opponent. Ha Lan used the momentum to slam a talisman directly onto her enemy's body. A violent surge of lightning erupted. In that instant, a thunderous boom echoed through the space. At the same time, a sword slashed directly at Ha Lan. But in a flash, she caught the blade's tip between two fingers, locking the attack in place. She spun, delivering a powerful kick that sent Lam Huyen flying into the air. The moment his feet touched the ground, he used the force to launch himself back into the fight. Lam Huyen unleashed a relentless barrage of close-range attacks, but Ha Lan effortlessly dodged every single one. Immediately after, Ha Lan tightened her grip on the sword's hilt and leaped high into the air, preparing to counterattack. She bit the tip of her thumb, drawing fresh, red blood. Chanting an incantation, Ha Lan smeared the blood along the blade of the sword. Her relentless assault threw Lam Huyen into complete disarray, leaving him unable to defend himself. Then, Ha Lan suddenly stopped, her voice calm. Senior brothers, I only wish to see my master quickly. I have no desire to harm my fellow disciples. Please, do not force my hand any further. Lam Huyen channeled his energy, summoning a storm of sword phantoms to strike back. But Ha Lan took a single step forward, her cold voice stopping him in his tracks. This is a gravity array. Sweat dripped from his brow as he realized the newly activated formation was the 8 trigrams enemy trapping array. Everyone fall back, he screamed. But she spoke a low incantation. By the spirit veins of Kunlun, open. With the underworld's breath, shake the heavens' might. In the next moment, a blinding pillar of power slammed down, enveloping everything. Dispel, Ha Lan said indifferently, placing a hand on the wall. Her eyes were focused, as if calculating something. Lam Huyen yelled a panicked warning. That door is the 12 primordial spirit locking array, set by the sect master himself. Even if you can control us, you'll never be able to break it. Ha Lan simply and calmly touched the wall with 2 fingers. A moment later, the golden, shimmering wall began to dissolve into nothing. Lam Huyen collapsed to the ground, drenched in a cold sweat. Only a single thought remained in his mind. Asterisk monster. Asterisk Ha Lan pushed the tower door wide open, and called out loudly. "Master?" she murmured, stunned by the scene inside. The room was an absolute mess. Tu Yetingen was lazily gnawing on a pastry, her eyes glued to a scroll painting of a chicken drumstick. Her eyes darted toward the sound as she stepped outside. "Who's there?" she called out. Tu Yetingen shot up, her eyes sparkling. "My dear disciple, what took you so long to come back?" Tu Yetingen laughed, playfully scolding her. "You silly girl, do I look like I'm suffering? This place is peaceful, perfect for my research, and if I want snacks, I just draw a talisman and trade for them." Watching this, Lin Hai whispered a question. "Master?" "Lon Lon looks a bit," Chung Yi replied softly. "Cultivators who reverse their age are not like ordinary people." Ha Lan made the introductions. "Master, these are friends I made on the outside. I would trust them with my life." Chung Yi and the others immediately clasped their hands in respect. Juniors Chung Yi, Tham Lin Fong, Duong Lin Hai, and Wei Thiet Tam pay our respects to the third elder. Tu Yet Ngen couldn't help but praise them. A level 28 warrior, a level 28 mage. To achieve such a level at your age is truly remarkable. You are all excellent prospects. She then clapped Ha Lan on the shoulder, praising her endlessly. "And Lan Ni, you've quickly reached level 29. You must have endured great hardships out there." Ha Lan replied humbly. "It was all thanks to his guidance. I came back this time to help him retrieve something from the treasure pavilion." Tu Yet Ngen reminded her, "The inner vault cannot be opened without a formal decree." Ha Lan nodded. "I know. That's why I want to participate in the sect tournament to earn the right to enter." Hearing this, Tu Yet Ngen took another bite of her pastry, planted her hands on her hips, and made a bold declaration. Just then, the scene shifts to the sky above, where dark clouds churned amidst a faint, ominous light. Below lay the Thiendao sect, with its massive central martial arts arena. Zhuangtu stood on a high platform, hands clasped behind his back as he surveyed the entire scene. Nansu's voice boomed with authority. "The time has come. Close the selection pool." Just as he finished speaking and began to channel his power, a sharp voice cut through the air. "Wait!" In the next instant, a stream of spiritual energy shot directly toward the heaven tier pool to register. Tu Yet Ngen stood with her arms crossed, a smug grin on her face. "Registration. I am registering on behalf of my disciple, Ha Lan." Ngan Su could only point upward, completely stunned. Hearing the crowd's whispers, Tu Yet Nen inwardly shook her head. The third elder's actions are always so baffling. Has she gone senile in her old age? Outwardly, she feigned panic. "Oh, dear me. I seem to have thrown it in the wrong place by mistake. It doesn't count. Quick, help me get it back so I can throw it again." Meanwhile, Chung Ni, arms crossed, leaned over to Ha Lan. Spiritual energy from the high platform pushed that token into the heaven tier pool. She froze, instantly realizing someone was trying to use this place to kill her. Ha Lan looked at him, her voice low. "Brother Engi, could you see the source of that energy?" He replied. "It came from the high platform. It was incredibly subtle." She nodded grimly. "Understood." The token was already in the heaven tier pool. Ngan Su demanded coldly, "As an elder, how can you treat the sect's sacred rules like a child's game?" Tayet Nen shot back. "The rules only state that wherever the token falls, that is fate. It says nothing against a little slip of the hand. A slip is an accident." The other elders rushed to intervene. "The rules cannot be broken. Sect Ni Song should withdraw. The heaven tier pool is filled with personal disciples all above level 30. For her to enter is suicide," they pleaded in unison. "It's not too late to back out." Zhuangtu's deep voice finally cut in. "Song Ha Lan, if you are afraid, I will permit you to withdraw now." All eyes fell on her, filled with worry. Ha Lan clasped her hands and replied with unwavering resolve. "Sect Master, if the token fell into the heaven tier pool, then that is my destiny. This disciple is willing to accept it." She thought to herself, "Only the sect uncles are on that high platform. Who would want to harm me the moment I return?" She then spoke aloud, her voice ringing clear. "I also ask the sect master and all the sect uncles here to bear witness and see whether my years away from the sect were spent in vain." The crowd erupted into a frenzy. "She's insane. She actually accepted. She has a death wish, throwing her life away for a bit of pride. The outcast abandoned by the ancestors is only digging her own grave." Duangtu declared, "If your heart is set, then your wish shall be granted. Let the tournament officially begin." As his voice faded, a thunderous gong echoed through the arena. The first matchup for the heaven tier pool appeared. Opening match, Song Ha Lan versus Lei Trak. The surrounding disciples gasped. Its senior brother Lei Trak, the sect master's first and most powerful personal disciple. It's over for her. She's dead for sure. When senior brother Lei fights, his opponents either die or are crippled for life. This match is already decided. A sinister smile spread across Lei Troc's face as he thought, Song Ha Lan. Let's see how you squirm your way out of this. Lin Fong crossed his arms with a dismissive sneer. They're just first-rank new blood. Nothing to worry about. Tu Yet Nguyen, however, gently stroked Ha Lan's hair. Go on, my girl. Ha Lan smiled and gave a soft nod. She walked briskly onto the stage, taking a deep breath to center herself for the battle ahead. Suddenly, a bolt of violent purple lightning crashed down from the sky. Lei Track materialized from the crackling energy, his voice dripping with contempt. Junior sister song. You can still save some face if you surrender now. Ha Lan simply flicked her wrist, sending several talismans spinning around her. Her reply was ice cold. Enough talk. Let's begin. Instantly, Lei Track launched his attack. He sent a torrent of purple lightning crashing down, but Ha Lan leaped high into the air, activating a talisman to counterattack. With a flick of his lightning whip, Lei Track effortlessly shattered her assault. From the stands, Chung Yi watched intently, his chin resting on his hand. He's using wide-area attacks to box her in, but his spiritual energy is dispersing wildly. He's wasting at least 30% of his power. For a level 35 practitioner, his control is remarkably crude. Could it be that Song Ha Lan is making him lose his composure? Lin Hai whispered encouragement. Lan, be careful. Beside her, Tu Yet Nguyen covered her face in worry. My precious defensive talisman is about to break. Shaping lightning like this consumes too much energy. He can't maintain it for long. Blue lightning flared at Lei Track's feet as he shot into the air, roaring. Let's see how long you can keep running. The disciples below stared in awe. It's here, senior brother Lei's ultimate technique. The Nine Thunders' heavenly prison. Zhuang Tu silently assessed the attack. Its power, speed, and angle are all textbook perfect, but the spiritual energy is too ferocious. It's an impressive display, but it lacks refinement, wasting at least 30% of its strength. At that exact moment, Ha Lan raised a talisman high, her focus absolute. A massive, dazzling golden lotus bloomed at her feet. Tu Yet Nguyen gasped in shock. The Raging Waves flower technique. That girl really learned a thing or two while she was away. She quickly analyzed the counter. The lightning is being drawn into the lotus petals, then dispersed into smaller, harmless streams. The devastating lightning bolts struck the golden lotus but failed to leave a single scratch. The second and fourth elders nodded in unison, their faces filled with praise, redirecting the force, using finesse to overcome raw power. Truly outstanding. What kind of fortune did Ha Lan stumble upon in the outside world? Lei Track roared in fury. Earthquake! The ground beneath Ha Lan fractured violently. A colossal stone spike erupted before her at terrifying speed, then morphed into 5 gigantic fists of rock that hurtled towards her with crushing force. Ha Lan immediately began casting, but a flaw appeared in her spiritual energy flow. Tu Yet Nguyen crossed her arms, perplexed. A basic spirit-gathering talisman? Why on earth is she drawing that now? A talisman rapidly formed in Ha Lan's hand as she chanted, 10,000 manifestations, return to origin, spiritual body reversal. As the 5 stone fists made contact with the talisman, they vanished without a trace. The crowd cried out in disbelief. Did she use a spirit-gathering talisman to drain the entire Earth ambush formation? Tu Yet Nguyen let out a soft laugh. That's a formation, not natural energy. A truly brilliant move. The second elder's face went pale with shock. She actually absorbed the entire formation's power. Lei Track gritted his teeth, his voice a furious snarl. You heretical fiend, let's see you block this. He summoned a swarm of talismans around him. He bellowed, 9 masters of thunder, heed my command. Instantly, the sky was choked with a storm of lightning. Lawless heavenly lightning. Descend. Ha Lan chanted, position the cosmos, connect the mountains and lakes, shift the stars and move the heavens. A deafening explosion erupted, blasting dust and rock in every direction. Lai Trash stood frozen in shock. What? What kind of formation did she just create? Har Lan suddenly appeared behind him. Your lightning domain lacks the shaping form of metal and the softening flow of water. All that's left is the explosive violence of lightning and fire. With the 5 elements incomplete, your foundation is flawed. Enraged, Lei Track shot a bolt of lightning, but Har Lan dodged it with ease. She stated calmly, the way of talisman arrays lies in the balance of creation and destruction, and in observing the true nature of things. A series of explosions echoed out. Lei Track looked up in horror. My lightning domain, it's been broken? What dark arts did you use? Harlan replied coldly, "Your lightning techniques have form, but they lack spirit." She continued in an icy tone, "You see only its raw, violent power, but you have never understood the true path of a talisman master." Laytrack sneered, his eyes fixed on Harlan, brimming with resentment. He recounted bitterly, "At 12, I defeated a level 15 opponent at the Imperial Academy and was praised for my talent in the talisman arts. But from the moment you joined the Heavenly Tao sect, all eyes turned to you. I trained relentlessly for 10 years. In that moment, I even thanked the ancestor for exposing you as a fraud. After you left, I became the sole focus, the only genius of the Heavenly Tao sect. I fought desperately for the chance to stand here. So why did you have to come back?" Laytrack screamed hysterically, "Tongue Harlan, you should never have returned, and you have no right to look at me with those eyes." Harlan looked down on him, her expression frigid. With a final, desperate roar, his clothes tore apart. "Nine heavens divine lightning, burn my blood essence." Laytrack's body swelled grotesquely as he threw his head back and bellowed, "Lightning dragon's descent." A lightning dragon. It was the world-altering lightning dragon from the Nine Heavens lightning arts. He's mastered it to this degree? He's insane? Someone is going to die. Yet Harlan remained perfectly calm, standing still as she tilted her head to observe the dragon in the sky. Tweet Nen crossed her arms and scoffed. What an idiot. Forcing an advancement like this has damaged his foundation. After this battle, he'll need a long time to recover, at the very least. The second elder shouted in a panic. Laytrike, disperse your spirit energy now, or your Tao foundation will be destroyed. This is my ultimate move, Laytrack thought, his mind consumed by a single goal. I just need Harlan to be completely annihilated. Harlan raised a single finger and said in a cold voice, "Stubborn fool." With her eyes closed, Harlan took control. Scattered talismans, converging array, myriad phenomena returned to the source. Thousands of talisman slips crisscrossed the sky, weaving themselves into countless layers that hovered in the air. Laytrack's face twisted into a demonic grin as he roared in his mind, "Vanish for me!" The lightning dragon instantly shot forward to attack. Focusing all her spirit, Harlan channeled her internal energy and formed a seal. Spirit web, gather. A colossal net composed of countless talismans materialized, stopping the dragon in its tracks. In just a moment, the sphere began to glow intensely from within. She stared intently at the sphere, then raised her hand and chanted, "Separate." Inside the orb, brilliant streams of spiritual energy shot out, striking the dragon's body from all directions. Harlan spread her hands like a blooming flower. Task of purification. The dragon within began to disintegrate into nothingness. The crowd below watched the battle with bated breath, not daring to blink. Harlan raised her hand, pointed at the sphere, and shouted, "Five elements cycle, reverse and return, disperse." A heaven-shaking explosion erupted as Laytrock screamed in despair. "Impossible. My lightning dragon?" I had clearly reached my limit. He clutched his chest as thick, black blood poured from his mouth, staining the ground. Harlan approached him and said impassively, "What defeated you wasn't some profound talisman array. It was the foundation you yourself ignored." Laytrack bowed his head, motionless for a moment, before admitting in a hoarse voice, "I have lost." On the high platform, Dung Tu stood with his hands behind his back, his face grim as he looked down. He began to speak slowly, his voice cold. "This battle is Tong Harlan's victory," Dung Tu declared. Below, Chu Yi's group couldn't hide their joy, but he immediately continued, "A useless victory. Tong Harlan, you were once rejected by the founding ancestor beneath the Thunder Cauldron. That was fate forbidding you. If heaven itself does not grant it, you have no place in the Heavenly Tao sect. If not for the third elder's sake back then, I would have crippled your Tao foundation and cast you out of the sect." Harlan clenched her fists, her voice steady as she replied, "Sect Master, the reason for what happened back then has never been clear. My victory today is proof that among the 3,000 paths of the Great Tao, there is more than just one way." "Insolent nonsense," he roared cruelly. "Everything you use today is a cheap trick that abandons the orthodox foundation. The ancestor rejected you," Dung Tu announced, his voice booming with authority. "The Heavenly Tao sect does not acknowledge this victory. Out of respect for your master, I will not destroy your cultivation, but from now on, all ties are severed. From this moment forth, you are forbidden from ever setting foot on this mountain again." As he spoke, a wave of immense pressure slammed down, forcing Harlan to spit blood. Tweet Nen rushed forward in a panic. "My disciple!" Lin Fong and Lin Hai also cried out. "Harlan! Lan Lan!" Trembling with rage, Tweet Nen demanded, "What do you think you're doing?" Elder 2 quickly tried to placate her. Senior sister, calm down. As long as you follow the sect master's will, nothing will happen. But she had already summoned countless talismans, shouting back, if anyone dares to stop me, don't blame me for what happens next. Lin Hai broke out in a cold sweat, staring ahead and yelling, it's Chu Yi. Chu Yi had erected a spiritual shield in front of Harlan. She knelt on one knee, calling out his name with conviction, Chu Yi. He just gave a cold, disdainful smile. This fate, you all speak of who decides it. A person, or that mute statue over there? Is the so-called righteous path one of rigid conservatism, or is it the path of the world's countless cultivators? He shouted, pointing directly at Dung Tu. Tung Harlan, at level 29, defeated a level 35 opponent using her own foundation and her own understanding. Tens of thousands witnessed it, yet you want to bury it with two simple words. Wrong path? You ignore right and wrong just to suppress others. Are you truly protecting the Tao, or are you just protecting your own absolute authority? Enraged, Dung Tu attacked. Insolence. How dare a junior like you insult the sect master and the founding ancestor? Chu Yi shot back mockingly. Did I strike a nerve? Are you lashing out in shame? He stared the man down, his voice cold. It seems your heavenly Tao sect only knows how to bully the weak, with no sense of right or wrong. Tweet Nguyen suddenly burst into appreciative laughter. Well said. She leaped into a fighting stance, holding two talismans, and bellowed, my disciple overcame countless hardships to forge her own path in return. And you old fossils, without even asking what happened, want to sever her future. Fate my ass, she cursed as she attacked. Who dares say the incident with the ancestor statue back then was ever properly investigated? You cling to the rules but forget our ancestors created them to understand reason, not to seize power. Dung Tu roared, Tuet Nen, you have repeatedly broken the rules, disrespected your elders, and slandered the founding ancestor. Your rebellious heart is clear for all to see. He raised a golden pagoda, his voice grave. Today, I will use the 9 Revolutions smelting tower to cleanse the sect by executing you. Ignoring the pleas of the two elders behind him, he threw the artifact forward. The 9 Revolutions smelting tower expanded, hurtling down as if to crush the 3 people below. Tuet Nguyen gritted her teeth, thinking, this is Dung Tu's life-bound artifact. It can melt metal, refine iron, and burn the very soul. That old bastard really wants me dead. With a wave of her hand, she used her internal energy to push Harlan away, shouting, go, now! As Harlan and Chu Yi landed, he reassured her, trust your master. Don't let her get distracted. Tuet Nguyen clasped her hands and yelled, you want to suppress me? It won't be that easy. She immediately formed seals to set up an array. Qian, Kun, Shun, Gen 4 symbols, formation. Dung Tu's face darkened as he scoffed, a parlor trick. The moment he finished speaking, dragon-shaped flames erupted around the pagoda. The fire dragon and the 9 Revolutions smelting tower descended upon the defensive wall in unison. A blinding light exploded, forcing everyone to shut their eyes. Tuet Nguyen bit her finger and whispered, it's not over yet. She continued to channel her power, casting another spell. Li, Gong, Dai, Zhen. Myriad phenomena manifest. Dozens of brilliant phoenixes took flight, soaring up to meet the fire dragon. Gradually, the flock of phoenixes began to gain the upper hand. Dung Tu spoke with casual indifference. Tuet Nguyen was drenched in sweat, biting her lip, refusing to back down. He gestured with his hand and continued, a pity. The 9 Revolutions smelting tower is a supreme treasure that embodies the law of pure yang. Before a power of this origin, all your transformations are as futile as an egg hitting a stone. The 9 Revolutions smelting tower rumbled as it pressed down, and the flock of phoenixes was instantly scattered. The ferocious fire dragon pursued them, biting down relentlessly. The tower slammed straight into Tuet Nguyen. The ground around her shattered, sending dust and rock flying. She coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. For better or worse, I am still a 3rd Revolution talisman grandmaster. This rusty old tower is a long way from being able to refine me to death. She threw an object towards Harlan, calling out, for years, I have searched every forbidden text in the treasure pavilion. This object resonates with you. It is by no means ordinary. You must keep it safe and leave the heavenly Tao sect and never come back. Harlan desperately rushed forward, screaming in protest, no, I'm not going anywhere, master. As the 9-turn refining pagoda crashed down, dust and debris exploded into the sky. Tears streamed down Harlan's face as she watched the horrific scene unfold. Meanwhile, the object Zuiyan had thrown landed perfectly in Chu Yi's hand. A system notification chimed. War soul detected. Hidden mission updated. Asterisk. This must be it. Asterisk. Chu Yi thought. Asterisk. The reason I came here. Asterisk. The soul of war trembled in his hands, as if it were a thirsting entity searching for its master. Chu Yi frowned, recalling that the helmet in his possession was the one vessel capable of containing the will of war. He immediately put it on. A torrential energy erupted as Chu Yi spoke slowly. I will be your vessel. A colossal wave of power shot from the helmet straight into the sky, its pressure blanketing the entire area. The crowd stared, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even the weeping Halan froze, turning her head in a stunned daze. In that instant, Chu Yi was fully clad in the battle armor. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged straight toward the roaring fire dragon, which opened its maw to swallow him whole. A thunderous explosion ripped through the air. Chu Yi unleashed a punch with all his internal force, triggering another massive blast that sent dirt and rock flying. The shockwave slammed into Duang Tu, who coughed up blood and screamed in terror. Impossible. What is that power? Tuyet Nen slowly walked out, a faint smile on her lips. I, Tuyet Nen, have returned. Ha Lan looked at her, her voice choked with emotion. Master, all these years, I've endured the cold stares, the icy disdain of this sect. After being rejected by the founder's statue, I spent countless nights plagued by self-doubt and helplessness. I questioned the orthodox lightning arts and lost sight of my own path. In that moment, all those feelings were torn asunder. As the others anxiously asked if the sect master was all right, Ha Lan suddenly understood. She asked herself, asterisk, what is lightning? Asterisk. Ha Lan glanced at the others, her thoughts clear. Asterisk. Lightning is not a mantra to be tamed, nor is it a tool to imprison the form of a talisman. Asterisk. She slowly stepped forward, her presence like a divine thunderbolt, repelling corruption, declaring righteousness, and shattering chains. Lin Hai and Thiet Tam watched from the side. Ha Lan's voice was cold as she prayed. Founder, if you establish this path with a heart of justice to protect the Tao, then please, open your eyes and see how the true orthodoxy has been blinded by selfish desires. Please, tell me and all my fellow disciples the truth. The crowd below murmured in confusion. Has she gone mad? But Ha Lan continued, her voice rising to a shout. What is the true way of the lightning arts? From the distant horizon, a brilliant golden light descended like a river of stars from the heavens. A furious gale erupted, shaking the surrounding trees violently. But it didn't stop there. Even the demonic beasts seemed to sense something unnatural was happening. The artifacts and weapons in the disciples' hands began to vibrate in unison, causing them to panic. Then, they cried out in terror. The founder has descended. Tuyet Nen stared intently at Ha Lan. As the founder's power manifested, the disciples immediately dropped to their knees, shouting, All hail the founder! But the founder seemed displeased, directing his immense power straight at Ha Lan. She froze, her gaze fixed forward, unable to move. A searing pain washed over her, and Ha Lan couldn't stop herself from letting out a blood-curdling scream. Tuyet Nen shrieked in horror, Lanner! Sweat poured down Ha Lan's face as her body was drained of all strength. A voice echoed from within the lightning, Fool. Through power, you understand justice. Through injustice, you realize your true heart. Do you now understand the true meaning of the lightning arts? The heavenly Tao sect inherited my path but has lost its soul. Today, I shall use this lingering will to certify you. Wield the authority of heavenly thunder, and let the heavens and earth be your judge. Ha Lan stood amidst the overwhelming lightning as the ground beneath her, unable to withstand the pressure, shattered into countless pieces. Even Chuni, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Fearing his companions would be affected, he quickly moved to shield them. Ha Lan bowed respectfully. Thunder Guardian Taoist, Tong Ha Lan, pays her respects to the founder. Duang Tu was utterly speechless. The founder's lingering will had passed his legacy directly to her, and it was the founder's own hidden class. Huyan Duang. Startled, Duang Tu fell to his knees. Disciple is here. The founder's voice was stern. You managed this sect but failed to protect the Tao. You let power stain your mind and used your authority to suppress genius. The lineage has decayed. For this crime, you must be punished. Duang Tu's face went pale as he stammered, trying to defend himself. Founder, Before he could finish, a terrifying force crushed him instantly. The founder's cold voice delivered the sentence. Your punishment is to have your cultivation sealed. You are banished to the lowest level of the abyss of silent thunder, to have your heart cleansed by 10,000 bolts of lightning for 10 years. The sect master Huan Duang, a level 55 Sky Master, was as helpless as a child before the founder's lingering will. The founder continued, "The position of sect master will be temporarily managed by the Council of Elders, but all major decisions require the approval of the Thunder Guardian Taoist, Tong Ha Lan." The founder's gaze fell upon Ha Lan. "Your cultivation has reached level 50, and your heart is pure. The day your Thunder Guardian arts are perfected is the day you will carry the Heavenly Tao sect." The second elder bowed his head and accepted the command. Then, the founder turned his gaze to Chu Yi. This young friend carries no small amount of destiny upon him. To be able to channel the thunder of war and awaken my lingering will. Even as he began to fade, he offered his praise. Excellent. When the founder vanished, the entire field fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Ha Lan. Tu yet again rushed forward joyfully and hugged her tightly. "You did it, Lanner. The founder has acknowledged you. You are the true successor." Lin Hai and the others were overjoyed for her. Lan, that was incredible. You were so cool just now." In that moment, Ha Lan seemed to have regained all her lost confidence. A single tear rolled down her cheek, but she was smiling brightly. "I think I've finally found my path." Elsewhere, Chu Yi quickly received a notification. Hidden Inheritance Quest, Apocalypse Dragon Knight, Soul of War completed. Lin Fong grinned and joked, "Looks like that Taoist girl is about to become the master of a major sect." Chu Yi retorted casually, "Aren't you just a good-for-nothing playboy yourself?" Lin Fong raised an eyebrow. What was that? In the distance, a strange mist began to spread. A woman with long blonde hair appeared before them, flanked by two children. An immense pressure radiated from her. Chu Yi was shocked. Asterisk. "What is this aura?" Asterisk. He immediately used his observation skill. Apocalypse Dragon Knight. A faint golden light gathered in her hand as she spoke slowly. "I never thought an inheritance lost for 1,000 years would be reborn in a mortal youth." From the Great Hall, that same power continued to spread, slowly moving from its original position. The voice echoed through the air. "Chu Yi, if you find the second war fragment and prove your worth, I will personally bestow the inheritance upon you." Chu Yi stood stunned for a few seconds. Seeing this, Lin Fong teased him. "What's wrong? Did a bird poop on your head?" Chu Yi answered honestly, "I just felt like someone was staring intently at me." Lin Fong then asked, "Huh? Why is it cracked?" Chu Yi understood immediately. Facing the colossal forging tower, God had inevitably damaged even a divine inheritance artifact. The crack on the helmet was growing more obvious. He worried, asterisk holy light can't repair it on its own, and it might even cause secondary damage. Asterisk, the hidden inheritance quest was clearly a chain mission. Why hadn't the next stage been activated after finding the helmet? A system prompt appeared. Chu Yi realized the helmet had to be repaired before the next quest could be triggered. Lin Fong admired how cool the helmet looked. Meanwhile, back in the main hall, everyone stood in solemn silence, the air thick with tension. The majestic portrait of the founder hung high above, his gaze seemingly supervising every disciple, making it hard for anyone to even breathe. Ha Lan's voice rang out, clear and strong. "Since the day our founder established this sect, he taught that all 10,000 arts return to a single origin. But for the last 30 years, our sect has lost its way. I have summoned the entire sect today to restore order and purge the corruption." The founder's black seal on her forehead flared to life, radiating an awe-inspiring authority. The crowd below fell to their knees in unison to receive her command. The second elder announced, "The former sect master, Huyen Duong, is guilty of 7 great crimes. First, abuse of power and illegal diversion of resources. In his 37 years of management, Huyen Duong seized over 70% of the pills and 60% of the artifacts produced each year. Under the guise of consumption and trials, he secretly funneled these resources to his secular family, the Loi clan. Furthermore, he committed a second crime, severing our heritage to consolidate the Loi family's position. Huyen Duong personally sealed away 42 classic texts on non-lightning-based pill and artifact forging, claiming they were detrimental to cultivation. He left our sect's principle of all arts return to one incomplete. His third crime was suppressing his rivals. Lanner's rejection by the founder's statue was not the will of fate. It was a trick orchestrated by that old scoundrel. He had already designated his nephew, Loi Trak, as the successor, so how could he allow a true genius to stand in his way? The more the crowd heard, the angrier they became. One person recounted how his father had been punished for questioning the distribution of resources. Another mentioned a talented senior sister who was forced to switch to the lightning arts. Ha Lan spoke again. Other crimes, such as bribery, manipulation for personal gain, and falsifying achievements, have all been recorded and will be made public in 3 days. Anyone who confesses or reports others will receive a reduced sentence. But for those who hide or resist, a cold smile spread across her face. Ha Lan declared, "You will be punished severely, without mercy." Standing beside her, Lin Feng watched with satisfaction, his master-like aura radiating from him. Huyen Duang had treated the sect like his personal treasury, and he deserved this. Lin Hai rushed over to hug Ha Lan, exclaiming, "Lan Lan, you're amazing." Lin Feng curiously asked, "Where is Chan Loi?" Ha Lan replied, "Chan Loi confessed. His cultivation has been crippled, his memories erased, and he has been exiled from the sect. The sentence is being carried out now." Regarding the helmet's repair, Ha Lan explained she had already contacted Elder Mac Tri from the back mountain. Bok Ko calmly explained to everyone, "The Thunder Fire Stream is located in the forbidden area behind the mountain. It requires the spiritual power of at least 3 elders to maintain the formation. I, my master, and the second master can handle that part, but Elder Mac Tree specifically warned that during the restoration, the helmet will create a violent resonance with the thunder fire. It is imperative that someone with extremely strong spiritual power, who also has a connection to the helmet, stands by to stabilize its spirit. The only person who fits that description is you," Lin Feng gasped in astonishment. But she continued, "However, doing this is like throwing a part of your own consciousness into a furnace to be incinerated." Trung Ingji's expression turned grim. He asked directly, "When do we start?" Halan quickly replied, "Tomorrow. You need to rest well today. The restoration process will be long and will consume an immense amount of spiritual energy." The next day arrived swiftly. Everyone followed Ha Lan towards the back of the mountain to meet the Chosen One. The moment he saw Trung Nhi, Mac Tree immediately stepped forward to confirm, "You must be Trung Nhi." Trung Nhi respectfully clasped his hands in a salute. This junior pays his respects to Elder Mac Tree. The old man looked him over and asked a question. Trung Nhi humbly replied, "Please enlighten me, Elder." Mac Tri spoke slowly. "An ordinary magical artifact is damaged in form and repaired with materials. This one is damaged in will, so it must be restored with will." He continued his explanation. "The Earth Core Thunderfire is both dung and unyielding. It can incinerate all creation, but it can also forge the very laws of nature. Because it's so violent, it must be guided and balanced. The entire process is divided into 4 steps. 1. Use a talisman array to isolate external disturbances. With that, he bellowed, "Origin reversion array, open." Step 2. Connect to the Earth's ley lines to ensure a stable flow of spiritual energy. Step 3. Use the Thunderfinger's will as a conduit, forcing the Thunderfire's power directly into the crack. Pausing for a beat, Mac Tri glanced over and shouted, "Tong Girl, channel the lightning." Following his command, Ha Lan quickly gathered her internal energy and chanted, "9 Heavens Origin Response Thunder God Manifestation, Guide." She then shot towards a lotus flower, and the moment her power touched it, the blossom bloomed magnificently. Seizing the opportunity, Mac Tri leaped into the air. He roared, "Now!" He swung the heavy hammer in his hand, bringing it down on the lotus flower again and again. As he worked, he warned Trung Nhi, "Even the slightest mistake, and the helmet won't shatter, but its spiritual essence within will be wiped clean, turning it into a dead object." Inside the forge, the Golden Knight's helmet was continuously broken and reformed under the combined power of the 3 elders. But as Trung Nhi watched, he noticed something was wrong. "What's happening? The crack is getting bigger." Mac Tri instantly shot forward, shouting, "Don't move, boy!" The next moment, the hammer in his hand slammed down on Trung Ingji's head, knocking him out cold. Ha Lan cried out in a panic, "What are you doing?" Mac Tri immediately reassured her, "Don't be afraid." Mac Tri explained, "This soul guiding requires someone to enter its center of consciousness and subdue it directly." Just then, a massive explosion erupted like a volcano. Tu Yitnien scowled and cursed, "That crazy old man, he's really risking it all. If that kid's consciousness gets devoured, they'll all die together." In a vast, empty space, Trung Eungi was horrified. This was the helmet's inner world shattered, chaotic, and filled with a profound sense of unwillingness. He spoke to it as if to a friend. "I know you're unwilling, but resisting will only lead to your complete collapse. Let me fix you. Let me return you to your perfect state." A deep, somber voice echoed, "You mortal insect. You dare to look down on the authority of war? Do you think you are worthy of wielding my form?" As the words faded, a shadowy figure launched a devastating kick straight at Trung Nhi. Startled, Trung Eungi quickly threw his hands up to block the blow. Seeing him spit out a mouthful of blood, a panicked Ha Lan tried to rush forward. but Tri immediately stopped her. Do not interfere. If you intervene now, his consciousness will be trapped inside forever, and he'll become a living vegetable. He has to bear this alone. Inside, Yi continued, you need a new master. The war soul couldn't contain its rage, letting out a wild, furious roar. At the same time, the system interface appeared. Righteous judgment activated. Holy demon formation. Blades of light rained down from the sky, striking the enemy. Then, an angel of justice hurled a spear of light, inflicting devastating damage. Even so, the war soul was determined to crush Yi from above. Suddenly, a blinding golden light exploded. Below, Yi managed to dodge just in time, narrowly escaping death. Without stopping, the war soul charged again, with overwhelming force. Holy Light Cross, Level 5, B-grade quality. After one clash, the war soul was stunned with shock and hastily dodged aside. But Yi was fearless. He quickly gathered his internal energy once more. Punishment of Light descended, pure lightning illuminating its target. The ultimate move's power was amplified by Light's deification. A man and a soul, their battle grew incredibly fierce. Immediately after, he launched another ferocious attack at the war soul. Yi instantly coughed up blood, his injuries clearly much more severe this time. A burning gaze suddenly appeared behind Yi as his resonant armor fully manifested. The war soul charged at him once again. Yi stared down his opponent and roared, "Then I will make you submit to my will to fight." Their attacks clashed relentlessly. Key of Repentance, Sacred Fist Barrage, Holy Tempest, Judgment's Advent. The war soul's golden helmet began to radiate immense power, seemingly reacting violently to this change. Outside, Lan exclaimed in shock, "Why have the fluctuations become so berserk?" Perhaps Yi is using a special method to calm it. The dark aura surrounding the war soul gradually faded, and its presence weakened. It looked at Yi and spoke slowly, with a tone of praise. Protection, judgment, purification, and blessing, all coexisting. A will to fight that is both diverse and intense. Finally, the war soul accepted him, admitting, "You are worthy of bearing our weight." Everything quickly stabilized, and Yi's injuries instantly healed. Inside the forge, the helmet was now perfectly fused together. The lotus flower in front of Tri began to glow with golden light. It's actively cooperating with the restoration. Hold steady, just one final step. From the golden helmet, a sharp beam of light shot straight into the sky. Everyone present held their breath, their faces so tense that no one dared to speak. At last, one man couldn't hold back his awe. A celestial phenomenon has appeared. It seems today, our heavenly Tao sect will witness the birth of another legend. Finally, the golden helmet was fully repaired, its surface gleaming as if it were brand new. In that moment, the helmet flew to Yi's side on its own, as if acknowledging its master. The war soul helmet's restoration was complete, in a perfect state. Spirit has acknowledged its master. Equipment trait activated. Thunderfire deification. Greatly increases lightning and fire resistance, can absorb and convert them. War resonance. High synchronization with the host's will. All attack skills gain increased judgment and power. Hidden mission activated. Mission 2, Legacy of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight. An unyielding will buried deep within the Earth's veins, finding its resilient foundation under the weight of 1,000 tons. He let out a long sigh. It's been many years since I've seen such a treasure. Just then, Lan rushed over to him, asking, "Are you all right?" Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yi replied, "I'm fine. It drained a lot of my spiritual energy, but what I gained was worth far more. This success was only possible thanks to the Elder's unwavering support." Yi bowed his head in gratitude, explaining that he wasn't skilled in the art of forging. "For me to keep this divine artifact would be like letting a priceless pearl gather dust. Here, a gift for Elder Mo, to show my sincerity." Mo Chui stared in astonishment, clutching the divine aquamarine crystal, his eyes practically bulging out of his head. "This is a finished product of nourishing qi. A piece this large is a true family heirloom." Yi smiled and said, "From now on, it's yours." Mo Chi joyfully caressed the treasure, telling the young man to find him for anything related to nourishing qi in the future. Yi immediately replied, "Then I'll thank you in advance, Elder Mo." Mo Chi suddenly remembered that this divine aquamarine crystal could also be used to strengthen the bond between the helmet's spirit and Yi himself. It just needs to be forged in the Song family's inherited lightning fire for half a month. Yi agreed without hesitation. Half a month is no problem. Standing nearby, Ha Lan suggested he stay at the Heavenly Tao sect for the time being. After the helmet is restored, I should receive clear guidance on the other components. Ha Lan nodded. Many high-grade divine artifacts have a mutual resonance that often leads to the whereabouts of other parts. Just leave your helmet to me. Chu Yi gave an apologetic smile. Thank you for your hard work, Ha Lan. Ha Lan just smiled brightly. Besides, Master wants me to whip the sect into shape, so I can't go with you anyway. What's your next target? Chu Yi answered instantly. The Black Rock Mountain Range, Dragon's Spine Mine. Ha Lan looked surprised. The Dragon's Spine Mine? That place produces black, refined iron and earth vein crystals. Ling Feng glanced at Tai Xin and asked, Are you familiar with this mine? Tai Xin flashed a somewhat mischievous smile. The Dragon's Spine Mine is where my adoptive father, the martial emperor Zhen Yu, lives in seclusion and keeps watch. Fei Long mused. The martial emperor Zhen Yue. That's a famous name. Is your adoptive father very strong? Tai Xin answered quickly, extremely strong. 30 years ago, he was already a renowned grandmaster of fist techniques on the central continent. As she spoke, her gaze fell. Ling Shi's curiosity was piqued. Tai Xin continued slowly. 30 years ago, my adoptive father suffered a terrible incident and lost his right arm. Given his temperament, unless the mine is in grave danger, anyone who trespasses will be personally escorted out by him. Hearing this, Ling Feng said, We're not there to cause trouble. We have a serious matter to ask of him. If we explain, it should be fine. Besides, shouldn't he at least welcome a friend of his daughter? Tai Xin shook her head sadly. You don't understand him. He's incredibly stubborn. I don't want you all to make a wasted trip or start a conflict. Chu Yi chimed in. I appreciate your concern, but I have to go. If we can't get in, we'll find another way. If he doesn't want to meet, we'll create a reason that forces him to. Tai Xin nodded. You're right. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. Let's just go and figure it out as we go. Hearing this, Tai Xin's expression softened, and her smile became more natural. Chu Yi thought to himself, asterisk the martial emperor, Zhen Yue, lost his arm and went into seclusion. Asterisk. Asterisk. What happened after that was surely more than just a simple energy anomaly. But since the system has issued a mission, there's no avoiding it. Asterisk. Just then, Mo Chi spoke up, the ores in the martial emperor Zhen Yue's mine are all top grade. It's just a pity that after he issued the ban, none of it has been exported. Ha Lan anxiously suggested, How about I bring a few Heavenly Tao sect elders with you? Perhaps he'll be willing to talk if we go under the Heavenly Tao sect's name? Xuan Yang once led people there, even offering to refine artifacts for free, and was still rejected. Chu Yi reassured Ha Lan the Heavenly Tao sect needs you. This is your battlefield to establish your authority. In the future, the entire sect will be your support. We'll go first to scout the way. In half a month, you bring the soul of war and rendezvous with us. Ha Lan seemed to draw strength from his words. She nodded and replied, I understand, Brother Yi. You can all set off without worry. I will protect this place, learn everything I can, and make the Heavenly Tao sect a true bastion of support for you. I'll bring the helmet as promised in half a month. Remember to eat on time. And don't get lost in studying runes. Ha Lan waved back. Travel safely. Contact me if anything happens. Before leaving, Chu Yi quietly released a single blue butterfly. As the butterfly flew forward, a pulse of blue light instantly blocked its path. Chu Yi glanced over, calculating silently. The mountain-protecting grand array was powerful, but there had to be a small gap at the energy transfer point. It was just big enough for a void butterfly to leave behind a coordinate. It might not be needed, but it was better to be prepared. If the Heavenly Tao sect ever faced a crisis, or if he needed to return urgently, this would provide another way back. Ha Lan felt ready to face any challenge the future held. After traveling for a while, a voice announced, Valued guests, we have arrived at the Dragon's Spine Mine. Please disembark. Before they left, the driver didn't forget to add, Remember to leave a 5-star review. Ling Shi suddenly felt a wave of unease. This place feels heavy. It's hard to breathe. Chu Yi silently observed their surroundings. The mine was massive but eerily quiet, no miners in sight, no sound of machinery. Tai Xin led the way. My adoptive father's residence is just ahead. Everyone stay close, and try not to say much. Let me handle the introductions. But just as she